Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Sweetie, are you sure you want to wear that? Izuku looks up from his phone, sees his mother's skeptical expression, and then looks down at his clothes. Yeah, he says, brushing some invisible dust off of his t-shirt. I mean, it's better than what I usually wear when I'm not at school. It really is. The shirt isn't faded, fits well, and doesn't have a graphic on it. It's just a plain, boring, even, grey V-neck. He's even bothered to tuck it into his jeans. It's a little tight, his mother says, walking over and tugging on the sleeve. Unless that's what you're going for. It's not, but I don't mind. Izuku pulls at the fabric covering his stomach and watches it snap back into place. It's not suffocating me or anything. His mother looks at him for a moment. Izuku can't quite read her expression. Fine. Are you taking a jacket? Yeah, my leather one. Izuku points to the coat hanger by the door. It's not that cold, though. Heido might be, his mother says. What? Nothing, she continues, just be nice to her. I know I don't have to say that to you, but still. Alright, Izuku says, feeling like he's missing a rather important detail. Anything else? Be home by 11 or I'll assume the worst. I don't think we'll have to worry about villains, Mom, Izuku says, double-checking the time he's supposed to be at the restaurant. It's a nice area, lots of heroes, and we're pretty strong. I'll be home on time. His mother sighs and sits on the couch next to him. She pulls him in for a hug. Never change, Izuku, never change. Did you put on that fragrance I gave you? I didn't know how, Izuku says. But I did know that you're not supposed to go overboard, so I thought I'd just wait or skip it. Good thinking, his mother says. A little goes a long way. Is it in your room? On my dresser. His mother leaves and comes back with a small glass bottle half full of clear liquid and a washcloth. She hands the bottle to him and has him stand. Have you seen me put on perfume? Once, Izuku recalls. You kinda sprayed it in the air and walked through, right? Yes, but don't do that with this. That perfume was old and pretty weak, cologne is much stronger. She taps the bottle with her nail, making a small clink. Use 2 squirts. One on your neck and another on your wrist. Don't hold the bottle too close. Go ahead. Izuku looks down at the bottle and then at his skin. He carefully aims the nozzle and pushes down. A small spray of liquid lands, some of it getting on his palm. That was too far, his mother says, wiping his hand down with the towel. Closer next time. Just a few centimeters. Izuku nods and holds the bottle to his neck. He pushes the nozzle down and feels the cool spray on his skin. All of it lands on his neck. Now rub it in, his mother instructs. Izuku complies and runs his hands on his neck and wrist. When he's done, he has a little left on his palms. Put that on your other wrist and then wash up. How does it smell? Good, Izuku says. Kind of like a campfire. His mother nods, smiling. It was your father's. He really liked theming things around fire. He used to light people's cigarettes with his own breath for a laugh. He didn't smoke himself, though. He liked smelling good too much for it. Is that the only reason? Izuku asks. Pretty much. He breathed literal smoke and fire, you know, so actually smoking probably wouldn't have been bad for him. But don't you dare take it up yourself. His mother firmly grasps his forearm and looks him in the eyes. No drags. No alcohol, I know, Izuku says calmly. His mother relaxes. Good. We have a history of addiction and abuse in our family, you know. We do. My mother and her side do. She got on some substances after having me, and my father actually divorced her because of it. She did get clean eventually and had a few more kids. But she died young anyways. His mother looks at the floor sadly. I really don't want to go to another funeral like that ever, Izuku. I understand. Thank you. But try not to think about it too much tonight, alright? His mother gently pats him on the cheek. Have fun. I know you're smart enough to avoid bad things, you know I worry anyways, but what's important is that you enjoy yourself. Just make sure you come back to me, okay, you hear? Izuku smiles. Yes. He's out the door a few minutes later, jacket zipped up and smelling faintly of a warm campfire. He wears his father's old scarf too, though he hardly needs it. The jacket is warm enough on its own and doesn't really go well with the old-fashioned looking fabric, but he doesn't care. It's pleasant and comfortable, which is all that really matters. The train ride is short and crowded. Izuku makes sure to keep his head down the whole time so he's not recognized. It's happened a few times, which is nice, but he doesn't really feel like talking to fans or strangers tonight. It's just supposed to be him and 𝐒𝐲. The last thing he wants is to turn his attention away from her. The restaurant is a small one. A small, halfway fancy one that would probably be full of people waiting if it were a weekend or a holiday, but on a weeknight in early fall, it's not too bad. There are enough people for it to feel alive without it feeling cramped. Perfect, in Izuku's opinion. He walks through the door and tells the hostess that he's meeting with a girl with blue hair. 𝐒𝐲 isn't here yet, which is fine, so Izuku hangs up his coat on a nearby rack and follows a waiter to a table. It's right by the window overlooking a dimly lit garden of flowers. 2 seats are on opposite sides of a small table with a floral centerpiece. A chandelier hangs overhead. Soft and slow music plays in the background. For whatever reason, it makes Izuku's heart skip a beat. Even more so when he realizes that 𝐒𝐲 will be in the seat opposite him in a few minutes. It's probably nothing. Izuku twiddles his thumbs for a while, unable to bring himself to look at his phone. There's no clock on the wall, but he can somehow feel the seconds tick by. Is this the right place? What if he has to sit here and eat dinner alone? What if 𝐒𝐲's at some other place thinking he stood her up? Should he text her? Double-check the, sir. Izuku looks up to see a rather tall and beefy waiter with thick lips and spiky brown hair. Do you, water? Please, Izuku says, finding a little relief in the fact that he's not the only nervous person around. Maybe it's the waiter's first day. Flat or sparkling? Izuku looks at the waiter for a moment, unsure. He was lower middle class until a few months ago. There are different kinds of water. Flat, probably, the waiter says, his voice cracking. Apparently, he's a teenager too. Not that Izuku would have ever thought it before. He's just so tall and solidly built. Yeah. I'll be right back. The waiter bows and walks away, leaving Izuku to scratch his head. He looks around and watches as a waiter at a different table takes an order and leaves without a word. It's almost definitely that guy's first day at work, then. Izuku will leave a good tip and, nope, that's not a thing. All Might leaves tips because he just does. He even did it at Izuku's birthday lunch a year ago, which was rather painful to watch because the waiter at the burger place had no clue what was going on. Izuku didn't either until All Might explained. Maybe he'll just be polite instead. Yeah, no need to cause a scene, especially with 𝐒𝐲 at the table. 𝐒𝐲 who's not here yet, which makes his stomach float around uncomfortably. And here's your sparkling water. Izuku looks over his shoulder to see a waitress set a thin glass of carbonated liquid in front of an older woman. He resists the urge to facepalm because sparkling water is just bubbly water. His suction. Someone taps him on the shoulder. Hello there. Izuku turns, stands, and hugs 𝐒𝐲. Hey, he says, feeling her wrap her arms around his lower back. Good to see you too. 𝐒𝐲 squeezes him tighter for a moment before pulling away. Not that we've been apart for long or anything. Izuku feels his face heat up. Why, sorry. I was. He waves his hands around in front of him, unsure of what to say. I guess I kinda thought you were running late. He settles on. 𝐒𝐲 smiles sheepishly and blushes a little. I was, actually, she admits. I was having trouble getting an outfit together. My dad washed what I planned on wearing even though it was clean, and I missed the train I wanted. I would have been here earlier, but... She shrugs. You still look great, Izuku says. For something you must have thrown together in a few minutes yeah. He trails off, tongue-tied, because she really does look amazing. A pastel pink v-neck tucked into a knee-length skirt it just looks good. Like really, really good. Izuku coughs and strategically looks away. Did you just come from a bonfire or is that cologne? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asks, stepping back a bit and pulling out her chair. Cologne, I think, Izuku says, relieved to have something else to talk about. It was my dad's and my mom had me try it. Does it smell alright? Yep, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, watching him sit down. I wouldn't wear too much of it though, otherwise people will think you were in a forest fire. Yeah, Izuku agrees. It might be too much for normal days, I think, but for special occasions, yeah. Yeah? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a giggles. Did a waiter come by already? I'm kinda thirsty. I got water for myself a little bit ago. He should be back soon. Izuku shifts in his seat and rests his hands on the table. He starts to drum his fingers, looking at 𝐒𝐻𝐼a over the flowers on the table. Her eyes are angled downward like she's looking at her lap or the table. He stops moving his hands. Have you ever been here before? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asks, looking up. She leans forward and rests her chin on one hand, angling her neck. I probably should have asked earlier, but I forgot. And no, I haven't, Izuku says, struggling to maintain eye contact with every ounce of his willpower, because 𝐒𝐻𝐼a is a girl in a shirt with a lower collar. I'm sure it's good, though. He forcibly cuts off that line of thought before it can begin and looks down at the table, wishing for his water to just get here already. I've been a few times, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, drawing lazy circles in the tablecloth with her other hand. Her nails are painted, which is unusual. And the colors don't match, either. One hand has every nail painted a seafoam green except one, which is periwinkle. The other hand is the opposite, and for some strange reason it sends heat down his neck. I had their katsudon the first time. It was really good. I'll have to try that, then, Izuku says with a smile. Katsudon is probably my favorite food, but I don't get to eat it often anymore. Because of your diet, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asks. Izuku nods. Fried food is a no-go for me. Or anything sugary, processed, or full of chemicals, really. I mostly eat fresh meat and vegetables. What about grains? I've seen you go to town on bowls of rice before, but that's mostly carbs, right? Carbs are good for energy, Izuku explains. But not, like, cookies and stuff. Sweets aren't good for long-term energy because you crash after a while. Rice and meat give me a lot of energy and protein so I can build muscle and go for longer. He flexes his bicep for dramatic effect. He misses how 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's eyebrows shoot up towards her hairline. I do it because of my quirk, though. If I didn't have to be so efficient with everything, I'd get to eat junk food. Yeah, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, still looking at his arm, the upper part of which is outlined by the sleeve of his shirt. I mostly eat whatever in moderation. Maybe I'll have ice cream once a week or pizza after a big test. I had cake on my birthday, Izuku recalls. That's probably the last time I had something unhealthy. You had popcorn when we saw that documentary. Izuku feels his face go red. A miniature Gran Torino appears on his shoulder saying, "Are you two gonna share a big bucket of popcorn and accidentally touch hands?" Yep, I definitely had popcorn then. Izuku says way too loudly. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a laughs, though, so it's not too bad. Her laugh is really nice, actually. He still silently vows to sneak sugar in Gran's coffee the next time he sees the man. Excuse me, sir, and Izuku breaks eye contact with 𝐒𝐻𝐼a to look at the waiter who's back and holding a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. I brought you your drink and a glass for her. I didn't know what she wanted, but you can't go wrong with regular water, right? Neither Izuku or 𝐒𝐻𝐼a answers, so the waiter just keeps talking as he sets the glasses down. Miss, if you want something to drink, flag me down. And, sir, if you want something different, feel free to ask. And, are you guys ready to order? We haven't even looked at the menus yet, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. The waiter looks down at the table which is devoid of any form of menu or meal selection. A bead of sweat runs down the boy's face. I'll be right back. I think he's a fan of yours, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, grabbing her glass of water and lifting it to her lips. Is he? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a nods. a real feat since she's taking a sip of water at the same time. How can you tell? He's really nervous and won't look you in the eye, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, setting her water down. That's usually thought of as meaning that someone is into you, like, romantically, but you're a celebrity. No, I'm not, Izuku defends half-heartedly. Yes, you are, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a giggles. But he either finds you to be very attractive or wants an autograph. Probably the autograph since he sorta forgot how to do his job. If it were me and I had a cute boy at a table, well, first of all, if he was with one other person, I wouldn't do anything, but I'd do my best to keep calm and casual. He's probably just starstruck. Where'd you learn that from? Ryukyu, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says proudly. Part of being a woman who flies around in a skin-tight bodysuit is knowing how people on the street think of you. It's part safety and part branding, you know. That does sound like a useful skill, Izuku says. I probably won't have to use it myself, though. How come? Oh, well, you know. Izuku gestures to his body, chuckling a little. No, I don't. Ah. Izuku looks out the window for a second and then down at the tablecloth. I'm not that good-looking. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a remains silent. And I'm fine with it. I don't mind my scars, I'm happy with my body type, and I like how my hair is. But I'm just average. I've got muscles and that's about it. And they're not even amazing muscles. I'm not like Mirio with a massive chest and a great back. You're hot, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says out of the blue. Her face quickly turns beet red. I mean, like, from an objective standpoint, you're really, really attractive. People like all sorts of people, you know. You don't need the body of a Greek god to be hot. Because you already are hot. And I mean that as a FF friend. Like, you're hot. No, like, I think you're hot but not as if you're very attractive and excuse me, les mignons, but I have your menus. Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐼a both look over to see a different waiter holding up 2 sheets of thick paper in front of his face in an odd pose. He gradually lowers the menus and peers at them over the paper. He winks, blonde hair bouncing as he sets the menus down in front of them. I simply must apologize for my co-worker. Soto gets quite nervous around famous customers. He simply doesn't know how to handle someone else's sparkle, something I'm desperately trying to fix. We're both really big fans of yours. He looks at Izuku, smiling brightly. Thanks for bringing these, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, her voice the embodiment of relief. She squints to look at his name tag. Could you give us a few seconds to look these over? 𝐴𝐻𝐼aman. The waiter's eye twitches and he swiftly stashes his name tag in his pocket. There's no need, he says, leaning over the table and dramatically resting his hands on his hips. I can help you 2 lovely heroes pick out the perfect evening meal. That won't be necessary. Shall we start with the wines? The waiter pps his head to the side and begins to count off fingers. We have some lovely Merlot, a delectable Chianti, the perfect Pinot Noir, and a luscious Cabernet Sauvignon. We're not of age, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. The waiter's eye twitches again. Then grape juice will have to do. But we didn't ask for any. Izuku looks at 𝐒𝐻𝐼a as the waiter struts off, completely confused. Is that normal? Nope, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says as she flips her menu over. The staff here is usually pretty normal. A good normal, anyway. But your 2 superfans must be trying to make some extra money. And get a picture out of it, too. Izuku sighs. Being famous is weird. It kinda 𝐒𝐿𝐼a, too, doesn't it? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a laces her hands on top of the table and sits back in her chair. I don't think I'd mind it a whole lot, but if people just came up to me when I was minding my own business, I'd probably get annoyed. I'm okay with it most days, but tonight I just want to spend time with you, Izuku says, looking over at their new waiter who's trying to interest another table in a platter of exotic cheeses. He's failing miserably. Yeah. Izuku looks back to 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. She's slightly pink in the face and takes a sip of water. Just 2 normal totally not heroes out on a, yeah. Sure. Izuku knits his brow, not quite understanding. Being normal is great sometimes, like tonight. But I still want to be a top hero one day. I think the same, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. I want to be big and popular, but only in costume. That's almost impossible, Because, well. She swishes her hair a little and tucks a strand behind her ear. Izuku feels himself flush. And you've got the same problem. It makes you think twice about going through with Nezu's suggestion. I'll probably agree to it, Izuku says. Really? Izuku shrugs. I'm already popular, what's one more video? I mean, considering what the video contains, you might want to reconsider. It's totally your choice, but it's also a really big deal, because, you know. She looks around and leans in. It's all might, she whispers. It'll definitely make a big impact, Izuku agrees. But you guys deserve some recognition too. I shouldn't be the only one in the spotlight. Okay, but what do you want? Nejiya asks. Do you want to have it out there for all the billions of people to see? Izuku smiles uneasily. When you put it that way, it feels like a way bigger deal. Probably because it is a way bigger deal, Nejiya says. She raises her arm and points a finger at him. You shouldn't agree to it just so me and the boys get some internet fame. You'd do the same for me, Izuku points out. Nejiya stills. You have a point, she grumbles. But think of what you want, first. I want you three to be popular. I know you guys don't need that right now, but we're all aiming for the top, so getting started early can't hurt. Izuku looks down at his hands. And if you guys say no, I'm fine with that too. Yeah. They sit in silence for a moment, but then the waiter comes back and they both realize that they haven't looked at the menus at all. They both fumble while placing their orders, and Izuku tries to figure out why the waiter is smiling so smugly. Maybe it's his resting face. It's hard to tell, but Izuku accepts the glass of grape juice he didn't order, waits until the waiter's back is turned, and sniffs it. It's not wine, thank God. Izuku knows that the likelihood of someone giving them expensive wine they didn't want is tiny, but the waiter is just so out there that he feels the need to play it safe. When the food arrives, the smell alone is enough to convince Izuku that it's worth the rather high cost. The breading on the pork is crispy and flavorful, and the meat itself is tender and juicy. Everything else is good too, and he happily finishes off his plate. Once they are done, they pay and leave. Izuku grabs his jacket and nods to the two waiters as he walks out, arm in arm with Nejiya. One winks, the other looks at him with his jaw practically on the floor. Still up for chocolate? Nejiya asks, looking down the street at a cozy-looking shop with a sign that reads Central Confectionaries. Sure, Izuku says, starting to walk towards it. You said they make really good fudge. Oh yeah, Nejiya says, picking up the pace until they are practically jogging, which is a little awkward because they are still linked at the elbows. It's to die for, especially when it's fresh. Which should be now, since they usually get most of their customers in the evening. I'll have to try some, then. You were spot on about the other place. The chocolate shop is more than just a chocolate shop. There are handmade candies, coffee, and even a small soft-serve machine behind the counter. Izuku and Nejiya walk in and get in a line that's about 5 people deep. There's only one person working the counter, but that's fine. They aren't really in a hurry. They make small talk as they get closer to the front, most of it about school or work studies. Nejiya's hand stays glued to the crook of his arm the whole time, something Izuku really likes for some odd reason. They purchase their snacks and head out the door. The tables in the shop are all occupied, and the seating out back is full. There's a park a block away from here, Nejiya says, digging through her bag full of goodies. I'm sure there's a bench open for us to sit at. That sounds great. The park is quiet but not empty. A few people walk around and a few more sit on benches. Lampposts dot the paths, lighting up the area in a warm orange. A small water fountain sits in the middle of everything. Kids toss coins in as parents watch. The sun is just starting to set, the dim rays bouncing off the pool of rippling liquid to make all sorts of appealing colors. Izuku and Nejiya sit on a bench facing the fountain and eat their chocolate. It's perfect, except it's kinda cold, isn't it? Nejiya says, rubbing her legs together as she pops a bite of fudge in her mouth. She shivers a little, and Izuku instinctively moves closer. Yeah, I'm glad I grabbed my jacket, Izuku says, tugging on one of the sleeves. I didn't think that there would be a breeze. Me neither. Nejiya scoots closer, trying to warm up by rubbing her arms with her hands. I should have worn a sweater or something. And breathes, definitely breathes. Yeah. Is that the jacket 𝐼𝐼𝐲 got you? 𝐒𝐲 asks, tugging on one of the zippers. For our birthday, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 confirms. I probably wouldn't wear something like this otherwise. Yeah, biker thug isn't really your style. 𝐒𝐲 eats another piece of chocolate. Though lots of other people wear leather jackets. It's not my style either way, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 says. I like hoodies more. Hoodies are warm and therefore great, 𝐒𝐲 agrees. I wish I was warm right about now. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looks over at 𝐒𝐲. Goosebumps line her arms and legs. She's practically curled up in a ball. She's shivering. He looks at himself. Breathes, a scarf, a heavy jacket. 2 + 2 = 4. Do you want my, yes, please? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stands and unzips his jacket. He gently sets his scarf on the bench before pulling the jacket open. There's a small snap and he freezes. Nothing feels out of place, but this shirt is kinda old, he says, blushing as he slowly pulls the jacket off. I probably shouldn't have worn it like Mom said. Does it still look okay? He tosses 𝐒𝐲 the jacket and spreads his arms before turning around. Looks okay to me, 𝐒𝐲 says softly. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiles and sits back down beside her as she slips into his jacket and wraps the scarf around her neck. She must be warm already because her face is pink. Will you be okay, she asks, looking over at him. Or rather the necklace hanging down by his collar. My quirk can keep me warm, remember. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 flares one for all briefly. His skin glows and his arms line with red veins. I'll be perfectly fine. All right, 𝐒𝐲 says, her voice barely a whisper. I really like this necklace you got me, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 says, playing with the green lighting bolt with his fingers. I think I wear it every day, and it really helps when I have a bad dream. I'm happy it helps, 𝐒𝐲 says, her face bright red. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looks at her, worried. Are you a bit warm? You're so flushed. Fine. I'm just fine. 𝐒𝐲 declares. Actually, I'm still kinda cold. Can I move closer? Sure. 𝐒𝐲 clings to his side, looping an arm around his back and resting her head on his shoulder. She moves her legs so they rest on the bench. The scarf clashes with her hair, which is messy from all the moving she did. She's practically swimming in his jacket, the bottom going all the way down her skirt and the sleeves much too long. The sight makes 𝐒𝐿𝐵 feel warm even without one for all's energy. The park starts to clear out and the sun dips below the horizon. Stars begin to shine. The fountain stills. He feels 𝐒𝐲 shift, and then her breath on the side of his face. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, oh my gosh, you're Deku. They split apart faster than the eye can see, pushing themselves into the armrests of the bench. They are both blushing heavily. The girl who said that stands confidently in front of them, her fanged smile gleaming in the dull light. Twin buns of honey blonde hair bounce as she sways, her ragged school uniform moving with them. I'm a really big fan, she continues, taking a few steps towards 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Can I have a picture? Sure. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 says, getting up. He does so cautiously. The girl might not be a threat, but the fact that she's wearing a school uniform at 8 at night doesn't make him feel good. Do you have a phone or, she can take them? The girl tosses a beat-up smartphone to 𝐒𝐲. Make sure to get my good side. They take what feels like hundreds of pictures. The girl gets in close for all of them. Uncomfortably close. Her hands touch his chest and stomach, and she practically hangs off of him. From the other side of the camera, 𝐒𝐲 gradually gets more and more angry. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gets more and more uneasy. He's definitely not smiling in any of the pictures, and at one point is tempted to push her away with his quirk. All right, that's enough, 𝐒𝐲 orders. She tosses the phone back, but the girl doesn't move away. Oh, come on, the girl pouts. It's only been a minute. And yet it feels like it's been an hour. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 starts to slide away, but the girl sticks to him. He looks at 𝐒𝐲, silently begging for her to get the girl away. You do know he's gay, right? 𝐒𝐲 says, and the girl freezes. She looks at him for a half second and then bolts. Moments later, she's out of sight. Thank you, Izuku says, shakily walking back to the bench. His heart is racing. Why didn't he notice that before? I'm sorry for taking so long, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, sitting down as far away from him as possible. I should have stopped after one. Or told her no. Maybe, but you still helped. Izuku tries for a smile, but it comes out warbled and uneven. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a looks down at her lap. Do you feel safe? Izuku thinks for a second. Yeah, he settles on. You're with me, and, well. Green lighting crackles in his palm. Are you mad that I told her you were gay? No. It got her away and, well. Mirio's gay, yeah. Bi with a massive preference for guys, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a corrects. Either way, gay isn't a bad thing. No harm done, really. Other than. You don't have to talk about it right now. Thank you. You do the same for me. Friends are there for each other, always. Yeah. Izuku, can I hug you? Yeah, that'd really help. They embrace and get ready to go home. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a walks him to the train station. She tries to give him his jacket back, but Izuku lets her keep it for her walk. He takes the scarf back, though, and agrees to her order to keep an eye out for people and to call her if something happens. When he gets home, Izuku tells his mother about everything. She gets worried about the girl in the park, but Izuku promises to talk to Dr. Hansen about it. He takes the rest of the week off before the funeral. The session with the doctor goes smoothly. She suggests a few things to deal with the one for all dreams, asks if he's ready for the funeral, and tells him to practice saying no to people after he tells her about what happened. Thankfully, there are no lingering issues, but Izuku really doesn't want to deal with something like that ever again. When the funeral comes, Izuku's ready. He dresses in black and talks with the parents of the child. The whole process is small and over quickly, but lots of tears are shed. Everyone thanks him for saving the other kids, and the parents offer him a picture of the little boy. His name was Hayato, and Izuku cries for him. The grief is mostly gone after that, something that he finds to be bittersweet. Izuku and his mom eat with the Asuis again that night. He helps with making soup and plays with the kids. It cheers him up a lot, and he starts to smile again. Once they are done eating, everyone piles in the room. Baru puts on a sappy romance that makes Sami GG and everyone else laugh at how cliché it is. The movie practically has every trope in the book. Awkward flirting, dinner dates by candlelight flowers, walking arm in arm, sharing clothes, almost kissing. The realization hits Izuku like a truck. The whole way home, he stares blankly at the wall of the train. When they get back to the apartment, Izuku locks himself in his room and slams his face into his pillow. He screams loudly. That was a date. He's such an idiot. So you're 0 for 2. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a nods, her forehead rubbing against the wood of the table. Her hair drags along the ground, picking up dirt. She can't bring herself to care. Yeah, and I can't even be mad about it. Well, I can, just not at him or myself. If that stupid middle schooler hadn't assaulted him like that, I might have had a boyfriend right about now. Might, Tamaki says dubiously. You really think he'd say no? There's always the possibility, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a sighs. As much as I'd like to think he'd say yes, I can't be sure. You'll be all right, Mirio comforts. You did the right thing by backing off after that. You'll have another shot soon, though. You guys are going into the support labs together, right? Yeah, but that's for actual hero stuff, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. I don't want to distract him, or myself, really, from improving the equipment. It'll be nice to be around him, though. You've got it bad, Tamaki says in a way that 𝐒𝐻𝐼a just knows his smirking. The nerve of him. He gets a boyfriend. And then he thinks that he can mock her for crushing on Izuku. But then 𝐒𝐻𝐼a takes one look at how happy he is, and what traces of irritation she has leaves. Demon him and his unhateable face. No, I don't, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a defends. She knows it's useless, but the way Mirio laughs doesn't make it any better. You gushed about how nice his hands looked for 2 minutes, Mirio says. His hands. But they're so strong-looking and veiny. I wanna hold them. When you two get together, I'm going to tell him about these talks, Mirio says. You'll try to stop me but it won't work, and Izuku will know all about your feelings for his hands. You wouldn't. He would, Tamaki says. He'd start with the hands thing and then talk about how you almost had a nosebleed watching him play with his necklace. You two are the worst, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 huffs. You try watching him talk about how great the gift you got him is while you're curled up in his jacket. It's almost impossible to keep calm. And why can't things be like they used to be? Why is it me getting picked on for my crush? It should be you guys. Karma, Tamaki says simply, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 lets her forehead hit the desk. Again. You walked right into that one, 𝐼𝐼𝐽 laughs. No, but seriously, ask him and he'll say yes. He's probably in love with you, even if he doesn't realize it. That's totally an Izuku thing, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 mumbles. That oblivious idiot. Why does he have to be so attractive? Is this what it was like for you to watch us? Tamaki asks. Because this is embarrassing. 𝐼𝐼𝐽 kisses his boyfriend on the cheek. You are on point with the jokes today. Am I rubbing off on you? Please don't start making out in front of me, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 says, looking up to see her friends sitting much closer to each other than before. And yeah, it was embarrassing watching you two. Even Izuku thought so. And it's still a little bit embarrassing when you get all lovey-dovey. You should ask him and spare us the embarrassment, 𝐼𝐼𝐽 suggests. It's getting old watching you two dance around each other. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 resists the urge to facepalm. I'm waiting for the perfect moment, she says. I had one already and I'll make another. You'll just have to SCK it up until then. I confessed in the middle of an argument, Tamaki says, letting it hang in the air for a moment. You're the worst. No, he's the best, 𝐼𝐽 disagrees. He laces one of his hands in Tamaki's and pulls the smaller boy in closer. Awkwardly closer, if you're 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Again, don't make out in front of me. I will leave and rat you out to midnight. Tamaki flushes pink. That was one time. 𝐼𝐽 smiles and kisses him on the neck. Plus ultra. X it's possible that he's wrong. Nezu drilled it into his head that the only absolutes in life are death and taxes, and even those have some wiggle room because of quirks and criminals. So it's totally a possibility that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 isn't interested in him and that their little outing wasn't a date. But looking back, that possibility is the size of a grain of sand. With that in mind, Izuku panics because, well, this hasn't happened before. Having real friends and teachers is still a little bit odd. He knows that everyone in his life cares for him deeply, but a little bit of his quirkless life still lingers no matter how much Hound Dog and Dr. Hansen's therapy helps him. Having someone, anyone, express interest like that seems impossible. But it must be possible because it's happening. The jacket, the casual touches, the blushing. How did he not see it before? Because you're as thick as a brick, his mother says when he asks. Just like your father was, that adorable idiot. Izuku figures that she's right because his mom's smart like that. But admitting it only makes him want to slam his head into the wall of his bedroom repeatedly. He nearly does, except there's a picture of 𝐻𝐻𝐽 on the wall, and when he sees it, he feels his face turn bright red and settles for screaming into his pillow like the night before. Okay, he understands everything now. The fact that it took so long SCKS, but he can make up for that now with a proper plan of action. How do you ask a girl out? Google has answers, but they all revolve around being as blunt and upfront as possible. That would probably work, but every time he thinks about looking 𝐻𝐻𝐽 in the eye and confessing, wait, what would he confess? How does he feel about her? It's probably important that he figures that out first. He thinks about it on his run and as he works through his morning weight training. Embarrassingly, he looks up how to know if you're in love. There are way too many results and he wastes a lot of time combing through them. Most of the articles have the same basic signs. Physical attraction, prolonged staring, longing to spend more time in their presence, being okay with their flaws, feeling happy when they are near, wanting the best for them, and longing for physical contact. He runs home flushed from hairline to toenails, unable to look anyone in the eye. So, he might be in love. Maybe. His thoughts about her fit that list, but some of them don't feel quite right. Like yes, he does look at her a lot, but he doesn't really stare. He looks at all of his friends a lot because they're amazing people in every way. The way he looks at 𝐻𝐻𝐽 isn't much different from how he looks at 𝐼𝐽. And one of the articles said that if you're in love with someone, You can see your whole future with them. Izuku doesn't see a clear future for himself, let alone one for him and Nejiya. He can see as far as reaching the top spot and saving lots of people, but that's about it. Everything else is spot on, though. To an embarrassing extent. Attraction. Yeah, definitely. Wanting to spend time with them. He wishes he could be with her now. Not caring too much about her flaws. She has none in his opinion, and even if she does, they are in no way major. Being happier when they're around. There's no way he could deny that. And he definitely wants to have more physical contact with her. It sounds creepy when he puts it that way, but it's the truth. He wants to have more moments like the end of the date. With her curled up at his side, wearing his jacket. Okay, so maybe he is in love. What kind of idiot uses the internet as a means to figure out what their feelings mean? Him, probably, but not today. He's already been enough of an emotionally tone-deaf fool. He shall be one no longer. At least when it comes to realizing that everything is way more complicated than he thinks. Why can't emotions be like math? Sure, math can be a pain, but there's always a definite answer. There's always at least one correct method, always one right answer, and everything can be figured out through trial and error. But emotions are weird. People are weird. He's weird. The whole situation is frustrating and confusing and makes him want to sit down and give differential calculus a go. At least that would take less effort to figure out than his feelings for Nejiya. He likes her and is attracted to her, at least. Everything beyond that is cloudy and convoluted. And it doesn't help that he's only had 4 days to process it. Izuku shoves all of that to the side the second he steps through the gates of UA. It'll need to be unpacked eventually, but now is not the time. He checks in with Aizawa like always, makes sure that the schedule he has is correct, and heads up to Nezu's office. He knocks twice and enters, slinging his backpack off of his shoulders as he does. Good morning, sir. Morning, Midoriya, Nezu greets from behind his computer. How was your weekend? Enlightening, Izuku says. He takes a seat on a couch and unzips his backpack. I take it the funeral went well, then. Nezu asks, hopping down from his chair and grabbing a sheet of paper from his desk. As well as one can go, Izuku says. It was sad, but I think I've gotten past it. And the rest of Saturday and all of Sunday were, yeah. Ah. Something personal troubling you. Nezu gestures to a kettle of tea on the coffee table. Fix some if you like. Thanks, Izuku says, grabbing the kettle and a nearby mug. And yeah, it's something personal. I'd rather not talk about it, if that's all right. It's certainly all right, Nezu assures. There's no reason for you to tell me if you don't want to. I'm not going to force you to tell me every detail of your private life. That'd be illegal. And morally wrong, he adds as an afterthought. Izuku chuckles, unsure if he should be nervous. That's true, he says clumsily. But I really do appreciate it. What are we working on today? Nezu hands him the sheet of paper. Media stuff, mostly. You've yet to cast your vote for the video, we'll start with that. And then there's a few things you need to decide on for your charity work. If we have time, I'll start teaching you the basics of computer science and cybersecurity, but that stuff can easily be pushed aside. Oh, and Aizawa will be talking to you about work studies later today, so be ready for that. Computer science and cybersecurity. Izuku sets the paper down, seeing that it's nothing more than a consent waiver to show his face on TV. The future #1 hero is quite the target for a cyber attack, no. Nezu pours his own glass of tea. And knowing how to code wouldn't hurt. If you're good enough at it, you might be able to learn how to hack. That's not really my style, Izuku says sheepishly. I'm more of a physical guy. Quirks, muscles, that kind of stuff. I know, but I'm sure you'll take to it easily enough. Nezu takes a drink. He sets his mug down on the table. Now, about that video. I'm okay with it being released, Izuku says, but only if my friends are okay with it too. Perfect. Nezu cheers. To go through with it, we need unanimous agreement, which we now have. There'll be some paperwork for you and your mother to sign, and the footage needs to be edited, but it should go out to the public soon enough. Though maybe we could send it to some hero agencies early. I'd be okay with that. Excellent. That will give you more recognition among potential employers, though I understand that Aizawa and Hound Dog are very picky of where you're allowed to work. Only trusted UA alumni personally approved by them, Izuku remembers. And they all have to be small-time heroes without a history of case solving. There's only 10 or so agencies on the list, all of them focusing on regular daylight patrols. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 shrugs. It can't be helped. But the silver lining is that you'll gain an understanding of what it's like for the average hero, which in turn will show you how our society functions. Yeah, Izuku agrees. And I know a few on the list from my own studying, so it's not like I have anything against my options. I just wish I could be working with some bigger names. All in due time, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 assures. But right now, we have your charity to discuss. Are we ready to start selling? Izuku asks. Yes. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, raising his mug in a salute. The launch will take place soon enough. But there's one thing we need to do first. What's that? An ad campaign. Izuku blinks. I have no idea of how that would work. Oh, that's fine. You can leave all the design and placement to Yagi and I. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 walks back to his desk and hops on top of it. All Might is in on this. Izuku asks. He will be, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, turning his monitor around. The screen shows a website where people can purchase billboards and internet ad space. I've mentioned this to him and he'd be happy to help. You understand how your personal image should look, but not about advertising yourself outside of simply doing your job. Shouldn't I be learning about that, then? Eventually, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 agrees. But you're quite busy right now, no. Leave the detailed work to me and Yagi. All you have to do is participate in a photo shoot. Izuku laughs. I don't think I qualify as a model, sir. Midnight would beg to differ, but your appearance is hardly a factor. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 moves his mouse around and clicks a few times. Pictures of the t-shirts appear, and Izuku finds himself leaning in closer to get a better look. They're mostly his designs, though a few have been altered. They all look amazing. You made these. The profits will go to places of your choosing. Everyone knows this. Wouldn't it be weird for the buyers to see that you're not using the products you designed? I guess so. Precisely. As such, you, the heroes on the merchandise, and whoever you pick for your work-study will be attending a photo shoot to be used in advertisements. Why will my work-study supervisor be a part of it? Izuku asks. Extra incentive for them to pick you. Not that you need it. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 takes a swig of tea, chuckling to himself. And it'll be another name that people might recognize, which means we'll have more buyers. Got it, Izuku says. When's this photo shoot? Next week, most likely. You should have some time to get friendly with your work-study agency first. It'll probably be over a weekend, and at a fashion studio. A fashion studio? Yes. Your product is fashion, no. Izuku can't bring himself to disagree. I called in a favor. The company will take the pictures and edit them for free. That's nice of them. It's nice of me to use the favor on something so trivial, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 chuckles. Oh, the dirt I have on that family. He shakes his head. Never mind that. Computers. What do you know? Nothing, really, Izuku says, watching as 𝐻𝐻𝐿 pulls open a desk drawer and pulls something out of it. I know how to do good research online and fact-check, but that's about it. Those are good skills, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 praises. But you'll need more than that. A laptop, sleek and black and brand new, is placed in front of Izuku. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 opens it up and turns it around so Izuku can see the screen. It's completely blank. Now, the basics of coding practically melt his brain. Even when 𝐻𝐻𝐿 explains and re-explains every concept repeatedly, the material doesn't want to stick in his brain. The frustration makes it worse. Every failure saps his energy, and by the time he has to leave for his next lesson, his mind feels like mush. But 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says it's fine and that not everything will come naturally to him. It doesn't make him feel that much better, but it's a small comfort. When Izuku reports to Aizawa, he finds both his homeroom teacher and Midnight standing by the desk in the corner. Both nurse cups of coffee, though one looks way more tired than the other. Good morning, Izuku says as he walks through the door. Why are you here, Miss Midnight? What? I can't have a cup of joe with my old classmate. Midnight swirls her mug of coffee around, the liquid much darker than the stuff in Aizawa's. Not when you're so chipper in the mornings, Aizawa mumbles. Oh, hush, you. His hated mornings since he came out of the WMB, I swear, Midnight says, looking at Izuku. And to answer your question, kiddo, I'm here to help you with a project. What kind of project? Izuku asks. A job application. Not that you need it. Aizawa chugs down the rest of his coffee, leaving Midnight free to explain. You need to show them hero agencies what you've got, she says, striking a dramatic pose. Earlier in the year, you had the sports festival to do that, but you've grown so much since then. Therefore, we'll be making a video of you showing off. Can't Aizawa just send over reports from my work study? Izuku asks. And I was in the news like, twice, he guesses. And he just knows that Aizawa wants to facepalm from the way the man's eye twitches. To be fair, it is rather embarrassing that he can't remember the number of times he broke the news. Yeah, for basic saves and fast flying, Midnight says. And it's not that those aren't impressive, they are, trust me, it's just that no one knows what kind of moves you can pull. Other than your teachers and friends, obviously. What about Aizawa? Izuku asks again. Or the All Might video? That won't be released for a while even if Nezu pushes for it to be finished faster, Aizawa says. And nobody really knows who I am. My word wouldn't help. Well, one of the options knows, Midnight says, almost teasing. I'm sure he'd love to take on the kid for a while. No, Aizawa mumbles. You will not plant that idea in his head. If he's going with him, it's going to be his own choice. And I won't have anything to do with it. What's the big deal? Midnight asks. It's not like you two are on bad terms. Aizawa looks at Midnight flatly. He looks at Izuku. And then he refocuses on Midnight like that answers everything. Aizawa raises a hand and extends a pair of fingers. 2 words, problem. Child. Midnight nods, understanding. Fair enough. What? Izuku furrows his brow. I don't get it. It's for the best, Midnight decides, which only confuses him more. Let's get to work, though, shall we? Midoriya, you'll need to be in your hero costume for it, so go get changed. We'll be waiting right here. His costume isn't intact, which is weird because Izuku was sure that it was fine after the fight with All Might. But there are small cuts, smudges of ash and dirt, weird-looking stains, and a burn or two. How he managed to burn his costume when there wasn't any fire in the exercise is beyond him, but Izuku is forced to mark it for repairs and dons his gym uniform. He has backup costumes, but only 2 of them. He'd much rather use them for actual training or a patrol, though there's almost no chance of them getting damaged from what he's about to do. As he walks back to classroom 1A, Izuku finds that the jacket of his gym uniform is a little tight, so he slips it off. When he enters the room, Midnight and Aizawa immediately lead him out. They head in the direction of the private study rooms but go right past them, all the way into a small, warehouse-like building marked video production. The inside is brightly lit and empty. There's an expensive-looking camera in one corner and a cheap-looking director's chair near it. A door to the right of the entrance is propped open and Izuku can see a bunch of computers and microphones inside. Eraser, grab a boom mic, would you? And Izuku, you'll want to stand right in front of that camera. Midnight points to the corner. Up against the wall. Sit tight while I grab some lighting. Izuku nods and walks over. The building is already well lit, but it's not like he knows anything about how this kind of stuff works. The acoustics don't seem right, either. There's an echo after every step he takes, and he can hear Midnight provoking Aizawa from all the way across the floor. What now? Izuku asks, watching Aizawa push his hair back and slip on a set of headphones while a microphone with a long pole attached to the bottom leans against the wall. Look at me, Midnight orders, swinging the camera around so it points at him. She's taken the corner off, and the lens gleams in the glow of the expensive-looking lights. All right, Izuku says, shifting a little. He can see his reflection in the lens. It's a little warped. Smile. 𝐒𝐿 does. Alright, look down a little. Now back up and to the left. Glare at me. 𝐒𝐿 pps his head in confusion. What? Angry, kid? Look angry. 𝐒𝐿 tries his best to glare at the camera. Lucky BST, Midnight says cheerfully. You don't even need makeup. What? 𝐒𝐿 asks. I thought I was going to be showing off my super moves. You will, Midnight assures. After we film the intro. This wasn't my idea, Aizawa sighs when 𝐒𝐿 looks over at him. I was just going to take one of the handhelds and have you run through an obstacle course and maybe answer a few basic questions. But then she heard about it in the break room and insisted that, shut. Midnight demands as she adjusts something on the camera. Are we recording audio? Aizawa seeks in a breath to steady himself. Yes. Good. Midoriya, when I give you the thumbs up, say your full name, quirk, age, and how long you've been training. Alright, 𝐒𝐿 says, nervously watching Aizawa swing the microphone around so it's in front of him and over his head. He looks back to Midnight who nods and gives him the signal to go. Hi. I'm Midoriya 𝐒𝐿 and I'm 16. My quirk is called superpower and what else am I supposed to say? He asks, giving up. How long you've been training for, Midnight says. Shota, how's his volume? Fine. He just needs to speak more clearly. Alright, Midnight says, pressing a button on the side of the camera. Take one. But I thought, the first try is always no good, kid. I wasn't even recording. Try again. It takes 3 tries. It's not bad, but 𝐒𝐿 is sick of saying the same line by the time they're out of the building. But that's fine. Because now he gets to move. Focus on the small stuff, Aizawa says as they make their way to one of the fake cities. 𝐒𝐿 shifts the camera on his shoulder, using a little bit more of 1-for-all's power to hold it with one hand. Why? Everyone's seen your big moves. Those smashes and flight patterns are great for fights, but the pros I'm letting you apply to care more about the details. Aizawa holds the door open for him and Midnight, and they step out into a small plaza. Alright, 𝐒𝐿 says. What counts as small stuff? How you handle your power around civilians and buildings, Aizawa says, walking off in a random direction. You know how to deal a lot of damage, but you'll be working small time, Midnight explains further. The villains will be of the garden variety, not the super kind. So I just have to show myself being careful. 𝐒𝐿 asks. Yeah, Aizawa says, stopping at the end of a street. Careful and smart are what you're aiming for. Start by running down this street as fast as possible without breaking anything. I don't want to see any cracked pavement or overturned tables. Got it? Yes, sir, 𝐒𝐿 says as he sets down the camera. Do you want to get everything ready first? Just go for it. I doubt we'll use the first take with her here. The woman in question has ears, you know. Midnight snarks. I swear you haven't gotten any less rude since high school. I'm gonna get going, 𝐒𝐿 says, backing up a few paces. Aizawa's eyes flick over to Midnight, who's still delicately setting up the camera. Good idea. Digging his feet into the ground, 𝐒𝐿 tastes the cool air. The concrete feels sturdy beneath him, just like it's supposed to. But he knows full well that it'll crumble with even a small amount of pressure. 𝐒𝐿 takes a few deep breaths. The first attempt is usually a throwaway. He can work with that. He needs to get the variables down. It wouldn't do to break a city street just because he couldn't take a little bit of time to learn. So 𝐒𝐿 tenses, powers 1-for-all up to 10%, and kicks off. He breaks the ground but only in the place he took off from. That's fine. It's only the size of a small pothole, and 𝐒𝐿 has a new idea to try out. The second go-around is actually filmed. 𝐒𝐿 makes a show of letting his lightning flare before he just barely jumps upward. Even at 2%, it's enough for him to climb a few meters before he activates float and bursts his way to the other end of the street. The wind he generates pushes a few tables to the side, but everything else is fine. Midnight has him do it a few more times so she can get better shots, but they move on quickly. The next thing they film is 𝐒� breaching a building. Then it's him shooting his wind blasts at targets dozens of meters away. And then he does some things with Black Whip before wrapping up with a few borderline ridiculous trick shots. Why his potential employers need to see him backflipping off of a building before jerking to the side to shoot wine down a random alley is beyond him. Or at least the backflip part is. Aizawa doesn't seem to get it either, but he also claims that there's one more thing to do. The human body is fragile. Heroes like you need to show that they can save people much less durable than them without resorting to brute force. That's code for I'm going to pitch myself off the side of a building and you're going to catch me, Midnight Stage whispers. What? Izuku exclaims. You can't do that. What if I fail? You won't. You've done this plenty of times with dummies. Aizawa looks around at the tall buildings. He points to one. That's about the right height. But this is different. It's pointless to put yourself in danger when we can get a dummy. That takes too long. I want to nap. Izuku looks to Midnight, at a loss for words. She laughs. Nothing gets between him and a nap, kid. You'll do fine. And if it hits the fan, he's got his scarf. She leans against the camera. Just do what you've been taught to do. But it's not safe, Izuku says. Midoriya, I have complete faith in your abilities. You can do this with a dummy. You can do this in a controlled environment. You can do this in the field. Now fly me up there so we can get this over with. Izuku complies, though a pit forms in his stomach. They really should be doing this with a dummy. Or anything else so long as it isn't a person. But Aizawa casually stands on the ledge of the building, looking down like there isn't a 20-meter drop. Ready, he asks. Yeah. And then Aizawa steps right off like he's going for an evening stroll. It would be cool to watch if the man wasn't in real, actual mortal peril. Sparing no time, Izuku dives after him, casting two WHPs past the falling body and willing them to spread. They branch off, entangling faster than he can keep track of. Aizawa makes contact with the newly made net and begins to slow his fall. If Izuku were to just grab him, there'd be a massive risk of injury because of the sudden and extreme change in direction. It takes a few seconds, but Aizawa does eventually slow completely, and Izuku flies them down as fast as possible. Bravo! Bravo! Midnight cheers as they land. Izuku releases Aizawa and awkwardly waves to the camera. I thought I was at the circus, that was so perfect. If this hero thing doesn't work out for you, Midoriya, you'd have more than a few job options out there. Thanks. I think. Izuku scratches the back of his neck. But I want to save lives, so. I gotcha. Midnight puts a cap on the lens of the camera. But that really was spectacular. I know some people that would be jealous of your skills. Thanks, Izuku says. He feels a tap on his shoulder and turns to see Aizawa, who has his hair in a bunch of weird angles from the wind. It's hard to take him seriously when he looks like he just came out of a tornado. Are you alright? He asks. Yes, sir. But I'd rather not do that again. It was a little extreme, but you pulled it off. Aizawa checks his watch. You're working on your costume today, right? Yes. With Nejiya, who he maybe doesn't love. His stomach does a flip. You'd better get going, then. You don't have much time. He nearly faints when he sees her, and not in a good way. Not that there is a good way to faint. His sudden cognitive impairment is entirely because he can't focus with all of the thoughts running around in his head. Just seeing her smile reminds him of their night at the movies, which in turn makes him remember that she tried to kiss him on the cheek that night, which reminds him that she tried to kiss him for real less than 5 days ago. Izuku, are you alright? Nejiya asks. She leans on the design table in front of them and presses a hand on his forehead. Izuku can feel his skin flush even more, which should be impossible. Yeah, he squeaks. He doesn't normally have voice cracks, but today's the day for them, apparently. You look a little hot, Nejiya says. And then she freezes and blushes about as much as him, which is an accomplishment. Izuku forces a laugh through his embarrassment because he remembers that particular incident from the date too. We should get to work, he says, voice shaking a little. Yes. Work. What are we here for again? Nejiya looks at the papers in front of them, which are mostly sketches of welding helmets and protective eyewear. Goggles, Izuku says. So our eyes don't get hurt the next time we do a big attack like Wednesday. Ah. Right. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 pushes some papers around until she finds a sketch of Izuku's goggles. These already have some kind of brightness protection in them, right? She asks, pointing to a note on the sketch. Yeah, but it's roughly equivalent to a set of polarized sunglasses. Izuku reaches for his backpack and starts to dig through. He pulls out his goggles and hands them to her. It's okay for glare from snow and bright days, but it's not good enough for what we're capable of doing. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 gently taps the lens with her nail. Here. Can I try them on? Sure. She slips them over her head and adjusts them so they're not about to slip off of her face. Even then, they're still a little too wide for her, but she doesn't seem to mind. I can see how they're not good enough, 𝐂𝐲𝐻 says, gazing around the room. How do we fix it? There's really only one good way, Izuku says, getting up and walking over to the opposite side of the room where a small welding machine sits. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 follows and looks curiously at the helmet hung by the station. Izuku turns the machine on and grabs a small piece of aluminum. I'm not very good at this, so you might want to step back a little. And close that curtain. Izuku puts the helmet on and leans over the station. He waits until he hears 𝐂𝐲𝐻 take a few steps back and for the curtain to close. Don't look directly at the light, he warns. And then the light sparks. Once he's done, Izuku shuts off the machine, pulls the curtain open, and points to the small line he welded into the aluminum. That was really bright, 𝐂𝐲𝐻 says, looking at the still glowing metal from behind him. Brighter than the sun, Izuku says, voice muffled by the helmet. If I was going for longer, I'd put a jacket on, otherwise I'd get a sunburn. Welder burn. Never mind. Izuku lightly taps the front of the helmet. Hold up some fingers. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 does. 2. How did you know that? 𝐂𝐲𝐻 asks, looking from him to the welding machine. You just looked at something brighter than the sun. I don't know how it works, but the lens automatically sways to something dark enough to protect my eyes. Izuku takes off the helmet and shakes his head so his hair isn't messed up. I was thinking that, for you, we could make something like ski goggles. The lens has to be big enough, and the frame needs to be sturdy. That could work with my costume. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 plucks the helmet from his hands and puts it on. But my headband would get in the way. You could wear them around your neck most of the time, Izuku says. That's what I do. Or you could wear the goggles all the time and have your horns be a part of them. I'm not so sure. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 takes the helmet off. Her hair is a total mess. Izuku feels his heart rate speed up. There's no reason to rush. We can make a few designs and work through them all. It's not like we're on a time crunch. Yeah. That sounds nice. They work until power loader kicks them out. They walk to the train station under the stars. Right before Izuku has to get on his train home, 𝐂𝐻𝐻 stands on her tiptoes and pecks him on the cheek. His dopey smile lasts the entire train ride back. Up until his mother opens her mouth. Is that lip gloss? It's only after a half hour of laughter from his mother and red-faced denial from Izuku that he remembers that 𝐂𝐻𝐻 doesn't wear lip gloss. For the third time, Izuku wakes up as the subject of a viral tweet. Or is it the fourth? Maybe the fifth. Oh God, he's losing track of how many times this has happened. That has to be a bad thing. Should he switch to being an underground pro? Aizawa seems happy enough and he's not on Twitter. Maybe his happiness actually comes from his lack of social media. It must be nice to be a nobody, especially because it means your phone isn't bombarded with Twitter notifications even though he disabled them. Izuku swipes away at his phone screen with a blank face and a monotone mind. The initial shock wore off in a split second, because he's used to it now, something funny in a cosmic sort of way but mostly frustrating. He'd like to go more than a few weeks without dealing with all the PR and media side of heroics. Not that it'll happen anytime soon if his track record is an accurate representation of what his future will be like. He doesn't even realize why he's gone viral until he opens Twitter, the action itself comparable to that myth about Pandora's box because his phone lags for a solid minute. And then he sees a little red 99+ at the bottom of his screen, and he just knows that if he tries to clear everything at once, his phone will crash. It's the All Might video. He pieces it together from all the tweets he's sifting through, but he gets the complete picture from his mentions. Someone in the crowd leaked the video. Multiple people did, actually, since there are, like, 10 different unique recordings all from different angles. What's nice is that there's no audio from the actual fights in them, and the video quality is bad all around, but that doesn't stop people from talking about it. Him kicking All Might in the PP has been made into a GIF. So has All Might's Oregon Smash. Low-quality GIFs, but they are all over the place, being used as reaction images with a few hashtags each. The raw videos have thousands of views and likes, and #𝐒𝐴𝐵𝐿 is trending in 5 countries. 𝐒𝐿 thanks his past self for turning his direct messages off when he starts to look at his old tweets, which have all been hit with another round of replies. A lot of people think the whole situation is funny. Others praise him for being such a strong fighter. Most call him an idiot for kicking All Might in the ball, which is totally fair. He doesn't directly reply to anything, but he does make a quick tweet confirming that it's him and thanking All Might for the privilege of fighting him. Then he goes about his day, wearing a beanie, a surgical mask, and sunglasses. He looks like an idiot, but no one recognizes him. It's a fair trade-off in his eyes. He does the same on the train to school, and doesn't wear his uniform for even more of a chance to avoid confrontation. That also works, probably because he looks like some kind of criminal. But he's perfectly happy dealing with dirty looks if it means that no one will bother him. When he gets to school, 𝐒𝐲 looks tired, disgruntled, and caffeine-deprived. The man doesn't have to say anything for 𝐒𝐿 to know that he's known about the leaks for hours. "I'm not mad at you for being popular," 𝐒𝐲 says, lying on the floor. He's wrapped up in his sleeping bag again, and the wastebasket is full of jelly packets. That was always going to happen. "I'm just annoyed that people always seem to choose you in particular to obsess over. Teenagers shouldn't have this much limelight. It's bad for you." 𝐒𝐿 smiles and fiddles with the straps of his backpack. "I can't help it," he says sheepishly. "Or maybe I can. I just want to be the best hero, and that means I'll have to be popular. Maybe I could lie low until I graduate." 𝐒𝐲 shakes his head, which makes him look like a wiggling caterpillar. "Keep doing what you're doing, just don't let it get to your head. Have you decided on an agency yet?" "No, but I've narrowed them down," 𝐒𝐿 says. "I'll go with one of 3 options. I have to pick by the end of the day, right? If you want to be back in the field soon, yes." 𝐒𝐲 unzips his bag and stands. "What kind of agencies have you been looking at?" "Combat," 𝐒𝐿 says. "Well, none of the options were explicitly combat-oriented, but the ones I'm thinking about do a lot of villain catching. Don't feel like rescuing, here. Rescue heroes are great, but, I want to fight," 𝐒𝐿 says. "I've been stuck here sparring with the same people, coming up with moves and ideas, and learning a lot about different quicks and styles, but I haven't had the chance to test them out. Not against real villains or in real situations. I want to make sure everything I've been working on has been worth the time." 𝐒𝐲 nods. "Good thinking. Come see me at the end of the day with your choice. Try not to break the internet again this month, understand?" 𝐒𝐿 flushes. "Yes, sir." The day passes by easily enough. His computer lesson with Nezu is the only real challenge, but he's making steady, if slow, progress, so it's not awful. His friends talk about the video leaks and whether or not they'll get recognized on patrol. Everyone agrees that it'll probably happen at some point, and Tamaki mumbles about a costume change. It's half-hearted, though. He's gotten a little better with people and can even hold eye contact with a stranger for more than a half-second. Nejiya says it's because he has a boyfriend. Mirio agrees and suspiciously looks back and forth between her and 𝐒𝐿. They both lean away from each other and Mirio laughs. They ask about his work-study. He tells them about his list and gets a few suggestions, but for the most part they tell him to pick for himself. Once the day wraps up, 𝐒𝐿 has made his choice. He tells 𝐒𝐲, who apparently has the hero's number. And the next day, he boards the train, all the way to Hosu City and the office building of Team IDA 10. It's quite troubling keeping track of 2 power-hungry children. Troubling, but not impossible. Both of them tend to work more than they rest and possess the limitless hunger for power that many young men before them have shared. Both strive for goals given to them by their MSTRs. and both will die soon. From his perspective, anyway. All for One is old. Some have called him ancient, and those who did were laughed out of the room. They were later killed, too, but that's beside the point. The Andes Mountains are ancient. The Great Pyramids are ancient. All for One is simply old, and with that age comes a different perspective on time. 10 years, the maximum lifespan of both his and All Might's successors, is not a long time. It will pass in the blink of an eye and All for One will live on, conquering all there is to conquer. He just has to make sure neither boy oversteps their bounds. Neither have. Yet. Tomura is pushing it, trying to raise an army off in the jungles of South America. He's grown stronger but only enough to keep him alive. No one will listen to him for a while, and he's a far cry from being a king in any sense of the word. Midoriya Izuku, however, is growing just as swiftly as his MSTR before him. It's impressive, and he would be worrying, but All for One had plans. Jin, he says, resting in his chair as plastic and metal do the work of his dying organs. Come here. His voice carries through the facility, aided by several quirks. They don't strain his body as badly when he's attached to the machines, but his vocal cords throb and his forehead pulses in pain. The doctor has been working to heal him or at least take more of the strain off of his body, but the technology simply isn't there yet. But Double is. Sensei, sir. Twice practically kicks the door of his office down, standing at mock attention before ceremoniously slumping down like he'd woken up a few moments ago. What do you want, he says, voice changing to something more rough and monotone. I was resting. Good. Your body has limits, more so than the average person due to your predicament. Twice looks away from him and stiffens. The man is so broken, or perhaps split would be a better word. Multiple personalities, a lack of self-worth, and a fear of death so strong he won't even touch a hot frying pan. But All for One likes that. He's always taken in the broken, the worthless, the hated, the oppressed. Give a starving wild horse food, water, and freedom, and it will come back to you. Take that same horse and force it to plow your fields, and it will fight to break free for the rest of its life. Twice can leave at any time, but he won't. He has nowhere else to go and has no one who will care about him in the slightest. He also thinks his life is worthless but at the same time doesn't want to be a waste of space. He'll stay here, happily. The fact that All for One withholds the fact that he's not a clone has no bearing on that at all. If you care so much about my health then let me sleep, you potato-faced F. Twice slams his hands over his mouth. I'm so sorry, Sensei. It won't happen again. I just can't. It's quite alright, young man. All for One raises a hand to calm Twice. There's no need to hide your true self from me. Thank you, sir, you smooth-talking PP. Yes, yes, All for One muses, paying no mind to the way Twice flips personalities mid-sentence. Has Dr. Yujiko been treating you well? No, his thing creepy. Twice crosses his arms. But he does respect me more than my old boss. Good. I'd hate to fire him for mistreating you. All for One laces his fingers. Back in his prime, he'd often smoke or drink while talking to his underlings, but now that'd kill him. The lack of something to hold is annoying but not unbearable. But he's not much for conversation, is he? Not unless it's about those no-mu things. Or quirks. Or weird BLD and guts type stuff. He's sick at talking about anything normal, Twice decides. But he gets really happy whenever one of the clones holds up for a while. I'm sure he does, All for One chuckles. Would you like someone else to talk to? Here. Twice scratches his head. Maybe. But why? Talking to two people all day is hardly fun, All for One begins. I know you get out a little, but it's not the same. You don't have any friends. I'm an old man who talks like an old bag of wind. And the doctor? Well, here's the doctor. You're not that old, Sensei. Old as dirt, you are. Twice mulls over the answer for a second. All right, but where would you get someone willing to be friends with a sack of SHT like me? Are you going to bring back that weird boy the doctor hates? Hardly, All for One says. Tomura will have to complete his punishment before he's allowed back. But to answer your question, you'd find that friend. I don't think that's possible. It is with my guidance. I've already picked out someone perfect for you. Really? All for One smirks at the hope in Twice's voice. Yes. And all you have to do is bring her here. Twice blinks, which would usually be hidden by the mask, but All for One hasn't needed to see in years. Why would I bring my friend here? No offense, I mean full offense, but this place is like my job. A really good job, though. I don't actually think that. Yes, I do. Because your friend will want to work for me as well. Why the hell would I want to drag someone in just so they could work for you? Twice stands tall and confident. It's ruined by the way his knees shake. Clearly, there's an internal struggle. His gruffer sides tend to take the reins when he's upset, though the more docile and social personalities are hardly pushovers. Our goals will align is why, All for One says calmly. You work for me because I keep you safe and offer you a good life in the future. She'll work for me because I can help her get what she wants. And what's that? That boy I want dead, All for One says. She's obsessed with him. I intend to help her get him for herself. Fine. That's fed up. I'll do it. Thank you, Jin. I'll have the doctor help you prepare later in the week. In the meantime, enjoy your rest. Twice leaves with a salute and a middle finger raised to him at the same time. All for One relaxes in his chair. Another plan is in motion. The risk is small, but if he goes about it correctly, the reward will be immense. Which one are you sending him after, Lord? The doctor's voice crackles out of the small speaker on his right armrest. All for One sighs and props his chin on the heel of his palm. Gen 5, Subject 8, he says. Was I that obvious? You didn't mention their quirk, the doctor says bluntly. Or their name. That means you're trying to bring one of them in. I'd think that you'd have more interest in the projects I had before we started working together, Doctor. All for One spreads his hands even though no one can see him. You told me you did extensive research into my life before agreeing to work for me. Where's the fire in your belly? Gone, like that 𝐼𝐸 boy should be. All for One barks out a laugh. I'm old and wise now, sir. You are too. We should both be able to see how poorly planned your ideas were back then. Well put, Doctor. All for One strokes his bare chin. But she'll be quite interesting whether or not she works out, no. That depends on what you're trying to do with her. I highly doubt you need another runner, especially one you intend to reward with Midoriya Izuku's quirkless body once we're done with him. We need a backup, All for One explains. On the other end of the line, the doctor sputters in shock. All for One continues, 𝐼𝐸 could fail. He could succeed. I do not like to gamble with fair dice, so I shall load them in my favor. We'll bring another one in, just in case. She'll make for a good successor too. She has the body and quirk for it already. But my lord, you already have a solid plan. Preparations have been made that cannot be undone. And the whole point of 𝐼𝐸 is to break All Might's will. All Might will be as good as dead once Nomu enter mass production, All for One says. 𝐼𝐸 will be nothing but a one-liner then. It's not worth risking everything on him. It's best to play it safe, no. And the subject's family line makes her a good choice as well, the doctor finishes with a sigh. My lord, how many subjects are you keeping track of? A handful, All for One says, waving the doctor off. Most that you don't care about are useless and uninteresting as you say, but a few. Well, I have to settle my morbid curiosity somehow. 𝐒𝐻osu is kind of dirty. It's an industrial city, so it makes sense, but Izuku wasn't expecting it to be as bad as it is. The train he's on is rickety and old, the speakers play muffled and static sounds, and the doors screech every time they open or close. A lot of the buildings he can see from his window are drab and graffitied. Grey cinder blocks, 100-year-old brick, and neon street art are all common. There are more heroes out than average, too, even though it's 10 in the morning, a dead time for villain activity. The people are great, though. No one bothers him, but most politely nod their heads when he walks by. A few people, mostly adults with expensive-looking clothing, watch everyone else with shifty eyes and their hands tucked deep into their pockets. Izuku tries to ignore them, but he can't. One for All hums under his skin, on edge. He's been shot once already, and he knows what people can do with weapons if they feel like it. He can't help but watch those who are obviously armed with a critical eye. When he finally gets off the train, Izuku hurries over to the agency. The closer he gets to it, the fewer people there are. It's weird. He'd always thought that people would want to be near a hero agency, but for some reason people avoid it like the plague. Or at least the average Hosu resident does. The more wealthy can be seen sitting at restaurants nearby or shopping in the various shops. Maybe it's a money thing rather than a crime thing. People keeping away from where they don't fit in makes more sense than most of the people in Hosu being potential criminals. There is one homeless-looking person who sits right outside the agency, leaning against the wall with a large pair of beat-up headphones on and an easy smile. His coat is stained with grease, and his ginger hair spills out of his beanie. When Izuku walks by, the man gently taps him on the shoulder 3 times. "Hey, sport," the man says. His voice is aged and Izuku catches a faint whiff of alcohol on his breath. "Why don't you thumb a couple yen for me? It's almost lunchtime." Seeing nothing wrong with it, Izuku sets down his costume case. He looks around to make sure no one is close enough to be a threat and pulls out his wallet. He hands over a few bills. "Here. Good luck finding a good meal," Izuku says, picking his case back up. "Hey, I don't need luck for that," the man says, like it's a joke. "But good day to you, kid. Tell Tensei I say hi." Izuku awkwardly walks into the agency after that, unfamiliar with how to deal with people like that. The man seemed nice enough and Izuku's fine with handing a little money out, but the whole exchange felt foreign. Probably because there are no homeless people around the apartment. Or on their side of the city. The bell on the door rings when he opens it, and the secretary at the counter looks up. Well, she at least acts like a secretary. She has a phone pressed to the side of her face with one shoulder as she types away at a keyboard, and there's a tall, steaming mug on the counter. But she's dressed in a brightly colored hero costume. Not thinking much of it, Izuku walks up and stands in front of the counter, waiting patiently for her call to end. He looks around the room and sees another hero. He's a man of about 30, and his costume is robot-themed with steel gray armor and gears decorating the surface. He's passed out in a waiting chair holding a paperback. Izuku politely looks away from him. "Alright, what's your name?" the woman behind the counter asks as she sets her phone down. "Midoriya Izuku," he says, holding up his a student ID. "I'm here to talk to Ingenium about a work study." "Alright, cool." The woman hits a button on her computer, and the printer behind her turns on. "Was there a red-headed man outside when you walked in?" she asks. Yeah. "Did he ask you for money?" Izuku nods and the woman sighs. "Hopper," she yells. The robot hero 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 awake, causing his novel to launch across the room. He swears loudly. "What do you want?" "Go out there and give 𝐒𝐲 one of these," the woman says, holding out a sheet of paper that reads job application on the heading. The man stumbles over, still half asleep, and takes the paper. "Oh, he ain't hurting anybody," he says, looking at it. "Let him mooch." "His deterring clients," the woman says sternly. The man snorts. "Anyone who really needs help won't care. No harm's being done." "I get paid on commission," the woman says. "Yeah." The man starts to back away, waving the application at her face. "And whose choice was that? Ida didn't force it on you." He backs out of the door before anyone can respond, and Izuku watches as he casually hands the homeless man the application. They high-five and laugh. Izuku looks back at the counter. Is that normal?" he asks. "Yep," the woman says, reaching back to grab a sheet of paper off of the printer. "𝐒𝐲 likes it here because we're nice and give him things. He even sleeps in the break room sometimes. But he doesn't want to work and is happy with being homeless, so it starts to get old. I scare him away with job offers every now and then." "Oh." Izuku shifts his feet a little, unsure of how to respond. "Okay. Don't think too much about it," she advises. "Anyway, you can head up to the boss. Down that hall, there's an elevator. Go to the top floor. His office is the first one on the right. He's in there right now." Izuku thanks the woman and leaves. The elevator and hallway are empty, and he assumes that most of the heroes are out on patrol. He's proven right when he walks by a chart showing who's patrolling where. It shows that there are only 3 heroes in the building. The rest are either at a police station or out on the streets, which is weird. When he was with Hawks for his internship, there were always a handful of sidekicks in the agency. He'll have to ask Ingenium about it later. When he reaches the top floor, Izuku is met with the sight of a messy hallway. Overfilled trash bins line the walls, and most of the doors look like they've been slammed open in a hurry. But Ingenium's is closed. It's clearly marked 2, with a gold plaque. Izuku knocks on it a few times and takes a step back. Coming, a voice says. Izuku hears heavy footsteps come through the door, which is soon opened. Nice to meet you, Deku. I'm the head of Team Ida 10, Ida Tensei. Thank you for accepting my offer, Izuku says, accepting his hand to shake. No, thank you for applying, Ingenium says with a smile. He releases Izuku's hand and steps back, motioning for him to step inside. Izuku does. It's been a while since we've had a work-study hero here, Ingenium says as he pulls out his desk chair. I would have accepted you even if you were at the bottom of your class. Oh, Izuku says, sitting down on the other side of the desk. Why? It boosts morale, Ingenium explains. Everyone likes having someone younger around to help out or haze. At least at this agency, we do. And the fact that you're one of Shota's helps a lot, too. Actually, how do you know Mr. Aizawa? Izuku asks. I didn't know that you two were friends when I told him my offer. I was really surprised when he started texting you right in front of me. Ingenium chuckles. Mr. Aizawa. If he heard that back in school, he'd probably have had a heart attack. The man happily takes one of the pictures on his desk and flips it around. Inside the frame, there's an old, slightly faded candid. It shows 4 teenagers, 1 female and the rest male, all squished together on a couch. The picture was taken from a weird angle, so it takes a second for him to realize who it is. That, and, well, Eraserhead had a mullet. Ingenium laughs as Izuku tries to piece his world back together. And, is he wearing an eyebrow ring? Midnight War chokers. Is that present MIC with an undercut? Ingenium turns the frame back around, still laughing. Yeah, we were cringe-y high schoolers back in the day. I know for a fact that Shota has one of me with a bowl cut and a pocket protector from the time we all tried to study. It's just Aizawa. With a mullet. And he looks happy with the fact that he had a mullet. Don't tell him I told you this, but he thought it'd get him a girlfriend. No. Yes. Nemurai and I fed him that lie all of freshman year. When he found out we were messing with him, he almost got a buzz cut. Ingenium leans back in his chair, a faraway and happy look in his eyes. God, we were all so dumb back then. And so were our fashion choices. Midnight seriously considered doing that ear-piercing thing where they stretch your lobes with those big rings and was only talked out of it by my mom. MIC wore band shirts under his uniform and during gym class. He also got his belly button pierced senior year because he lost a bet. An eraser, well. He runs his hands down the back of his head like he's stroking hair. My whole world has been turned upside down, Izuku says. It's just, how could my teachers have been that stupid? Your students will say the same thing about you in 20 years, Ingenium says, and Izuku makes a sour face. Anyway, as much fun as it would be telling you all of our embarrassing stories from high school, we've got to get to work. Izuku straightens. Yes, sir. Hey, ease up a little. Ingenium stands and begins to head for the door. We're heroes, not soldiers. Come on, let's go get changed. Are you going to test my skills? Izuku asks as he follows the man down the hall. Nope, we're going right on patrol. Ingenium opens a door marked changing room. But don't you want to know how strong I am? Ingenium chuckles. Shota wouldn't send me anyone who wasn't up to his standards. I've done my own reading on you, too. And I'm a big believer in learning on the job. Izuku nods and rushes to change. His costume is on in a flash, fresh and clean from the wash and perfectly fitting since he got remeasured a few days ago. He double-checks all of his accessories and sends his friends and his mom a quick text before pulling on the gloves and stepping back outside. Ingenium is waiting for him, armor on but with his helmet held in the crook of his arm. Ready. 𝐒𝐿 nods and activates one for all. Ready. Good, 𝐒𝐿 says, the engines in his arms roaring to life. Because I'm not going to slow down for you. Understand? Yes, 𝐒𝐿 says. Are we going to go down the elevator, or? 𝐒𝐿 smirks and puts on his helmet. He taps a button on his wrist and at the end of the hall, the wall opens up like a garage door. Heroes are too cool for elevators, kid. We're jumping. 𝐒𝐿 quickly discovers, lives by the motto punch with your legs, jump with your arms. Or maybe do everything with your arms suits him better, because the man certainly does just about everything with them. Every time he needs to climb high, he does a flip, lands on his palms, and pushes up with his arms. Whenever he needs to move faster, a cloud of exhaust comes out of the pipes in his arms, followed by a burst of blue flame, and suddenly his white armor is a streak in the midday sun. It's impressive what years and years of innovation can lead to, and 𝐒𝐿 is in awe of it, even if he can move faster and pull off better moves than 𝐒𝐿. Stop here. 𝐒𝐿 orders, skidding on top of a flat-roofed building. 𝐒𝐿 does the same, careful to not leave marks or scratches in the concrete. He follows 𝐒𝐿 to the edge. Look down, the man says, and tell me what you see. People, 𝐒𝐿 says, watching a man in a cheap-looking suit cross the street. Businesses, shops, a bus station, and I think that's a stray dog. It is. There's quite a few of them in Hosu. It's not the best place, but that's why I picked it. 𝐒𝐿 takes off his helmet. There must be some kind of cooling mechanism in his armor because he's barely sweating. You moved the agency from Tokyo when you inherited it, right? 𝐒𝐿 says. Yep. Tokyo's got plenty of heroes. Hosu doesn't have enough. I figured I'd be of more use here, you know. 𝐒𝐿 sets his helmet on the roof. He points at the street below. Look closer. Do you see what I see? Maybe. 𝐒𝐿 squints, trying to get a sharper look. I just see a normal street with normal people. I guess it's a little unclean, but that's not important. Right. Some people use cleanliness as a means to describe how safe a city is, 𝐒𝐿 says, but no, it's not important right now. Look at that woman. The one in the fast food uniform. How does she look? Nervous, 𝐒𝐿 says, looking at the person 𝐒𝐿 is pointing to. She carries her purse close and she's looking all around her. Good. You're an All Might fan, right? My friends would call that an understatement. 𝐒𝐿 chuckles. Alright, so you are. You must know what he does for all of us, right? Yeah. I figured. Show says you're bright, so I shouldn't have to explain how important and amazing he is. But he's not omnipotent, and he's not omniscient either. 𝐒𝐿 looks over to see that 𝐒𝐿 isn't as happy as he was earlier. He's still smiling, but it's not nearly as bright. All Might makes people feel safe from big villain attacks everywhere. But subconsciously, we all know he can't be everywhere. He'll come running if there's a big attack, but for a mugging, a routine break-in, whatever that woman is scared of, he can't stop them. Maybe some, but definitely not all. Especially in places like this, where crime is rampant and those kidnappings only just ended. People don't feel safe. They don't smile. We need to fix that. We're patrolling at the street level, then, 𝐒𝐿 says. Aizawa and I stuck to the roofs on my last work study, but it shouldn't be too different, right? Maybe, maybe not. 𝐒𝐿 grabs his helmet and slips it back on. You're a good kid and a good hero. It should be fine. Just remember to smile. If we're at ease, the people are at ease. If the people are at ease, they feel safe. If they feel safe, they'll smile and be happy. That, Deku, is why we're heroes. Good morning, Tensai. Morning. Though I think it's closer to the afternoon now. Really? Wow. Days going by so fast. Have you had any action today? Not yet, but maybe soon. I want to see this guy in action. 𝐒𝐿 gently elbows 𝐒𝐿 in the arm, and 𝐒𝐿 steps forward so the street vendor can see him. Good afternoon, sir, he says, giving his best smile. Afternoon, young man, the vendor says, gesturing to the menu on the front of his cart. Care to buy anything from me? If I get a stain on my costume, the people that clean it won't be happy, 𝐒𝐿 denies. Thank you, though. No problem. The man gives 𝐒𝐿 a quick once-over. Say, did you lose bits of your suit in the wash? You're all mismatched. Nope, that's just how I like it, 𝐒𝐿 says. And it's for combat stuff, too. Here. The man looks to 𝐿, unbothered by the helmet. Kids these days, they don't make a lick of sense. Careful now, 𝐿 chuckles. You were the same back in your day. Phut, my day. I'm older than old. As far as I'm concerned, I was never young. The man leans back in his chair, arms crossed over his stained shirt. 𝐒𝐿 can smell the food, which is fried octopus, and it makes him feel the urge to buy a serving. Other people must feel the same because a line starts to form behind him and 𝐿. Well, old-timer, 𝐿 says, tipping his head a little, we'd best get a move on. I'd hate to keep you away from profits. Good idea, the vendor says, standing up and opening his cart. The smell, which is absolutely amazing, grows stronger, and 𝐒𝐿 subconsciously reaches for his wallet. You two stop by when you're done, though. It won't be fresh, but it'll definitely be good. Alright, we'll see about that. They continue down the street. 𝐒𝐿 sneaks glances behind them at the vendor who's happily serving up mountains of fried octopus. Mr. Mika's quirk makes whatever he cooks smell really, really good, 𝐿 says, answering 𝐒𝐿's question before it can even be asked. Oh. 𝐒𝐿 furrows his brow in thought. That's a good power for a food vendor, but that feels a little illegal. 𝐒𝐿 nods. Yeah, he had to get a permit for it, and he gets free quirk suppressants from the government. Not that he uses them. Wait, was he breaking the law back there? 𝐒𝐿 asks. More like bending the rules, 𝐿 says. The government strongly encourages him to take the suppressants, but they aren't required. But if he got his permit and didn't agree to take the pills, then he'd have to pay a massive tax. Wait, hold on, 𝐒� says. So he is breaking the law because he agreed to take the suppressants but didn't. Sure. And you don't do anything about it? Nope. Why? Because he's a nice guy and I also try to be a nice guy, 𝐿 says. I know he won't hurt anybody, and the food he makes is genuinely amazing, the best seafood ever, in my opinion. All of his other papers are in order. And if I did try to bring him in for it, well. 𝐿 trails off, stopping. 𝐒� stops as well and looks ahead. A mother and a child approach them. Both are smiling. The child breaks free from his mother's hand and runs up to them. High five. The boy cries. 𝐿 gets down on one knee and holds out an arm. Their palms meet with a dull smack, and 𝐿 withdraws his hand like it was shot. Ah, kiddo. You got me. He reaches out his unhurt hand and ruffles the boy's hair. You're getting stronger. Soon you'll have bigger muscles than me. The boy giggles. And then I can be your sidekick. You betcha. 𝐿 stands and prods 𝐒� forward. But how about you meet my new sidekick? Give him 5. 𝐒� bends down and claps the boy's palm with his own. He reels back, acting like he's taken a massive hit. Clutching his palm to his chest, he says, ouch. You really are strong. The boy laughs again, jumping up and down in excitement. Can I follow you on patrol? Please, please. 𝐿 laughs cheerfully. I wish, kid. But no. Your mother would worry herself to death. The boy huffs. So. I wanna have fun. Rook, the boy's mother says, walking up from behind her son. That's so rude. I'm sorry, Ma, the boy says, shuffling away to avoid his mother's extended hand. He even goes so far as to push it away so doesn't have to hold it. Thank you for your apology, the mother says. She turns to 𝐿. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, there's no trouble, 𝐿 says, holding up his arms. I don't mind small stops like this. Though if you're trying to get some octopus, you might want to pick up the pace. The line's getting long. Shoot, the mother and son say at the same time. They both hurry off to the stand, calling out goodbyes as they wave. 𝐒𝐿 hears the boy say that he doesn't want his favorite food to run out. It puts a smile on his face. That's why I don't do anything about Mr. Mika. 𝐒𝐿 turns to look at Ingenium and then back to the family who's waiting at the back of the line. Can you explain? Sure. I started working to become a hero so I could make others feel safe and happy. It's a little different than most. Shota decided to be a hero because he thought it would be the best use for his quirk, and Hisashi did it to get popular originally. But I put the happiness of the people before all else. Ingenium points to the food stand. That's one of the most popular spots in the city. People go there every day to get lunch, relax in the park nearby, and have a good time. If I reported Mr. Mika, his stand would go away. And the people wouldn't be happy. They wouldn't trust me either since I hurt them. So you turn a blind eye to keep everyone happy, 𝐒𝐿 says. That's really noble, I think. Good. That means I don't have to bribe you to keep quiet, Ingenium chuckles. But you do understand what I'm getting at, right? 𝐒𝐿 nods. Yeah. You put the happiness and well-being of the people before the law. Yep. But I still enforce and abide by the law. Don't take it the wrong way. I have a feeling that if you do, Eraser will have my head. Ingenium chuckles at his own joke and looks back at the line of people. They're all happy, even the ones in the back. And the food is served with a smile. That is more important than any rule, in my opinion. To me, being a hero is about lifting people up. I've helped a few of the people here get out of debt. I helped even more overcome addiction. I helped pay for schooling for kids from poor families. I house the homeless, too. And everyone is welcome to raid the break room fridge if they need it. 𝐒𝐿 stares at Ingenium, unsure of what to say or how to feel. Or maybe admiration builds up inside of his chest. You're a good hero. Thanks, kid. But let's not get caught up in ourselves, yeah. I know I started yammering on first, but we really need to get back on track. Come on, let's go villain hunting. They don't find any crime for a while. Their, or rather Ingenium's, mere presence seems to brighten up every street they walk down. People see the gleam of the white armor and the distinctive helmet and smile immediately. Any potentially shady individuals quietly slink away at the same time, though one or two give the hero a dirty look before they do. But the vast majority of the interactions 𝐒𝐿 sees are positive. No one tries anything, and even the worst-looking streets feel like home. 𝐒𝐿 decides that he wants to be like Ingenium in that regard. Trusted and respected, and maybe just a little bit feared. Like All Might, but without all the awe and massive presence. Approachable is the right word, he figures. All Might is practically a god in the modern world, untouchable and glorious in every sense of the words. But 𝐒𝐿's not sure if he wants that. Maybe later, once he's held the top spot for a while. But when he's starting out or even towards the middle part of his career, the knight in glowing white armor is a great role model. Here, let's stop and have a break. It's kinda chilly. Got some hot chocolate if you want. 𝐒𝐿 looks up at Ingenium as they stand on the corner of a street. There's a small to-go cafe to the left which Ingenium strolls up to, reaching for and taking off his helmet. 𝐒𝐿 follows, glancing over the street as he does just to make sure everything is in order. There's nothing out of place, but 𝐒𝐿 does a head count of everyone currently walking, partly out of curiosity but mostly out of worry. As foolish as it may be to think that something bad would happen without them noticing, 𝐒𝐿 can't shake it. The people just look so happy, and he wants to make sure they stay that way. But he sets that to the side and follows Ingenium. The cafe is small and slightly run down. The wallpaper is dated and peeling, and there aren't any tables. The counter is see-through, and 𝐒𝐿 looks at the muffins and pastries in hunger. He hasn't eaten in 4 or so hours, and while he does have a few power bars, he'd rather save those for an emergency. I'll get you a muffin if you'd like, Ingenium says, ringing the bell at the counter. He takes his helmet off and rests it in the crook of his arm. 𝐒𝐿 catches a flash of orange from behind the kitchen doors, probably from a worker. No thanks, 𝐒𝐿 says. I have to stick to my diet. You're 16. Live a little, Ingenium says, chuckling. It's all right to cheat every now and then. I tell my little brother that all the time, except he's 15. A muffin and a hot chocolate won't kill you, especially if it's only, like, once a month. I'm alright, 𝐒𝐿 says. I'll get something to eat back at the agency. Or maybe I'll order something I can eat. Suit yourself, 𝐼𝐴 says right as the doors to the kitchen open. Hey, Tensai. What can I getcha? A grey-haired waiter in an orange apron lazily waves to 𝐼𝐴. He's already reaching for the second smallest cups when 𝐼𝐴 responds. Medium decaf, splash of hazelnut creamer, no sugar. Could I interest you in pumpkin spice instead? The man asks, turning around and setting the cup under a coffee dispenser and pulling the handle. A spout of black, steaming liquid pours out. The smell makes 𝐒𝐿 even hungrier. Good grief, that's already in season. 𝐼𝐴 asks, leaning on the counter. The man behind the counter laughs. That's what I told my wife when she said she ordered the mix. I swear that stuff starts selling earlier and earlier every year. Pretty soon I'll start putting it on the menu in July. That'd be a nightmare, 𝐼𝐴 says, reaching for the now completed coffee. Some of the people back at the office love that stuff. We'd have to get a few temps just for coffee runs. If it gets me more sales, I'm all for it. The man accepts 𝐼𝐴's cash and slips it into the register. He turns to 𝐒𝐿. What about you, eh? Coffee or tea? Black tea. 𝐒𝐿 says, not wanting to say no but also wanting to avoid anything that goes against his diet. No sugar, light milk. The waiter raises an eyebrow. Milk, here. That's how they do it cross the pond. Of course, the pond in our case is Eurasia, not the Atlantic, but you get the picture. Right. 𝐼𝐴 gently elbows 𝐒𝐿 and mouths at him to play along. Sure. Good to hear. The waiter turns around and opens a small fridge. He pulls out a small jug of milk. How big of a cup do you want? Small, 𝐒𝐿 says. I don't feel like. His hair stands on end, and lighting runs through his body. His stomach churns and his blood roars in his veins. One for all goes wild, pushing against him. They both know something's wrong, but how? The cafe is completely empty. Don't what, son? The waiter asks. If you don't finish that sentence, I'll make 𝐻𝐼 a big one and you'll have to pay more. 𝐼𝐴 chuckles at the man's joke but rests a hand on 𝐒𝐿's shoulder. Are you alright? He asks, face full of worry. Aye. Every inch of 𝐒𝐿's subconscious screams at him to turn around and look outside. His mental barricades against one for all's frenzy crack. Reflexively, he lets a little of it out. Green lighting begins to dance on his skin alongside the electricity inside of him. Somehow, though he really shouldn't be unsure about it, he knows that something big is going to happen down the street. Something dangerous and potentially deadly. Black whip rips from his skin, tearing his costume without a care in its haste. A fraction of a second later, a boom followed by a roar thunders through the air. The glass of the cafe window shatters, and a wave of heat hits him right in the face. He hears the waiter and 𝐼𝐴 cry out in shock. He hears the glass whistle through the air. He hears people screaming in the street. But he sees nothing. He closed his eyes what feels like an hour ago out of surprise. But when he opens them again, he's greeted with the sight of black whip, woven right like a net holding thousands of glass shards. 𝐒𝐿 takes a deep breath and lets the WHPS drop. He turns around to see 𝐼𝐴 helping the man up. Go out there right now and get a look at what's going on, 𝐼𝐴 orders as he sits the waiter on a stool behind the counter. The man doesn't look good, but there's no bleeding or shards anywhere near him. I'll radio for everything and make sure he's alright. Be safe. Don't rush into anything. Wise, sir. 𝐒𝐿 says, taking off. His quirk is still going haywire as he jumps through the frame of the window. One for all itself is in overdrive, trying to keep on its toes. But there's something different to go with it. A compass inside of him points him down the street, tugging at his gut and straining his mind. There are also smaller tugs directing him at the people in other parts of the street, all of them a person 𝐒𝐿 saw before walking into the cafe. But the big compass is unrelenting, and 𝐒𝐿 sprints down the street towards the Citibank. Halfway there, a wave of déjà vu hits him like a truck. He's done this before, running into a burning bank. Or maybe he hasn't. He remembers rushing into smoke and fire to save a life, but he also remembers being told to focus on reconnaissance and to be cautious. His legs start to feel too short for his stride. He feels as though he should be taller, much taller. And skinnier. But then One for All roars in his chest, shocking him. "You are 9. It screams. And he feels right. Kicking into the air, Izuku feels his necklace under his costume. "I am Midoriya Izuku," he mutters. "Deku. And I have a job to do." The smoke climbs high, obscuring his vision. Izuku remedies that with a simple punch and flies a quick circle around the block. The bank is the only building affected. One of the walls has been completely caved in and the others teeter dangerously. It's impossible to tell if there are still people inside, but considering that he hasn't seen anyone running away with money or hostages, the villains are either still inside or completely gone. At a glance, no one on the ground seems severely injured. He can hear ambulances and fire trucks on their way already, so the people outside of the building should be safe. But EMTs won't start going through an unstable building with potential hostiles inside. In a flash, Izuku is back on the ground. He scans the area for 𝐒𝐴𝐺. The white armor sticks out in the gray of the city and the black of the smoke. Izuku sprints over. "Sir. I couldn't see any severely wounded outside, but the entire east wall of the bank is gone. The building is in danger of collapse, and I think the villains are still inside." "That bank's got one of the best vaults in the country," 𝐒𝐴𝐺 says grimly. "If it's being attacked, it means they are packing lots of firepower. Or they are stupid. Both are dangerous. We should wait for backup." "But the civilians inside need help," Izuku finishes. 𝐒𝐴𝐺 nods. "We can't hesitate. You know breach and clear methods, right?" "Yes, sir." "Good. I'll take point. We'll go in through the front door and work our way to the vault. It's down a set of stairs in the back of the building." 𝐒𝐴𝐺 starts to run over, and Izuku tails. "But sir, I'd make for a better point. I'm fire-resistant, partially bulletproof, and I can hold up the ceiling if it collapses." 𝐒𝐴𝐺 stops short of the remains of the bank's front door. He deliberates for only a moment. "Fine. But you're explaining this to 𝐒𝐴𝐳. Don't die on me, either." "That's an order." "Yes, sir." Izuku leads the way into the building. His respirator is up and his goggles are down. But even then, the smoke permeates into his eyes and nose. He can smell smoldering wood and scorched carpet. He feels a tear slip out and run down his face. It dries almost instantly on his cheek, but he presses on. The lobby is clear. The gaping hole in the side of it makes it a poor choice for villains to lurk, but they still check it over thoroughly. No civilians are found, and the roof looks like it will hold for a few more minutes. They should have enough time to clear the whole building before the blaze consumes it all. There are 2 hallways that open into the lobby. One is by where the east wall was and is mostly caved in. The other is to the west, intact but burning. Izuku presses his back to the wall. He tries to ignore how hot his skin feels. Sweat starts to run down his body. To his right is 𝐒𝐵. On his left is the hallway. He looks to his teacher who nods. Izuku lunges around the corner, black whip extending from his back and fingers ready to shoot an air blast. Behind him, 𝐒𝐵 slides on the ground, ready to push forward. There is no one visible down the entire length of the hallway. Izuku casts a WHP along the floor, trying to bait out anyone who might be lurking or hidden. There's nothing. Carefully, he approaches the first door of the hallway. It's closed, but the doorknob is glowing orange. He can hear flames inside, louder than the other ones in the lobby or outside the building. The noise is almost human-like, reminding him of laughter. "This might be the one," 𝐒𝐵 murmurs. "Be careful." With a deep breath, Izuku raises his foot. They should have more people for this. Room clearing is different from clearing a hallway or something like the lobby. There's more freedom of movement and a retreat is easier in a wide-open place. It works both ways, so the villains also have more room to work. However, both 𝐒𝐵 and Izuku work well in large rooms with room for mobility. But in a cramped office, 2 people against an unknown number of enemies is daunting no matter how fast they can move. Izuku slams the heel of his boot into the door. It flies off of its hinges. The sound carries through the building, but Izuku pays it no mind. Speed and overwhelming force are more important than stealth. He floods the room with Black Whip, ready for a fight. But no one is inside. Instead, there's a gaping hole in the floor, the jagged edges melted and glowing red. Heat rises upward, making him sweat even more. His mouth dries. He should have had some water earlier. Definitely a flame quirk, 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 says, eyeing the hole carefully. He looks up at the ceiling, which is looking weaker by the second. It's a strong one, too. Or they're on some kind of quirk enhancer. That must be how they'll try to break into the safe. But that can't be right, Izuku says. They melted through the entire first floor. That doorknob was about to liquefy. If they get through the safe, they'll burn the money. Not if they are careful. Izuku shakes his head. How many villains have the skill with their quirk to burn through the floor of one of the strongest safes in the country and then be delicate enough to handle bills? Not a lot, 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 says, agreeing with Izuku's point. And the whole situation shows that they are incompetent. They broke in through a wall when they could have gotten in legally. The person couldn't control their head enough to avoid melting the doorknob. This isn't a professional criminal. Or maybe it is, Izuku says. Maybe this is their way in and a distraction. It's eye-catching and bold. There could be more villains on the way. All the fire villain has to do is break the safe and get captured or run away. Then, the building shakes like it's in an earthquake. Izuku hears the lobby cave in. We don't have time to speculate, 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 says, firing up his engines. The fire villain is the current largest threat. I will hold them off until reinforcements can arrive. You will search the rest of the building for civilians. We shouldn't split up. We have no other choice. Backup will be stalled even longer now. We must act quickly and in the best interest of the people at risk. So go. And come back to me with reinforcements. Izuku watches as 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 jumps down the hole. He should be going with him. He should be watching the man's back, protecting him from any unexpected harm, ready to carry him to safety if he gets hurt. And it should be vice versa, too. But it can't be. Other people are in danger. He steels himself. Silently, he promises to make it back quickly. Then he leaves the room. He clears the rest of the hallway as quickly and safely as possible. He always leads with Black Whip, not wanting to risk his own body when there's no one to back him up. There's no one to be found in the first hallway, so he moves on to the second. Deep in his bones, the electricity starts to tingle again. He knows that 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 is in grave danger. He knows that the man is slowly succumbing to heat exhaustion. Izuku wants to go. But he doesn't. That man is a UA graduate, he tells himself. There's no way he'll die down there. The second hallway is almost non-existent. Rubble has fallen, and even the smallest shift could bring even more down. He can't go by himself. That'd be a death sentence for anyone inside. So he uses Black Whip again. Once more, there's no one to be found. Did the villains evacuate the building before they blew it up? There should be people here. Or bodies. But there's nothing. He moves to the second floor next. He has to use float to get there. If he walks, the floor might give out. And once again, there's nothing. Not a trace of civilians or villains. It's uncanny. But Izuku doesn't feel like he's in danger. The only danger he can feel is 2 floors down. Nervously, he prepares to meet back up with 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵. Something's wrong, but what? But he has to force aside his hesitation and nerves. Self-doubt can kill. So Izuku flies back down the stairs, through the lobby, and into the still-burning hole. He's met with the sight of 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 gracefully dodging waves of fire like he was born for it. His exhaust pipes burn a magnificent blue, and the copper glows hotter than the fire. But the fire is still growing strong. The villain is practically made of it, blazing a violent orange and attacking like mad. The entire situation is delicate. Izuku can't just join in. It's clear that 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵 is being pushed to the limit of his reaction time. One wrong move could mean disaster. Burn. Die. Turn to ash, you living stain. The villain unleashes a ring of fire at waist height. Izuku jumps over easily and so does 𝐒𝐴𝐽𝐵. But the blast hits the safe, which is at the end of the hall. The locking mechanism warms for just a second, but it holds. There are 5 or 6 other score marks too, showing that it's been attacked plenty of times already. But interestingly, the door is only slightly ajar, just wide enough for someone of Izuku's size to slip through. And your friend can eat it too. Izuku dodges a ball of flame, letting it hit the wall behind him. The building MMMMs and shakes. He deflects the next one with a kick. His foot feels slightly warm, but it doesn't hurt. A fire retardant was a great idea. He's thankful to Power Loader for suggesting it. Deku. Report. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 screams as he launches off of a wall and knees the villain in where their body must be. I found no civilians. Izuku calls, looking for an opening. But I didn't hear about any backup either. The villain stills for just the barest moment. It's probably so they can let off a massive attack. But Izuku doesn't let them. He charges, flakes like he's going to kick them in their lower region, and then punches them across their upper body at 10%. They crash back into the safe but get back up with a vengeance. Izuku deflects another ball of fire as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 pulls back. The man takes a short breath before jumping back in and decking the villain across their middle. We'll have to stall, he says, leaping back and twisting around another wave. The civilians are in the safe. He can't get through it. Oh really? The villain turns to face the massive door. They start to glow even hotter. Izuku kicks them in the back with both legs. They slam into the metal. It scorches and dents, but it holds. Should we shut the door? Izuku backflips away from the villain, using 2 WHPs to trip them over again. They'd run out of oxygen. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 leaps from the floor and then off a wall. He tries to land another hit, but the flames force him back. In fact, we might run out as well. We only have that one hole for ventilation. The stairs leading up caved in a while back. Izuku tries to think, but it's hard when he has to dodge, attack, and watch 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's back. Air holes, asphyxiation, the safe. No, that won't work, he mutters. Locking the villain in would require taking the civilians out, which is too much of a risk. They'd be burned before the door was shut. It would take just one slip-up or a lucky shot from the villain to turn everyone into a pile of ash. If only the building wasn't so unstable. Then he could drag the villain up into the sky without worrying about a cave-in. Wait. Black Whip extends from his palm, twisting around in a spiral shape. He curls his hand into a fist. The tendrils wriggle, twisting around each other and forming a spike. Izuku mentally prepares for the pain and dashes. His left arm slams into the top right corner of the safe. 40% is still enough to hurt him, but it's bearable. His arm sinks into the metal, all the way up to his shoulder. What the hell are you doing? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 screams. Izuku pulls his arm out. Green eyes, burning with lightning, peer inside. He sees people cowering in fear along the rows of safety deposit boxes. They cover their heads and scream when they catch sight of him. Shaking it off, he grins. His teeth glow with the light of one for all, a show of power and anger a predator would give. Black Whip comes to his aid, poking through his flesh and giving him a set of glossy armor. Izuku kicks off the ground, sending stone and tile flying. Winding up, Izuku chooses his target carefully, zeroing in on the villain's center of mass. He slams his foot into the fire, driving them back from the safe. Keep 'em busy, he orders, dashing back to the safe. I have a plan. Izuku slips into the safe, ready to save some lives. He makes air holes. Lots of them. The air inside is so thin, he struggles to keep his breath. He can't imagine what it would be like if he and 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 locked themselves inside to ride out the villain attack. The safe is apparently under a few meters of concrete and then a few more of earth. That's fine. He uses Black Whip to dig through those layers as well as the metal. Once the people inside can breathe, he heads back out. Izuku tosses 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 inside the safe like he's some kind of toy. Then, before the villain can react, Izuku shuts the safe and spins the lock shut. What the foo? Izuku tackles them again. But this time, he goes up. Black Whip takes the heat easily. Izuku gets a little toasty, but it's hardly incapacitating. He breaks through the rubble of the building, trailing a mix of fire and electricity. There's the danger of rubble falling into the air holes and on other people nearby, but he's accounted for that. Another net, much bigger than before, catches every bit of building. Concrete and rebar are just scaled-up glass shards. Or so he figures. As he flies, 𝐒𝐿 searches for a lake. He could smother the flames out, but that would require him to cocoon the villain in Black Whip. He's already pushing his limit by keeping himself from burning and holding onto the rubble. He doesn't want to risk it by trying to get the villain in as well. So he searches and searches for a body of water, ignoring the way the villain screams in fear and shock because they are apparently afraid of heights. After a minute or so, 𝐒𝐿 finds one. It's a large pond in the middle of a park. He circles it once to make sure there are no civilians around it. The villain gets a sense of what's to come and fights to break free. It's pointless. 𝐒𝐿 takes a deep breath and dives down, using them as a shield. They land with a splash as tons upon tons of rubble follow them into the water. There's a sizzle and a loud groan. The water boils. The villain's fire goes out. The villain is rushed into custody later. Apparently, they loaded up on quirk enhancers in an attempt to steal the safe. Fire rescue heroes put out the bank, and disaster relief teams pull the civilians out of the safe. 𝐒𝐿 is hidden from onlookers in an ambulance. Ingenium finds him a half-hour after the arrest. He looks tired but happy. No one died. The worst injury was a second-degree burn and a singed eyebrow. The villain didn't hurt them when he put them in the safe. 𝐒𝐿 asks. Nope. He heard us and planned on trying for a hostage exchange. Ingenium sits on one of the benches in the ambulance across from 𝐒𝐿. It was his B plan, I think. Not everything is clear yet, though. Which means... He trails off, obviously intending for 𝐒𝐿 to finish. Paperwork. Oh yeah, Ingenium chuckles, though he looks a little pained. Lots of paperwork. Since you're not hurt, let's get back to the agency. You'll probably be there a while between writing reports and talking to your teachers, friends, and family. They know. 𝐒𝐿 asks. I told Shota. You what? Not much, Ingenium continues casually. Just enough so he knows what to ask you. But hey, it's not all bad. My little brother's coming to the agency. He'll help you with the paperwork. 𝐒𝐿 rides back to the agency in a police van, fearing death. Or rather a worried Eraserhead. But then again, those two are really the same thing. Lunch is a simple sandwich with fruit. It's delicious and 𝐒� wolfs it down in less than a minute because he's absolutely starving. He also eats half of what's in the break room fridge and a liter of water. Firefighting, apparently, is ridiculously calorie-consuming. That or he's getting another growth spurt, which is a horrifying notion because he's tall enough. Alright, thank you very much. No one stops him from eating, though. In fact, the whole agency seems to be in recovery mode. Heroes lounge in the lobby, half in their costumes. Someone disconnected the phone at the front desk, which is probably a crime in some way, but everyone's too tired to do anything anyway. Well, 𝐒𝐿's not tired. Not a whole lot, anyways. He knows he's a little fatigued from the heat and lack of oxygen, but he volunteers to go for a coffee run so there's stuff for people to drink. Ingenium stops him, though. Paperwork, the man says, gently yet firmly guiding 𝐒𝐿 by the shoulder to an office room. You're not getting out of it. You went plus ultra, now you go paperwork ultra. But isn't coffee important? 𝐒𝐿 tries, looking back at the door to the agency. It is. Ingenium agrees, opening the door and letting 𝐒𝐿 in the office. But Eraserhead would want you to do the paperwork. I want you to do the paperwork. And, my brother Tenya wants to meet you. I wouldn't call him a fan per se, but he admires you. Alright, 𝐒𝐿 agrees, sitting down at the desk. Where do we start? Ingenium smiles, but it's hollow. His eyes seem almost sunken in. He walks out of the room and wheels in a cart with a stack of papers 1.5 meters tall. He takes off his ash-stained gloves and grabs a few centimeters of paper. He sets them on the table and grabs an entire box of pens. With quirk usage. You know about that stuff, right? Yeah. We have to list when and why we used our quirks. But... 𝐒𝐿 slides a sheet over and looks at it. He'll need at least 10 to himself. Probably more. He feels something inside him break and he slumps down in his chair. I think I know why you wanted me to help with this. 𝐒𝐿 chuckles. I know I'm pretty cruel, but doing it alone is way worse. It's why the agency does theirs together or in groups. My advice is to do a chunk, take a break, and then resume. Let's get started. Izuku's fingers start to ache a few minutes in. He knows it's just because he really doesn't want to be doing paperwork, though he writes for way longer at school daily. Like 𝐒𝐿 suggested, Izuku takes a short break and stretches a little. He checks his phone, makes sure he's not trending again, and then gets right back to work. He's yet to receive any messages, probably because his friends, mother, and All Might are all at work. But that's a good thing, the more he thinks about it. It means they won't be worried and they'll call or text him as soon as they know. It also means he can focus on his paperwork, which isn't an upside, really, but it's solid practice for when he has his own agency. A few minutes into his second chunk of paperwork, Izuku hears rapid footsteps coming down the hall. He looks up. 𝐒𝐿 has set his pens and papers aside in favor of watching the closed door with a smile. Moments later, the door to the room swings open, and a rather tall teen with blue hair and square glasses walks inside. Tensai. Mother told me about what happened. Is everything all right? Hey, Tenya, 𝐒𝐿 says, pushing a chair out for his brother. Everything's fine. It's good to see you. How's school? As good as always, Tenya says, sitting down in the chair and accepting the pen 𝐒𝐿 hands him like it's second nature. I've been bumped down to second place in the class rankings. However, I'm sure I can reclaim the top spot if I continue to study rigorously. That's great. 𝐒𝐿 slides a sheet of paper over to Tenya and looks over to Izuku. He winks, and his brother starts to scribble on the form without a second thought. But don't worry about working so hard. You've already got the credentials needed to make it into UA. If I were you, I'd be more worried about the practical. Yes, but academic excellence is still a requirement to enter UA. Tenya continues to write, but his other hand starts to move up and down sharply. Izuku watches as it keeps perfect time, the younger boy's jacket sleeve swaying as it does. And the statistics show that at least 60 people per year earn enough points in the practical to be accepted. That category of people is then sorted through, and the top 40 are allowed in. I cannot rely on the practical to carry me. Fair enough, 𝐒𝐿 says, grabbing a new paper to fill out. But wouldn't it be better to ask a person who took the test? Tensai, you graduated almost 20 years ago, Tenya says, looking over to 𝐒𝐿, who looks like he's having an existential crisis. The material has certainly changed since then. Maybe don't remind me that I've been an adult for that long, the man says, setting down his pen. But I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about him. 𝐒𝐿 points to Izuku, who waves. Hi. Ah. You are Midoriya Izuku, correct? Tenya asks, standing up and leaning across the desk. That's my name, Izuku says, awkwardly shooting Tenya the finger guns. Ueda Tenya, right? Tenya nods. 𝐒𝐿 is my older brother, as you probably know. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been interested in your abilities since I watched the sports festival. Tenya extends a hand to shake. Izuku takes it. Thanks, Izuku says, releasing Tenya's hand. I get that a lot, I guess. You're applying to UA. Yes, of course. It's only the best school for heroics in the country. 𝐒𝐿 chuckles. There's Shiketsu, too, but you won't find anyone here who'll disagree. Midoriya, is it alright if Tenya asks a few questions? Sure, Izuku says, pushing away the paperwork in front of him. He's always happy to talk about his school. It's not the first time I've been asked about UA. What do you want to know? What was your training regimen like leading up to the exam? Tenya asks. And I would also like to know how the two scores were weighted. Like if one was worth more than the other. Izuku asks. Tenya nods. I don't know, and if I did, I might not be able to tell you. I do know that I scored high on the written portion. Actually, now that I think about it, I had someone tell me that UA cares more about your actions in the practical. So the practical score is more important, then, Tenya says, stroking his chin. Interesting. But what do they do if people have the same scores? It wouldn't be an issue for the top 10, but if places 15 and under all score the same. Oh, they've got ways of sorting through everyone, Izuku assures. The written is probably one of them, but there's one that makes a huge difference. I see. And what might that be? Can't tell you, Izuku says, smiling sheepishly. It would directly affect your actions during the test, which would defeat the purpose of the system. If I were you, I'd go in aiming to be the best hero possible. Alright, you've given me a lot to think about. Tenya grabs a blank sheet of paper and scribbles a few things down. Thank you for that. But I would still like to know how you trained before UA. Active combat training is probably the best thing to focus on for the practical, Izuku starts. I wouldn't worry about much beyond that since UA will take care of everything else. Sparring with your brother is probably the easiest. And I lifted weights and ran a lot, but that's just me. Perhaps a workout regimen would be beneficial, Tenya says, pushing up his glasses. I do a lot of cardio training already and I have some experience with my quirk. But lifting weights has been shown to improve overall health and athleticism. I can help you get started with that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says. We'll talk to Mom and Dad about making some time. And you're always welcome to spar here if you'd like. The sidekicks will take it easy on you, so no worries about that. Midoriya might even go around with you. Tenya looks at Izuku. It would be an honor. I'd like to as well, Izuku agrees. Oh, and one last tip I think would help you, precision over power, always. It depends more on where the hit lands than how much force is behind it most of the time. And heroes especially need to have an NTMT understanding of their quirks. Focus on the small stuff like turns. Izuku looks at Tenya's arms. You do have a quirk like your brother's, right? Yes. The engines are in my calves rather than my arms, however. Tenya writes a few more things down on the paper. Thank you, Midoriya. I hope to be your underclassman in a few months. I hope you get in, too, Izuku says. I think you've got a good shot already. Thank you. Tenya says, sharply chopping his arm through the air. But we should continue working. All of this paperwork has a deadline. They work for a while longer, occasionally stopping for breaks or to do other things around the agency. A few other pros stop by to check in with 𝐒𝐭𝐴. They leave with assigned duties or orders to rest. Everyone seems to be in high spirits. The lack of casualties lifts the mood, and smiles are everywhere. Izuku can even hear a radio playing in the lobby and someone singing as they do their work. While the phone at the front desk never rings, Izuku's does. He's in the middle of writing an arrest report when it starts. The thing buzzes like a bee gone mad, shaking in his pocket as several notifications play at once. A phone call, a text, email, TW, a phone, a text is here. Izuku excuses himself from the room and heads down the hall, hitting accept call and pressing his phone to his cheek as he does. Izuku, my baby. He didn't check the contact before picking up, but he doesn't have to guess with that opening line. Hey, Mom. How's it going? I should be asking you that. Are you alright? Were you hurt? The news reports say everything's fine, but I'm still worried. This was supposed to be a relaxing thing to ease you back in. But now you're on TV again. I'm perfectly fine, Mom, Izuku says, leaning against the wall. The worst I got was a little dehydration. There isn't a scratch on me. And, I didn't intend to get on TV. People were in danger, I happened to be in danger, and, well. I understand, his mother says, her worry draining from her voice. Just be careful for me, alright? I almost had a heart attack when I heard your name come from the TV in the break room. Are you off work soon? Izuku asks. In about a half hour, his mother replies. What about you? When will you be home for dinner? I'm not entirely sure, Izuku says, thinking of the mountain of paperwork that remains. There's some stuff I need to finish up here first, but maybe I can work on it tomorrow. Or on my next shift. I'll ask 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and then tell you. Alright, but the sooner the better, you hear. On the other end of the line, his mother picks something up and then sets it in a container. It's probably a pen or maybe a snack. I want to see you. You'll have to tell me all about your first day before the big fight. Will do, Mom, 𝐒𝐿 says. I'll try my best to be home. Talk to you later. Yes, talk to you later. I love you. Love you too. 𝐒𝐿 hangs up and starts to walk back to the office. He starts to clear his notifications since most of them are from Twitter. He stops when he sees a few missed calls from 𝐒𝐻𝐈. He quickly calls her back, nervously tapping his foot as his phone rings. He feels his stomach turn over, and his palms start to sweat. He shouldn't be nervous. It's just 𝐒𝐻𝐈. But that just makes it worse. Hey, 𝐒𝐿. Hi, 𝐒𝐻𝐈, 𝐒𝐿 greets, tapping his fingertips on his thigh. Why'd you call me? So I could say congrats and make sure you're alright. Oh. Well, I'm alright, 𝐒𝐿 says. No one was hurt. The worst thing about it all is filing all the paperwork. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 says in a breath like she's been struck. Ooh, yeah, all of that property damage and the fact that it was a national bank. Have fun dealing with that. I won't. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 laughs. I figured. But other than the paperwork, how was your first day back on patrol? Good, 𝐒𝐿 says, great, even. Ingenium is an amazing hero, and I can tell I'm going to learn a lot from him. You're also working right now, right? Yep. Well, technically no. Ryukyu has me on call, so I'm just hanging out in the office. I get paid to do nothing, basically. The only reason I didn't call you earlier was because I was sparring with one of the heroes here. It is that you're not on active duty, 𝐒𝐿 says, resting his back against the wall. A little, yeah, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 admits. But the rest of the week, I'll be on the streets. In the sky, actually, but you get the picture. Did you know as students we can only work so many hours of active duty a month? I think I remember reading something like that in the terms of the license, but I couldn't tell you what the number was, 𝐒𝐿 says, slowly sliding down against the wall until his knees are tucked into his chest and his rear is on the floor. Well, the limit is 100 hours, just so you know. On the other end of the line, 𝐒𝐿 can hear 𝐒𝐻𝐈 sit down in a chair. But that's only patrol hours. You can be on call as much as you'd like. So you're doing nothing in hopes of getting called in? Yep. That way I won't waste my hours. Pretty smart, here. Yeah. I might use that, actually. If I'm allowed to work that much, 𝐒𝐿 says, a little bummed. He's technically still on a mental health break of sorts. Hound Dog and Eraserhead want him to take it easy even if he feels great. Hey, don't get pouty. You've been doing so good lately. I'm sure Aizawa will notice and let you work as much as you can soon. Maybe, 𝐒𝐿 says with a sigh. I should be happy to be working as it is, but I still want more. I don't like being inactive. I know, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 assures. But you'll make it through. Just a couple of weeks, right? Something like that. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 hums, and 𝐒𝐿 can clearly see her thoughtful expression even if she's tens of kilometers away. She's probably tapping her chin. Oh, I know. My old middle school is having a cultural festival on Friday. Do you want to go with me? 𝐒𝐿 blinks. Your middle school throws a cultural festival. Yeah, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 says, sounding a little sheepish. It's a private academy, so. Oh. 𝐻𝐈's probably rich. Interesting. Yeah, I'd like to go. What time? I'll text you where and when to pick me up, 𝐻𝐈 says. It starts at 4, but everything fun happens after dark. Sounds good. Is it? 𝐒� clears his throat and looks around the hallway. It's completely empty. Is it a date? He whispers into the mic. 𝐻𝐈 giggles. You betcha. See you Friday. Definitely, 𝐒� says, a wide smile slipping onto his face. Perfect. I gotta go. You better get back to work, though. Don't let a hot date distract you, Deku. And the same to you, 𝐻𝐈-chan. The other line goes dead with a laugh and 𝐒� relaxes against the wall. He lets his legs lay flat. That wasn't so bad. All of his nerves dropped the second they started talking. It was pleasant. Not as good as being with her in person, but a nice substitute. And, he thinks, it got him a date. A date that he actually knows is a date. It's a little embarrassing to consider that an accomplishment, but Izuku doesn't care. It's going to be great. Standing, he slips his phone into his pocket. He walks back to the door and pushes it open. Hey, guys, sorry about that. I just had a phone call, and what are you doing? 𝐒𝐴𝐵 takes his boots off of the table and lowers the newspaper he got from somewhere. So, he says, stroking his chin and trying to look scholarly. Beside him, Tenya looks tired of it all. 𝐒𝐽𝐽-chan. Izuku feels himself go scarlet. That's her hero name, he defends. Fair enough, 𝐒𝐴𝐵 says, cracking a smile. He tosses the newspaper in the wastebasket and turns to his brother. And that, Tenya, is another reason for you to go to UA. Tensai, I already want to go to UA, Tenya says, trying to resume his paperwork. I don't need another reason. Yeah, but you also have Shiketsu as a backup school, 𝐒𝐴𝐵 points out. You should change that. Why? Tenya asks. Why would I possibly want to exclude the second best school in Japan from my list of applications? They ban romantic relationships, 𝐒𝐴𝐵 explains. And that's not to say that not trying to date in high school is a bad thing. It's your choice, which is what I'm getting at. You should have the choice if you want to. I don't feel inclined to try that sort of thing out at the moment, Tenya says, and frankly, I don't think I will until I'm an adult with a stable job. Cool, but you could change your mind. 𝐒𝐴𝐵 leans back in his chair with his hands on the back of his head. I was like that going into UA, you know. Then halfway through the second semester, I had a change of heart. They say your teens are the time to experiment, and boy did I experiment. Pardon. Izuku watches as Tenya goes through the 5 stages of grief in 3 seconds. But instead of reaching acceptance, he settles on utter disbelief. His mouth moves in perfect sync with his hand chops, but no sound comes out. He turns to Izuku for support but finds that the other boy is busy hiding his smile. He makes a sound akin to a dying animal. Poor Tenya only finds solace in the paperwork. Izuku would comfort him, but he's too busy laughing. Not bad for a workday. Danger sense, here. Izuku sets down his mug of tea and watches the steam curl as it rises. Nedzu's office is pleasantly warm and, most importantly, private. He's been in office rooms with the principal before, but not his actual office. The room is built like a bunker with security to match and everything a rat, mouse, bear, dog could need. And tea. Lots and lots of tea. I'm completely sure that it was, Izuku says, locking eyes with each of his teachers in turn. Gran is as gruff as always. All Might looks proud. Nedzu looks fascinated. I felt sick, almost, before the initial explosion. Sick and on edge. I wanted to move really, really badly. And then when I was searching the building, I somehow knew that 𝐒𝐴𝐵 was gradually overheating. My gut didn't sit right then either. Interesting. I've been curious about that particular quirk ever since I heard of it. Nedzu swirls his own mug of tea around, stirring up a wisp of steam. It's a very vague name and description. Danger sense. Allows the user to sense danger around them, he quotes. But that only gives me more questions, Nedzu continues. Does the danger have to be active? Or can it be potential? What qualifies as around the user? What qualifies as danger? I don't know, Izuku says. And we don't either, All Might adds. For was secretive in his nature. We know that from Izuku's dream and what little we've gathered about his history. Whatever it is, it's probably way stronger than what it was when he was alive, Izuku says. All Might added so much power to One for All. 5 and 7 both told me that. Danger sense was probably strong back in the day. It'll only be more useful now. Imagine if you knew where all the danger was when you were just starting out, Toshinori, Gran says, smirking. You'd run yourself ragged, stamping out all the crime you could. It would have made your climb to the top quicker. It'll be an amazing ability should he MSTR it, Nedzu agrees. But you'll have to be careful, Midoriya. How come? If you reveal that you can sense danger in any form, people will become suspicious. Nedzu takes a sip of his tea. The Hero Commission is already wary of you for suddenly gaining a triple aspect quirk. It'll only get worse if you gain another. All for One is dead, but your life overlaps with his. To them, it's feasible that you're a former project of his. I understand, Izuku says, but I can't not use it. It's too powerful, too useful to ignore. Which is why we're going to train the hell out of you. Again. Gran Torino straightens in his seat. You'll get the ability down pat, and then we'll work on how to hide the fact that you're using it. It'll take time, but that's a resource we have. Indeed, All Might agrees. There's really no worry. We'll help you every step of the way. The first of which is activating it. You say that like we're going to try it out right now, Izuku says. Are we? I don't see why not. Nedzu pushes a button on his desk, causing a door to slide open. We're under the school. Nothing bad will happen. Well, from the outside at least, but Yagi is plenty strong enough if you go out of control. Izuku quickly takes another drink of tea and stands. All right. Lead the way. If Nedzu's office is a bunker, then Nedzu's private training facility is a nuclear shelter. It's big, brightly lit, and the architecture is obviously made to withstand massive impacts. Izuku doesn't want to think about how expensive it must have been to make. The material definitely isn't concrete, but rather something much stronger. The scale of it all makes Izuku feel insignificant and nervous rather than safe and secure. Probably because it's completely empty. UA was a military school, you know, Nedzu says casually. And, before that, a weapons storage facility. Rockets were stored right here, and in the event of war, they would have been hauled to the silo, which is a kilometer or so north, and loaded. They had nuclear warheads down here. Izuku asks, shocked. Nedzu shrugs. Japan never had many of those. They only produced them for 5 or so years before the collapse. But yes, probably. More likely the warheads would have been napalm, highly explosive, bunker-busting, or chemical. But let's not dilly-dally. Nedzu raises his mug. Get to work. This'll be a fascinating experiment. Izuku hears Gran scoff as he walks a few paces away from his teachers. You can't just throw him a tidbit like that and expect him to get on with it. That stuff's too interesting and complicated to be glossed over. I'll answer all of his questions later, Nedzu says. You may begin when ready, Midoriya. All right, Izuku calls back, now a fair distance away. But, I'm not sure how to start. Black Whip and Float had triggers. All Might calls, cupping his hands around his mouth. You said you wanted to protect the people on the street and watch 𝐒𝐽𝐽's back when danger sense activated. Find something to protect. Izuku nods and tries to concentrate. There's nothing to protect in a literal nuclear bunker. The only people he can see are his teachers. But maybe he doesn't have to see them. He wasn't looking at the people in the street when the explosion went off, but he still felt them being in danger. He looks up at the ceiling. There's plenty of people on campus. Someone's probably in danger. If he had to guess, he'd say it's a support student in the workshop. Closing his eyes, Izuku activates One for All. He lets the lighting dance for a moment, enjoying the warmth the power brings. Back at the start of the year, it felt like an ocean. Deep, wide, and impossibly large. Alien, too, like he didn't quite belong. But now he knows it like the back of his hand. The waves are his, most of them, anyway. And now, since the appearance of danger sense, the ocean has become smaller in perspective. Izuku creates an image of UA in his mind. He views it from the air like a bird. The skyscrapers of the fake cities gleam, and the streets and courtyards are filled with life. There are people laughing and smiling while on break. Beside them are people rushing to class. In the classrooms, there are students trying to learn. It's pleasant and warm. It feels like home. He pictures himself as a shield and lets his protectiveness come to the forefront of his mind. He feels the quirk activate and feels a brief moment of satisfaction. But it doesn't last. One of the students has cancer. Another is going hungry. There's a pot of molten metal in the forge about to tip over. The security guard at the front gate is sleeping on the job. Half the business course is running on nothing but caffeine, and a fourth of them are going to crash soon. One of the third years is trying out a risky move that'll surely break their arm. The buildings in Fake City number 5 are much too old, they'll collapse soon. The electric generators under the school haven't been used in 50 years and will blow up if turned on. All of that and more slams into his brain at once. Izuku stumbles and clutches his forehead. It feels like a nail is being driven into his skull. He feels blood dripping down his cheeks and lips. His stomach turns in knots. His knees give out and he hits the floor. The pain and pressure continue to build. There are so many people in danger. There are too many people who need help. He rolls over and looks at the ceiling. He tries to see through the rock, but it's impossible. He needs to help them somehow. He can't just lie here. Izuku tries to stand. He falls down again. Someone grabs his arm but he pushes them away. I. He tries to say something, anything. But he can't. The words won't come out. And the danger won't stop. A bitter taste forms in the back of his throat. With one final attempt to move, Izuku vomits and passes out. You're supposed to be smarter than this. A whisper, hoarse and rough. Izuku pushes against the sand and opens his eyes. 9 suns greet him. He blinks rapidly and looks around. A figure stands a few meters away, hunched over. They're tall, only a few inches shorter than 8. Izuku stands and runs over to them. 4. He greets. What happened? Everything hurt, and, well, I'm here, so I must have passed out. You're supposed to be smarter than this, 4 repeats. I'm sorry, Izuku says. He takes a step back. 4 sighs. You're clever. Brilliant, even. You're a natural with quirks too. It's why I decided to let you give it a try. But you didn't figure it out. Didn't figure what out? Izuku asks, trying to get a look at him. But 4 keeps his cowl on right, and the only feature Izuku can see is a sharp chin. That danger sense has a danger of its own. What? Izuku pps his head to one side, curious. I mean, all quirks have some risk, right? Is danger sense different somehow? Yes, 4 says. The strain is mental, not physical. The brain only has so much processing power. Danger sense allows the user to take in more stimuli than the brain can handle. Then I'll work on it, Izuku says. I'll start small and work up until I can handle all of it. That's impossible. How do you know? Because I tried the same thing. 4 looks up and takes off his hood. Izuku tries to hide his discomfort, because one half of his face droops down sharply. I had a slide at 35 and never recovered. I was getting seizures at 22. I nearly died of a brain hemorrhage. I probably would have if all for one didn't do me in at 40. Izuku swallows. You tried to do what I did with my muscles with your mind. And it failed. Yes. The brain is an organ, not a muscle. It can be improved and strengthened, but repeated wear cannot be treated like exercise of the body. 4 draws himself back up in his cloak, but he holds Izuku's gaze with steady confidence. If you do what you did back there repeatedly, you will die young. Your brain told you to vomit because it thought there was something attacking it from the inside. Considering how the quirk works, it's probably right. But why? Izuku asks. Quirks they're part of us. They put strain on us, sure, but trying to improve them shouldn't kill us. 4 blinks, one eye doing so at half the speed of the other. You live in the modern era. Quirks are streamlined, efficient, extensions of the body. I am a first-generation metahuman. My quirk is rough and raw, like the first planes. It'll fly, but not well or sustainably. My MSDR's is the same way. And so is 2's. So I can't use it to its fullest extent. Not unless you're willing to die painfully and depressingly young, 4 confirms. It's an amazing ability even as it is. But as time passes, I've discovered that it simply takes the stimuli, meaning the threats to the protected, and shoves them in your head. There is no filtering, no protection, and no way for your brain to know what's going on. You simply know what's happening or going to happen. Neither you nor I have a sturdier brain than the average person, so we bear it all. It's quite literally a sensory overload. How did you use it, then? Izuku asks. Safely, I mean. On myself, for says. I thought of myself as someone to be protected and used it to sense my enemy's moves in combat. I found that 3 or 4 people is the safe limit to keep an eye on without experiencing any strain. You might be able to do more or less since all brains are different. Thank you, Izuku says, for letting me use your power. Force smiles thinly. It feels bitter due to the droop, even if his eyes glow with life. Don't thank me yet, young one. Thank me when my power saves your life. I will. Good. For looks up at the sky, staring longingly at the red sun. I think it's best if we part now, 9. I wish you luck and safety on your journey. Thank you, Izuku says, also looking at the sky. His eyes are drawn to the 9th sun. It's small, but only partially formed. It shines like a quarter moon beside 8's. I hope I see you again. And I as well. Goodbye, 9. And please, stay out of mine and my MSDR's memories. The beach fades along with the suns. Izuku finds himself lying awake in a familiar place, a hospital bed. This is getting old, kid. Mr. Aizawa. It's good to see you. No, it's not. Izuku laughs nervously, scratching his neck and trying to look anywhere but his teacher's eyes. Yeah, the circumstances could be better. How was your most recent patrol? You're awful at diverting the conversation, Aizawa says. From the corner of his eye, Izuku can see him lean back in his chair. It's just them in the room for the time being. He feels fine, if a little tired. All is well. Why did Nezu and Torino have to carry you up to Recovery Girl from the basement? That. Not all is well. We were trying an experiment, Izuku begins, keeping his words slow and deliberate as he tries to think of a good story. And I got a little bit hurt, which is why I'm here. All right, Aizawa says, crossing his arms. What was the experiment? Pardon. Nezu also said that you were hurt in an experiment. What was the experiment? Well, Nezu told you, so you don't need to hear it from me. Humor your teacher, Aizawa says, though it feels like an order. What was going on in the basement? Izuku clears his throat and straightens in bed. He looks Aizawa in the eye. Trying to see if I could hold my quirk at 100%. Izuku says, trying to hide the relief he has from coming up with something plausible. I couldn't do it. So I passed out, and that's all I remember. Aizawa holds his gaze for a moment. Why wasn't I present? We didn't want to disturb your nap. You got lucky this time, Aizawa says, scowling. Izuku tries not to compare it to a sulking cat. Your story lines up with the principal's. What story? What I said actually happened. Sure. Aizawa stands and stretches. The next time you decide to test your upper limit, make sure I'm there to shut it down in case of danger. Yes, sir. Izuku says, watching him step through the door. Aizawa gives him one last critical look before ducking out. Izuku holds perfectly still for a moment before sighing in relief. He wipes his brow with the back of his hand. He was sweating a lot, and his pulse is still really fast. Lying is scary. Who would have thought? I see that the crisis has been averted. Izuku looks over to see Nezu standing in the frame of the door. May we come in? Sure. Nezu, All Might, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl all take a seat around his bed. One of them shuts the door, and Nezu cranks the air conditioning unit up to its maximum white noise, he explains. Aizawa is much too curious for his own good. It's best if we keep the group as small as possible, no. It probably is, Izuku agrees. I suppose I should. Explain what happened. When you're ready, All Might encourages. Izuku recounts what he saw in the dream. He spares no detail, and watches as his teachers go from interested, to hopeful, to disappointed. It's clear that everyone wants him to be able to use the frankly ridiculous full potential of danger sense, but the full story seeks any positivity out of the air. And he said that if I kept trying to use more than I could stand, I'd die young. Izuku twiddles his thumbs and looks down at his lap. But he also gave me some pointers. It's safe to use on 3 or 4 people in close proximity, which will still be an amazing asset in the field. I just can't try to do what I did downstairs ever again. Unfortunate, Nezu says, but not exactly surprising. The quirks in the old days were rather brutal and gruesome. It makes sense that the fourth would have had some trouble. And the second and third as well, from what little information we have on them. Yes, I also wonder about what their quirks might be, All Might says. I suppose the only way to know is for you to keep training. The risk-danger sense presents is a setback, but we can still progress. Perhaps we should increase the volume of training. You do that and that Aizawa fella will get suspicious, Grand says. He already knows that something's up. If Midoriya starts training hard right after something dark and mysterious happens downstairs, he'll only redouble his efforts to figure out what's what. We could edit my weight training schedule, Izuku suggests. If I do more intense workouts less frequently, I'll be able to use my rest days to work on danger sense. It'll look like nothing's changed, but I'll still be able to train. Clever, simple, and doable. What an excellent idea. Nezu raises his mug of tea in a salute. That shall be our plan for the time being. Chio, do you have anything to add? Recovery Girl remains silent for a moment, looking deep into Izuku's eyes. She doesn't look angry, or annoyed, or spiteful. Instead, she looks worried, something that scares Izuku like nothing else could. Brain injuries are no joke, young man, she says, lacing her gloved fingers together. The fourth user was right to shock it into your system, but I will reiterate what he said. You do not mess with the brain. At all. The thing is so delicate, and even if we know a lot about it and have access to the best healing quirks in the world, nothing can undo a brain hemorrhage. Or remove the risk of seizures. Or fix any damage to your memory. We can help a little, but it's impossible to have a do-over with your brain. And there's often not enough time to try for one, anyways. Hemorrhages can kill you quickly. The brain can also outright fail to work. There's no escaping that once it sets in. Do not push your limits. Understand? Yes? Good. I never want to see you in here for anything head-related other than maybe a concussion. And even that's pushing it. Recovery Girl hops down from her chair and begins to leave. And none of you should encourage him, she adds, glaring at each of his teachers in turn. I like the idea of an All Might who knows about all of the danger all of the time as anyone would, but it's not worth it. She leaves before anyone can reply. The rest of them sit there in somber silence. The world has already lost a symbol in its prime. It will not lose another before it's finished growing. Izuku forgets about the photoshoot until he's half in his costume at the agency, ready to head out. But then Ingenium walks in, casually tells him that they are 2 minutes behind schedule, and tells him to hurry up and get ready. They end up going for the studio on foot, or rather on quirk since it's faster than any train. It should technically be a crime, but since they're in costume, carrying their licenses, and report the patrol route to the HPSC, no one can do anything to stop them. They walk in the front doors exactly on time, sweaty, out of breath, and ready to get to work. The person at the desk looks at them like they just killed a man and has them ushered away to get cleaned up. It's not all that surprising, really. Izuku's never had photos taken professionally other than for school, and neither has Ingenium. And from the way Izuku's, makeup artist, beautician, stylist, whatever the woman is, she talks his ear off about how bad his whole group is at looking professional. It's because they're all small-time heroes, Izuku thinks. He knows who'll be in the shoot, and none of them have had significant media appearances before. They're all in the same boat as him when it comes to this sort of thing. And that boat appears to be sinking. Izuku has to shower because he's all sweaty and gross. Then, after he's dried off, the stylist washes his hair for him, dries it, and puts some kind of product in. He gets a manicure next, and the woman has a heart attack upon looking at his nails. Izuku tries to explain that wearing gloves all day is the cause, but she remains convinced that he intentionally messed them up to make her job harder. Izuku keeps his mouth shut, even though he's pretty sure no one will be looking at his hands. Then comes the makeup. Unlike Midnight, they actually put some on. Izuku hates it. The stuff feels weird on his skin, alters his skin tone, edits the look of his facial structure, and completely hides his freckles. Then, as though to add insult to injury, the woman takes a brush, puts some kind of powder on it, and runs her thumb along the bristles. Right in front of Izuku's cheeks and nose. Because by that point, the woman had a small team give him fake freckles when he has real ones already. And they don't stop with his face. They have him stand and fix his posture. They check his teeth to make sure they are straight and white. They give him implants for his shoes so he's taller even though it's completely unnecessary. And they even take measurements, complaining all the while that he didn't come in for a fitting earlier. By the time he's herded into a waiting room, he's annoyed. But 𝐒𝐴𝐺 changes that. Because they dyed his hair. Don't say a word, 𝐒𝐵 orders, shutting off his phone and slipping it into his pocket. Izuku's eyes stay locked on his hair, which is one solid color unlike before where there were some darker spots among the lighter. It looks alright, Izuku says, fighting off the obscene amount of puns that come to mind. It's all Mirio's doing. He's been spending too much time around him. But why'd they dye it? Shading or whatever, 𝐒𝐵 says. I didn't listen to what they said because it sounded like a lie. Well, the shirts are blue, Izuku says. Maybe that's why. There's also red and white ones, too, 𝐒𝐵 points out. And even if I had to wear a blue shirt, it's not like it'd be the end of the world. I think the people here just hate us. Hate is a strong word, Izuku says, finding a seat. But, we're technically not paying the company, so they're probably not happy with us. I mean, they gave me fake freckles. I thought you looked a little weird. 𝐒𝐵 relaxes in his chair. You've got this weird glow to you. Like a girl on prom night. Prom? Izuku asks, not familiar with the term. Oh, that's right, you're just a first-year student. 𝐒𝐵 taps his fingers on the armrest of his chair, thinking for a moment. It's just a big dance. Schools have them every year in America. All Might sponsors one for UA, and the third years get all fancy and party for a night. It drives the teachers nuts, but it's really fun. That's interesting. Yep. It's kind of a secret thing, though. No one other than UA alums really know. 𝐒𝐵 chuckles, clearing remembering something funny. It's such a secret that the staff has to explain the whole concept every year. And, since everyone there's an awkward teenager, and there's only so many chaperones, and since UA is massive. 𝐒𝐵 trails off, looking to the side. Look, if you ever have to pick between death and sitting through a lesson on safe sec beside midnight and Eraserhead given by Recovery Girl, pick the less painful option. Izuku recoils, cringing as he brings his hand to his mouth in shock and disgust. That sounds awful. It was. Not that MIC would know. The lucky BSO faked sick that morning, cause he knew what was coming. 𝐒𝐵 laughs as he speaks, though, so he's not mad or anything like that. In fact, he almost looks fond. You'll have to suffer through that, too. Can I just skip the dance entirely? Izuku asks. Midoriya, you'll be going to the dance, 𝐒𝐵 says, completely sure of himself. If you don't ask someone to it, you'll be asked to it, and I feel like you're the type who'll say yes so as not to hurt anyone's feelings. Hero students are always popular at UA, so you'll be swimming in offers. Izuku laughs nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Maybe not this one. 𝐒𝐵 pps his head for the side. Why, share a room? I can't even imagine. Don't you know who I am? We had an unexpected booking that took priority over yours. I'm sorry for the inconveniences, but they'll only last a short while. It's only a one-day shoot. Only, a tall, wealthy-looking woman scoffs. The moment she walks through the door, Izuku straightens his posture and brushes some invisible dust off of his jeans. One day is 8 to 10 business hours. I booked 20 for my daughter's shoot. Half of my time is going to be wasted. I apologize, her usher says again. Izuku can't see them because they're on the other side of the woman and the door, but they sound tired of dealing with the woman. We can reimburse, don't try to make it up to me with money, the woman sneers. I make more in a day than this company makes in a month. Give me priority time over your other customers and I might consider using your business again. I'll be sure to let my manager know, the usher says. In the meantime, please wait. You'll be alone in a few moments. The woman sticks up her nose and walks further inside. She looks at Izuku and Ingenium but not rudely. Both of them are dressed in sweatpants and shirts provided by the company, so it's obvious that they are models. But she does look angry, almost livid. She looks over her shoulder and jerks her head. Come in, Momo. We shouldn't be here for long. Izuku shares a look with Ingenium. He moves seats to give the mother and her daughter, who looks about the same as her minus the earrings and a few centimeters of height, some more room. He awkwardly looks away from them as they sit down, stealing a look at the clock on the wall. Not that it does anything. As far as he knows, there isn't a schedule for him. He decides to look at his phone at the same time Ingenium does. Izuku settles on reading a few news articles, and Ingenium shamelessly starts a game of Tetris with the sound on. Izuku can feel the woman glare at him, but he does his best to ignore it. But he can't. He takes a glance up and sees that the daughter is staring at him. He waves to her, forcing a smile. She freezes for a moment but quickly looks down at the floor, cheeks pink. Izuku looks at the clock again before continuing to look at his phone. Not 10 seconds later, he feels her looking at him again. Izuku shuts his phone off and slips it into his pocket. He stretches his legs out and crosses his arms. He looks the girl in the eye. Green meets gray. She coughs and looks down. A short while later, another usher comes by to take him and Ingenium. Izuku waves to the girl as he walks out, catching her wave and blush as he ducks out the door. Collecting girls now, are we? Ingenium teases as they round a corner. I just waved to her. Izuku says, watching the usher stop and press the call button by a set of elevator doors. She's probably a fan or something. And I'm single, so, like? Wait, can you even collect people? Ingenium laughs. You're almost as bad as Tenya. That kid is almost impossible to tease. What you saw on your first day was a lucky break from me. Thanks. You're welcome, Ingenium says, stepping into the elevator car. Izuku follows him. The usher enters last and hits the button for the top floor. Being hard to tease can be a good thing. Means you won't embarrass yourself. Yeah. I guess I do that enough already, Izuku says with a thin smile. Ingenium hums but doesn't reply. The elevator ride is silent except for the music. It's in English, so Izuku only picks up that it's about getting caught in the rain. The doors open after a minute and they all step out. Izuku expects to enter a hallway, but instead there's just a massive room, sort of like the film set back at you. There are false walls, lights, changing stations, staff cameras, and, most importantly, models. Heroes is a more accurate term for them, though. They mingle with each other, pointing to cameras and telling jokes. Each and every one of them is completely different from the last. Except for their smiles. All of them smile brightly and look absolutely ecstatic to be here. Follow me, their usher says, cutting off Izuku's train of thought. They don't even check to make sure that they were heard before walking off towards a director's chair sitting on a raised platform. You go ahead and do that, Mr. Influencer, Ingenium says, clapping Izuku on the back. I see a few old underclassmen I need to make fun of. See you in a sec. Izuku watches as Ingenium hurries across the room and greets one of the heroes with a slap on the butt. He gets one back in return along with a half-hearted jab to the face. The whole group of people laughs. Izuku looks back at the director's chair. He starts to walk over, slowing down as he does. It's weird seeing heroes out of costume, even more so when he can't tell who they are. He thinks he recognizes Hammerhead, a hero who specializes in aquatic combat, but it's too hard to tell without seeing his trademarked but not really trademarked since his never been ranked pointed smile. Ah, he's here. Izuku looks up at the director's chair which has swiveled to reveal a woman in her late 30s or early 40s. She wears a simple black v-neck and jeans, but her hair is a wild, spiky blonde. Her eyes are red and her smile is almost predatory. She hops off of her chair and extends a hand. Midoriya Izuku, right? Yeah, Izuku says, taking the hand. And you are? Just call me Mitsuki, she says, her smile growing. He releases his hand. Mind if I get a picture with you? My son's a big fan and I wanna make him jealous. Sure. Perfect, Perfect. Mitsuki moves so she's standing right next to Izuku. She loops an arm around his shoulders and holds up her phone. Izuku smiles and tries not to think about the last time he took a picture with a fan. Selfie. I can write an autograph for him, too, Izuku says as Mitsuki types on her phone. Nah, that's alright. She slips it into her pocket. The little 𝐻𝐻 got caught sneaking out of the house, so he's grounded. Getting him an autograph would defeat the purpose of his punishment. Oh. Okay. Izuku fidgets for a second. So, when do we start? Right now. Mitsuki cups her hands around her mouth and shouts, Get set. We were supposed to start 10 minutes ago. Everyone freezes at once, and the staff starts to grab random heroes to drag off to sets. Izuku watches as a man with a camera guides Ingenium over to a set with a bench and shoves him behind a nearby curtain to change. You'll have time to socialize later, Mitsuki says, pointing to a set of 3 walls. That'll be your first station, full body shots. One of our gals has a case with all of your outfits. Just put them on and do as you're told. All right. All right. Good. Now scram. Izuku puts the clothes on and does exactly what the cameraman says. But the clothes are too tight. To a stupid degree. The definition of his chest shows through and he's pretty sure the thing is way too short since it just barely reaches his belt. And the breathes, there's no way real people can wear breathes like that. They're practically a second skin. And they are jeans, too, which doesn't help. They even make him take off his necklace, which should be a minor inconvenience, but it ends up throwing his ability to focus out the window. Now tilt your head down. A little more. A little more. Too far. Now to the right. Good. Smile. Not like that. That's the smile you give villains. Smile like you want to have fun. Okay, don't smile. All of the stations go like that. Izuku has his makeup reapplied what feels like 100 times, and is coached on how to smile 100 more. He resists the urge to tell everyone that he wouldn't have a problem smiling if he were actually happy, and he keeps that thought and all the others like it to himself. He essays it up and tries to enjoy the way the merch looks because it's all really cool. There are long sleeves with hero names across the back, tank tops with slogans, sweatpants with costume motifs, and t-shirts with heroes in dynamic poses. There are even scarves and hats, all of which have Plus Ultra written on them in bold white lettering. By the time he's done modeling, Izuku feels a bit better. A few of the older pros wave to him and talk about how cool his moves are. He gets lots of high fives, and there are even a couple of shots of Izuku posing with them. He holds some of the smaller heroes over his head, fake arm wrestles with one of the bigger guys, and does a handstand with a hero known for their gymnastics. All right, all right. Mitsuki calls, waving her hands over her head from on top of the platform. Nice work, everyone. Those should all be edited and finished within the week. But I've been told by your particular benefactor that there is to be one final shot. Who here is the strongest? There are some mutters in the crowd of pros, and few arguments break out over who can kick whose butt. Physically, I mean, Mitsuki corrects. I don't care about skill right now. I need, like, 3 of you to lift the rest of you guys up for a stunt. Oh, that's easy, Ingenium says. Deku and Piledriver can do that easily. I don't know about that, a large, dark-skinned man says with a laugh. How much do you guys weigh? That's a rather rude question to ask a bunch of ladies, one of the heroines says. Piledriver raises an eyebrow. Then it's a good thing there aren't any around. Oh, Tigre. Settle down, Mitsuki orders before laughter can break out. Can you two do it or not? Piledriver looks at Izuku. The kid could probably do it himself. Yeah, but that'd look pretentious and make him seem egotistical, Mitsuki says. That's not what we're going for. We want badass. You two should stretch or whatever to get ready. Everyone else to that corner. The platform will be here in a moment. The group disperses, leaving Izuku alone with Piledriver and a few workers. The older man wastes no time and starts to stretch by crossing his arm over his chest. Izuku stands on one foot and grabs his ankle, pulling the heel of his foot to his butt. A small current of 1 for all can technically do everything stretching can in a fraction of the time, but it would be awkward to just stand while Piledriver stretches. How old are you? Piledriver asks, switching to his other arm. 16. Izuku says, switching to his other leg. 16. Geez. Piledriver shakes his head in disbelief. You're good for that age. When I was a first year, I was awful. My quirk was alright, but I was bad at using it. What is your quirk? Izuku asks. Ground King, Piledriver replies. The amount of strength I have is equal to the amount of force the object I'm standing on can take without breaking. Wait, but if you were touching solid earth, wouldn't you be unstoppable? Nope. I'd be as strong as the dirt. Or the stone. Or the cement. Piledriver rolls his shoulders and leans to one side. Anyways, what's yours? It's complicated. Izuku says, crossing one leg over the other and bending down to touch his toes. I'm just messing with you. I know what you can do. We all do, really. Piledriver cracks his neck and shakes out each of his legs. You ready to go? Sure, Izuku says, standing. Nice. Piledriver starts to walk over to the group of people who are all huddled around a large barbell with platforms on either side. Izuku tries not to think of how small he is next to the man. He only comes up to Piledriver's shoulder. I like your makeup, by the way. Thanks. I don't. Piledriver chuckles. Yeah, that's a common sentiment here. But one I don't have. Do you like yours? Izuku asks. I don't actually have any on. Thanks for complimenting my flawless skin, Piledriver says with a smirk. The stylists here didn't have any that matched my skin tone, so I lucked out. Oh, man, you should have seen the look on my stylist's face when she tried to figure out what to do with my hair. They washed mine and loaded it with product, Izuku says, tugging at a strand. It feels wrong. We'll be outta here in a sec, Piledriver says as they start to cut through the crowd of people to get to the bar. I'm sure everything will wash out easy. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Here's our plan. Mitsuki holds one arm out in front of her as she stands before the crowd of heroes. Half of you on this side of me, half on the other. Ideally, the weight on each half should be equal. You may get on when you're ready. It takes a minute or so, but everyone steps on one of the two platforms. Except for the lifters. Good. Now, you 2-inch, Mitsuki points to Izuku and Piledriver. Get set. You'll lift when I say go. Got it. Izuku calls, stepping over the bar so it's between him and Mitsuki. Piledriver joins him and bends down to pick up the bar. This won't work, he says. You're too short and I'm too tall. It'll look weird, especially if we try to put it over our heads. I'll be doing all the work. Izuku thinks for a moment. With barely a thought, he starts to float in the air. Piledriver stands and finds that they're at eye level with each other. Go for a clean and JRK, Izuku says. A smooth one, though. We don't want to scare them. I'll keep off the ground but I'll still be lifting weight. Ready? Piledriver smiles. Ready. Remember to smile. They lift the bar up to their hips, then to their shoulders, and finally above their heads. Cameras flash, catching every second of the pose. They hold at the top for a while before gently setting the bar back down. Everyone cheers after that, crowding around them and offering pats on the back. There are smiles all around. Someone mentions getting lunch. Most of the heroes agree, so they completely book a nearby bar. Everyone takes their makeup off before going, and most wear their costumes for the hell of it. The waitstaff works double time trying to keep all 42 of them fed and watered, and the TVs in the dining room are constantly changing. Someone starts an arm wrestling tournament which Izuku places fourth in. There are also drinking games which he avoids, but plenty of people joke about him being the designated flyer. Everything calms down after a few hours and people start to trickle out. But not everyone. 5 or so, plus Izuku and Ingenium, settle down in a booth and talk. Most of it's nonsense about work or family life, but as time goes on, and the adults gradually get more and more inebriated, the stories get wilder and wilder. Yeah, I cheated on my final first year. The practical, not the written. I actually got an award for it because no one figured me out until the start of second year. I still have the plaque on the wall. That's nothing. You guys remember that week where the communicators played Never Gonna Give You Up at random intervals? That was me and Hood. I call bullshit. There is no way you were smart enough to rig something like that up at 15. 16, actually, and, I googled how to do it. There's a WikiHow article, you know. WikiHow got me through first aid class. Same. Recovery Girl was a good teacher, but I was an awful student. I think most of us here were. Expect Ida. That's because I actually studied. Unlike some people. I studied. Just for the wrong classes. Doing hero exercises every day was hard, so I was always worn out. I got better by second year. Oh, man, our second year was way better than the first. That's how it is for everybody. The first year's always boring and focused on conditioning. Second year, you actually get to have fun. Yeah, but second year was when me, Oki, Kai, and Shio were all in school together. The SHT we pulled. We rigged the voting for the beauty pageant that year. Wait, that would have been my third year, which is the year I placed last in the pageant. I remember crying because I lost to a first-year support student. How mad would you be if you found out that I had a crush on that first year? I would be livid. Yeah, then I thought she was ugly. You're all awful people. Nah, we're heroes. Cheers. Sure. Cheers. Glass clink together, and even Izuku joins in with his glass of ice water. Everyone drinks, some more than others. The glasses are set down with cheerful smiles. What about you? One of them asks Izuku. You're a first-year student, but I'll bet you've got some cool UA stories. I kicked All Might in the PP and made him swear in English, Izuku says. But I don't know if that's what you're looking for. The person that asked raises their hands in surrender. Alright, that's it. We're done for the night. The little guy had the best story. Sorry everyone, do your drinking at home for the rest of the night. Izuku laughs along with the rest of the table. Thanks. It's really fun listening to you guys talk. You're getting 5, no, SHT, 10-year-old gossip, one of them says. It's only funny cause we're all acting like idiots. They say that great minds are greater when they are together, one chimes in. That also means that stupid people are even stupider when in large groups. You've had too much to drink, man. Cool it with the sake. Yeah, gotta keep my liver intact and all. Anyways, how do you like UA so far? Oh, it's great, Izuku says, taking a second to realize that it's him they're talking to. I'm learning a lot, and everyone there with me is really awesome. I bet, one of them says, nodding. Enjoy it while it lasts. High school won't be the best time of your life, but it shouldn't be the worst. Just try to relax and have fun. You're in one of the best schools ever, hanging out with future top pros on the daily. Don't worry about the exams. This coming from the guy who almost failed homeroom. That was 1 year. 1 year. And I was working 40 hours on top of school. There's a round of laughter and the conversation starts to die down. Everyone leaves a few minutes later. There are lots of reminders to call in sick for work the next morning and to text someone when they get home. Izuku is thanked by all of them for setting up the photo shoot and the gathering. He and Ingenium leave last, taking the bus back to the agency. Izuku gets home at 10 that night feeling tired but refreshed at the same time. He tells his mother all about the shoot before he eats, showers, and knits until he falls asleep. He doesn't dream at all. Just how he likes it. Jin, would you care to explain why your friend is passed out on my floor? Twice clears his throat and looks away from All for One. Is she, or was a tad? The girl didn't want to come with, so Twice mimes swinging a baseball bat and whistles. And then I dragged her here. She's kinda heavy. Charming. All for One rises from his seat, dragging dozens of medical tubes with him. Twice takes a step back but keeps his posture strong. He's subservient to All for One, but he's not afraid. It's the perfect way for an underling to view an overlord, and All for One takes no small amount of pleasure in having a loyal, competent worker under his thumb. Well, she's not dead or concussed, a small miracle considering the lump on her head. All for One stands up and removes his hand from the girl's forehead. Didn't hit her as hard as I could've. I didn't want to kill my friend. Just knock her out, you know. Yes, All for One says, calmly sending a message to the doctor with the keypad on his armrest. Jin, would you mind leaving us alone? I'd like to talk to her. I'll call you back in a few minutes. She's out cold. Do you like talking to corpses or something? How disgusting. Corpses are almost never entertaining. Almost. All for One gestures to the door. I have ways of waking her, Jin. You've seen me in action. Right. I'll be back in a jiff. Go F yourself. Twice walks out of the door but not down the hall. He presses his ear up against the metal of the door. But All for One doesn't care much. Young Toga, All for One says, testing the name. Or perhaps Himiko would be better, let's see, shall we? A bright yellow tendril extends from his index finger. It shoots across the room and stabs into the girl's neck. Her eyes open with a gasp, and All for One retracts the line. Where am I? She jumps up and crouches low. Her hands pat her clothes down, searching for a weapon. Her eyes inevitably land on him and his chair, and she flares. Who are you? In good time, All for One says, raising a hand to calm her down. I will tell you soon. Just know that you are safe here. Himiko's eyes narrow. She clearly doesn't believe him, which is a shame. She really is safe here. No one short of All Might would be able to break in, and their location is very unsuspecting. Tell me who you are and where I am. Now. No. The girl flicks a knife out of her sleeve and rushes him. All for One smiles and lets the knife hit his throat. It shatters on impact, and one of the bits of metal cuts Himiko's cheek. All for One stands. He grabs her by the throat and holds her aloft. You are safe here. Just not from me. If you try to kill anyone I consider an ally, I will kill you. Understand? Himiko freezes and finds that she is unable to answer. All for One lets go and watches her collapse onto the floor. She coughs, scratching at her throat. What do you want? My dear. Himiko crinkles her nose in disgust. Try anything and I'll slit your throat in your sleep. I don't care that you have unbreakable skin, I'll find a way. All for One laughs, sitting back down in his chair with a smile. No, you misunderstood. I want you to work for me. I offer full health benefits, 2 months paid vacation, 1 month sick time, and handsome pay. If I wanted to sell my soul to a beating, I'd go work at the supermarket downtown, Himiko spits. Now let me go, or what? All for One asks. You can't kill me. You can't escape. Your only option is to work for me. I'll run off on my first job. No, you won't. Would you like to know why? Himiko glares. All for One takes it as a signal to continue. This is why, he says, waving a handout in front of him. On cue, a screen slides down from the ceiling. It blinks on and begins to play a slideshow. Each and every picture is of Midoriya Izuku. Most are basic ones taken by fans or for school, but a few catch him in action. Villains lay bound in black whip, a battle-hungry smile playing on his face, and one for all leaks off of him in the form of green electricity. The screen changes to show him in a crowd, head thrown back in pain and BLD pouring out of his stomach. Himiko's breath hitches. How? I can give him to you, All for One says. Unless you don't want him. No. Himiko flinches at the volume of her own voice. I don't know. Are you sure? The screen changes to show Midoriya drenched in BLD on the roof of a hospital. He's smiling. No. That's all right. You have time to think. But just know, All for One says, spreading his arms, that if you work for me, he'll be yours once I'm finished with him. I don't like to share. And you won't. I care not for his body, mind, or spirit. Only for his quirk. Once I have that, he is yours. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Himiko starts to shake, her eyes welling up. He can't be mine. He wouldn't love me for who I am. I'm not his type. Oh, my girl. All for One stands as Himiko collapses into a sobbing mess. He approaches her slowly and kneels down in front of her, cupping her chin with one hand. I can help you with that. You won't have to worry about not being his type if you follow me. Why, you promise? I do. Himiko leaves in the arms of Twice a few minutes later. In her place, the doctor walks in. Eavesdropping again. I was far from the only one, my lord. Ah, but I was at least aware of Twice. You, however, listened in without my consent or knowledge. Of course, my apologies. You may live to see another day. There's a pause. You were soft on her. I was soft on Twice and Tomura. No. You were reasonable with them. You promised to hold her hand the whole way through her part in our plans. Young Himiko needs it. She lacks the experience or know-how to be a proper villain. I think that you're biased. Why, Doctor? All for One says with a laugh. Of course I am. You'll have to forgive a man for wanting to spoil his granddaughter. The BLNDFLD is completely soaked in sweat. It sticks to his brow and cheeks and refuses to peel away from his eyes. The knot behind his head is tight and secure but is slightly uncomfortable. Just like the rest of the cloth. It makes it hard to concentrate, which is pretty important right now because he's trying not to die. Something hard and cold slams into the side of his head, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing into the hard floor below. Duck, you moron. Good grief, you could have figured out where it was going without that fancy quirk. Okay, avoiding death is a slight exaggeration. Avoiding injury and ridicule, however, is still a top priority. Izuku dives to one side and kicks off the floor. He twists in the air, straining his ears to hear projectiles whistling through the air. There aren't any. He reaches for danger sense, picturing a shield around him. In doing so, his focus is broken for just a split second. It's just enough time for him to miss 6 of them shoot at once, and he takes 4 of them head-on. The other 2 whistle past his head, and Izuku begrudgingly admits defeat, floating down to the floor. He takes off the BLNDFLD. Why couldn't we have started slower? Izuku asks, wringing the BLNDFLD out. Sweat drips onto the floor in a gross puddle, and Izuku curses whoever cranked the heat up. I'm dying out there. I am a firm believer in sink or swim teaching, Gran says, kicking one of the metal, which is awful ball with his foot. It rolls a few feet before stopping. And battle is chaotic. If you're going to be using a power like that, it'll be even worse. You need to get used to lots of different threats being present at once. Yeah, but it takes a second to turn on, Izuku says, walking over to his water bottle and picking it up. There's a lag, and it's also tiring to keep on, so I have to turn it off eventually to catch a break. He takes a drink. Don't fry your head, Gran warns. If you start to feel off, take a breather. But it shouldn't be doing this if you're just focusing on yourself, yeah. Izuku shrugs as he sets his water down. One for All is stronger and harder to keep a handle on now than it was decades ago. Black Whip is, too. So is Float. Danger Sense is probably the same. I just need to get used to holding it and using the right amount. You are only covering a single floor, Gran says, walking over to one of the machines they rented from you. And flicking the SWCH off and on again. It's not like how it was on the street. Don't let it sense the area outside of this room. It's good practice for control. It'd be better if I could work up to that, Izuku says. We should be doing this in a small room with one machine first. Then I'd really get a feel for how much to use in different areas. Remind me again of who told me that he lives by the plus ultra motto. Gran asks. Izuku stares at him for a moment. I feel that phrase has backfired more than it's helped, Izuku says, bringing the BLNDFLD back up to his eyes in SBMSN to Gran's tactics. That's because it has. And don't put that thing on until you've loaded the launchers. Gran kicks another ball to prove his point. Izuku sighs and holds out a hand to let Black Whip do the work. As he does, Gran excuses himself and walks downstairs. Once he's done loading the machines, Izuku fiddles with the BLNDFLD for a moment, patting his pocket out of habit. He's been texting Nejaya more and more recently. It's nice, but it's had the weird effect of making him miss his phone more than usual. Put these on. A pair of heavy-duty earmuffs hit Izuku in the face. He catches them before they hit the floor and gives them a shake. How old are these, he asks, because they're absolutely ancient looking. That company went bankrupt 3 decades ago, Gran says. That's how old. And they still work good because companies didn't go for all of that planned obsolescence SHT back then like they do nowadays. If you say so, Izuku says, slipping the earmuffs over his head. They are surprisingly comfy and snug, considering that their exterior is all old and worn out. Do you think they'll stay on? Whoa. Izuku reaches up and touches the ear cups, because he can barely hear his own voice. He looks at Gran and sees him saying something. But not a sound comes through the muffs. Izuku points to his head, shrugs, and slips the BLNDFLD on. He prepares to activate Danger Sense, but before he does, a ball slams into his ribs. Izuku swears and flails his arms in front of him, trying to block any other shots that might be coming. He rips off the BLNDFLD and the earmuffs and looks at Gran in a mix of shock and anger. I wasn't ready. Gran raises an eyebrow. Evil doesn't wait until you're ready, so neither will I. It's no wonder why All Might's so dramatic, Izuku mumbles. What was that? Nothing. Just give me a second and we can go. Izuku ignores Gran's snort of amusement and slips the earmuffs back on. He waits to tie the BLNDFLD, however, choosing to turn one for all on first and get halfway done with tapping into Danger Sense before doing the knot. By the time the black cloth is secure over his eyes, Izuku is in tune with the danger around him. He feels the machine directly behind him and leaps into the air. The quirk tells him that he's in danger of hitting the ceiling, so Izuku spins mid-air and lands on it with bald feet and bent knees. The hairs on his arms stand on end, and Izuku pushes off in time to dodge a few ball. The air parts around him as he moves, though it lacks the familiar whoosh and eye-drying wind. Izuku tucks into a roll and pops back up, backflipping over another ball and landing on the palms of his hands. He arches his back, weaving out of the way of 2 more before allowing himself to fall back onto his feet. Braced for impact, he waits for the next launch. Izuku knows what's going to happen moments before it does. It's almost like he can see it in his mind's eye, the future unraveling before him. But it's not quite there. It's a feeling, an instinct. Like when he practices fighting in unsteady buildings at school. On the surface, everything is normal. But in his gut, he knows that something will happen soon. It's just a matter of when and what. With Danger Sense, however, the when and what are handed to him on a silver platter. Izuku roundhouse kicks a ball away, catching another in his right hand and deflecting 2 more. He hits the ground, sliding under a volley of 5. There's a machine right in front of him, ready to let everything it has rip. Izuku keeps moving forward, playing a game of chicken. He feels the moment before it fires, and spins out of the way. He also feels when Gran turns the difficulty up on all of the launches. 3 shoot at once, 1 where he is and 1 to either side of him. Izuku jumps, clearing all of the projectiles and preparing for more evasive actions. 1 strand of black whip pulls him into a corner which he quickly kicks out of. He bounces off the floor and to another wall, starting a string of ricochets. The goal is to make it hard for the machines to properly predict his patterns of movement. It's technically against the spirit of the exercise, but the balls start coming faster and faster and in greater numbers. If Izuku were to be reactive instead of proactive, he'd get overwhelmed in an instant. And even now, it's a close thing. He feels the ball brush past his hair. His lighting reaches out and crackles against the metal projectiles, creating an electric connection that stings his skin and occupies his mind. He starts to lose his feel for the room. He nearly crashes into a column and has to spin to avoid a protrusion of concrete. His dashes become more and more simple as he abandons complexity for speed. Instead of trying to plan out his moves, he's forced to make split-second decisions. For all he wanted to avoid reacting to the ball, the machines are trying to force his hand with more effort and success than he can manage. With a roll, Izuku lands on the ground again. He jumps, ducks, rolls, dives, twists around the ball. He tries to launch off again, but there are too many for him to find a clear opening. He's forced to stay in the same spot, blocking and deflecting enough ball to keep afloat for a while longer. But he can't last forever. One catches him in the forearm. He takes 2 to his chest. One particularly fast one hits him right on his only big toe. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stumbles, desperately trying to regain his balance. A ball nails him right in his ribs, forcing him down. He curls into a ball, covering his head and waiting for Gran to kill the machines. It takes a moment, but eventually the launchers stop firing and the danger fades. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pulls off the earmuffs and the BLNDFLD and stands, massaging his arm. Not awful for the second go-around, Gran says, walking over and bringing him his water. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 takes it and chugs the rest of it in one go. He looks over the room once he's done and finds that a few of the ball are literally embedded in the wall. So there'll be another one today? 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 asks. I have to be at school by 7:30, so you can't keep me here forever. I know. That's why you won't be doing the same thing. Gran picks up one of the ball and places it in the nearest machine. It'll just be one of these. I'll be behind it with my finger near the button. Your goal is to tell if you're in danger, and how much danger you're in. I thought you believed in sink or swim methods, 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 says. I'll be randomly pushing the button, and if I feel like it, I'll attack you. Ah, 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 says, eyeing the machine with newfound caution. I guess I should. Load it up again, here. Unless you want me to throw out my back lifting and but load of these, then yes. And make it snappy. You've got young bones. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 doesn't even use his bones. Instead, he has Blackwhip do all the work again before standing in front of the machine, point blank. Do I? Turn around and put your stuff back on. Hold your arm out to the side and put up fingers as you feel more danger. If you need to dodge, dodge. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 nods, getting into position. It feels wrong just standing there with a weapon aimed directly at his back, and he doesn't even need danger sense to tell him that there's risk in it. But when he turns the quirk on, a weight slams into his mind. Gran's finger is on the button. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 holds up 5 fingers. Gran pushes the button and 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 ducks, feeling the ball cause his hair to riffle. The danger disappears after that, and 𝐒𝐿 knows that Gran has stepped away from the machine. He holds up a fist. They go back and forth like that for a while. 𝐒𝐿 gets a better feel for the reaction time of the quirk. It's almost instant, but only when he's in immediate danger. When Gran's finger starts to push the button down, he feels it. If Gran is a few paces away from the machine, there's nothing. But as soon as he takes a step towards it, shivers go down 𝐒𝐿's spine. They finish up around 6:30. 𝐒𝐿 packs everything away, says goodbye to Gran, and goes home to get ready for school. He tries not to think about the fact that his date is only 12 hours away. It's somehow more stressful and less stressful than last time. This time, he at least knows what he should wear, something nice but also casual. But he's also burdened with the knowledge that this is an actual date and not just a casual dinner. It's enough to make him dig through his whole closet 3 times looking for a t-shirt he knows looks good on him and isn't one of the stupid shirts or one of the derivatives of them. And when he finds it, he tries it on and finds that it's way too small. He flexes his arms and the seams literally burst. He was tiny in middle school. It's a weird time to realize it, but it's true. Most of his clothes from just over a year ago don't fit at all. Even the baggy sweatpants are too tight in the thighs. It's good to see progress, but it's frustrating to toss out half of his clothes when he should be getting ready for a date. Which still hasn't sunken in yet. A date. 𝐒𝐿 sighs as he finally finds a good shirt for the night. It's not the same V-neck as last time. If it was, his mother would probably make him change. Not that he'd be against that. But this time, he wears a snug, white long sleeve with a subtle design on the chest. His necklace hangs over the shirt, uncovered by the heavy zip-up hoodie he has on. His jeans are comfortable and his shoes are as red and shiny as ever. Most importantly, though, he's warm. It's not awfully cold, but the temperature is starting to dip low enough at night that he doesn't want to be caught outside without a jacket. He grabs a scarf as well, though it isn't needed or even for him. He can keep warm, and the color really isn't his style. But it's for 𝐒𝐲, and it needs a place to stay, so on his neck it rests. After saying goodbye to his mother, 𝐒𝐿 walks to the train station. As he takes a seat, something dawns on him. He's going to 𝐒𝐲's house. To pick her up. For a date. With her father there. He shouldn't be nervous. He's fought villains, monsters, and made it through over half a year at UA. He's got a license, An actual, real hero license that says he's strong enough to fight for real and save lives. And yet, he's afraid of a hypothetical conversation with 𝐒𝐲𝐻's dad. But that hypothetical becomes an inevitable when 𝐒𝐿 arrives at 𝐒𝐲𝐻's house, knocks on the door, and comes face to face with Mr. 𝐻𝐻. It's not fair, really. Or maybe it is, but it doesn't feel that way. 𝐒𝐿 just wants to go to the fair, but now he's looking into the tired eyes of 𝐒𝐲𝐻's dad. "You're early," he says, leaning against the frame. 𝐒𝐿 resists the urge to take a step back. "Better early than later, right?" 𝐒𝐿 says, hiding a nervous chuckle. Is 𝐒𝐲𝐻 ready?" "You're early," he repeats, and yeah, that kinda answers the question. "Come in." 𝐒𝐿 mutters a quick thank you before stepping in. Mr. 𝐻𝐻 shuts the door behind him and walks past into what must be the living room. Or maybe it's the den. 𝐒𝐿 feels like the house is big enough to have a den. Not that it's important. 𝐒𝐿 tries to forget about that small dilemma as he follows Mr. 𝐻𝐻 into a different room, but it comes right back to the front of his mind. It's definitely a den. There's a large amount of plush and expensive-looking furniture arranged around a coffee table. There's a fireplace, and, above it, a widescreen TV. A mini-fridge sits in one corner next to a shelf of wine bottles. A counter runs along one wall of the room, the top an expensive-looking marble. 𝐒𝐿 awkwardly stands by a leather recliner, not wanting to be the first to sit. "Would you like a drink?" Mr. 𝐻𝐻 asks, walking over to the wine. "Water," 𝐒𝐿 says as he starts to pour a glass. "Water is just fine." Mr. 𝐻𝐻 grunts as he tops off his glass. He sets it down on an end table along with the bottle. He walks over to the mini-fridge and bends down to pull out a can of something. He tosses it behind his back, and 𝐒� reaches out to catch it. The can slips out of his hand and starts to fall to the floor. He has to cast a WHP out from his pinky to save it from crashing into the ground, but he does so before Mr. 𝐻𝐻 can turn around. 𝐒𝐿 tries not to let out a breath of relief. "Nice catch," Mr. 𝐻𝐻 says, sitting down with his drink. "Why yeah." 𝐒𝐿 takes a seat on the recliner. He sinks into the thing, the worn leather forming around his legs and back. He looks up and unintentionally locks eyes with the man across from him. 𝐒𝐿 coughs and carefully pulls the tab on the can of sparkling water. It lets out a hiss, and 𝐒� thanks whatever higher power is watching that it doesn't spray out everywhere. He raises the can to his lips and takes a sip. And almost spits it out. "How is it?" Mr. 𝐻𝐻 asks, taking a drink of his own. "Good. It's got really good flavor." "It doesn't. The stuff tastes like someone let orange juice get up to room temperature, spoil, and then let it chill in the fridge for a few weeks. It also has a lingering aftertaste, so 𝐒𝐿 has to sit there trying to fight against making a sour expression." "I think so too." Mr. 𝐻𝐻 sets his wine on the coffee table. He stares at 𝐒�, who forces himself to take another drink so the eye contact doesn't last. "Nice scarf." "Thanks," 𝐒� says, swallowing. He silently curses himself for not taking it or his coat off. He probably looks really impolite. I made it myself." "Interesting," Mr. 𝐻𝐻 says as 𝐒� takes another drink. "What are your intentions with my daughter?" 𝐒� almost does a spit take. Almost. He's pretty sure a little bit of whatever is in that can leaks from his lips, so he quickly swallows and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. Well, we're just going to the festival or whatever, right?" 𝐒� says, trying to look away. But his eyes lock with Mr. 𝐻𝐻's and he can't look anywhere else no matter how hard he tries. The man does not look impressed. Just a quick outing for some fun." "You'll have her home by 10, then?" "I'll try," 𝐒� says without thinking. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 hadn't even mentioned what time they'd be going home. He just kind of figured they'd try not to be too late. "You'll try?" Mr. 𝐻𝐻 raises an eyebrow and takes a sip of wine. "I mean, it's a cultural festival, right?" 𝐒� forces down another drink from his can. "It goes until, like, 2 a.m. And, we might do something after we leave the school grounds." "And what might that be?" 𝐒� suddenly realizes what hole he's dug for himself. 10 p.m. sounds great to me, he says, desperately trying to avoid being buried both literally and figuratively. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 doesn't look mad per se, but his perfectly neutral expression feels slightly predatory. And familiar, in some weird way. I have weight training to do in the morning, so, this'll have to be quick, I guess. My daughter isn't worth rearranging your schedule for, then. That's not what I said. Then what did you say? I just want to have fun with 𝐻𝐸𝐽 tonight, 𝐒𝐿 says. And, yeah, I like her, but I'm not going to do anything gross or weird, I swear. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 blinks and takes another drink of wine. How's school? 𝐒𝐿 feels his mouth drop. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 pretends not to notice and says, well, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 never shuts up about you. I'd like to know you better. 𝐒𝐿 stares for a long while. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 continues to act like the past 2 minutes didn't happen. It's good. Good. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 finishes his drink and stands. Try not to stay out past midnight, and keep warm. Walk her home, too. What? 𝐒𝐿 asks as a set of footsteps starts to come downstairs on the other side of the house. Dad, I'm ready. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 calls. 𝐒𝐿 can tell she's jogging through the house. Is 𝐒𝐿 here ye? Oh. She appears in the doorway, wearing his jacket and a snug blue tank top over jeans and combat boots. 𝐒𝐿 tries not to stare. He fails. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 raises an eyebrow. Were you two having fun? It's rude not to entertain your guests, Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, shrugging. Was I supposed to let him wait outside in the cold? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looks like she seriously wants to say yes, but she thinks better of it. Come on, 𝐒𝐿. Let's go. 𝐒𝐿 stands and downs the rest of his drink. It's awful, but he doesn't want to waste it or look bad. When he's done, he looks over to 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and sees that she's staring at him, wide-eyed. 𝐒𝐿 looks over his shoulder and then back at Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, whose eyes seem to twinkle just a little. Sure, he says, awkwardly tossing the empty can between his hands. CYA. Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 takes the can from 𝐒𝐿's hands and looks his daughter over. Home by 10. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 snorts. It's Friday. We're heroes in training. Licensed heroes in training. We're both at the top of the UA rankings in terms of strength. I will text you where we are and when I will be heading home. I will not be out later than 1 a.m. That's pushing it, Mr. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 warns. Yeah, that's why I'll be back before then, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says. We'll be going now. Bye. 𝐒𝐿 waves as 𝐻𝐸𝐽 guides him out the door, completely confused as to what just happened. Once they're out on the front porch and the door is closed, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 wraps him up in a hug. It's a little weird, since her boots give her a few extra centimeters, but it's still nice. Sorry about him, she murmurs into her scarf. He can be in but. It wasn't that bad, 𝐒𝐿 says. Just a little uncomfortable and a lot confusing. That's his MO. He probably would have asked you more questions, but I kinda told him a lot about you so he'd be more relaxed. I get my curiosity from him, I guess. It's not always a great thing. She pulls away and tugs on the sleeves of his jacket. It's not a bad thing, 𝐒� says. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. How else could you know more? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 smiles. Thanks. Wanna get walking? Sure, but first, 𝐒� reaches up to his neck and unravels the scarf. He hands it to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. Here. Oh. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 feels the wool yarn with her hands. It's really soft. Where'd you get it from? I made it, 𝐒� says, a little red in the face. Really? 𝐒� nods. That's amazing. How long did it take? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 quickly starts to wrap the scarf around her but finds that she doesn't like how it fits. She shrugs 𝐒� has to remind himself jacket off. Hold this, please. 𝐒� takes the jacket and watches as 𝐻𝐸𝐽 ties the scarf in a simple knot and loops the extra cloth around her neck. It took me a while to learn, and that piece was probably 2 or 3 months' work. I had to restart a few times. It's still really great, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 says, taking back the jacket and putting it on. Like, you picked amazing yarn for it, and the stitch size is just right for winter and fall. Thanks, 𝐒� says, admiring how good she looks in his jacket and scarf. Do you knit? My mom did, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says, tactfully looking away. Probably still does, actually, but that's not important. The train is, though. Let's get moving. They start to walk to the station, and 𝐂𝐻𝐲 takes his hand. 𝐒𝐿 smiles and gives it a light squeeze. She squeezes back, and he tries to hide how he smiles even wider. It's pointless since she catches how his teeth flash for just a moment before he covers his mouth with his other hand. 𝐂𝐻𝐲 giggles and draws herself closer to him, letting go of his hand and looping an arm around his waist. She takes the hand she was holding and guides his arm over her shoulders before leaning her head into his. You're warm. You too, 𝐒𝐿 says, torn between looking down at her and looking forward. He settles for looking at 𝐂𝐻𝐲 and nearly trips over a crack as his eyes meet hers. They both stumble forward, but 𝐒𝐿 regains his balance almost immediately. 𝐂𝐻𝐲 does too, but that doesn't stop him from tightening his hold on her. Let's look where we're walking, yeah. 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says with a giggle. It'd be a shame if you wound up in the hospital before we even got there. 𝐒𝐿 flushes. You say that like I'm going to get injured at the festival. Well, you do have a nasty habit of running into villains, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 points out. I wouldn't be surprised if one decides to make an appearance right as we, right as. She trails off. Right as we what? 𝐒𝐿 asks. Nothing, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says, starting to walk a little bit faster. Let's just get to the festival and see what happens. The train ride is pretty quick. It's also packed with people going to the festival. Most are people 𝐒𝐿's age or younger, though there are a few adults with children going as well. A few fiddle with tickets in their hands as they ride, but most seem content to chat amongst their group. Which is the other thing, no one's going alone. Everyone has at least one other person with them, usually a friend, but there's one family with 3 kids and 2 parents, and a group of 5 teenage boys. Said teenage boys openly gawk at 𝐒𝐿, pointing fingers and whispering. One even sneaks a photo. You should get a pair of sunglasses, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says. Or maybe a mask. It kinda 𝐒𝐿 that you get recognized everywhere. It's not that bad, 𝐒𝐿 says as another one of the boys takes a picture with the flash on. Most of the time. He looks away from them and flicks up the hood of his jacket. 𝐂𝐻𝐲 draws her scarf up higher over her face to hide from the nose down. The rest of the ride passes without incident. When they get there, 𝐒𝐿 has to stop for a moment. The middle school is massive. Like, it could fit 2 or 3 of his middle schools inside of it, and Aldara isn't exactly a small school. There are 2 separate buildings, each with 4 floors and skywalks between them. Trees strung up with lights decorate the inside, and the gates are used as screens for projections. Oh, and there are gates. As in walls around the school, security watching over a wrought iron gate. It's a little extra, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says, guiding 𝐒𝐿 through the crowd of people trying to push to the front of the line. She gradually makes her way over to the side of the crowd where there are fewer people. The people here are usually alright, and this is always a really great event. I remember acting in a play when I was a second year and then serving pizza in one of the stands a half hour later, still in costume. The students work everything, right? 𝐒𝐿 asks. It's all put on by them as a way to show that the school is worth donating to. Yep, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 says, cutting in line. The person taking tickets looks at her weirdly, but she flashes a card and they wave both her and 𝐒𝐿 in. The gates open into a large, open courtyard lined with stands and decorations, completely full of people. Graduates get in free, I get a +1 because I got into UA. Everyone else has to pay to get in, but besides that, everything is technically free. They do have free will donations, though. You could pay 5 yen for an ice cream, if you want, or buy a hat for 5,000. Ah. Well, I'm glad I brought a good amount of money, 𝐒𝐿 says. I'd hate to steal from the students. Oh, they don't get a like of the cash, 𝐂𝐻𝐲 chuckles. They get extra credit and volunteer hours, but all the money goes right into the school. 𝐒𝐿 nods and looks over to see a massive bronze statue of what's clearly the school's founder. I don't think the school needs it. They definitely don't, so be like me and don't fork over a penny. 𝐂𝐻𝐲 points to a sign marked games. Let's start there. I'm not hungry yet and I wanna work up an appetite. The food here is always to die for. The games section of the festival is probably the largest. There are a lot of classic American fair-style stalls which Izuku only recognizes because All Might explained them to him a while back. Darts, ring toss, grip strength testers, and even an obstacle course take up a lot of the space. There's also an arm wrestling booth with a rather large boy with a wolf mutation behind it, and a kid guessing ages. But 𝐒𝐲𝐵 doesn't stop at those. Instead, she takes Izuku all the way to a rickety-looking tower with a bell on top of it. The line for the game is long. At the front of it, Izuku can see people swinging a hammer down onto a platform, causing something to slide up the pole towards the bell. No one ever gets the bell to ring. But 𝐒𝐲𝐵 is practically vibrating with excitement. That thing's older than my dad, and no one's ever won it, she explains. There's prizes for getting past certain points, but the big one is for actually ringing the bell. The big one? Izuku asks. The big one, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 says, pointing to a life-sized plushie of All Might that looks like it's seen better days. Izuku's not sure if he wants it in his room or in a museum. How hard is it? Izuku asks, mostly out of curiosity. It's a little sad to admit, but if no one's won in 40 years, then he definitely can't. Not with natural strength, anyway. Depends, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 says with a DV smile. How hard are you willing to try? Izuku lets her have the first turn when they get to the front. The middle. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 running the game hands her a comically large mallet and tells her that she has one swing. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 raises the thing above her head, jumps, and brings it down on the target. Izuku can tell that she put real force into the swing, enough to break a bone, even. But even then, the slider only makes it a third of the way to the bell. Oh, Izuku! 𝐒𝐲𝐵 calls, letting the mallet rest on the ground. She points to it and bats her eyelashes in an overly flirty manner. Have a go at it for me. Izuku, torn between laughing and flushing, walks into the area and picks up the hammer. He looks to the clerk. One swing, right? The boy smirks. You can have two since your girl's right here. It'll be funny to watch you embarrass yourself twice. She's not my. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 cuts him off by grabbing his arm and standing on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear. Use your quirk. That's against the rules. Show me where. They only say you get one swing, and you're even getting two. Izuku chews his lips in thought. It goes against the spirit of the game. This school only lets in rich kids that come from good families and fills half their classrooms with teachers, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 says. Izuku doesn't really see a problem with that, until they fudge test results so the people they don't like can't get in. Even if the family can pay. Izuku nods and hefts the hammer. A little. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 pecks him on the cheek. A lot. She pulls away and a few people in line laugh at him. They tell him not to mess up, and one even wolf whistles. Izuku looks from the game to 𝐒𝐲𝐵. Plus ultra, she says. Izuku knocks the bell off the tower and carries the All Might plushie over his head to the next game. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 laughs like mad and grabs the leg so she can help carry it too. They get lots of weird looks, and the people in line at the next game glare at them for the way it takes up way too much space. They wind up on a bench a few meters away from a calamari stand. I didn't think that through. Nope. It was fun, though. Definitely. I don't want to take that thing home. Neither do I, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 hums and looks around. Something catches her eye and she stands, pulling the plushie up with her. I have a plan. Izuku follows her towards a small fountain where a family of 3 sits. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 politely asks the mother to take their picture and even offers to let the kid pose with the plushie. The mother accepts, and the other mother offers up her phone. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲𝐵 pose with All Might and let the kid pretend that he's standing next to the real All Might. Once all the pictures have been taken, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 blindsides everyone. Alright, thanks a lot, you guys. Anyways, you can have All Might if you want. Izuku watches as the kid's face perks up in joy, and the mothers look at 𝐒𝐲𝐵 with abject horror. Really, the kid asks. I can keep him. Ask your parents first, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 says, and the kid whirls around to look at his mothers. Izuku can't see, but he just knows he's looking up with watery doe eyes. Please. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲𝐵 walk away all mightless. The family seems happy, though one of the moms looks like she's having a breakdown trying to figure out how the hell they're going to take the thing back home. That was evil, 𝐒𝐿 says. He feels 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's hand brush up against his, and he takes it. What? No. That was perfectly wholesome, innocent behavior. 𝐻𝐼a laces her fingers with his and squeezes his hand. 𝐒𝐿 squeezes back. I mean, that kid was so happy. Did you see his smile? I did, 𝐒𝐿 admits, wearing one himself. But did you see how those poor parents wished for anything but a 7-foot stuffed superhero to be in their child's hands? Meh, they'll get over it, 𝐻𝐼a says. It'll be a little hard walking around and annoying on the train back home, but once they get there, that kid will be the coolest in his class. Those moms will have someone who'll love them even more for agreeing to keep it. And, most importantly, they'll all have an amazing memory to share. No evil, only joy. If you say so. Oh, I do. Are you in the mood for food yet? I could eat, sure. They get ramen. 𝐒𝐿 can tell that it's the pre-packaged stuff with absolutely disgusting from a health standpoint powdered flavoring made in some factory across some ocean. But he doesn't really care. It's a little chilly, and sitting across from 𝐻𝐼a under warm lights with hot noodles feels amazing. When they finish, 𝐻𝐼a suggests that they get ice cream. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't want any, but he follows her to the stand anyway. The line moves quickly, and soon they're at the front. 𝐒𝐿 admires the menu and doesn't notice the way 𝐻𝐼a's face freezes when she sees the server. Hey, Heido. 𝐒𝐿 looks up and sees a tan girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail. It's been a while. I'm a third-year student now, remember me? Sorta. 𝐻𝐼a says, staring down at the choices of ice cream. I'll have 1 scoop of vanilla, no toppings. Still plain and boring, here the server says, reaching for a cone and an ice cream scoop. I thought you changed. I mean, we all saw how cool you were in the sports festivals. But I guess it was only skin deep, here. Sure, 𝐻𝐼a says flatly. She takes the cone and tugs on 𝐒𝐿's hand a little. Cool seeing you. Try not to catch a cold. They leave before the girl can respond, 𝐻𝐼a quickly leading 𝐒𝐿 to a quieter section of the festival. I'm guessing that was a friend of yours. 𝐒𝐿 says, awkwardly shoving his hands in his pockets. Yeah, 𝐻𝐼a says, staring at her ice cream. She holds it out to 𝐒𝐿. I know you didn't want any, but I'm not in the mood for it anymore. You can have it if you'd like. Sure, 𝐒𝐿 says as he takes the cone. There's not much, and he doesn't really have to eat all of it. He takes a small bite and waits for 𝐻𝐼a to gather her thoughts. I don't like this school, she says, leaning up against a nearby pole. 𝐒𝐿 keeps silent, content to listen. I'm glad I got to go here, just because it's so prestigious, but I hate how snooty people are. The teachers expect you to be overly perfect, there's almost no free time even at home, and, well, the students aren't always the greatest. That girl used to make fun of me, even though I'm older. 𝐒� tries to hide his shock because he just can't imagine anyone not liking 𝐻𝐼a or at least tolerating her. To think that she was actually teased. Maybe even bullied. He does a bad job of hiding his surprise, the idea's so out there. Yeah, I know, 𝐻𝐼a says, tugging on her scarf. Weird, right? Well, I was way different in middle school. Mostly because it was right after. Well, I went here because my mom's an alumnus, and she's not exactly in the picture right now, if you catch my drift. Yeah, 𝐒� says, mostly so she knows he's listening. Yeah. Anyways, I went here because she went here. The house is nice because of her. We don't have to worry about financial stuff because of her. But right after they split. Didn't have that. So I was the daughter of an alum who isn't around, and was being raised by a single father. No quirklessness, but kids are vicious. You don't have to tell me any more, 𝐒� says. 𝐻𝐼a half smirks. Thanks. I really appreciate that. And I'm sorry for just dumping this on you. We're here to have fun, not mope over what has been. I mean, it's still part of you, right? Yeah, even if therapy tried to iron it out. But it still affects you, yeah. She nods. My past still impacts me, and I sometimes get lost in it. It's not The point is that I understand, and the night's not ruined because of it. Thanks, again. But I really just wanted to have fun. We still can. You hate this place, right? Hate's a weak word to describe it. Izuku chuckles. Then let's leave. But you were looking forward to goofing off here. And there's free food. So, you're not enjoying yourself, and I don't want to be somewhere where you can't smile. So let's go somewhere else. Anywhere but here. A change of scenery will be great. They end up walking around downtown, admiring the city lights and occasionally window shopping. Their hands stay laced together the whole while, except when Izuku inevitably stumbles upon a mugging that he sorts out. The officer who responds is left utterly clueless as to why 𝐒𝐲 won't stop laughing and why Izuku can't look the mugger or the muggy in the eye. He winds up laughing with her, though, because it really is funny that he can't go more than 5 days without saving someone. Funny, but not at all bad. Their wandering takes them to the edge of the city where a Ferris will overlook support. Izuku pays for tickets, and they hop into one of the cars. The seats are a little shoddy, and they have to share a seatbelt, but the view is amazing. Lights glow like the stars above, changing color at random. The ocean reflects the pale moonlight that peeks through the clouds almost shyly. They both keep silent the whole way up. They usually end the festival with fireworks, 𝐒𝐲 says, shifting away from him a little. I wanted to watch them with you. But this is just as nice. I think so too, Izuku says, catching her eye. She looks away but takes a deep breath and stares at him. Pretty romantic, right? 𝐒𝐲 says, right as they stop at the top. Izuku suddenly understands the knowing look the ticket salesman gave him when they got on. It's more than pretty romantic, Izuku says. It's closer to very romantic, I think. I'm pretty sure this has happened in a movie or 10. Why, 𝐒𝐲 says. It's, that obvious, isn't it? Yep, sure is. I still want to say it, though. Gee, go for it. Izuku, you're just really, really awesome and attractive, and a million other adjectives I can't think of right now. 𝐒𝐲 drums her fingers on her thighs, clearly nervous. I really, really like you. Maybe. I want to be with you. I think the same, Izuku says, gently grabbing one of her hands. Like, the exact same. Then can I? I wouldn't say no. They kiss. It's weird and unsure, but it feels right. 𝐒𝐲 pulls away. I love you. Izuku smiles and says the first thing that comes to mind. I know. I Han Solo'd her. She said she loved me, and I pulled a Han Solo. I can't even look her in the eye now. It wasn't even a cool situation to do it. It's not like I was about to be frozen in carbonite, I was just being stupid. Everything it was all romantic and stuff, like right out of a movie. I knew what was coming, I could have prepared myself, but no. I just let myself blank out. Why am I like this? The poster of All Might doesn't answer, and Izuku slumps down in his desk chair. He's lucky the apartment is empty. The neighbors might have heard, but he's never seen them once in his life, so he doesn't care. The important thing is that no one important knows. Well, 𝐒𝐲 knows, but she hasn't seen Star Wars, something he's grateful for. Not that it would have been a disaster if she did catch the unintentional reference. 𝐒𝐲 probably would have laughed it off harder than she did. She's great like that. But it's still so embarrassing that Izuku's happy to keep it to himself. He stands up and stretches his muscles. A weekend of heavy training and sleep had given him time to sit on everything that happened Friday, and his little rant was probably the peak of everything. It's such a weird, unexpected change in the grand scheme of things. Dating 𝐒𝐲 it feels like it can't be real. Or it did, until this morning. Really, hitting the weights and training for hours, even if he still isn't supposed to, worked wonders for his chaotic mind. Everything makes sense now, and it feels right. He has a girlfriend, one that loves him. He has a job that is fulfilling and pays well, his mom is working less and less, his proficiency with One for All is growing, and school is teaching him all sorts of new and useful things. He couldn't be happier. With a smile, Izuku goes about the rest of his morning. He showers, eats, checks over some homework, and gets dressed. The train ride is quiet and peaceful, and no one stops him in the street to ask for an autograph. His phone is oddly silent. Twitter must be bothering some other poor schmuck today, and the gates of UA are as welcoming as usual if you ignore the reporters waiting in front of it, which he does. And it feels so good to ignore them, too. Is this why Aizawa doesn't do interviews? Because brushing off the press is just so much fun. Planning to ask him, Izuku walks through the doors of classroom 1A, which are strangely closed. Good morning, Mr. Oh. Aizawa is passed out on the floor. Actually passed out, as in Izuku can see the even rise and fall of his chest as he lies belly up with his hands tucked under his head. His sleeping bag is crumpled up into a heap in the corner, and there's a tall thermos of hot coffee on his desk. There's a smaller container next to it, dull gray and matte with a simple twist cap. It looks like a flask. Carefully, Izuku backs up towards the door. Aizawa, even in his sleep, looks dead tired. The last thing he wants to do is cut into his sleep. He makes it halfway to the door when his shoe squeaks on the floor. Aizawa bolts upright, reaching for his neck, eyes glowing an angry red. Izuku laughs nervously. Morning, sir. Aizawa blinks, and one for all stirs in Izuku's gut, annoyed with being temporarily erased. Morning, Aizawa says, though it sounds more like a question. You can head up to Nedzu if you'd like. I've got a few minutes to kill, Izuku says, watching as Aizawa slowly stands and drinks a mouthful of coffee and puts the flask in his inner BRST pocket. I guess you had a long weekend. No longer than usual, Aizawa says in perfect monotone. I'm getting old is all. I can't go for as long as I used to without burning out. I should have gotten more rest. Okay, Izuku says, trying not to show how he thinks that Aizawa's lying through his teeth. Even if the man was getting old, he'd be smart about it. There's no way he'd risk his life because he couldn't catch up on sleep. He'd realize early on that he's not as sharp as he should be and immediately do something to correct it. Mine was nice. I got to relax and hang out with friends. You don't work weekends with Tensai. I can't remember. Izuku says. Hound dog doesn't let me. And neither do you, he doesn't say. Right. Aizawa drinks some more coffee and takes a deep breath. He lets it go. How's your work-study been? Great, Izuku says, fiddling with the cuffs of his sleeves. It's been pretty action-packed so far, but we're thinking that everything will kinda cool off soon. I've really learned a lot from him, and he's made me think about a lot of things, even if he doesn't realize. He tends to do that, Aizawa mumbles, starting to nod off again even if he's standing with a hot drink in his hands. He and Oboro always used to say the dumbest things, but when they got serious, Aizawa's eyes snap awake and he flinches. A splash of coffee hits the tile, staining the floor a dark brown. I'm going to head up to class, Izuku says, keeping his eyes locked on the puddle of coffee. The last thing he wants Aizawa to see is how thoughtful his eyes are. But it has the added side effect of making it impossible to read his teacher's expression. Yeah, Aizawa says. You do that and I'll clean up here. Izuku walks up the stairs that lead to Nedzu's meeting room, torn between brushing aside what just happened and analyzing every tiny detail. Despite knowing Aizawa's smart and logical enough to get through nearly everything, worry starts to creep in. Something's clearly wrong, but what? Probably something serious since Aizawa is, well, Aizawa. Whatever it is must be big. And personal. Which is why Izuku's unsure if he should be worried. No, he is worried. He's just not sure if he should try to figure it out and try to help. Aizawa's an adult. An adult who knows how to deal with things. He should be good on his own. But Izuku can't shake the feeling that he should do something. Nedzu takes his mind off of everything the second Izuku walks into the meeting room. There's a projector pointed at a screen that covers the far window. Nedzu sits on the floor in front of it, sipping tea as a block of letters that reads DVD video glides across the screen, bouncing off the edges. Izuku watches as the logo starts to move to a corner and Nedzu leans forward, interested. When the logo hits, it changes color and rebounds. Satisfied, Nedzu stands and flicks the lens cover over the projector. One must find delight in the simplest of pleasures, no. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, walking over to his computer which is plugged into the projector. He clicks a few times and starts to type a password in. Sure, 𝐒𝐿 says, watching as the password to 𝐻𝐻𝐿's computer exceeds 20 characters. Yeah, I get that. I also finished up that coding project you gave me. I had to restart a few times, but I think I got it. Wonderful. Send it to me in an email and I'll take a look at it later. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 takes the lens cover off the projector and the screen lights back up. A larger-than-life picture of 𝐒𝐿 and Piledriver holding up everyone else back at the photoshoot appears, the lighting and detail of every pixel flawless. Everyone's smiling, and their shirts, hoodies, hats, scarves, and even sweatpants are red or blue with the iconic logo written in white. Some people have their own faces on their clothes. More have their friends' faces and stand next to the real things. Most have some kind of unique logo, though, ones that match their costumes. 𝐒𝐿's shirt is long-sleeved with a blue body and mismatched sleeves. It's perfect, 𝐒𝐿 says, already picturing a copy of it on his wall. Yes, the camera work and editing is top-notch. The company certainly didn't want to anger me, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, chuckling. Would you like to see the rest? Yes, but I was wondering. 𝐒𝐿 trails off. Wondering what? You said you had dirt on the company, 𝐒𝐿 begins again. I was just wondering what it was and why you decided to blackmail a fashion studio. 𝐻𝐿's eyes gleam. Well, blackmail is a strong word. I was merely cashing in a favor. And if you're curious, well, 𝐻𝐿 shrugs. Let's just say that their child wants to get into my school but wouldn't last long if they were treated normally. So you're turning a blind eye to an applicant's behavior? 𝐒𝐿 asks, not liking it in the slightest. That's the thing, I'm not. 𝐻𝐿 sets his tea down and spreads apart his arms. The fact that I know that the child has issues means I could blacklist them. But I haven't. The parents think that I'll allow their child some wiggle room, considering that I'm letting them take the exam. But I'm not. In fact, Eraser and Vlad will be getting XPLCT copies of the student's record. Should they make it in, anyway? They might not. After all, who knows what the future holds? I guess, 𝐒𝐿 says. But it still feels wrong to let someone who, well, I don't know what they did, but you considered blacklisting them, right? 𝐻𝐿 nods. It feels wrong letting someone who might not deserve to be here have a go at it. True, but consider this, that child will get into a school no matter what. 𝐻𝐿 sips his tea. They, well, for the lack of a better term, are a perfect candidate for a top hero. A strong quirk, insane work ethic, unquestionable conviction, and high levels of strategic thinking. They placed first in the mock exams, you know. I didn't, 𝐒𝐿 says. But they have a record, right? Won't that stop them from getting into a good school? Or even a bad school? Heroes don't like taking in criminals. You're correct on all accounts, 𝐻𝐿 says. Villain to hero stories are mostly fiction. Very few turn over, and in this society, once you start doing crime, it's hard to stop. Especially when you're young. I'm working to change that, though. 𝐒𝐿 points to the picture on the screen. The whole reason I did that was to raise money for at-risk kids so they would have things to turn to that weren't crime or villainy. Then you believe in second chances, 𝐻𝐿 stares. I do. That's a wonderful thing. So tell me, does this middle school delinquent with a history of illegal quirk use and getting into fights deserve a shot at turning over a new leaf? I guess, 𝐒𝐿 says. Just as long as they try to get better, there's no problem with it. And how do you know about their record, anyway? Doesn't the government keep that kind of stuff private until you're an adult? They do, but I'm better than them. 𝐻𝐿 chuckles into his hand. Oh, the things I get away with because the people writing and enforcing the laws are less intelligent than me. I also keep an eye on prospects with strong or interesting quirks. They've been on the list for years. Your friend Tagata was as well, and young Heido. Was I on the list? 𝐒𝐿 can't help but ask. No, 𝐻𝐿 says. But try not to get so worked up about it. UA is made to mold top pros, and there's a certain type that can make it all the way there. We don't exactly discriminate, if you pass the exam, you're in regardless of who or what you are, but we favor those with strong quirks. That feels wrong. It is on some level, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 concedes. But it's what this school has done long before you or I were born, and it's what this school will continue to do long after we're gone. UA has a reputation to uphold. We made All Might. We made Endeavor. We made Best Jeanist. We're expected to keep doing the same, and we can't do that if we don't favor the strong and flashy. Was it because I was quirkless? Partly. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 nods sympathetically when Izuku looks away. You also didn't show signs of a strong work ethic, otherwise our scouts would have mentioned something. But yes, it was because you were quirkless. It's an unfortunate truth of our society that no one will ever look at a quirkless person and think hero. A quirkless person won't ever make someone feel safe, no matter how skilled or smart they are. It is wrong from a moral standpoint, but in the eyes of your average citizen. How could a quirkless person even be a hero when using a quirk to save others is part of what makes a hero a hero? Izuku cringes. I wouldn't have made it as a quirkless hero, here. Few would, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says. But it wouldn't be impossible for every quirkless person out there. UA and Shiketsu focus on strong quirks, but schools like Ketsubutsu, Seigen, Sei Academy, and Izumu don't. They'll take anybody and help them grow as best they can. Quirk or no? That's a little comforting at least. Izuku taps his legs, still trying to process everything. I still don't like it, though. Neither do I, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says. I think the way society treats those who don't fit in their mold is disgusting. It's why I helped train Aizawa for his first-year sports festival. You helped Aizawa get into the hero course? Izuku asks, connecting the dots, and Aizawa transferred into heroics. Oh, yes, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 reminisces, he failed the practical and was quite the moody child. I was teaching philosophy at that time, but I occasionally lent myself to the heroics teachers. I saw that Aizawa was hungry for a shot, was impressed with his quirk and the work he put in already, and, well. His Eraserhead now, Izuku finishes. Indeed, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 agrees. He's the sort of hero I wish UA would focus on. But alas, this school has traditions that can't be tossed. But you're the principal, aren't you? Yes, and that grants me some power. But 𝐻𝐻𝐿 taps his scar. I'm not particularly well liked outside of my circle. There's also around 50 years worth of alumni who'd raise a fuss, and that's not even taking the school board into account. So it's kinda stuck this way, Izuku says. I mean, you can't fix it, and the people in power don't want it to be fixed. Nothing's impossible, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says. Well, that which is impossible is outnumbered by that which is. The system can be changed, completely overhauled, even. Just not by me. Then who? You, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says simply. Think about it. You are a hero with an amazing, flashy quirk. You've been shown to work hard and have a strong character. The government, commission, and society as a whole will happily take you in. Provided they haven't already. I'm not so sure about that. You'll have to distance yourself from me for it to work, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 continues. I'm almost subhuman in their eyes, you know. But if they see a disconnect between you and I, well, you'll be right in the inner circle. Inner circle? Izuku asks. Oh, yes. This country, and every other one, if I'm honest, is run by a few elites. I'm not one of them, but I have dirt on a few so I can keep an eye out on what they do. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 taps his nails on his mug, making a series of high-pitched ticks. They'll probably approach you and attempt to bribe you. Playing nice for a while will get you even further in, and by the time you're 30, that's a long way into the future, you'll have this country in your hands, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, ignoring Izuku's comment in favor of staring off into the distance. Yes, then you can mold Japan how you want it. People wronged by how it is now and was before will get their justice. It may take years for everything to fully change for the better, but it will happen. All you need to do is to keep training. Izuku blinks and sorely wishes for a cup of tea. That was a lot, he says, still trying to process everything. I don't even know what to say. Should someone even be able to have that much power? Not at all, but the fact that you're questioning it makes you the perfect candidate. Still, you're to be the next symbol, no. Nezu points to the projector. The money from that is already going to help those in need. If you want to succeed All Might, not just be the next version of him, you'll have to keep going. Yagi built a wonderful society where people can smile without fear, but has really only draped a sheet over the deep-rooted issues left over from those awful times. People are still suffering from decisions made decades or even centuries in the past. You wish to help as many as possible. To me, at least, the choice is clear. It's still a lot, Izuku says. To think I could have that much power in the palms of my hands. I'm almost scared of it. Good. Perfect, even. Those who don't fear or understand the ramifications of having great power are bound to let it consume them. Nezu looks at Izuku very seriously for a moment but quickly flashes a warm smile. But you're only 16. It's good to think about the future, yes, but you should enjoy your youth. Train, goof off with your friends, stay up late like you youngsters do. It'd be a shame if you miss out on a chunk of your life because you were worried about what's to come. Izuku sits, absorbing Nezu's words deep into his mind. Thank you, he says. That was great advice. I try, Nezu says, tipping an imaginary hat. I think it's time for you to go, however. Have fun. I will, sir. I will. Of course, fun doesn't come until lunch. Classes with Midnight and Present MIC are enjoyable, but they're not exactly fun. It's interesting to learn more history and how to do a backflip without a quirk before summarizing a book he read in English, but definitely not fun. Izuku ends up thinking about what his combat lesson will be later in the day and how his friends are doing. But when lunch does roll around, Izuku finds himself distracted by his phone. Apparently his moment of peace from social media was temporary, and now he's trending again. It's because of the photo shoot, though, so it's not awful. He replies to a few tweets before shutting off his phone and getting in the lunch line. Once he gets his pile of food, Izuku walks over to his usual table. It's empty, but he catches a flash of periwinkle in the food line and figures that at least Nejiya is right behind him. He sits, makes sure his phone is on silent, and starts to eat. It's not Nejiya that sits down first, but rather Mirio. The taller boy gently sets his lunch tray down and sits across from him. Mirio's blue eyes bore into his, and Izuku shifts a little, unused to his straight face. I know, Mirio says, and the corners of his lips twitch up a little. Izuku's face turns beet red, and Mirio loses it. She told you, didn't she? Izuku says, fighting the urge to let his face slam into his beef stew. Mirio, covering his mouth with one hand while he wheezes, nods. Please tell me you didn't explain. So it was an accidental Star Wars reference, Mirio says, giggling. I wasn't completely sure. It's still funny either way. He lets out another short round of laughter, but you knew what you did, too. Yeah? Izuku says, staring down into his food, regretting his very existence. It was awful. Oh, come on, it's not that bad, Mirio says. Funny. Yes. Hilarious. Definitely. But nothing bad came of it, right? Nejiya didn't take it the wrong way. No, Izuku says. She just kinda laughed and then kissed me again. I said it back later in the evening. So it's fine. Yeah. I'm still not letting it go. I'd be worried if you did, Izuku admits. It is pretty funny. And it would be even funnier if she knew what it meant. You wouldn't. Hey, guys. Nejiya calls, swooping in to sit next to Izuku. Across from her, Tamaki sits next to Mirio. What's her up to? Lunch, Izuku says, trying not to look at Mirio's wiggling eyebrows. And, talking about school stuff. Cool. How were your classes? Nejiya asks, picking up her drink and taking a sip. Normalish, Izuku says. Nezu, but everything else is normal as it always is. How about you? Ours were great. Right, Tamaki? Sure, Tamaki says. If you count 2 exams and a pop quiz as good things. Izuku winces. On the same day. Really? Yeah, but they were easy, Nejiya says. I mean, you were done first for all of them, right? I guess. Tamaki shrugs, poking his chicken with his chopsticks. I still could have bombed them. You've been in the top 5 for literal years, 𝐒𝐠𝐻𝐼a says, casually grabbing one of Izuku's hands to hold. Izuku tries not to let it distract him, but he fails and ends up dropping a piece of beef back into the broth. There's no chance of you failing out now. PE isn't okay, you know, Mirio says, gesturing to 𝐒𝐻𝐼a and Izuku's laced fingers. It's not against the rules, but hypocrisy is also discouraged, you know, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says coyly. I seem to remember a few detentions you had for, oh, how should I put it? Inappropriate affection. Not the public kind, though, Mirio argues. It's still against the rules, and you're not fooling anyone, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. I'd bet 1,000 yen that your hand is on Tamaki's thigh right now. Mirio coughs, pink seeping into his cheeks. I'm going to awkwardly change the subject now because I don't have a defense for that. Movie night, anyone? Sometime this month. Subtle, Izuku says with a laugh. You're just a MSTR of quietly controlling the conversation. Oh, definitely, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a agrees. But what day were you thinking, Mirio? I work weekends, and Fridays are date nights. They are. Izuku asks. If you'd like. Oh. Sure, that'd be fine. Maybe a Sunday, Mirio cuts in. So wants me working a few hours every day, but most of my shifts are under 4 hours. And Tamaki? I only work Thursdays, Fridays, and weekends, Tamaki says. But 4 6-hour shifts. I could probably ask Fat Gum for some time off. So a Sunday, then, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. Next week. The week after would work better for me, Izuku says. I want to get a few more on-call hours at Ida 10 first, if that's alright. That's perfectly fine, Mirio says. Sunday 2 weeks from now. How does watching Star Wars sound? No. Izuku has to fight from slamming his hand over his mouth, because he knows what Mirio's trying to pull. I mean, there's so many of them, and we've all watched them before, right? Shouldn't we watch something new? I haven't seen Star Wars, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says. Really? Mirio says, acting surprised. You never told me. Yeah, I did, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a says, clearly slightly suspicious. You tried to explain the plot to me and I got lost after the first 10 seconds. Ah. Well, I must have forgotten, Mirio says, looking Izuku right in the eye. We should change that. They're good movies. Not really, Izuku says, already regretting it because of how appalled Mirio looks. I mean, it's hard to get into it if you didn't see it when you were young. They're also pretty dated. Like, the effects of the first 9 aren't up to scratch, and the dialogue. Izuku shivers. But you like them, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asks. Definitely, Izuku says. I really enjoy rewatching them, even if I do laugh at some of the parts. If you like them then I want to see them, too, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a decides. Great, Mirio says as Izuku stares at him with pleading eyes. We'll go in the order that they were released in, so episode 4's first. That makes no sense. Yep. But just wait till we get to episode 5. I have a feeling that you'll like that one. Izuku tries not to dread his future embarrassment, but it's too difficult to do. He can't look anyone in the eye for the rest of lunch and quietly heads to his next class. He knows it won't be that bad, every rational part of him recognizes that 𝐒𝐻𝐼a won't care and will laugh when she finds out. But the irrational part of him that Izuku can't shove aside is very loud in voicing its opinion on the matter. It's going to be awful when it happens. He can't help but think so, anyways. It's a relief when school's out. Izuku prepares to head home for some rest or maybe to the gym for some flying practice. He's not sure, since his mother's busy for the night and won't be home until later. But there's also a lot that's happened today. Stacking more training on top wouldn't make Hound Dog or Aizawa happy. Aizawa. Izuku tries not to think about the man, he really does. The memory of his teacher early in the morning sticks in his head, though. Tired, dead-eyed, and, well, almost depressed. It shakes him up a little, and he doesn't even notice that his phone's ringing until it's right about to stop. Hey, this is Midoriya. Who's there? he asks, not having seen the contact name in his haste. It's Hound Dog. How's it going, kid? Good, Izuku says. Is something wrong? Not that I don't like hearing from you, but, getting called by your therapist out of the blue ain't exactly fun, I getcha. But this ain't a bad thing. That's good. Yeah. I just wanted to know if you were free to come in right now. I've been, let's just call it booked for the foreseeable future. It's not that I don't care about why, I've just gotten a few more patients that take higher priority, and the session we planned for after your patrol kinda fell through. I'd be okay with coming in right now, Izuku says. I haven't even left campus yet. Great. See you in my office. The walkover is quick and gives Izuku something else to focus on. Once he makes it to the building, he climbs the steps, knocks on the door, enters, and sits down. Hound Dog greets him and offers him coffee like always. Izuku declines and gets comfortable on the couch. Sorry about the short notice, Hound Dog says. It was a real shock when I got my new patients. I just got the news today myself, and I'm still trying to figure out what to do to help them. It's all right, Izuku says. I'm not busy, and I understand that other people need help. Of course you do, Hound Dog says, putting on the closest thing he can to a smile. That's actually kinda what I want to talk to you about today. How you view heroics is important, you know. Yeah, Izuku says. I think this is also something that you wanted to touch on a while back, right? I kinda remember you pushing the topic aside so we could focus on a different issue. Yep, that I did. And it's all right to do that. Breaking things apart is a great way to problem solve. Anyways, how was your day? 50-50, Izuku says after a moment of thought. I made plans with friends, learned a few things, lifted, and, Nezu did his thing. But Aizawa doesn't look too good. Yeah, the staff all knows. Try not to let your worry get to you, though. He'll get better, we'll all make sure of it. That's good to hear. I just wish I could help him. Good, that means you care. How was your last patrol? Normal. I arrested a few low-level villains, and there was nothing big all day. Calm is good, especially in our line of work. Gives us time to rest before something big inevitably happens. Could you walk me through how you thought during that big bank fight you had a while back? Izuku blinks, surprised. Now, you didn't ask me about it during the session right after it happened. 'Cause you weren't ready for this conversation yet. I think you are now, though. All right. It's kinda hard to explain, because I don't tend to think a whole lot. Well, I do. It's just about how to do the actual saving or fighting. I don't think I'm capable of analyzing my feelings mid-battle. That's fine. How about you tell me about your feelings during the scenario instead? What do you mean? Think back to how you felt during it. It's not that hard in concept, but it may take you some time to gather your thoughts. If it helps, replay the event in your mind. Okay. First I was worried and a little bit apprehensive. I didn't know what was going on, and after the explosion, I knew I had to get a read on the situation, Izuku recalls, leaving out how he almost lost himself in the early parts of the attack. Once I saw how bad it was, I kinda felt better, but also worse. Like I knew how bad the street looked and that it was just the bank, but there also wasn't a whole lot of new information to go off of. It was a weird mix of confidence and apprehension. All of that's normal, Hound Dog says, writing a few things down. But I understand that there was a brief disagreement between you and Ingenium. He wanted to go first into the bank. I thought that I should be first. Why? Because I'm stronger. No, that sounds egotistical. It was because there was less danger in me going in front of him. I'm more durable than Ingenium, and if the worst came to worst, I could take a big hit and live while he countered. How'd you feel while taking point? Izuku shrugs. Normal. I was worried, but no more than I would have if Ingenium was in front. Actually, I think I would have felt worse if I had let Ingenium take point. Why? Well, I said it earlier, right? In terms of the mission and everyone's safety, it makes sense that I go first. So you'd rather risk your life than another person's? Yeah. That's kind of a part of the job. True. Can you think of a situation where you wouldn't choose someone's life over your own? No, Izuku says instantly. Yeah, that's a bad thing. What? Being a hero means you risk it all for anyone and everyone. If I'm not willing to offer myself up for another, then I wouldn't feel right calling myself a hero. Midoriya, do you want to die? No. Really? Because if you keep that mindset, you're going to. Pretty soon, if I had to guess. If I died saving someone, then I think I'd be okay with it, Izuku says, a little afraid of the words that leave his lips. Hound Dog remains silent for a moment. This, he says after a while, is going to sound awful, but bear with me. You, Midoriya Izuku, are more important than the average person. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. How many lives have you saved already? Over 15, I think. Maybe 25. Cool. That's great. How many lives has All Might saved? You can't answer that question. He's the symbol of peace. There's no telling how many lives he's responsible for. All right. How many could All Might have saved if he died at 16? Izuku forgets to breathe for a moment. I think I understand. I want you to say it. Please. It'll help it soak in. Izuku swallows. Under 100. Yeah. In comparison, the average Joe or Jane off the street will save 0. Doctors, social workers, and police officers might get a few, but heroes. Ones like you're going to be. Hundreds. Thousands. Actually, you might get up into the tens of thousands. Whether or not you're the next All Might is up for debate, but you could be one of the greats. If you die now, saving just one person, how many will die in the future because you weren't there? I don't know, Izuku says. This is heavy stuff, Hound Dog soothes. It's okay to feel scared. SHT, it's normal, even. But it's important that you understand this. We've lost so many young heroes, kids, really, because they didn't understand the value of their own life. It would break my heart to see another one be you, kid. Understand? If I can't protect myself, I can't protect others. Izuku thinks back to his lessons with danger sense, and how picturing himself as the shield for everyone had hurt him. But when he shielded himself, he was able to do the impossible. Remember that. It's okay to be selfish when it comes to your own life, okay? Okay. Good. I think you might be ready. Ready for what? To never see my ugly mug again is what? A few more weeks and you'll be good to go. You've gotten everything I wanted you to, down. Still see that handsome lady, though. Therapy is always good for YA. But you're ready for the big stuff again. Like patrols and my old training schedule. As long as you remember the value of your life, yeah. Izuku looks into Hound Dog's beady black eyes. He sees happiness and fulfillment. He's pretty sure he looks the same. Thank you, sir. For everything. Wait till you're actually cleared. I still want to see you for a while longer. Thank yourself, though, for working hard to get better. The first day back to his old schedule is a weird one. Izuku wakes up, brushes his teeth, showers, and goes right to Ida 10. Ingenium had been happy when he heard that Izuku got his hours extended and immediately asked if he'd like to work more. Izuku said yes without thinking, and now he's getting on a train at 5 a.m. It's not inherently a bad thing. Putting in more hours makes him feel great, but he's normally at the gym early in the morning. His body's used to exercising at this hour, not sitting stock still with little room to move. He starts to fidget, tapping his thighs just to find something to do. It annoys the few other passengers, so he quickly stops. Izuku distracts himself by looking at his phone. There's nothing new on Twitter, thank God, but there are a few new posts on forums about heroes which he reads. Izuku also rereads the text conversation he had with Nejiya the previous night. It makes him blush, the warmth traveling all the way to his toes. It distracts him better than any Twitter feed could. Izuku arrives at Ida 10 at 6 o'clock, ready to go out on patrol. But when he walks in the door, he finds Ingenium in full costume holding a sack of something on his back like Santa Claus. What's up? Izuku greets. Yo. Ingenium drops the bag, causing whatever's inside to shuffle around. How's it going? Pretty good. You're Chipper. HM. Oh yeah. I didn't tell you. We're doing something different today. Different how? Youth outreach, 𝐒𝐴𝐺 says, giving the bag a light kick. We're going to a middle school to talk to them about stuff. What kind of stuff? Drags and how to be a hero. Those go together. Nope. But we're going to 2 schools, so there'll be 2 different presentations. I don't know the script, Izuku says. Then, because he knows how 𝐒𝐺 operates, is there a script? Just follow my lead and try to look cool. Let's get going. The first school is a rich one. There's an auditorium with hundreds of seats and a state-of-the-art stage. Just for Izuku and 𝐒𝐺. To talk about how drags are bad. It's really awkward, but only for Izuku. 𝐒𝐺, however, works the stage like a veteran, making lots of big gestures and interacting with the audience frequently. Izuku just stands there, occasionally saying a word or 2 when prompted. At the end, they throw out toys from the sack, which practically makes a stampede of middle schoolers. Once everyone is calmed down, they thank the teachers for letting them come and quietly leave. The second school is poor. It's not obvious, since the building is big and modern, but the decorations and quality of the learning materials show how bad it is. But the students love them. They scream and cheer every time Izuku says anything, even if it's just a simple yes or no. They listen to their speech on preparing for hero school exams and beg them to stay and keep talking. It breaks Izuku's heart to walk off stage, but 𝐒𝐺 cheers him up quickly. We're hanging around to talk. And suddenly Izuku's in the lunchroom, swarmed by middle schoolers all begging for his attention. He signs hundreds of autographs, takes dozens of pictures, and gives lots of high fives. He stays there until school lets out for lunch, and heads out to the back. 𝐒𝐺 told him to wait there while he speaks to the principal, so Izuku leans up against the wall and looks up at the cloudy sky. A few minutes pass. Oh! Izuku looks over to see a tall, thin boy with purple hair and dark eye bags standing a few feet away. He's holding a tray of food and awkwardly making eye contact with Izuku and the ground. Can I? He stops speaking, and nervously closes his mouth. You can eat here, Izuku says. There's no tables though. The boy shrugs and sits on the ground. He digs into his rice, occasionally sneaking glances to the side. Izuku pretends not to notice and slowly slides down the wall. I didn't see you in the crowd. I was in the back. Oh. Cool. Did you get a toy? No, but I saw people fighting over the bag, so. Same thing. Yep. Izuku hums and fiddles with his belt for a moment. A cool breeze blows by, pushing steam from the boy's lunch over to Izuku's nose. His stomach grumbles. You want some of my udon? No thanks, I've got food coming. HM. Is it true? What you said? The boy asks. Izuku looks over to see him staring into his noodles. Is what true? That anyone can be a hero, no matter what. Sure, Izuku says. You just have to work hard. Do you want to be a hero? More than anything. I did, too. Have you been getting ready for exams? I jog every morning. That's not enough. No, it's not. There's this really great YouTube channel called Fitness Teens. They do sponsorships and stuff, but if you go back to when they were starting out, they've got a lot of good tips for people your age. I'll look into that, thanks. No problem. I know it's difficult to do at your age, but have you been training your quirk? It's pretty important for most exams. The boy stills. I can't practice it. Why? I brainwash people. Ah. Yep. How? Excuse me. How does it work? The boy blinks, stunned. If someone responds to me, I can give them simple instructions. They're in a trance while I do it, and don't remember anything. That's pretty powerful, Izuku says, and handy. Any school would be lucky to have you, but I can guess how things are for you right now. Why, thanks. He rubs the back of his neck. I'm not a fan of yours, but I know who you are. And as long as you're here, I may as well ask. How hard is it to get into you, really? Izuku lets out a long breath. He thinks. For you, right into the hero course. Yeah. Impossible. What? You're not as fit as you could be. The exam is all robots, so your quirk won't work. And I don't know if you could get in on, never mind that last bit. You won't pass the UA practical. You just won't. They'll put you into Gen Ed and give you a shot at the sports festival, but if you fail that, you're not getting in. Oh. The boy drops his chopsticks. I'm sorry, Izuku says sympathetically. But UA? I don't think it's right for you. It favors people like me. Flashy, powerful, loud. You, though. You're made to be sneaky. Lurking in dark alleys, brainwashing drug dealers, and arresting muggers. UA has the sports festival. Everyone will see you there, everyone will know your quirk. That's not good for an underground hero. Do you want to be an underground hero? I don't care just as long as I am a hero. But, that's my dream school out the window, here. Don't worry about it. I know that's easy for me to say, but don't. Apply to Shiketsu. They're good, real good. And they don't favor people like me. They'll take you in gladly. And they'll make you a really good hero. Alright, the boy says. Thanks. No problem. They sit there until Ingenium comes out holding a pair of takeout bags. He tosses one to Izuku, waves to the boy, and starts to walk off. Izuku follows, but something stops him. Hey, Deku. Izuku turns to see the boy standing. Shinso. Hitoshi. What? That's my name. Look for it in the list of Shiketsu graduates 3 years from now. Izuku smiles and nods. I will. I promise. Patrol after Izuku's talk with Shinso is pretty quiet. It's a blessing, really. It lets Izuku think about if he did the right thing, and if Shinso can follow through on his commitment to becoming a better hero prospect. While Izuku would like to think that UA wouldn't be the right school for Shinso, he can't be completely certain. But then images come to mind of the boy, baggy-eyed with slumped shoulders as he sits in the auditorium, learning that he'll have to fight something his quirk won't work on. Izuku can see Shinso try and fail to think of a way to use his quirk, and then, in a last-ditch effort, hit the robots with whatever he can find. The dark scene ends with Shinso fighting back tears as is forced into the Gen Ed course, growing bitter and mean. It's not a fun story. But Shiketsu will be better for him. Izuku remembers that they have one-on-one assessments for applicants, so Shinso will have a better shot at showing off his quirk, which any school would want to nurture because, as depressing and unfortunate as it is, brainwashing would be the perfect quirk for a villain. It'll be good for hero work, but the thing that everyone thinks of when they hear that someone can mind control others is what crimes they could commit. It's another thing that Izuku hopes he can fix when he's older. Hey, good work, Ingenium says for the 100th time. Really, those kids loved you. Sure, you were a touch stiff, but that just made you look even cooler. Middle school students are obsessed with the whole dark and broody theme. Well, a lot of them are, anyway. Thanks, Izuku says, taking a quick look back at the school building. How often do you speak in schools? A few times a year, Ingenium says, but I only go to a specific school every few years, just to keep it special. That way, the younger kids will have fond memories of my little bit, which means that when I come back, they'll be even more excited than they were before. I also change up my speech. You can't repeat things with them, they'll get bored. Interesting. My school never had a hero for a guest speaker. All we got was we had a cop that came around and told us about how severe being caught with drags was, and there was a suicide prevention one my last year there, Izuku remembers, though not fondly. No one took either lecture seriously, and everyone got punished for it. Except Bakugo, though, because of course he didn't. Those are also good topics, Ingenium says, rounding a corner into a small plaza. But I talked about suicide prevention the last time I was there, and schools here usually do a good job of having cops come in and explain the laws. I actually don't like that it's just Hosu that does that. Like, I'm sure that other parts of the country do, but none of my schools did. It feels like they're profiling poor people, Izuku says, disgusted at the very idea of it. Yeah. It's awful, especially because the people here are great. I mean, look. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 points to a man in the center of the plaza, casually strumming an acoustic guitar. In front of the guitarist is an elderly couple, casually swaying in each other's arms. A few people stop and smile, and one younger couple even joins in, to the delight of the people sitting on the nearby benches. There's nothing bad here. I know, Izuku says. My neighborhood it's not poor or unsafe, but it's not rich or peaceful. Actually, I think it might have one of the highest villain attack rates in the country. But no one's hateful, there aren't a lot of regular, quirkless crimes. Everyone's just not as well off as other people are. There you go. That's the right way to put it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiles under his helmet and claps Izuku on the shoulder. People are people, and people deserve the benefit of the doubt, no matter their social standing. Yeah, Izuku says, thinking of something to add, but don't crime stats show that criminal and villain activity are higher in lower-income areas? I'm not trying to say these people are bad or anything. It's just, maybe some extra police isn't a bad idea. There's two things I've got for that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 flips up the peace sign for a few teenagers, who nod in return. Then, he holds his fingers out to Izuku and puts one down. First, the population density is greater here. Housing isn't the best, and everyone is cramped, so if you do crimes committed per square kilometer, this is a pretty bad place. But if you do it by crimes committed per person, it's not as bad. Second, criminals stick to poorer areas. It's easier to blend in with or take advantage of the less wealthy. Then there should still be more heroes here, Izuku says. I know it might be a little unfair, but it's like you said. Criminals hang around here. It's a pretty messy situation, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says. I agree that more protection is good. But I mean that in the sense of people like you and me. Heroes just walking around, being seen, being known, ready to help when needed. But some of the cops, they need to meet quota, so the precincts around this city's precinct often patrol on the edges of the district, looking for crime. Heroes do it too, looking to pad their stats. I know Fourth Kind likes to walk down here, intentionally causing a ruckus so he can get a few arrests. Okay, that's illegal, Izuku says. Right. I mean, we can't investigate without police or government oversight, or without a PI license. He's not investigating anything, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says, shaking his head. He's going to places where drag deals happen, or where street gangs are a problem, and baiting people into doing something, usually attacking him. That's wrong, Izuku says. He's a hero. Nah, he's got a plastic card in his wallet that lets him stop crime and do disaster relief. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reaches for one of his pockets and pulls out his hero license. This doesn't mean anything other than you passed a test. Being a real hero doesn't depend on what the government says. It depends on your actions, your words, your goals, and your character. Real heroes do everything they can to help people that need it, card or no card. Oh, Izuku says, his own license suddenly feeling heavy in his pocket. It's still an accomplishment to get it, though. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slips his license back into his pocket. It means you're skilled. Just try not to put too much importance on the card, alright? It's just a piece of plastic. Alright. Izuku reaches down to where he keeps his own card. It's hard to feel through his gloves, but he knows it's there. Nice. I'm glad you understand that. Now, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's phone starts to buzz, and the man hurriedly ditches one of his gloves and his helmet to pull it out and answer. Hello. The what? No, I didn't hear anything about that. Today. I'm in uniform right now. How important? I've got a work-study kid with me. Oh, yeah, totally. I'll just let Shota's star student wait in a prison. Shota's going to be there. And, oh, that important. Yeah, I'll be right down. See you. What's going on? Izuku asks. I'm not completely sure, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 says, affixing his helmet with a serious expression. But I do know that it's at a prison and so serious that they don't want to explain it over the phone. Oh, that was midnight by the way. She's apparently there. And Eraserhead. And MIC. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shakes his head to clear his thoughts. It's fine. You'll just wait in a room with someone. It's technically part of a case, I guess. Nemurai wasn't all that clear. Anyways, let's go. Now. Izuku starts to jog after Ingenium, who's wasted no time heading for a less crowded street. Yeah. It's apparently urgent. As in, I needed to be there 10 minutes ago and didn't get the memo for some reason. Then wouldn't it be better if we flew? Izuku calls. Ingenium stops his run and turns around. Yeah. Do you give piggyback rides? They're almost shot down outside of the prison. It sounds funny without context. Izuku knows that Mirio will get a kick out of it later, but it's not so funny when a warning shot in the form of a huge column of fire sails over Izuku's head, making Ingenium scream and him take a sharp dive. We're heroes. Heroes. Ingenium tries to call. But a laser, red and terrifyingly warm, locks onto Izuku's chest, and he decides that it's a good idea to land outside the maximum security prison. The glares they get from prison staff are legendary. The warden comes down to meet them, and Ingenium apologizes profusely while Izuku hides behind him in an attempt to avoid a lecture. It works, but only because Ingenium offers a good excuse and the warden admits that being in such a hurry means that making a mistake is forgivable. Not that he's happy about it. The man makes it clear that prisons are a no-fly zone for a reason, looking directly at Izuku. It's only after all of that, and signing a few forms, that they are allowed in. And boy is it a weird experience. There are 4 floors in the detention area, but there's hardly any floor at all. Catwalks connect the individual cells, all linking up in one central area, which is different for each floor. Each catwalk is only wide enough for one person to walk across comfortably, but the rails are all 2 meters tall. The bottom level is the eating area, and there are no cells, only tables and little cat flaps on the bottom parts of the walls. The cells have no windows looking into the actual prison. The doors are a blank white with bold black numbers painted on in no particular order. Some of the numbers are faded and chipping, others sheen with a coat of fresh paint. The only sounds in the entire building are the low hum of the heater and their sharp footsteps. It makes Izuku feel small and trapped. We're second after Tartarus, you know, the guards skirting Ingenium and Izuku brags. That's why we gave y'all a warning shot. The pit would have shot you down and made you Swiss cheese for all the sharks. Wonderful, Ingenium says. Another reason why we shouldn't have flown. Why are we so stupid? It was my idea, Izuku mumbles. I shouldn't have said anything. Or, you guys are fine, the guard insists. You only barely breached the zone we protect, and you didn't even try to get over the walls or the fence. You gave our guards a right scare, though. We were about ready to go on lockdown. You mean you aren't on lockdown right now? Ingenium asks. He's long since discarded his helmet at the visitor check-in, and his surprise shows as he looks around the building. No one's out. Oh, no, this is standard, the guard says. We only let 5 of them out at a time, and only the good-behaved ones. Also, I'm supposed to tell you that if you are taken prisoner by one of our lovely residents, the government won't negotiate for your release. If you're grabbed, it's advised that you don't fight back and wait for us guards to come get YA. But, that's for civvies. I promise that we're able to handle most villains, Ingenium says. I know, the guard says, smiling. But guess what? These, he waves the barrel of his gun around at the doors to the cells, ain't your average purse snatchers. SHD, even in this minimum security area, there's a few big names. You know Hacksaw. Hacksaw is here. Izuku says, looking around in shock. Yep, the guard says, almost proudly. She was only beaten by All Might. Endeavor got knocked out by her. She's here. In minimum security. Izuku still can't believe it. Oh, she's not so bad. Can't do much now that her quirk won't work, but she's still sorta feisty. Those 2 statements contradict each other, Ingenium says. Nah, they don't. Anyway, this door leads outside. The guard stops and rests one of his hands on the massive frame of a heavy, steel door. There'll be more guys leading you round. Just follow 'em and don't talk. They don't take kindly to unnecessary sounds. Perfect. The door splits open without a single squeak or scrape. The friendly guard steps back, and a small squad of less friendly-looking guards appears just outside the door frame. They're all dressed in black tactical gear with full face masks and impressive weaponry. All of them are nearing 2 meters in height, and Izuku can tell that they are way more fit than the average person. They stand stock still for a moment before turning as one and marching off. Izuku and 𝐿𝐵 follow, taking light steps because the guns the guards have look scary. The outside of the building is all dull and drab. Concrete is the primary building material, and whoever designed the prison complex had a thing for brutalist architecture. Other squads of guards march around, occasionally stopping beside the entrances of buildings or at random junctions. No one walks in or out of the prisoner housing facilities. Every single one except the building they walked through is locked up tight, and Izuku has a hard time even figuring out what's a door and what's just a bit of a wall. And everything is silent. Even the padding of the guards' boots is almost non-existent. It's very clear that any escaping prisoner would have to get out without making a single sound or use brute force to get through all the guards, which is impossible for most. A night escape would also be hard since there are massive floodlights on the top of every building and the sides of the pathways glow a bright white. It makes Izuku feel on edge, just being around so much firepower and stuff designed to keep people out and in. And the fact that villains are locked up less than a few meters away from him doesn't help, either. It gets even worse when they reach their destination. The guards stop in front of a large, tough-looking metal box and form 2 lines, one on either side. They hold their rifles so they are pointed at the ground, but their fingers are only a few centimeters from the triggers. The message is clear: they know Izuku and 𝐿𝐵 are heroes, but that doesn't matter in the long run. Shifting nervously, Izuku stares at the box. From under the earth comes a rumbling, deep and low and almost primal. It slowly grows louder, getting closer and closer. Then, all of a sudden, it stops. And the side of the box facing Izuku slides down. In. Izuku jumps, looking around to see who spoke. It's impossible to tell, but the way the guards stare at them, he and 𝐿𝐵 aren't comfortable with waiting around to find out. They step inside of the box, which can't be called an elevator because it's so cramped and tiny and industrial looking. The entrance seals back up, and they are locked inside with a single naked light bulb to keep the dark away. So, 𝐿𝐵 says, drumming his fingers on the thigh plaiting of his armor. "Think we can talk now?" Izuku shrugs. They are probably recording us, but that doesn't matter. And then they start to fall. Or maybe not quite, since their feet never leave the floor of the car. But it goes so fast that it feels like they are completely free of any brakes or safety features. It takes a few seconds, but eventually they start to slow. Izuku tries not to think about how bad it would have been if whatever the prison is using to control the car failed mid-trip and sent them crashing into the ground. The door slides open and Izuku steps out after 𝐿𝐵, who looks a little green. They meet with another guard who says nothing, and walk in the only direction the hall will allow. It's cold, but Izuku's still in full costume, so it's not awful. Like the surface, everything is quiet, but the aged paint and rusted support beams combined with the bright LED lights give it a more lived-in feel. They walk past a few doors before stopping in front of a random one on the right. The guard knocks twice and leaves. The door swings open, and a familiar face appears. "Tensai," Aizawa says. "What took you?" 𝐿𝐵 steps in the door with Izuku on his tail. "I actually got here the fastest way possible," he says. "I just didn't know that this was a thing. Does anyone know why I wasn't informed?" "We texted you to meet us here," Midnight says, waving to Izuku from her seat against the wall. There are no tables or chairs, so she and present MIC, who's to her left, are forced to sit on the floor. "Yesterday and today." "Ah. Yeah, my phone's always on silent and I never look at it on patrol," 𝐿𝐵 says, leaning against one of the concrete walls. "Last night was pretty tiring, so I just went home and passed out. I didn't even check it this morning when I woke up." "That's on us, then," MIC says, much less cheerful than normal. Both he and Midnight are dressed in civilian clothes while Aizawa's in his regular jumpsuit sans his capture weapon. "We should have told you about this earlier." "It's alright, I only almost got shot down," 𝐿𝐵 says, the small joke failing to cut the tension. "What even is this, anyway?" "Nem, you were really vague, but..." "Not with the kid here," Midnight says, taking her glasses off and rubbing her eyes. Izuku catches a look at her eye bags as she does, which weren't there yesterday. Or maybe they were and she just covered them with makeup. It's dark. He'll wait somewhere and, actually, it's probably best if he goes home. I can wait here, Izuku says. I don't have anything going on. I'm sure you all want to be out of here before it's late, too, so, yeah. He smiles awkwardly, still shaken up by the fact that MIC isn't smiling. Our conversation might take a while, Aizawa says. A long while. The prisoner has been unresponsive and it's unclear if we'll make any progress. Do you have to dehumanize him? MIC asks, shoulders slouched with his hands laced over his lap. He slowly massages his thumbs against each other as he looks down. I know you're skeptical, but there's a chance. And even then, he's still a person. The prisoner is a child trafficker, Aizawa says, almost spitting into the floor. As far as I'm concerned, they're not a person anymore. They lost the right to the title. There's also a million ways that the test could be wrong, and a million more they would explain why the results are what they are. I'll wait to cast my final judgment until we're done, but right now it's not looking too good. He'd hate to see you like this, Midnight says softly. Aizawa's expression sours further. That's impossible to know. Sho, Ingenium says, resting a firm hand on his friend's shoulder. Breathe. It's fine. We'll figure this out later. I just want to know what's going on. Oh, not in front of my Doria, Aizawa snaps, cutting MIC off. He's been through enough already. He's a big kid, he can handle it, Midnight says, sternly glaring at Aizawa. And he's through with therapy. It's not the best metric of how good his mental health is, but he's doing a hell of a lot better than us right now. You just don't want to deal with your feelings until you're forced to. MIC raises both of his hands, worry crossing his face. Hey, easy. Now's not the time to get on each other's cases. Nemurai, I'm just as hopeful and frustrated as you. Sho, look, you can't be a stone wall forever. Remember what No, Aizawa says gruffly. That was private, and will only come into effect if the experiment works out. Experiment? Midnight scoffs. That's low, even for you. That could be, not? In front of. Midori, could we all just, guys, what the hell is going, you don't even care about, I do care, I'm just taking steps, take a deep breath, both of you, no, seriously, what's happening? Guys, I'm getting S, would it kill you to think, Fu, are you ready to go? The arguing halts and everyone turns to look at the open door and the guard standing in the frame. He's shorter than the ones upstairs, but he's still at least 180 centimeters, and he's much more stocky than the surface guards. His face mask hides everything, but Izuku gets the distinct impression that he's annoyed. Yeah, Aizawa says, casting one last look around the room. We are. Will one of you take him up? He points to Izuku. No, that's against protocol, the guard says, turning around. He'll have to wait in the camera room with the others. No one is allowed to use the elevator when a prisoner is being interrogated. We can wait, Aizawa offers. The guard shakes his head, already beginning to walk down the hall. There's people behind you, so move it. As the guard takes off down the hall, Aizawa jogs to catch up and passes him. The skinnier man steps in front, stopping the guard in his tracks. I'm not having a minor watch an interrogation. How old is he? 16. That's old enough, so you either move along and have the guy watch or you all go back up. Your choice. The guard shrugs like he doesn't have a care in the world, and Aizawa glares. Fine. But I'll be telling the warden about this. Go for it. Now move. A few meters down the hall, there is a door. That door is a meter thick and made entirely out of a shiny, sturdy metal. The door opens to another door, the second made of the same material but smaller. The second door opens to a third that's smaller than the second, the third opens to a fourth, and so on until the last door, which is a circle the size of a porthole on a ship. Izuku watches as his teachers disappear into the room beyond the doors before being scrayed to a different room further down. It only has one door, and it's pretty weak. But it's not an interrogation chamber. Instead, the viewing room door opens to yet another familiar face. Detective. Midoriya. The two stare at each other for a moment before the door closes. They blink in unison. Nice to see you. Izuku tries. Yes, Detective Tsukochi says, standing up from the small table in the center of the room and walking over to Izuku. I wish the circumstances were better, but it's nice to see you. He holds out a hand which Izuku takes. Yeah, what are the circumstances? Izuku asks, retracting his hand. I know they're not great, but I'm not sure what you and Aizawa have to do with it. Have a look at the screen, the detective says, pointing to the wall over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turns his head to the side and sees high-definition footage of purple and black smoke with yellow eyes. Is that Kurogiri? Yes, the detective confirms. Why don't we have a seat? There are actual chairs at the table, along with a small coffee machine and a remote for the TV in the room. Izuku sits next to the detective so they can both watch, but he has to push away a few papers to have a spot. What are these? He asks, holding up a tan file folder. Case files for Kurogiri and Shigaraki Tomura. The detective plucks the file from Izuku's hands and opens it. A picture of Kurogiri the size of a normal piece of paper is the first thing inside. The detective closes the file and sets it down. There's a lot more, as you can see. I've been busy working on a string of murders and villain attacks, so I haven't had time to look everything over. I'm going next, so I have to catch up quickly if I want to do a proper interrogation. Oh, Izuku says. I could help if you'd like. The detective mulls it over for a moment. I suppose that would be okay. You were on the case, and you'd only sit there sneaking looks if I said no. I'd try not to, Izuku defends. The detective chuckles. I know. But you still would. It's not your fault, it's just how humans are. Look at this one first, though. I've already been through it. Izuku takes the offered folder and sets it down in front of him. Thanks. You're welcome. Taking off his gloves, Izuku takes a look at the file. The front of it reads 009027-792936 Sensei in bold red. Izuku opens it up and looks at the first paper, which is a sketch of a Japanese male in his 40s. There's nothing special about him other than his height, which is nearing 2 meters. Turning the page over, Izuku reads through a scant profile of the man. He's the head of a human trafficking ring, or at least they think so. It's unclear if he's an actual doctor or teacher or anything else that would have sensei for an honorific, but it's assumed that he has some medical knowledge based on what his captured workers said. It's also unclear how deep everything runs. The equipment he's said to have and the stuff that was taken from the various hideouts is expensive and exclusive. Anyone would have needed access to a medical license to get it, or, failing that, they'd need to know where to steal it from. The other thing that points to some kind of conspiracy is the list of suspects. There's a lot, but only a few match the height description. One of them, the man at the top of the suspect list, actually, is dead. 2 bullets, small caliber, to the back of the head. The cause of death is listed as suicide. It starts a bone-chilling line of thought. Was this sensei man actually killed by his backers? Or was the human trafficking ring able to figure out who the suspects were and killed one to send a message? Who are the backers? Do they even exist, or is sensei a man in power? Why did they even need so many children in the first place? Where did the ones they failed to save go? How big is the whole ordeal? There are just too many questions for Izuku to feel safe. As far as he can tell, those people are still out there, working to do something. Yes, their warper is locked up, but that's only a temporary fix. Or is it? Maybe sensei or whoever's in charge let Kurogiri get captured. It's hard to say. Frustrated from his fractured thinking, Izuku closes the file on sensei and picks another folder up from the pile. This one is on Kurogiri. Like before, the first item is a picture, taken by the prison. Behind that are a few pictures of Kurogiri with his eyes shut, one of him next to a meter stick, and pictures from when he was being transported after his capture. Comparing the pictures to the man on the TV screen, there's really no difference. Interestingly, though, Kurogiri has a real, solid body. The metal thing he wore before was housing for it, and the prison replaced it with something that'll shock him if he tries anything. Turning the page, Izuku is met with a confusing list of names. He recognizes none, but the fact that quirks, ages, and body proportions are listed beside them piques his interest. He turns a few more pages and finds a document outlining an investigation into who exactly Kurogiri is. The quirk database failed to turn anything up, and BRTH record searches were fruitless. The name Kurogiri is accepted to be an alias, but there is simply no one in existence with a quirk like his, which led investigators to conduct a DNA test so they could figure out who Kurogiri's parents might be. Izuku turns to the results of those tests and freezes. Kurogiri has the DNA of 10 people, but none are on the list. However, the 10 people are all married heterosexual couples who had children. Said children all disappeared in their mid to late teens. Izuku grabs an earlier file and sets it next to the DNA test results. The top 5 share last names with the males on the list. But the first name, circled in red with the title of another document under it, is Shirakumo Oboro. Izuku furrows his brow. The name is familiar, but he can't remember where it's from. He leans back in his chair, trying to jog his memory. He looks over to Detective Tsukochi, who's leaning over his papers with his fingers massaging his temples. Oh dear, the detective says, flicking one paper aside to look at another. This, is a detective. Izuku tries again. Tsukochi jumps in his seat. Sorry, he says, looking back down at the files. Just read this one next, please. It's important. Then you should read this one, Izuku says, compiling all the papers that were in the file. It's important, but I can't quite understand it. All right. The detective reorganizes his folder. We're being recorded. Okay. Izuku says, gingerly taking the file. What? How about we take a quick break, actually, the detective says, reaching for the remote. Maybe the interrogation will help us understand the files better. Okay, Izuku says, looking at the TV as Tsukochi unmutes it. Know who you are. Truly, this is the first I have seen any of you. Kurogiri's rich baritone voice crackles through the speakers of the TV. I don't know who you're talking about. I am Kurogiri, Tomura's protector. Oboro, present MIC says, sitting on a chair in front of Kurogiri, who's bound in a straitjacket and chained to a chair. That's your name. We used to have karaoke nights in your basement. I always won. I don't, you always wore those 𝐒𝐳 patches, Midnight continues. One day, I got curious and pulled it off while you were asleep. You woke up, almost suffocated to death. I started carrying boxes of them around after that, just in case. We used to race every day in class, Ingenium recalls. Even if it was just a few feet, we'd try to beat each other, and then the loser would buy the winner something. We had to call it quits after a while because you ran out of money. I still owe you a few sandwiches, though. All the attention falls on Aizawa next, who stands far away from Kurogiri, clutching his goggles in his hands. He's looking downward, and his long, black hair hangs around his face like a shroud. Shirakumo Oboro, Aizawa says. That's who they think you are. You have the right height, DNA, and your quirk matches his. But my friend would never hurt children, or anyone, really. So you're not him. He's in you, though, Kurogiri. Oboro is inside of you, probably fighting to break free. So either you'll let me talk to my friend, or I'll make you let me. Aizawa looks up at Kurogiri. Izuku can't tell what his expression looks like, but from the tone of voice, Aizawa is nearly heartbroken. Talk to me, Oboro. Please. Kurogiri freezes. His smoke starts wafting around, and his eyes fail to blink. He starts to shake, vibrating the chair and the room around him. The guard in the room yells something and reaches for a SWCH on the wall. Ingenium stops him. The smoke clears, and the foggy shadow of a person peeks out of Kurogiri's restraints. From the way everyone in the room reacts, it's Oboro. But he's not well. Starred, alive, is. The BSTRD. Is. Alive. Buddy. MIC says softly. He slowly starts to approach the chair, but Oboro thrashes wildly, putting himself in danger of knocking himself out. Everyone backs off. The BSTRD is alive. The BSTRD is alive. The 𝐵𝑆TRD is alive, the 𝐵𝑆TRD is alive, the 𝐵𝑆TRD is 𝐿𝑒𝑣𝑒𝑡ha bastardize alive, he salavies. Someone pulls the SWCH. No one's sure who. Kurogiri is hit with a powerful shock of electricity and knocked out. In the interrogation room, Izuku's teachers fall to their knees. Izuku himself momentarily forgets how to breathe. Tsukochi mutes the TV and falls out of his chair. Detective! Izuku cries, helping him up. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Do I need to see I'm fine, the detective says, pushing Izuku to the side. Well, I'm not, but things are more important right now. He stands shakily. Izuku looks him over, trying to see if he hit his head. What's so important? This. Tsukochi points to a file. And this. He points to another. And all of them. Why didn't I see the signs sooner? Sir. Human trafficking, human experimentation, it's his. Sir. F. The conflicting results of the DNA tests, your account from the fight in the bunker. Sir. The names Sensei, the access to impossible medical equipment, the fact that he's untraceable by conventional means. Sir. Izuku shouts, grabbing Tsukochi by the shoulders. What are you talking about? Don't you see, Midoriya? Tsukochi's face is pale white, and his eyes are hollow and dead. And Izuku begins to follow the line of thought. The vomit-inducing, bone-chilling, mind-numbingly terrifying thought process that Tsukochi has been having for the last 10 or so minutes. All for one is alive, Izuku says, his words barely coming out as more than air. And there's no doubt he's coming for you. Miles away, unaware and unconcerned with his imprisoned fakes, Izuku's greatest fear smiles, all teeth and no lips, as he coaches a young girl on how to properly slit a throat. As she drags her knife against the stolen corpse, all for one ruffles her hair and laughs. Soon. Everything will be in play soon. Every muscle in his body seizes. His stomach tries to force its way out of his mouth. The world darkens and begins to spin. He feels his knees give out, and he collapses on all fours. His heart hammers in his chest, frantic like his mind. His breathing turns ragged. He dry heaves, fighting back bile. It's impossible to say. Every second he thinks about it, the walls close in even more. He can feel himself start to suffocate. The room is suddenly too small for him to breathe, and every shred of his instincts tries to get him to claw his way out. But he can't move. Fear, vile, ugly, and oppressive, seeps into his chest from his mind and settles into his gut. He's paralyzed, frozen solid like a statue. Or a corpse. The stench of blood and guts fills his nostrils, stinging his eyes. He tastes the coppery liquid in the back of his throat. Not even the bitter taste of vomit washes it away. He's trapped by his own sensory system, his body refusing to move no matter how much he begs for it to run. Memories that aren't his start to flow, indistinguishable from each other. Oh, brother dear. I still love you. But I can't let you run around. You've given me no choice. A pity. I really was curious. Oh, well, I guess the secret will die with you. Any last words? How does that scar feel? Does it remind you of your MSTR? He died crying, you know. He died thinking that I was going to kill you and end this foolish legacy. He was right in the end. How pathetic. You think you're strong enough to stand up to me. I am all for one. The strongest being to ever live. You are nothing but an ant for me to squash. Your MSTR put up a better fight than this. A pity. I'll have to kill him next time. Do you know what your MSTR felt as she died? Fear. Pain. Grief. Despair. I dragged it out, making sure she knew just how poorly she chose when her MSTR offered the quirk to her. I practically dissected her. It's remarkably hard to keep a human body alive without the lungs or heart, but, with my expertise, I managed. Oh, how she begged for anesthesia. He feels himself start to break. A tidal wave of 9 generations worth of pain slams into him, and he can barely cling to who he is. It's exhausting, and he feels him start to cry. But something else stirs, a beacon in the storm. Light rises from the inky depths, and they whisper in his ear. Rest all that you need. Get back up stronger than ever. Don't waste this power, boy. You are safe. You are strong. Don't get scared. Get angry and get revenge. There's no shame in sensible cowardice. Go ahead and cry, kiddo. It'll make you feel better, but get back up once you're done. Whenever you're scared or nervous about a fight, put on a smile. You'll trick your opponent into thinking you're in control, and you'll start to think everything's okay. The storm wears itself down, and he slowly pulls himself back together. He breathes, deep and even. His pulse is still wicked fast, and adrenaline still screams through his veins. Fear sits in his stomach, dark and thick like swamp water. But he can bear it. Shakily, he stands. He brushes off his front and swallows. He's thirsty, and he feels like he's aged 20 years in 2 minutes. But he's alive. And so is All for One. The thought almost makes him crumble again, but he holds fast. That monster had already broken him down twice. If he's really going to face him one day, then he can't let him rule his mind. So he takes the scared little kid deep inside of him, the one that's always been the source of the whispers of self-doubt and fear, and shoves it away. He's in control. The him right now, who's one of you. A's top students, who saved lives and brought hope to those in need, that's who's in charge, calmly, and grabs the detective by the arm. Grab the files. Let's go. Danger sense runs wild as Izuku leads Tsukochi out the door. His mind is still screaming at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and One for All is desperately trying to pick up on anything that might be a threat. But there's nothing, and once the quirk is sure they are safe for the time being, the anger comes. Izuku keeps an iron grip on the power. He has to, otherwise the whole lower level would be ripped to shreds by Black Whip. One for All wants to destroy All for One in particular, but right now, with decades of peace and freedom from its greatest enemy robbed from it in an instant, it isn't picky about venting its rage. We need to call All Might, Tsukochi says, remarkably calm, though Izuku didn't have to be a doctor or anything to know that the man's pulse is elevated beyond anything resembling his normal resting heart rate. He needs to know. All Might is patrolling right now, Izuku grits out, struggling against his quirk. There's no way for us to contact him. We just need to get out of here and somewhere safe and secure. But where? Yue, Tsukochi says, stopping in front of the door to the interrogation chamber. Nervously, he starts to tap his foot. Nedzu has an emergency beacon, just for him. We'll call your principal, have him activate the signal, and drive over. Flying is faster, Izuku says. Tsukochi shakes his head. Too suspicious. If he sees you flying away from where his henchmen are being held with one of All Might's friends who's carrying an armful of sensitive files, we may as well post something on the internet announcing his existence to the world. I'll drive us. We'll need to pick up Gran Torino, then, Izuku says, watching as the final door starts to unlock. He needs to know, too. How fast can you drive? I've got sirens and flashes, so as fast as we need. Tsukochi steps to the side of the door as it swings open, tossing Izuku the files with a nod. Izuku frantically hides the files behind his back, unsure if he needs to hide them. Sir, I will not be conducting my interrogation, he addresses the guard. Please take us up. You're supposed to be extracting vital information, the guard says. You better have a damn good reason for this. I believe I need more time to analyze the data, Tsukochi says smoothly. In fact, he reaches out a hand and Izuku hands him the files back. I'll be taking these with me. Locked in the squad car, of course, and with a hero SCRT. The guard looks at Tsukochi and then at Izuku. They both hold firm, cool and confident in their lie. Fine, the guard says. But the other 4 have to leave too. I'm not having them loiter in my prison. The elevator ride up is a mixture of tense suspicion and awkward sadness. MIC dabs tears away from his eyes, and Midnight rests a comforting hand on his shoulder. Ingenium stares blankly at Aizawa, his 1,000-yard stare keeping all his thoughts away from prying eyes. Aizawa, however, looks at Izuku with marked interest. Of course, Izuku can't tell exactly what the man looks like. Doing so would mean looking at him, but he knows he's being looked at like a piece of prey. Probably as a distraction from Aizawa's feelings, but that's a small comfort. His homeroom teacher knows something's up, and Izuku can't do anything to dispute it. The elevator stops, dings, and opens. There's already another squad of guards lining the path out, and the one who rode with them in the elevator joins the ranks. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 walk out before the older heroes and quickly make for the exit. A handful of guards follow, keeping close and holding their guns tight. Once they are through the minimum security section, the checkout process takes a short while. They all pick up a few items they couldn't take in, and the warden takes them to the gate. "I can give you the SCRT, detective," Aizawa says, already walking to 𝐒𝐭𝐴's car. "Respectfully, Eraser, I would prefer Midoriya for this," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says, blocking the other man from getting any closer to the vehicle. That was a rough few minutes, and you're tired. All of you are. I suggest that you take some time off and rest. Your student will do a fine job of keeping me safe, not that I'm in any danger." He quickly adds, "It's just procedure. One person cannot transport physical copies of sensitive files alone. There's little risk for us, though, and I'll take us through crowded areas with lots of heroes." "Fine," Aizawa grunts. "But both of you better check in when you get to the station." "We will," Izuku says, catching Aizawa's eye. "I'll call you as soon as we get to the police station. I'll make sure nothing happens on the way there." Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wave goodbye to the teachers as they pull out of the prison parking lot. As soon as everyone's out of sight, the detective floors it. There are no cars around, but the sirens start to go off anyway. Izuku watches as the needle of the speedometer goes above 150 kilometers. "Aizawa is going to have questions," Izuku says, feeling the engine of the car change gears and rev up even more. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's knuckles are white on the steering wheel. "One thing at a time." He signals right and hooks a turn, barely dipping below 100 before picking up speed again. "Worry about him later. There's bigger fish to fry right now." "Yeah," Izuku says, nervously looking out the window. He lets one for all bubble to the surface, keeping it on a tight leash but taking the warmth of the lighting as a sort of security blanket. Is this what it was like back then, when he was around? "You mean were we scared out of our minds and living in constant fear?" "That, yeah." "No." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 takes a turn into a highway ramp and merges at 140 kilometers an hour. The small number of cars on the road change lanes to avoid him, and there are a few rude gestures to be spotted through the windows. "I came in late to the party, 2 years before the fight, but we had tabs on him. Night Eye was great at that. Even if we didn't know the specifics, we knew something. Addresses, laundering fronts, suspects. Now, though." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 laughs humorlessly. "We don't have a clue. We know he's kidnapping people for experiments, and we have 2 of his men. But behind that, there's nothing. We don't know what condition he's in, how deep his pockets are, who's under his thumb, or even why exactly he's hiding. That's why I'm scared, Midoriya. I just don't know." Izuku swallows. "We need to call Nezu." "Yeah, definitely." Izuku dials with his gloves on, not wanting to have them off in the event of an attack. Nezu picks up on the second ring, and Izuku doesn't even let him get a word in before he yells, "All for One is alive." "Into the MIC who?" Nezu asks, and Izuku almost chucks his phone out of the window, but there's a click on the other end of the line. "For the future, the code for a SWCH to a secure line is care for some raspberry tea." "Understood, sir," Izuku says, "but you heard me, right?" "I did. Are you sure about it?" "Completely. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴 is, too. He's here with me." "Hello," the detective calls, passing a flasher-looking sports car. "Can't talk now, my eyes are on the road." "I thought I heard sirens," Nezu comments. "But is there a shred of doubt in your mind, Midoriya?" "Not one. We have files and hard evidence to prove it." "Oh dear," Nezu says. "And Yagi's on patrol." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 says you have a beacon. "I do. I'm on my way to hit it right now. Do you know where Torino is?" "The gym," Izuku says, turning to the detective. "Head for Musutafu, we'll pick him up. I'd caution you against taking the main road. You're on the highway, correct?" How? It's fairly easy to track a phone. But there's a villain attack on the main highway too. Up ahead on the road, a massive explosion goes off, the cartoonish mushroom cloud blowing to the side and sending concrete flying. 𝐒𝐿 swears something foul. I take it you found it. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 says, getting a little queasy as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slams on the brakes. I can deal with it quick. Heroes are already in response. I don't like the way you said that, sir, 𝐒𝐿 says, opening the door as the car slows to a halt. They're not strong enough to deal with the villain. Am I? Possibly. Then I'll fight. It's my duty to the people, and their lives matter just as much as our meeting. I'm giving you to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 now. Detective. The last thing 𝐒𝐿 catches from Nezu is a stern "be careful," as he tosses the phone back into the car. The detective catches it and wishes him luck as he backs up and tries to find a way around the disaster. 𝐒𝐿 takes a deep breath and calls for his power. You're mad, he says, taking to the air for a visual on the source of the explosion. Deep inside of him, one for all snarls. Yeah, I get you. I'm still scared out of my mind, but I'm mad, too. I'm mad that I have to deal with him, I'm mad that I'm not strong enough yet, and I'm mad that I can't go one day without getting into trouble. 𝐒𝐿 takes a deep, shuddering breath. From up above, he catches sight of a hulking villain smashing apart the highway and batting aside heroes. We're both in luck, though. Someone's volunteered to be our punching bag. One for all screams in glee, and 𝐒𝐿 grins as he starts to dive down. There are no news crews on the scene, but his feral snarl will be burned into the memories of those watching. Bismarck smash. 𝐒𝐿 screams, throwing out two WHPs to bind the villain's arms and pulling with all his might. His feet slam into the back of their neck, breaking their stance and sending them crashing into the already broken pavement. 𝐒𝐿 wastes no time in tying their hands together and screaming at the other pros around him to get the civilians to safety. But the villain isn't done yet. A new challenger, the villain exclaims, standing up and straining against Blackwhip. 𝐒𝐿 struggles to keep a hold as the villain's skin starts to warp and peel, pink fibers spilling out of them. Show me your BLD. 𝐒𝐿 drops Blackwhip and pushes off the villain's back just as his enemy starts to spin. He files through the air, carefully controlling his trajectory. A single strand pulls him back to the ground, right in front of the villain. They are a large, blonde male, approximately 30 years of age. They are smiling, and 𝐒� feels his guts twist when he sees a red stain on the villain's breed's leg. Ooh, you're a young one, the villain says. A writhing mass of pink and red breaks through the surface of the skin on his right arm, enveloping the appendage in a form of body armor. But you're quick and strong, too. I'm gonna have fun killing you. The villain starts to charge, and a million things run through 𝐒𝐿's head at once. The man is strong and has some form of resistance to attacks. His quirk is either a transformative or an emitter, one that gives him supernatural strength. But how much? 𝐒𝐿 can't fight someone dangerous like this without a proper read on their abilities. Making a move based on faulty information will get him killed. So he charges too. They meet in the middle, sending a shockwave through the air and ground around them. 𝐒𝐿 braces himself against the mass of tendons and muscle fibers, screaming as every ounce of him pushes. But 40% isn't enough. The villain pushes him back, screaming in joy. He ups the power level to 45% and wraps his body up in Blackwhip, but it barely slows his loss of ground. Realizing his outclassed in terms of strength, 𝐒� ducks. The villain stumbles forwards, and 𝐒� dives between his legs. Spinning, he sends them off balance, and they crash into the floor. And then he starts to fly. There's no way he can outbrute this villain. Their quirk is simply better at generating force than his upper limit with one for all, and 𝐒� hasn't seen how good they are at hand-to-hand combat, which means that he's at an even greater disadvantage in a head-to-head clash. But he's never once relied on raw power to get the job done. Below him trails the villain, swinging back and forth like a pendulum as 𝐒� climbs higher and higher. When the air starts to turn cold, and the oxygen thins, 𝐒� spins. The villain WHPs around him, over his head, again and again at insane speeds. With one final spin, 𝐒� lets him go, and he flies higher into the sky. Milwaukee Air Force. His gauntlets slide down, cupping around his fists as Izuku pulls his arms down and punches upwards. Twin columns of air burst into existence, spiraling right into the villain. They slam into him, one to his stomach and the other to his head. Izuku doesn't let up. He keeps punching, aiming for wherever the villain doesn't have his quirk activated. The PP, the throat, the ribs, the gut, the feet, the hands, the eyes. Months of diligent practice and the occasional aiming lesson with snipe pay off. But his wind isn't quite strong enough to bring the villain down. However, it is enough to stun the man enough for Izuku to close the distance. And close the distance he does. Izuku knees the man across the jaw, flipping over his head and slamming his fists into the spot between his shoulder blades. Muscle fibers spasm as the villain instinctively lets his quirk loose. Recognizing the danger, Izuku kicks himself away. The villain starts to fall, picking up speed. Izuku watches him for a moment, waiting. When the time is right, he goes into a dive, passing the villain and attaching a WHP to the man's foot. He stops dead, and the line pulls taut. There's a snap in the air as all the energy the villain built up in his fall slams into his body. The man dangles, limp. Calmly, though his heart is racing, Izuku pulls him up and checks his pulse. It's a grave mistake. Die! The man grabs Izuku's wrist, nearly crushing it in his grip. Izuku cries out as he's decked right in the face. BLD splatters, and a sickening crack breaks his nose. He and the villain start to fall, with Izuku being used as a shield for the wind. And the ground. Izuku fights as the pavement grows closer and closer. He digs his elbow into the man's stomach, but the impact is absorbed. Once and only once he's sure there's no way for him to break free, Izuku goes to his last resort. The villain is strong and tough. But his quirk is the generation of muscle fibers. They're great for absorbing blunt impact and shrugging off his punches. But they're not strong enough to ward off penetrating attacks like the strand of black whip Izuku shoves through the man's torso and out the other side. What did you? Izuku breaks free, but the WHP stays. The villain's eyes widen as he looks down at the black tendril buried in him right above his hip. Izuku PPS his fist back and channels one for all into his arm. It'll hurt, and no one will be happy with him, but this villain is too dangerous to warrant anything other than complete security in his imprisonment. Smash! At 100%, Izuku hits him in the cheek. It's absorbed by the muscle fibers, but not nearly enough. The man goes limp, and a nasty bruise forms. Sighing in relief, Izuku wraps him in a net of black whip. One for all takes care of his arm on its own, gingerly cocooning it in darkness. Izuku pops one of the capsules off his belt. He takes the gauze in his unbroken hand and presses it to the villain's body. He makes sure it sticks there and wraps it around to the exit wound. The BLD is already clotting, probably a product of the man's quirk, but he still has to act fast. He adds a few more layers of bandages and secures them with a clip. Then he starts to descend, waving his broken hand to the news helicopter that has appeared from somewhere. With all the adrenaline, he hadn't noticed. He really starts to feel the absence of the adrenaline when his feet touch the ground. Pain shoots up his arm, and the wrist on his unbroken hand aches. A ring of heroes forms around him, and medics take the villain. A few cops put restraints on the man, and is loaded up into a transport van with medical equipment. "How's the arm, kid?" a hero asks. Izuku shrugs and tries to hide how it hurts his arm. "Fine. Just sore," Izuku lies. He looks around at the pros and sees their worry. "Lucky I was around, here. Is everyone all right?" "They're worried about my wife," the same hero says. He has a red full-body suit with a mask. It's hard to tell what he's feeling, but Izuku can guess that it's not good. "You should get that looked at." "I'm going to UA right now," Izuku says, holding his broken arm close to his body. "Recovery girl will look at it. And I'm kinda in a hurry." "All right. Aye." The man looks away for a moment. He looks at the heroes around him. "You probably saved our lives. All of us. We're not strong. Every single one of us working together wouldn't have been enough to stop him. You actually stepped in right as he was about to, well, you know." "Why?" Izuku says, thinking of the stain on the villain's breathes. "I'm happy I could help." Me too. Take care of yourself, you hear? I will. The man nods. Bye. Izuku walks back to the patrol car, almost in a daze. Detective Tsukochi greets him, leaning against the hood. There's no way for us to drive there. Izuku stares at the car and then at the ruined highway behind him. I need police or official hero permission to use my quirk for non-combat or rescue purposes. The paperwork is going to be a pain. We need to get to UA. I'll put my seatbelt on. Eraserhead gave you a call, by the way. Don't tell me. Please. He's not happy. Of course he's not. Oh, and we still need to pick up Gran. Nezu has that covered. That's one good thing, at least. The flight to UA is painful but short. Izuku is greeted by Snipe on the front lawn, who takes him right to Recovery Girl. He gets a quick lecture and a kiss on the cheek. It makes him exhausted, but the fatigue clears his mind, in a weird way. Nezu fetches him and Tsukochi from the medical wing and leads them to an elevator, different from the one Izuku took when he tested danger sense. It drops, and no one dares to make a sound. All might, Izuku says as soon as the doors open. His mentor stands from his seat in a plush-looking recliner and pulls him in for a hug. Are you alright? I'm fine. No, I'm not, but, yeah, Izuku says, pulling away. Are you okay? Not in the slightest, All Might admits. He looks up and over Izuku's head at the detective and Nezu. Izuku nods to Gran, who's behind All Might in another chair. There's no visible response. I suppose we better get everyone up to speed. That would be best, Nezu agrees. There's tea, but I don't think anyone's in the mood. I will, however, get the fireplace going. Fireplace? Izuku asks. Nezu simply hits a button on his watch, and the far wall opens up to a roaring fire. It brings some much-needed warmth to the cold, concrete room. Izuku sits on a chair beside All Might and tries to relax. The first thing you should all know is that this is the only room where our plans for dealing with him are to be discussed, Nezu says. Because we're not dealing with Midoriya's secret getting out to regular villains anymore. We're going to be planning a war from now on. Our moves must be kept secret. We don't have enough bodies for a war, Tsukochi says. It's just us, isn't it? I haven't heard from my old contacts in a while, All Might says. His eyes bore into the fireplace, dead and lifeless. It should have been the first sign. But, detective, you said there's even more proof. Tsukochi clears his throat. Yes. Shall I? The sooner the better, Gran Torino says, also staring into the fire. Right. Tsukochi launches into a summary of the evidence he has in the files, and recounts the way Shirakumo Aburo spoke through Kurogiri's body. As he does, he hands out a file to everyone else. Izuku gets the one on all the medical equipment seized from the warehouses, All Might gets the one on Kurogiri, Nezu the one on Sensei, and Gran gets one Izuku knows he and Tsukochi haven't looked at yet. But I don't know what to make of it. Human experimentation isn't out of his ballpark, but to this extent. Tsukochi shakes his head. I just don't know. Well, he's injured, right? Izuku says. He has to be. You thought he was dead. He had his brain caved in. Maybe that has something to do with it. Quirks put strain on the mind, Nezu says. So he can't handle all the powers he has anymore. He has to make those things, Izuku says. That's a positive. But also a negative. He's not as powerful, but he'll have more units to work with. Dividing and conquering will be easier, All Might agrees, but there'll be more work than last time. I'm still worried about how he managed to survive and how he hid it from us. He must have an in with the funeral and medical industry, Tsukochi says. Embalming liquid was found in one of his bases, and so were life support machines. I'll get to work following the paper trails, Nezu says. We know where his body went according to official documents. I'll start with the cremation service and the EMTs responsible for taking him to the hospital. I'll pull some police-exclusive files. His old fronts aren't around, but I bet there's ties to new ones, Tsukochi says. Remember Yogi Hardware. What's to say there's not a Banji brewing company out there? Yogi hardware. 𝐒𝐿 asks. One of all-for-one schemes, All Might says distantly. He opened a chain of stores with a similar name to mine around the time I went to America. I came back to Japan to find a Yogi hardware store on every corner, the mascot of which was a grizzly bear with my hair. That's 𝐒𝐿 trails off. A roundabout way of messing with me, All Might says. All for One is petty and good at getting in your head. There might be a Midoriya milkshake shop opening up soon. Let's not dwell on that for now, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says. We need to keep planning. Torino, would you be able to check in on some of All for One's former employees? Gran stares deep into the fire. He looks down at the file in his hands and takes a deep breath. He closes the folder and throws it into the fire. Sora, Gra, Tor, shut up, all of you, Gran snaps. Toshinori, do you realize what's happening right now? Don't answer. You're probably wrong anyway. We're currently in a race with that bestiary, if the rest of you didn't realize. He's trying to pool all his resources together and get them set for something. My guess is that it's for an attack, or an attempt on Toshinori's life. Every day he grows stronger, and every day. Gran turns to All Might. I grow weaker, All Might says. But Izuku grows stronger. So, it's still one less one for All Wielder for him to deal with. He'll try to get you first and then the boy. You know how he's all about cycles and patterns. So what do we do? Izuku asks. We're not just sitting here, but only gathering info isn't enough if you're right. We need to move. Well, I'm not going to America, Izuku interrupts. Sorry, I'm scared, but this is my home. My friends, my mom, my life. I can't leave. And, as foolish as it is, I don't want to run from him. That would be like admitting defeat, and the last thing I want is to lose to All for One before I even see him. You won't be leaving the country, All Might says. UA is secure enough. In fact, 𝐻𝐿, could you take care of Izuku's mom? A house will go on sale today, a block from the gate to the school, 𝐻𝐿 says. She'll be able to pay cash for it. Perfect. You and your mom won't have to relocate. But All Might turns to Gran. Do you think Chiyo is still willing to operate? She won't be happy, Gran warns. But she'll do it. What do you mean by operate? Izuku asks. Are you going to get some kind of surgery? Yes, All Might says, tapping his injured side. It's the operation I put off after facing All for One the first time. The healing process would have taken months, and I didn't want to waste time. But now, I'll take it for a better shot at fighting him and his forces on a level field. You'll destabilize the country, 𝐻𝐿 says. All Might shrugs. I'll be quiet about it. Not that it'll help. In my opinion, it's still worth the risk to get some of my strength back. I'll be out there while you're not, Izuku says. It won't be the same, but One for All will still be saving lives. It will, right? We won't keep you locked up, Gran says. It wouldn't work if we tried. But we do need someone to take you. What? Sarahiko will be busy with checking in on All for One's old men. 𝐻𝐿 has to deal with digging up old files. Tsukochi has police work. And I have to heal. All Might laces his fingers over his lap. We can't train you personally anymore. I'll need to find a spot to rest, and I won't have a hero form at all, otherwise I'd take you on as a sidekick. You're welcome at UA, 𝐻𝐿 says. Teach a class or two as Yagi Toshinori. You'll be close to Midoriya but safe and secure. Wouldn't he try to kill you? Izuku asks. You won't be able to fight back. All Might laughs hollowly. All for One won't kill me because I can't fight back. He hates me. More now than he did before, almost definitely. He wants the satisfaction of killing me at full power so he can lord over all of my achievements and claim that you'll fall just as easily. Slitting my throat as I sleep won't do anything for him. Alright, Izuku says, finding a sort of morbid understanding in the sentiment. Okay. But I don't know what you mean by finding someone to take me. I have Ingenium. Ida 10 was a great place for you to get a feel for patrol again, 𝐻𝐿 says. However, it's not a place where you could grow at the rate we need. When the day comes, you and I will fight him together, All Might says. I need you to be ready for it as soon as possible. So I'll need to find a good agency. Somewhere with lots of strong heroes, a history of dealing with difficult villains, a demanding schedule, and a powerful, experienced top pro, Izuku lists. There's a few places like that, but one in particular. The 5 of them talk late into the night, refining the details of their plan. As they prepare an application for Izuku to take to the top hero agencies in the country, the DNA test results of one Chimera Tenko burn to a crisp. Desmond lights a cigar and takes a puff, looking at the dreary sea beyond. Waves crash against the craggy rocks, and showers of spray reach for his boots. He taps some ash off the end and inhales the air. The smell is more of a home to him than the cottage at his back is, and he longs to swim. But a quick dip won't feed his appetite. The waters here are too shallow and too well monitored for his type of fun. So he takes another hit from his cigar, and the tobacco eases his need for the sea. It was so simple to find you, and yet remarkably hard. Desmond doesn't turn, nor does he jump. He does, however, commend the speaker for their skill at stealth. The cobbles leading up to his vantage point are loose and uneven, and he's usually very good at keeping track of his surroundings. I'm no special, Desmond says, taking another puff and turning to face his uninvited guest. I'm just an old man living out the rest of his days. And you? Desmond trails off and raises his eyebrows. You're a kid with shite English. Get off me land, eh? The kid laughs. It's high-pitched and scratchy. Almost ear-piercing, really, and his greasy hair and beady red eyes do little to make him more pleasing to the eye. I'll stay right here, thank you, he says, scratching his neck. Desmond looks him over and sees a finger sticking out of the boy's pocket. He doesn't react visibly, but he gets ready to shift, just in case. Anyways, you weren't hiding that hard for a man of your caliber. Most alcoholics pushing 60 don't try to hide very hard, yes, Desmond says, and the kid laughs again. No, no. I mean for a man of your power level and infamy. He spreads his arms wide. This used to be yours, you know. Still is. I own the deed for the soil you're getting on them god-awful sneakers. Sure. But the seas aren't yours anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. But every person I asked about you pointed me here. To the lair of the Scottish Cyclops. Desmond's left cheek twitches against his eye patch. I see the kids in town still have shite nicknames. Yes, they are quite derogatory. I wonder how they'd react if they knew who you really are. You're going to have to stop beating around the bush, boy, Desmond says, spitting into the dirt. I've been a lot of things in life. Fine. The boy slips his hands into his pockets in a peculiar manner. Weirdly, he keeps his pinkies out of them. Tell me why the great red whale is rotting in a shack in Northern Ireland. Desmond scoffs. You're a Jap, ain't ya? I can tell from the English accent. And it's right thing obvious why. That diamond all might of yours, sa reason. He puts his cigar out on the leg of his breathes and chucks the remains on the ground. How the F did you even piece it together, anyhow? You never died, the boy says. There were no reports of you being defeated. You hid. It's obvious that you'd be alone since no one reasonable would want to live with the terror of the Atlantic. It was just a matter of finding the right town and the right eye injury. Lots of people got missing eyes. And how many have a triangle cut into the flesh around their socket? That scar you took the day you brought down Scotland's oil rigs is quite distinct. If you're talking to me, you know why I ain't giving you what you want. I would never dream of taking from you, the boy says, taking a step forward. I only wanted to see what one of the greatest looked like. You wanna play villain, don't ya? Oh, I've done more than play already. The boy takes another step. I'm wanted in 10 countries by 8 aliases. Congrats. When I was 22, I brought world trade to a halt for 9 days. Yes, yes, you old-timers love preaching down to us. The boy continues to move forward, cool and cocky like all 20-somethings are when their ball get too big for their own good. But I think you'd benefit from listening to the younger generation speak, the boy says, and suddenly they're centimeters away. Desmond glares, spits on the boy's shoes, and swings. The boy ducks, but Desmond tackles him, laying him into the dirt and cobbles and decking him across the face. The boy doesn't even fight back, but he grunts in pain as Desmond wraps his hands around his throat and starts to strangle him. WhatIf did you learn that name, eh? Who you and what do YA want? The kid wheezes, and his hands grab onto Desmond's wrists. But his pinkies don't touch, and he smiles. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, he spits out, though his words slur and carry an even heavier accent than before. The FRY, the ground opens up, but the earth stays put. A massive black and purple hole appears under the boy, smoky yet cold. Gravity kicks in, and Desmond falls. There's a brief moment of unnerving cold and darkness, but soon the sea breeze and overcast sky return. The boy cackles in glee and spins midair so Desmond has his back to the waves. Eyes wide, Desmond tries to break free. But the boy grabs his shirt, and the cloth disintegrates. Use it, the boy says, not bothering to stifle his laughter. Show me your power. Left with no other choice, Desmond takes a deep breath and fully shifts for the first time in 20 years. The air around him heats up, merging with his flesh and bones. His skull warps, and his legs mesh together. His eyes spread apart, and his field of view changes. He can no longer see to the left. The air becomes painful to be in, he feels wrong, unsafe, unwanted, but the sea below beckons, and Desmond twists midair and dives. A 40-meter, immeasurably heavy SPM whale crashes into the waves of the North Atlantic, stirring up waves 30 meters high in 60-meter deep water. The rust-brown color sticks out in the icy gray waters, and a crest of water from his blowhole does little to hide Desmond's position. Impressive. Amazing, even, he hears the boy say as he starts to swim for deeper water. But mine's better. Suddenly, there's a burning, searing pain in his left eye. The boy has somehow managed to reach his eye and touched it, and Desmond can feel it dry out and crumble. He screams in pain, but it comes out as a deep MMMM. He shrinks down, shedding his blubber as he tries to swim in human form. But another one of the portals catches him, and he washes up on land with a groan. May. MFNI. I'll kill you, you BSTRD. I'll effin' lop your diamond hands off and eat them as the whale. Take care of his eye before he dies. Someone or something plunges a knife into his socket while two others hold his arms down. With surgical precision, Desmond's milky white eyeball pops out of his head and into the sand below. Someone holds a wad of cloth over his eye socket, and he watches the blind eye finish crumbling into dust. Much better, no. You still can't see, but at least you can get a fake. The BSTRD kneels before him and looks at him with calculating eyes. Sat what you planned. Take MF in eye and offer a fake. Shove a stick up your ass and F off to hell. I can offer you much more than a fake eye. You said that you quit your crusade because of All Might. Well, he won't be a problem for much longer. You can kill him. He's unbeatable. Maybe he was back in your day, when he could have taken a vacation to Britain and killed you with one punch. But he's old now. Broken down and taking an extended vacation. And so am I, Desmond spits. M58. I ain't fast. I ain't as strong as I was. I'm half blind and I'm lame in one leg. And I'd never work for the likes of you. Oh. The boy stands and crosses his arms. You won't work for me. I think you'd better hear my offer first, before you pass on the opportunity of a lifetime. I haven't a choice, Desmond says, straining against the two young men who hold his arms in place. You want the ocean to be yours. You wouldn't risk hiding by it if you weren't. But All Might and the world governments would kill you the minute they spotted your back surfacing for air. Like I said earlier, All Might isn't a problem anymore. He'll be dead within the year. And the government? Desmond asks. Scotland and Ireland have got massive navies, and I don't fancy my chances against their modern depth charges. That's where I can help you. The boy turns and points out to sea. That's north, correct? You're a f***ing idiot. It is, the boy says, ignoring Desmond. You see, 1,000 or so kilometers that way, there's a country called Iceland. Ooh, ye passed geography class. Do you want me to take you out for ice cream? So we can celebrate you having a brain in that skull of yours. Iceland is weak. Militarily, and in terms of heroes. They're also one of the countries where the quirkless are the majority. Their government is also limited. It makes them a perfect target. You're planning an invasion. I'm planning a coup. You're daft. Iceland is small, yes, but it's still a country. The military will put up a fight and call for aid, and the people. Them Icelanders carry guns 'cause they don't have quirks. You go knocking on doors looking for politicians in hiding and you'll get a 9mm shoved up your nose. That's the beauty of it. I'm not planning an invasion. I'm going to bring the heads of state under my thumb. The military will go with it, and the people. They'll barely tell the difference. I'll be king, and no one will be the wiser. And you'll get to swim in Iceland's waters as much as you'd like. For what cost? 2 years of service, starting the day you swim my men to Reykjavik. You'll have a few months off while I build my forces, and after that, you'll follow me to Japan. But once I'm done with you, you're free. The Atlantic will be your home again. You'll need more than your warper, doctor, self, and 2 goons to do it, Desmond says. You'll need a whole thing army. The boy smiles, creepy and wide. Let him stand. Desmond gets up shakily, shoulder-bumping the men that restrained him. He looks over his shoulder and freezes. At least 100 people stand on the beach, milling about in tents and around a small fire. Every single one of them is clearly battle-hardened and strong. And no 2 look alike. Mutants are the most common, and they are a varied lot, but the amount of different colors and sizes of people is uncanny after spending so much time in a small Irish town. Not quite an army, the boy says, but enough to topple a government. What do you say? Well, no is hardly the right answer, now, is it? The boy laughs, and so do his men. Desmond spits into his hand and holds it out. The boy takes it with 2 fingers, light and delicate like he's holding a rose. Shigaraki Tomura. Desmond Doss. The sun sets, obscured by dark clouds. The wind howls and screams, blowing in from the north. It appears that Mother Nature herself knows of their little deal. Desmond smiles and scoops up some salt water in his hands. He splashes it on his face. The red Leviathan will return. He can feel it. All Might announces temporary retirement. There was a great shock last Monday when All Might, Japan's #1 hero for over 3 decades, made an appearance on live television to declare his longing for a break. I love my work and every person I help, he said, but I am no longer a young man. I started feeling the toll of decades of backbreaking work a few years ago but pressed on in the name of upholding my duty as the symbol of peace. Today, however, I'm sad to say that I cannot push on any further without a break. So I will be taking a vacation of sorts. A few months of rest and recuperation will do me, and all of us, good. Please understand that I am not abandoning you. If some great calamity were to happen, I would be back in a flash. There is also little to worry about in terms of villain activity. There will be a spike, yes, but I have faith in the other heroes of Japan and the world. I know that they can more than handle it. I wouldn't be taking time off otherwise. Think of this as practice for when I actually retire, and please keep hope in your hearts. This will be the last time I speak for some time. Goodbye to all. Critics of All Might's actions argue that the broadcast was perhaps the worst way to announce a vacation. He could have just stopped patrolling. It would have been weird, and maybe a little scary, but villains would have been scared, too. They probably would have started to get more bold down the line, but it would have taken some time, at least. Now I have to worry about getting mugged on the way to work. One woman wrote. While All Might's announcement is in question, his decision to take a break seems to be understood by all, and even appreciated. I like that he was honest with us, a man interviewed in the park said. I grew up watching him, and my parents looked up to him as teenagers. It's hard to think that he's human, too, you know. But he is. And we don't last forever. So if you see this, All Might, take a break. We know you'll be back for us. Your health is important, too. While the overwhelming consensus from civilians is that of caution and understanding, pro-heroes are divided. Some see All Might's vacation as a blessing in disguise. Others voice their anger and frustration. Most are worried. I always try to look on the bright side, you know, local hero Fat Gum said. I understand why the big man is taking some time off. I'm not even 30 yet and I'm slow to get up some mornings after rough days. But I couldn't help but think of the worst when I heard. All Might, he's more than a symbol. He's a leader. Sure, he mostly works solo, but to all of us on the ground. He's our sun. Or maybe a mountain. Big and imposing and always there. It's like when you have a bad day and you go to bed. The sun will come up because it always has. It's something you can count on. But now that sun is gone, and we have to fend for ourselves. Sorry, that got kinda dark. We'll pull through. All the heroes I know are tough and strong. We won't let this stop us from keeping civilians safe. But we're worried, too. And continued on A2 troubles in the North Atlantic. Less than 24 hours after All Might announced his extended leave, news broke that the President of the Republic of Iceland had been assassinated. President John Ólafsson was found dead in the Bessastadi at 6 a.m. the morning of September. Initial reports claim that President Ólafsson was strangled to death with a rope. However, thallium, a slow-acting poison, was found in his system. A countrywide search is currently being conducted as the chemical was banned by the Republic of Iceland. Suspects have already been arrested, but the cooks, maids, and security officers that were taken into custody have been released due to a lack of evidence. They are currently under close government surveillance. The current, most agreed-upon theory is that the assassins snuck into the Bessastadi and laced the president's food with the poison, but resorted to strangulation when the slow-acting thallium didn't kick in fast enough. The motive for this murder is a hotly debated topic, and one that has shown no signs of producing a result anytime soon. President Ólafsson was well liked by both his military and his people. The Icelandic government is considering the assassination to be an attack from a foreign nation, but experts are clueless as to which. Iceland, while lacking in major resources other than fish, is in a strategic position geographically. Major powers in the North Atlantic like Ireland and Canada have been courting the nation for over a century. If President Ólafsson's assassination was organized by a foreign power, 6 independent countries with substantial military might were unable to stop it. Although only 3 days have passed, mass protests have already broken out over the lack of results in the investigation. Ólafsson's replacement, former Vice President Gunnar Gustafsson, has assured his country and foreign dignitaries that progress is being made. This isn't a thing we want to rush. John was the first world leader to be assassinated in over 50 years, and we have no motive, hard leads, or understanding of how our security failed. We must move calmly and with careful precision. However, you should rest assured. We will find who's responsible for this and continued on B2. Print news is dead, you know. My phone's dead and I wanna read. Sensei has novels. I'm not touching those. Why? That's a smart move, actually. No, it's not. Sure. Anyways, everyone won't shut up about All Might and politics, but no one's talking about Izuku. Here's what's really interesting. Ever since you got here, it's Izuku this, Izuku that. It's annoying. You have great taste in boys, my dear. I know. If only he'd have a taste in girls. Hey, chin up. You'll get him someday. You're an unlovable vampiric psychopath, who I find to be an amazing person. Thanks. I think. You're welcome. I'm just gonna read. Does the doctor need you? He, all for one, chooses that moment to make his presence known, appearing from the shadows to stand over the table his apprentices are seated at. The room temperature instantly drops 5 degrees, and both of the children stiffen. Sensei, they say, dipping their heads in matching bows. All for one grins at the sight. Both are much more respectful than Tomura ever was. Perhaps the doctor is right. Himiko, you'll be with me for the next few hours. Jin, find something to occupy yourself. Don't get caught or arrested. Yes, sir. Twice salutes and walks off, opening the door to the hall of the complex and shutting it with a slam. All for one waits until his footsteps disappear to speak. Your first assignment is today, he says, taking the newspaper from her hands. The article on Iceland is on top, but he's long since memorized it. Either Tomura is making moves or the old whale has gotten sick of playing dead. Either option is interesting in his opinion, but he can't help but feel eager when thinking about the Red Leviathan attempting to reclaim his title as the greatest threat to public safety in the public eye. And the fact that everything is subtle and perfectly executed. Do you think you can handle it? All for One asks, saving that line of thought for later. Would you give me something I couldn't handle? Himiko crosses her arms and leans back in her chair. All for One doesn't reply. I appreciate your honesty, she says, but I want to know the details before I make a choice. All for One chuckles but opts to not tell her that she has no choice. It's a simple retrieval, dead or alive. Adult male, 2 meters in height, 180 kilos in weight. He's currently being transported to a maximum security prison for holding until his trial. I can't break into a prison, Himiko says. I'm good, but not that good. And there's no way for me to get someone that big here. All for One smirks. He's in transport. It will be tough, yes, but there will be an opportune moment for you to strike. And as for getting him here, you have a quirk for a reason. Himiko stares at the table for a moment, slipping one of her knives out of her sleeves and fiddling with the grip. How does this get me closer to Izuku? It's helping me, All for One says, and helping me is helping yourself. If you want to figure out a way to get him without me to rely on, you're free to leave. But until I have his quirk, you cannot have him. Once that day comes, however, he's yours to keep. Himiko looks skeptical. All for One takes her flat expression in stride and pulls on one of the walls with a telekinetic quirk. A TV slides out, already on. With a flick of his wrist, the screen changes. A high-definition, close-up shot of the Knight's fight with the villain appears. The video starts to roll, showing how the boy fights the man and suffers grievous injuries. Do you think you could get that on your own? When he has that level of power? No, Himiko breathes. Exactly. Work for me, help me steal his quirk, and he'll be yours. In the meantime, bring me Muscular. Dead or alive, he is useful to our cause. Himiko slinks out of the laboratory with a knife, an empty vial, and a few disguises ready to be used. All for One keeps a close eye, tracking her every move as she boards a train out of the district. As of yet, she has no criminal record, and, if she's good enough, it'll stay that way. It's her first real test. Before, he was focused on giving her the bare minimum skills to get by. Killing efficiently, keeping calm under pressure, acting, and judging situations are all key to any successful operation, but it's how one uses those skills that determines the outcome. If Himiko is to replace Tomura, she must use her tools to their fullest potential. All for One makes his way back to his viewing room, checking up on his Nomu on the way. They're ready, and could cause an awful fright. But the time isn't quite right. With All Might taking a break, heroes and, more importantly, the government are on edge. They're waiting for something to happen. In time, they will grow tired of the stress and start to slip. When they all start to smile again, he will strike. Plugging himself back into his life supports, All for One grins. The day itches closer. And his enemies are none the wiser. Oh, what a fool All Might is. Whatever procedure he's getting to prolong his career in hopes of stalling the transfer of the top spot to Midoriya Izuku will be his undoing. The human body can only heal so fast, after all. Okay, so. Job interview. Izuku's never had one. Ever. The closest thing he's had was the video he put together before going to work for Ingenium, and he had help for that. Today, though, he has to walk into a hero agency and talk with one of the best pros in the country. By himself. Izuku fidgets in his seat, adjusting his face mask so it stays tight over his nose. The hood of his jacket is up, and a pair of sunglasses hang from his collar. He looks like a thug, or maybe a mugger. Then again, maybe not. He's dressed in somewhat expensive clothing, his red shoes shine with that fresh-out-of-the-box gloss, and his jacket is custom from the merch deal. Most criminals on the street don't waste money on nice clothes. But he almost has to. Per his mother's orders, he put on his best outfit for the occasion. Considering that it's a pair of slacks and a green button-down, it could be worse. He's so lucky he doesn't own a suit and that the jacket doesn't look out of place. The last thing he wants to do is to tie a tie. The train slows to a stop, and the doors open. 𝐒𝐿 stands and picks up his costume case, which has been painted a matte black since the 𝐿. Costume cases are kinda recognizable. He slips his sunglasses on as he walks through the station, trying not to look shady. Once he gets out onto the street, he walks 3 blocks and takes a left. The tallest building in the entire city, rounded on one side and square on the other, it juts out like a fist into the sky. 𝐒𝐿 gazes up at the burning E above the front entrance and removes his mask and glasses. He takes his first step into the flaming hero agency. And almost instantly walks out. The inside is cold, a ridiculous level of cold. 𝐒𝐿 feels goosebumps form under his jacket and shirt. It's hard to properly guess the temperature, but it's definitely under 18 degrees Celsius. The lobby is also fully packed, not with civilians or business people, but with heroes. They laze about, on their phones or simply chatting. One is passed out on a waiting chair, and another tries to shove pencils up their nose. 𝐒𝐿 awkwardly stands in the door, very much tempted to check the sign above the door to make sure that this is, in fact, the highest-rated hero agency in the country in terms of saves. Yo! You with the green hair. Up front, now. 𝐒𝐿 looks to the back of the room where a desk sits. A woman in a hero costume sits at it, her feet propped up on the wood as she files her fingernails. Her computer screen shines light on her costume, sharing that she's obviously watching a TV show or video online. Hurry up, I'm busy. 𝐒𝐿 hurries over, avoiding the crowd of heroes who don't even bother looking at him. Hi, he says, I'm mid-name. Midoriya 𝐒𝐿 from UA, age 16. School. UA High. Reason for visit. Please note that if it's to complain about a poor fan and hero interaction you had with Endeavor, it should be submitted online at our website. I'm here for an interview, 𝐒𝐿 says. I made an appointment for 9:30 and I'd like to check in. The hero's eyes suddenly become more focused, and 𝐒𝐿 catches the faint scent of gunpowder coming from her hair. Oh. What's your hero name? Deku. Are you strong, Deku? She asks. Cause we get a lot of kids from UA in here, thinking that they can get in because number 2 is an alumnus. But he doesn't take weaklings, and you'll find his standards are impossibly high. I think I'm strong enough, 𝐒𝐿 says. Care to elaborate? I care to make it to my appointment on time. The hero laughs. Nice. You can head up, top floor. Knock on the door. He's busy, but I don't care. Also, don't be too rude when he's grilling YA. He likes strong people, but delinquents are another thing. The elevator car is outside the building, and rather than having a regular to hold it, the thing just slides up and down on a set of tracks. It's all glass, too, and watching the ground gradually get smaller and smaller feels weird. 𝐒𝐿's used to feeling the air when he climbs, and experiencing the near weightlessness float gives him. The elevator takes both of those away, leaving him with a sinking feeling in his gut that tells him he's going up. When the elevator dings, the doors take a moment to open. Once they do, not a sound is made. 𝐒𝐿 admires how soundlessly the 2 parts slide into the wall before stepping out in front of a large, red double door. There are no handles or buttons on it, and the thing looks blast-proof. It sticks out against the ash-gray walls, and the fire carved into it looks like it was made by a MSTR artist. Carefully, 𝐒𝐿 walks forward and raps his knuckles on the door. It opens immediately, and Endeavor himself stands over 𝐒𝐿 in full hero gear, glaring. You're early, he huffs, his flaming beard rising with his chest. The woman at the front desk sent me up, 𝐒𝐿 says, fighting the urge to step back. Thank you for having me. Endeavor glares even harder. 𝐒𝐿 holds the man's gaze, looking into his eyes. Despite the heat that rolls off him in waves, 𝐒𝐿 feels cold in Endeavor's presence. Cold, but not afraid. On guard might be the right word. He knows he's not in danger, but he feels compelled to show his strength and respect. It's a completely different feeling from when he was with Hawks, or even when he's with All Might. Come in. 𝐒𝐿 walks through the door and finds that Endeavor's office is very plain. There's a filing cabinet, a muted TV tuned to a news station, a desk with some chairs, and a computer. No decorations, no photos, not even a houseplant. The window behind the desk offers a nice view, but it does little to liven up the room. Izuku sits on a chair with his case on his lap, wondering if this is the actual office or just a room to conduct interviews in. Endeavor walks over to the window and looks out at the city below. Why do you want to do a work study here? Izuku taps on his costume case, trying to suppress any other nervous tics that might come up. You're one of the best, he says, and I want to be one of the best when I'm older. I figured that the best way to learn is by watching someone who knows a lot about heroics and being at the top of the rankings. Endeavor crosses his arms and continues to stare out the glass. And you didn't go with All Might? I couldn't have. He's on vacation right now, and he doesn't take work-study trainees. He sparred with you at UA. It's clear he has taken a liking to you. You also set up this interview before he announced his vacation. Endeavor turns and stares at Izuku, but doesn't sit. So why my agency? Well, I think it's the best fit for me, Izuku says. All Might, he's amazing, better than everyone else and better than I could ever be. I could learn a lot from him, I already did in that one spar. But his All Might. Most of his fights end in a single hit. He's skilled and very smart. But if I went with him, I wouldn't get to see a hero work hard and get creative with their surroundings. But you have a fire quirk. Izuku's eyes trail to the man's beard, and he starts to wonder if he's ever accidentally burnt food with it. It's dangerous. Volatile. You must have worked tirelessly to use it at the level you do, and to take something that could easily kill and use it to carve out a spot among the names of the greatest peacekeepers ever. I want to do the same. Izuku pauses to take a breath. My quirk is weird. It has a mind of its own, and it can do some real damage if I ever let it slip. But it's also strong, just like yours. I want to be like you in the sense of taking something dangerous and pushing it to its limit before using it to save. Endeavor stares at him for a long while, and Izuku wonders if he said the wrong things. Then Endeavor grunts and pulls out a drawer from his desk. Sign this, he says, sliding a piece of paper and a pen over. Did I get the job? No. Endeavor walks over to the filing cabinet and retrieves a folder from the top compartment. He tosses it to Izuku. You've convinced me to give you a shot, but no matter how wise and carefully worded your reason is, I don't take time wasters. Right. Izuku quickly signs the paper, finding that it's a waiver for injury. Then, Endeavor leads him to the elevator and takes them down 10 floors, which is still high up enough for the view of the city to be spectacular. The doors open to reveal a room of lockers. Izuku can hear a shower running somewhere, and the sound of a blow-dryer echoes through the room. They walk through, stopping at a set of wooden doors that are marked Arena. Get changed and stretch, Endeavor orders, opening the door and taking a step through. You'll be fighting hard for a while, if you can last long enough. Izuku quickly suits up, making sure every part of his costume is in good condition. He feels a wave of nervousness kick in when he lays his hand on the door handle, but he suppresses it as best he can with a deep breath. Then, he turns the handle and steps through. The arena is just that, high walls, a flat bottom, and a ring of windows above the main floor. It takes up 3 stories, and everything looks sturdy. The windows are reinforced, and the floor and walls are made of some kind of metal padded with thick foam. Izuku tests the strength of it with a light kick and finds that it's almost as hard as concrete but gives a little under him. He looks up at the windows and finds Endeavor on the other side of one, arms crossed. Try not to pay too much attention to him, Izuku hears someone say. He turns around to see an average height man with massively broad shoulders. His skin is tanned, and a turban wraps around his head. Smiling, he strokes his thick beard. I know what it's like to have to perform for him. Just try to block him out for now, it'll happen on its own later, but it's best to get the ball rolling early. No. Are you who I'm fighting? Izuku asks, admiring the man's hero costume. He's wrapped up in a blue parka and snow breathes. His hands and feet are bare, and a line of frost travels around his chest. Does he have a snow or ice type quirk? If he does, it's very weird. Endeavor is known for taking in flame and heat types. The first of many, hopefully, the man says. It depends on how good you are. Shall we get started? 𝐒𝐿 doesn't reply. He's too busy ducking under a wave of icy blue flame. Risking a look behind him, he sees that the fire sticks to the wall. However, instead of burning, frost spreads across the stone. Come, now. Don't get distracted. 𝐒𝐿 dives out of the way of another blast, rebounding off a wall and going in for a pass on the hero. You have nice instincts. Let's see if you're quick enough to act on them. A column of flame divides the room in half, turning the air around it to ice. It's bright and flashy but not at all a targeted attack and, therefore, a feint. 𝐒𝐿 spirals around another blast, this one smaller but more densely packed with power. 𝐒𝐿 feels a rush of cold spread along his back, but he pushes more power into his body, winding up for a massive punch. It's foolish to attack the exact front of an opponent. It's why neither he nor the hero is surprised when 𝐒𝐿 zips up to the ceiling, assisted by Black Whip. Launching himself with his hands, 𝐒𝐿 prepares to kick the spot right behind the man's feet. But in a surprising display of reflexes, the older pro looks straight up. He smiles, bringing his hands together in a blaze of blue and cold. A solid wall of ice forms, jagged and uneven. 𝐒𝐿 twists, bending himself around a few of the larger spikes before tensing. The impact and subsequent rush of wind pulverize the ice. With a puff, 𝐒�l's immediate surroundings go from gray and blue to pure white. Blinded, he activates float and bursts away. Exiting the cloud of cold air, 𝐒�l tries to get a read on everything. The fire that hit the walls is still burning, liking at the stone and turning it a shiny white. Whatever the man's power is, it's strong and stubborn. Another blast of flame comes, directed right at his head. 𝐒�l jacks to the side, reflecting a follow-up attack with a flick of wind from his fingers. More white clouds his eyes but less than before. 𝐒�l dives to avoid a slash and kicks an arc of air in the direction it came from. There's a whoosh and even more air clouds. Realizing he can't keep letting his opponent blind him, 𝐒�l ups to dodge instead of block. He starts to dash around the room, making sharp turns and varying his speed. He looks for an opening, but every time he gets too close, the man makes a wall of ice, and 𝐒�l is forced to look for another angle. As he moves, the flames and frost grow along the walls, floor, and ceiling. He starts to be more careful when he rebounds off of the hard surfaces, not wanting to slip and lose his footing. Eventually, the cold grows to encase the whole room, and he can no longer bounce off the walls. Not that it's a problem for him. You're trying to get a feel for me. That's great. The attack's slow, and 𝐒�l finally gets a completely clear view of the hero again. He's still rooted in the spot where he started attacking and is still smiling. But his cheeks have turned from a light brown to an icy white, and the tips of his fingers and toes are blue with cold. But messing around when you're uncertain can be disastrous. Before 𝐒�l can wonder why, the man raises his arms above his head and pulls. The blue fire roars, spinning around the room and lowering the temperature another 20 degrees. The air starts to sting his lungs and throat, and his eyes water. The fire draws in on the hero, cocooning him and his costume in an impenetrable wall. It explodes outwards after a moment, dousing the room in snow and hail. 𝐒�l feels his costume freeze solid in an inch and a half of ice. He flexes, causing it to crack as he pours heat into his skin. He tries to fly off, but he can't move his body. The ice is supernaturally strong. Try not to sit still, now. 𝐒�l takes a blast of the fire right to his chest just as the ice starts to fall off. It's so cold that it almost burns. His heartbeat starts to slow, and his fingers go numb. But 𝐒�l grits his teeth and pushes. Lightning cracks, electrifying the air with green bolts. His skin goes from pale white to glowing with orange and red lines. He backs away, wary of another hit. As he does, one for all's heat battles the cold fire. His teeth chatter when the flames lick at his jaw, but he breathes deeply. He's not going to lose. Not like this. With a grunt of frustration, he pushes up to 65%. It's enough to visibly make his muscles spasm, and if he so much as twitches, it would tear his muscles to shreds. But the heat raises his body temperature enough to kill the flames and turn the remaining ice into steam. He backs off on the power, holding firm. He looks at the older pro, who gazes back with icy eyes and an arched eyebrow. Steam seeps out of his pores, swirling in the air and mingling with the frigid draft created by the man's last attack. What next? The hero muses. His blue fingers play with his beard, which is now powdery white. Do you continue our little game of cat and mouse? Or are you smart enough to try something else? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spits on the floor, not out of disrespect but out of curiosity. The saliva fizzles as it falls, boiling off on the cold hard ground. His way overheated. He also can't keep doing what he's been doing. Luckily, there's a human-sized air conditioning unit right in front of him. Done with the fancy maneuvering, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 rushes the man head-on. He meets another wall of ice. It crumbles after 2 40% punches. There's another one behind it, and another after that. He keeps moving forward, occasionally feeling out other parts of the room with Black Whip. He even tries to send a strand around, but the man fends it off easily, seemingly strong enough to fight on 2 fronts at once. The battle devolves from a match of skill to one of brute force. The older hero is good, amazing, even, but he can't dodge forever, and the pressure 𝐒𝐬𝐽's putting on him is too great for him to risk letting his walls down to get away. It's brutal, almost. They're not trying to outplay each other. They're simply throwing everything they have at each other until one breaks, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽's not going to let it be him. A black-coated fist smashes through the final layer of ice. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grabs the man by the shirt collar, holding him up in the air. Frost works its way down his arm, but much slower this time. Black Whip wraps the man up from his head to his toes, leaving only his face exposed. I win. The hero tests his bindings. Yes, you are the victor. Good job. Thank you, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, letting the man down. What's your name? Frostfire, the man says, straightening his turban. It's not very original, but I have no need for theatrics or public recognition. I understand that. Good. Was that your first time fighting against an ice quirk user? You could hardly call that an ice quirk. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 points to a small flicker of flame still burning on the floor. It defies the laws of physics, and it's way stronger than any natural ice. I only broke it by tapping into my upper limit of power. Yes, it's quite interesting, Frostfire says with a smile. The fire isn't fire at all, but rather a manifestation of my body's heat. Or lack of it. My normal temperature is 20 degrees below 0 Celsius. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes widen. Whoa! The man nods. Yep. And bear with me because this makes no sense from a science perspective, can toss out my body's cold like fire. It still burns, but it grows hotter as it dies. I can pull it back inside of me. He holds out a hand to demonstrate and the small flame travels to his palm, but that heat comes with it, too. But you look like you have hypothermia, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, pointing to the man's blue fingertips. And that ice is still way stronger than naturally possible. At least in the amounts I was hitting, anyway. Oh, that's because I'm backwards, Frostfire chuckles. Feel. He holds out his hand to 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who takes off his glove and touches his fingers. They're hot, he says, mystified. Yes. I'll have to take an ice bath soon or I'll collapse. Frostfire retrieves his hand and ignites a flame in his palm. The ice I can make is so strong because it's not exactly ice. I sent a sample of it to a local lab, and they found that the water content is around 30%. The rest is nitrogen, with a little bit of carbon. That shouldn't be possible, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says. I'm not a scientist, but solid nitrogen. Quirks are bullshit, young man, Frostfire laughs. It's best not to think about it. Now, I'm going to take a nap in a freezer. Remember to not waste time. He walks off with a pep in his step, waving. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says goodbye and awkwardly stands around. His eyes start to drift off towards the ceiling, and he catches Endeavor's unimpressed eye. Oi, we're next. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 faces the door and sees a tallish woman and an average-looking man. Both wear hero gear, complete with masks and, not so strangely considering where they are, fire extinguishers. The woman's hair burns acid green, and the man's eyes glow like hot coals. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 isn't surprised when he dodges a pair of lasers and a wave of green fire a half-second later. The second fight is much shorter but also more intense. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gets in close first thing, using his body as bait as Black Whip grabs at their ankles. Both of them are mid-range fighters and wisely ward him off with fire and lasers. 𝐒𝐿 is durable, though, and much faster than any normal human. He dances and weaves around their attacks, ending the fight with a single tackle. He would have used an air blast, but they're inside. He doesn't want to cause any unnecessary damage. The third fight starts right after the second. Two more heroes join just as 𝐒𝐿 drops the two he defeated moments earlier. Frostfire appears to be an outlier in the agency because no one is particularly powerful, at least compared to 45% of One for All. They are smart, though, and have amazing strategic thinking. They keep around 2 meters apart at all times, close enough to back each other up but far enough apart to make area attacks easily dodgeable. It's frustrating, but 𝐒𝐿 comes out on top. And then, he fights again with 3 new people added. Round after round passes, each one getting harder and harder. It's clear that the pros are holding back to an extent, but they definitely aren't taking it easy on him. The more people he has to fight, the more dangerous it becomes to go on the offensive. If he picks one off, he has to take a few hits. If he uses Black Whip to target all of them, they all rush and hit him with everything. It becomes painfully obvious that 𝐒𝐿 needs to work on doing bigger and bigger attacks while on the move because, by the time there are 15 pros, he can only dodge. That's enough. Everyone in the room freezes and straightens their backs. All eyes fall on Endeavor, who stands at the door of the area. Midoriya, stay. The rest of you, resume your normal duties. The pros clear out, some giving him high fives or nods of respect. 𝐒𝐿 smiles back, dead tired and dripping in sweat. After about a minute, he's alone with Endeavor, who offers nothing but a cold look and 2 words, "Fight me, X, and how did that go?" "I lost. Badly." 𝐒𝐿 rubs the skin of his forearm through his jacket sleeve. He knows it's pink and completely hairless. "I'm not surprised." "I'm not either," 𝐒𝐿 agrees. He's skilled and powerful. But for someone who doesn't have enhanced speed, physical strength, or reflexes, his instincts are just amazing. 𝐒𝐿 stretches his arms, working out a few knots. "No matter how hard I tried, he just knew where I'd be, or he figured out what I would try to do. And he's really good at using his quirk to move. You did tell him that he took something simple and dangerous and used it to become one of the best." "Yeah. I'm really glad he decided to take me on." "Ah, you got the position." All Might, slimmed down and in a heavy trench coat, smiles. "That's wonderful. I'm not close with the man, but I know he's the real deal. Learn a lot from him." "I will," 𝐒𝐿 says. "Good," Gran says, rapping 𝐒𝐿's shin with his cane. He's ditched his hero costume for a simple grey suit without the tie. What you felt back there was the difference in experience. You're so DMN fast that it doesn't show a lot when you get moving, but Endeavor's a monster. He claimed the number 2 spot at 20 and held on to it, even with hard competition. You've seen his fights, you know how quickly he ends them. I think it's a miracle you lasted more than 10 seconds. "Thanks." 𝐒𝐿 rubs the back of his neck, smiling crookedly. "I hope I can beat him one day." "You'll beat everyone at full power," All Might chuckles. They turn a corner and walk through a stone archway with a wrought iron gate. "I'm surprised that first hero could block a 45% smash." "I was too," 𝐒𝐿 admits, "but I talked to him after. He's been training for years to be able to make ice that strong. And even then, I could still break it." "True," All Might agrees, "but just know that you're physically stronger than most heroes, now. You should fight like it." "Hey. Talk about it later," Gran says, stopping at an intersection of the path. "We're here for a reason. Right?" All Might nods. "𝐒𝐿, are you okay with this?" "Of course," 𝐒𝐿 says. "You've wanted to take me here forever. And it's my history as well as ours, all Toshinori from now on, kid." All Might smiles. "It's a mixture of joy and melancholy. I won't be him for a while yet. Best to get used to it before I go under the knife." "Right, yeah." 𝐒𝐿 stares at the graveyard around him. "Which one?" "Over here." Gran leads him and All Might around a corner and stops at the first monument. It's short but broad, with a stone gate surrounding a few square meters of grass. Chimera, the top of the pillar reads. Below that are names. Nana is the first, followed by Kotaro, Nao, Hana, Tenko, and they were all murdered, Gran says grimly. You ought to be careful, Midoriya. The man trails off, closing his eyes. Not here, All Might whispers. Another time. Right now, we must be happy. He forces a smile, gently prodding Izuku to do the same. Why? Izuku can't help but ask. This is a graveyard. Yes, All Might says, still smiling. He holds out a bouquet of flowers. You'll see, don't worry. Help me lay these out. We can let Gran have his piece. The main pillar has all the names, but the ashes are buried in the small plot of land the 𝐭𝐵𝐵 family has. Izuku puts a few flowers down by each mound of earth. Little Tenko gets 4, Hana 3, and the adults 2. Each mound has a small marker, naming who is buried and giving a few words about them. Izuku tries to smile as he does it, but it's hard. The flowers, bright and pretty, stick out against the cold gray of the graves. It makes his stomach turn. Could his mom? No. Over here, Izuku. He walks over, mouth dry. Izuku kneels beside All Might, who sits elegantly before the final grave on the right. Most of the flowers rest there, hiding the marker from view. Izuku can guess what the name is. Smile, All Might encourages. It's okay too. It still doesn't feel right. That's fine. Here. All Might takes one of Izuku's hands. Moving the flowers, he rests it on the gravestone. What does it say? Smile when you think of me, Izuku reads. My body's gone. That's all. Nana wouldn't have wanted us to be sad, All Might says. She understood grief and the importance of letting yourself cry. Understood it perfectly, maybe. But now that the tears are dry, and the dirt has settled, she would want us to be happy. It's a waste of a day if you don't smile, she liked to say. She was also a big believer in remembering the good. So smile, for her and for yourself. She lives on in you, you know. Why yeah. Izuku's chest warms, and his eyes start to water. Okay. All Might wraps him in a warm hug, and Izuku cries into the man's coat. Strangely, or maybe not so, they are happy tears. They still run down his face and soak into All Might's coat like sad ones, but they feel lighter, like his being pushed forward by a gentle hand rather than being dragged down by grief. Let's go home. Izuku gets one last look at the graves before he leaves, burning them into his mind. The smell of incense and flowers floats through the air, and the clouds cover the sky. It starts to rain as they walk out, which is a good thing. It lets Izuku put his hood up. Because for as good as he felt, seeing Nana's final resting place, something had to come along and ruin it. He lays awake in bed that night, dead-eyed. There are 4 𝐭𝐵𝐵s, plus Nao's parents, who are buried somewhere else. But there were 5 names on that pillar. 4, and one that shouldn't exist. It chills his spine, and Izuku starts to feel himself slip. Miles away, the gravestone of his nightmare grows slick with rainwater. The droplets pool inside the crevices and the engraving. The flowers All Might put before it wilt from the pressure of the ensuing downpour. 𝐭𝐵𝐵 Hisoshi. Father, fighter, friend. There is no 𝐭𝐵𝐵 Hisoshi. 𝐭𝐵𝐵 Hisoshi doesn't exist. He never has, and he never will. Yet his ashes are buried with the rest of the 𝐭𝐵𝐵 family, right between Nana and Kotaro. Izuku panics, because of course he does. His father is dead and gone and resting 6 feet under. Or is he? The 𝐭𝐵𝐵s were all killed by All for One. It means that All for One got to his father, or, well, there are plenty of options his restless mind supplies. Maybe the Hisoshi in the graveyard isn't his father. That would be a relief. But a simple internet search shows that the number of Hisoshis in Japan is less than 100, and most are old enough to be Nana's brother, not her son or nephew like the dates on the grave suggest. There's only one where the date of birth and death line up. So it's likely that his dad is dead and gone, but Izuku doesn't know why. Was he killed by All for One? Newspaper articles from the time of the 𝐭𝐵𝐵 family murder claim that the remains of 6 different bodies were found, not 7. And the name Hisoshi isn't even mentioned in the original articles either as a survivor or a victim. He only appears later, in small bits and pieces on Nana's career published 10 years after the fact. Around the time Izuku was born. It's clear that something is wrong. Looking back, Izuku's Sure Hisoshi's grave is newer looking than the others. But if it was put there at a later date, the graves would have had to have been moved. By a quirk. Again, everything points to Hisoshi being in league with All for One. But why? Or how? Or when? Nothing adds up. There are no answers. And if the graves were moved, Izuku wonders, then how did All Might and Gran not notice? Are they brainwashed? A whole new cloud of worry overtakes his mind, but Izuku downs a glass of water and forces himself to breathe. All Might was in America for a while, and when he got back to Japan, he was always busy. It's not too much of a stretch to say that he forgot what the Shimura grave looked like. He's just being paranoid. He needs to calm down and think everything through again. Shimura Hisoshi was born 48 years ago according to the gravestone. Izuku's mom is nearing 40, but she's always talked about his dad like he was a little bit older. The age is just about right for him to have a kid. Maybe more than one, considering he was only with his mom for a short while. But that's only if the date on the stone is correct. Allegedly, Hisoshi died at 32, which checks out with the date of the Shimura family murder. With a quick look at the graveyard's website, Izuku finds a small profile on the man. He worked for 𝐂𝐲𝐽 Shipping as a brand ambassador and an actuary. He also kept the books for docking in Japan. Shipping. I don't remember the name, but it started with an S. sh something. Or maybe it was Shaw. It checks out. 𝐂𝐲𝐽 Shipping was launched when Hisoshi was 5 or so, and they specialized in moving delicate and dangerous cargo all around the Yellow, East and South China, and Philippine seas, with occasional stops in Hawaii and New Guinea. According to his bio, Hisoshi went to work for the company at 24. He quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a high-ranking official and the brand's Japanese ambassador, tasked with getting companies in the country to use 𝐂𝐲. The fact that Hisoshi doesn't have a BRTH certificate, doesn't have a record of existing in Japan ever, and doesn't have his quirk in the registry means the whole thing reeks of criminal involvement. And what villain would need dangerous and delicate cargo hauled long distances and has the power to start a whole company to do so? All for One. But then he died in the Shimura murder. Which doesn't make sense because his mom talked to his dad when he was little, like 5 or 6. Izuku remembers because it was after they found out he was quirkless. So if the Hisoshi in the graveyard is his father, the stone is fake. Does that mean his father is alive? Did he ever think his father was dead? Not that he can remember, but his mom never talked to the man after that trip to the doctor all those years ago. Frustrated and confused, Izuku climbs out of bed. His alarm clock shows that it's 2 a.m., but he doesn't feel tired at all. He quietly opens his bedroom door and slinks out into the hallway. Boxes line the walls, full of clothes and other knickknacks. They're moving soon, to the house Nezu picked out for them. Everything is being packed up, and the books his mother keeps are stored right by the door. The box mostly contains novels and a few cookbooks, but there's one photo album on top, a book he's seen a handful of times but never felt the need to open. Izuku pushes off the dust and takes a seat on the couch. By the light of his phone, he starts to look through it. The first few are from right after he was born. His father isn't present, but there's one on the 3rd page that gives him what he's looking for. It's of Izuku, swaddled up in a yellow blanket, being held by a man sitting on a recliner in the living room of an apartment. The man is tall and skinny, with thick, chin-length black hair and blue eyes. Freckles splatter across his cheeks, roughly forming 2 diamonds. His smile is bright, showing a hint of teeth. Turning the page, Izuku finds another picture of him and his father. This time, Hisoshi has some stubble on his jawline. The camera must have been faulty because the hair looks red. Or maybe the hair on his head is dyed. Squinting, Izuku tries to look for signs of red in the man's hair, but there are none apart from the beard. But his t-shirt catches Izuku's eye. The characters for 𝐂𝐲𝐽 Shipping are printed across the chest, and a flower is printed below. It's partly obscured by baby Izuku's head since he's sitting on Hisoshi's lap, but the flower looks like it has 8 petals. After quickly flipping through a few more pages to get a better feel for Hisoshi's appearance, 𝐒𝐿 closes the photo album. Then, he opens a search engine on his phone. He pulls up 𝐂𝐲 shipping again, this time trying to find pictures. There are none. There's an address of where the headquarters used to be, lists of sales and purchases, and the names of board members, but no pictures of the actual shipping containers, ships, or logo. Suspicious. 𝐒𝐿 looks up 𝐂𝐲 shipping website and finds an old article from Korea. He can't read it, but there's a link at the bottom. He clicks it. Biting his lip, he pulls up the Wayback Machine. If 𝐂𝐲 was really a company run by All for One who decided to wipe any trace of the logo off the internet, there's a solid chance it won't work. But it does. The homepage lights up 𝐒𝐿's screen, poorly cropped and clearly dated. But the logo is bright and center, a flower with 8 petals, with a pair of swords crossed underneath. So 𝐂𝐲 Shipping was a legit company operating in East Asian waters, and it employed a Shimura Hisoshi who died at the same time as the rest of Nana's family. But that's just what's on the surface. Hisoshi didn't die that young. The company went under the day after All Might's fight with All for One. It's a weak connection. There could be all sorts of reasons for the events to have happened that way, but it's fishy. And 𝐒𝐿 still hasn't fully processed the fact that he could be related to Nana. Or is he? All for One loves mind games, the twisted, cruel kind that break men and shatter dreams. It's not too far of a stretch for him to have an employee, loyal to his cause, take the name Shimura through some less than legal means. And since Hisoshi is, at the very least, not listed as a Japanese citizen, it wouldn't be hard to fake it. And since Hisoshi is, 𝐒𝐿 still doesn't know for sure if he's dead or not. A smart man, being a brand ambassador and keeping books for a massive corporation, it wouldn't be hard to have him take the company over. The last CEO of 𝐂𝐲 was an elderly woman named Audrine 𝐂𝐲. She was found dead of a heart attack at 79 in her Singapore apartment, 3 days before the company filed for bankruptcy. Digging through reports of the incident, 𝐒𝐿 finds that she was remarkably healthy leading up to her death and that she founded the company at 30 after getting a loan from a mysteriously unnamed benefactor. Everything screams All for One. He made a company that would ship his goods and/or people by helping a young entrepreneur, and set up one of his men in a position of high power to take over when he got sick of the old CEO or they became too hard to control. He gave Hisoshi the fake name Shimura because of its significance to All Might, and when Hisoshi took the company over, he could change the name. It's all one big mind game, the kind he'll have to deal with if he's going to take on All for One. And as stressful as everything is, he can't linger on it. He wants to dig up more about his father, to find out if he's still alive, but there are more important things to do like train and find more of All for One's businesses. So he drops it. Or tries to. He looks at his phone for another hour, going down the rabbit hole. 𝐂𝐲 Shipping had a logo change, apparently. It's hard to say since the only evidence is from a shady wiki page that hasn't been touched since, but there are links at the bottom that claim to be sources. They don't work, not even with the Wayback Machine, but they are there. The old logo was just a pair of swords. It's simple, unique, and memorable. So why add the flower? And why 8 petals? Simply searching the internet for 8-petaled flowers gives him an uncomfortable answer. It's a Yakuza symbol, one used before All Might by a rather powerful gang present in 8 of Japan's 47 prefectures, the 𝐒𝐻𝐼. It makes sense, really. The Yakuza took control of ports during the chaos following the dawn of quirks. Even weakened by All Might's presence, and playing second fiddle to All for One's organization, they'd still have power. They'd still be able to sabotage shipyards and docks, and they'd definitely hit any cargo movement on shore that they didn't like. So All for One probably struck a deal with them. The ports 𝐂𝐲 used in Japan are all in prefectures the 𝐒𝐻𝐼 is known to have operated in, which only further supports the idea. So 𝐒𝐿's related to a villain and a man who courted the Yakuza. Great. He'd take being related to Nana over that any day, even if it meant that his father was the one who sold out the family. Because that's the second most believable theory. Hisoshi is a Shimura and turned traitor for some reason. But there's less evidence for that, and plenty for his main theory. The only piece of the puzzle remaining is why Hisoshi is dead. Or why he appears to be dead. It's 4 a.m. by the time he lays back down. 𝐒𝐿 shuts off his alarm and pulls the covers up around him. And then he lays there for 20 minutes because he doesn't feel the least bit tired. Absently, he starts to play with One for All, letting the lighting bubble to the surface. He closes his eyes, blocking out the light. The warmth soothes him, and his eyes start to feel heavy. Moments later, he drifts off to sleep. He dreams of being a child again, before he was hit with the diagnosis. It's bittersweet. He was happy back then, truly happy. But that day looms over the horizon like a storm cloud, undeniable and dark. For whatever reason, his father is there, looking like he walked right out of the photos in the album. He's nice, mature and serious, but witty and encouraging. His fire burns warm when he uses it to light the candles on Izuku's 4th birthday cake. The scent of burning pine fills his nostrils, and the flames entice him. Strangely, though, Izuku can't shake the feeling that the fire doesn't fit with Hisoshi. It's like a movie, almost. Izuku watches, fully aware of what's happening, but distantly. He can't control what he sees, but he feels everything. He can feel what he felt in those days, or at least how the Izuku living in his dream feels. The biggest thing is that he never met his father. But yet his subconscious thinks that he was close to the man. He feels love for him, just like he does for his mother. But Izuku knows he doesn't care for Hisoshi at all. In fact, he resents him a little for leaving, and for being a villain. The dream halts when Izuku walks through the doors of the quirk specialist, hand in hand with his mother and father. Everything freezes like a still frame, the emotions settling to a mixture of worry and fear. Izuku is trapped looking at the doors of the building that ended his dreams. Then, it all turns to dust. It's weird that this is happening to you. 1. Suddenly, Izuku can turn. He whispers around to see the gentle smile of his predecessor. It's good to see you, one says. You've been doing so well. Thank you. You know that your brother is alive, right? One nods. I do. How, what, why? Izuku stops and thinks, a messy knot of emotions settling in his gut. I'm not sure what to say. He shifts from foot to foot, unsteadily holding the other man's gaze. It's okay if you kill my brother. That wasn't it, Izuku denies. Maybe not, but that's still an important thing to think about, no. You're worried about my attachment to my kin, and what will happen if the worst possible outcome occurs. Izuku's silence is telling. One sighs and runs his hand through his white hair. Up close, he looks frail and weak. His eyes are sunken in, and he's so small. I understand what my brother has done. He needs to be stopped. You can kill him, should you choose to. I don't want to kill. Izuku nods stiffly. I understand, perhaps the best out of all of us. 2, for as amazing as she is, was a warrior. 3 was a villain, temporarily, only stopping his string of break-ins after hearing about All for One's sins. 4 was the worst of us for it. He hated what my brother did to him and innocent people with all his heart. It showed when he targeted my brother's empire. Everyone else was a hero, though, Izuku says, and so am I. Heroes don't kill. 1 smiles sadly. You would hope so. 7 didn't. She wasn't big on fights like the others. 6 and 5 were underground types. You know how gray it can be. Yeah. The silence lets Izuku's mind wander, something that causes his gut to tighten and his focus to slip away. Overhead, the sky cracks. You hate him? Yes. Is that because of your own thoughts or because you've been told to? Of course it's not because I was told to. Izuku chews his lip, trying to figure out a way to put his feelings into words. He's a monster. He hurt every one of you, and you're all like my family. And I've had dreams. I know. Then you also know that I've felt what you felt. I've seen him in first person. I know how charming he is, how good he is at manipulation. I've seen his strength and skill. I've seen how he hurts people in the worst ways possible. I know what he wants for himself. So I hate him. I hate him because he's awful. But you don't want to kill. Is that bad? Izuku asks. It feels wrong. I should want to wipe him off the face of the earth, him and all of his allies. But the thought of ending another person's life, It doesn't sit right with me. One places a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. I couldn't do it either. Izuku slumps forward and one leans in. They embrace. They can't feel each other, not properly, there's no warmth or texture, and yet it's comforting to be understood. Killing it's hard. It should always be hard. You hated that boy who stole my name, you wanted to make him hurt. But you didn't want to kill him. I should've, Izuku mumbles. Shigaraki Tomura is an awful person. A child murderer. A kidnapper. A human trafficker. He deserves the worst and yet I can't. Izuku takes a shaky breath. Don't worry about how you should feel. Your emotions aren't wrong. My brother needs to go down, just as that child trafficker did. A permanent solution would be better, I won't lie to you, but I won't force you to do something you can't stomach. None of us will. But you have to do what you want to do. It's as simple as that. One pulls away and looks deep into Izuku's eyes. Follow your heart, not ours. One for all is yours now. You still want him gone forever. I do, one admits. And you do as well, even if you don't think you can do it. I love my brother. Even after all he's done, I just can't help it. It's hardwired into me. But I know that he's a monster. I know my love won't change him. I know that he doesn't love me back. So I will be happy if he dies, but also sad. The world will lose a tyrant, and I will lose the man who was once my friend. Will? Izuku repeats. You say that like it's definite. But I could fail. One smiles. No. You won't fail. You will take care of my brother, whether or not you find the strength to kill him. Failing that, you will pass one for all on. And failing that, you will inspire someone to take up arms. What? If there's bad, good will rise up against it. One takes a step back and looks behind him. That's from an old, stupid movie I watched as a child, but it stuck with me. People don't like being hurt. They don't like being used. They don't like watching others die. Not all are strong enough to stand on their own, but watching someone else rise first often does the trick. I know you have the strength to be the first one up, and, should you fall, the fact that you put up a fight going down will pull others up. Evil never prevails eternally. Good will always come back. No matter what. The background begins to disappear, breaking away at the edges and turning to dust. Izuku feels his breath catch, and his spirits lift. Thank you. One smiles and waves goodbye. No. Thank you. Izuku wakes up feeling perfectly refreshed and happy. All of his worries are still there, but they are manageable now. He can do this. He will succeed. Nothing will stop him. One for all will prevail. And then he falls out of bed and lands flat on his face because that's just his luck. Cursing his stiff limbs, Izuku stands and stretches. It's 10 in the morning, and his phone vibrates on his nightstand. Picking it up and accepting the call, he rests it between his shoulder and his cheek. Hey, who's there? He asks, squatting down and kicking a leg out to warm up his legs. Aizawa. Did you have another rough night? Not as bad as it could have been, Izuku says, suching legs. I'll be in a bit. Just gotta eat and get dressed. Control your friends while you're at it. They won't stop bugging me. Sure. See you soon. Report to the classroom, Aizawa confirms. Alright, bye. The line goes dead and Izuku tosses his phone on his bed. It starts to ring again right as it hits the mattress, lighting up with a familiar contact. Half smiling, Izuku pulls his phone to him with Black Whip and picks up. Hey, Nejaya. Izuku. You're not dead. Did you think I was? Nah. It was weird not to see you on the way to class, though. Yeah. They started walking across campus together a few weeks ago. They don't need to, in fact, it actually makes them a little late, but it's nice. I didn't sleep as well as I wanted. I'm alright now, though. We're all sparing today, right? Yeah. Also, you missed the assembly for the cultural festival. Aizawa looked kinda grumpy when we realized you weren't there. I'm sure he'll want to bug you about your event. Do I have to do one? I mean, I'm kind of a one-man class. Nejaya laughs. You could probably toss a building around if you wanted. There's no way you'd get away with that excuse. Izuku smirks. Plus ultra, here. Yep. When's the next train? I'm gonna run, I think. Oh, cool. See you in a few. Yeah. Izuku feels his face heat up. I'll love you. I know. Izuku hangs up right as Nejiya starts to laugh. She hasn't seen Star Wars yet, and Mirio hasn't explained it to her, but she knows that it's funny to say I know, and it's enough to make Izuku die a little inside. But even he has to admit that it's amusing, so he smiles as he finishes getting ready. Foregoing his real uniform for his gym clothes, Izuku heads out to the kitchen to find a plate on the table waiting for him. Reading the note from his mom, he eats. Once he's done, he has a quick glass of water, grabs his backpack, and heads out the door. He makes it to in a half hour, only slowed by an attempted robbery. He stumbles across halfway there. When he reaches the gates, he passes through without incident, but the guard pokes fun at his tardiness. Laughing it off, Izuku hurries to homeroom, stepping in at 11 a.m. You better be ready to go today. Morning, sir, Izuku greets, sliding into a desk in front of Aizawa. The man huffs and takes a drink from his mug. How are you? Fine, he says, though his tone is clipped. Progress with Kurogiri is slow but present. You don't have to tell me. You'd be curious if I didn't. Izuku doesn't reply, so Aizawa pulls out his phone. The board behind him lights up, showing a screen with an aerial photograph of the school. Cultural festival. Go. I don't have a clue of what to do, Izuku says. Something small, I guess. Maybe a stall. But I don't have anything to sell. A game, maybe. There's a shortage of games, Aizawa says. No one really wants to work one all day, so most classes are doing shows or something that can be done in shifts. I'd take breaks. Aizawa arches an eyebrow. I would. Izuku insists. It's different from training. Can I use my quirk? Yes. A strength testing booth, then, Izuku decides. People would pay to play against me, and if they win, they get a prize. Fine. Just finalize the idea, and, for the love of everything good, don't hurt anybody. I won't, Izuku promises. Can I head up to Nezu now? No. Aizawa stands up straight and turns the screen off. He picks up his mug of coffee. Follow me. Aizawa leads Izuku out of the building and to the sports festival arena. The massive structure and the streets around it feel wrong without a mob of people filling them. Every step echoes back, and the wind cuts through everything like a knife. Aizawa pays it no mind and walks into the competitor's entrance and turns right. We're getting a new staff member. Really? Who? Your personal trainer, Aizawa says, making sure Izuku knows full well that he doesn't buy the cover-up story one bit. He told me that he was looking for other work, but I didn't know that UA accepted his application. Sure, Aizawa says, turning right. At the end of the hall is the entrance to the arena. He keeps walking. He's coming here to lead a fitness course for hero students, as well as to help out with combat training every now and then. But before we finalize his contract, we have to see him in action. He'll be critiquing an exercise today. Toshinori is here. Yes. Okay. I'm part of the exercise, right? You and your friends, Aizawa confirms. He stops just short of the lawn of the arena. Nezu's up in the press box. Yagi's in the stands. Your friends are waiting. I'll be here, watching. Warm up. Izuku nods. He starts to walk out of the hall, feeling Aizawa's eyes burn into his back as he does. I'll be here, watching, Izuku mutters under his breath. There's no way it's not a double meaning. The man is close to figuring out something, but what? Hopefully it's not one for all, though Aizawa knowing about it wouldn't be a bad thing. Then again, with all for one alive, Aizawa would worry, and he's already got enough on his plate. So Izuku has to make sure his teacher doesn't find out his biggest secret while simultaneously working to get strong enough to fight. All for one. It's a mountain, big and nearly impossible. But Izuku knows he can do it. He smiles confidently and meets his friends in the center of the arena. He waves to Nezu and All Might. One for all courses through his veins. I've got this. The subject is a large male with a transformation quirk. The power is strong, simple, and useful, but it is also strenuous and strange. Video footage of the power in use shows that there's no limit to how much the quirk can do. Muscular augmentation is hardly a transformative, though. It doesn't change the body's makeup or alter the user's shape. It only lets the user produce more muscle fibers. The fibers are much stronger than those of the average human, however, and so is the original user. Therefore, muscular augmentation is an emitter with a slight mutative element. Twice, please hand me that scalpel. The blade gleams in the harsh medical lights of the operating room. It reflects the man's bare flesh and the doctor's careful hand. With relaxed focus, All for One watches the doctor trace the blade down the subject's chest, parting the flesh and revealing the muscle. BLD runs, but slowly and much thicker than normal. It's a side effect of the sedative and the man's quirk, and the doctor wipes it away with practiced ease. Beside him, Himiko takes the gauze and pockets it, no doubt for later use. Heart for sure, doctor, All for One says, leaning over the body and examining the exposed tissue. That is the most important part right now since we've already gotten BLD and spinal fluid samples. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like for you to harvest some of his liver as well. Another day, the doctor says, cutting deeper into the man's chest. The sternum appears, white and red. Twice, give me the separators. An instrument designed to keep flesh parted is fixed, pulling the muscle and flesh away from the bone. Sensei, if you wouldn't mind. Of course. All for One extends a hand. His fingers elongate and merge into a saw-like blade. It starts to vibrate, and he carefully cuts the man's sternum open. It's brutal and hardly sterile, but nothing a healing quirk won't fix. The doctor waits for All for One to pry the bone apart before picking up a smaller scalpel. The doctor cuts a small piece of flesh off of the man's heart, quickly setting it on a tray held by Himiko. All for One heals the man with a simple quirk transfer and moves to watch the doctor examine the sample under the microscope. The cell walls are thicker than average, just like his BLD and skin, the doctor says, jotting a note down. Does he have a mutant in his family tree? One with tough skin, yes, All for One confirms. I thought that he might have some of the same traits. You thought correctly. The doctor adjusts the focus of his microscope and holds out a hand. Twice gives him a small syringe. He shows signs of being both a mutant and an emitter. It's a shame he won't be alive for long, All for One muses. He proves the quirk singularity theory just by existing. I'd love to see how it affected him later in life. I as well, the doctor sighs. He pushes a bit of liquid out of the syringe and sets it aside. But his quirk is too valuable. His body is, too. Perhaps we should focus on mutants for the basis of future projects. In time. We caused quite a stir. We'll wait to gather more after we make our debut. Very well. I suppose it's time. All for One smiles. Yes. Twice, you can hand me that tray. Sure. Jin practically tosses All for One the tray of medical instruments and struts over to the microscope. What are we doing? A lesson on quirk biology, the doctor says. Look in the lens and tell me what you see. Twice has to bend over the table because he's that much taller than the doctor, but he looks at the slide under the microscope diligently. I see a lot of circles and dots. They are wiggling. Good. I'm going to adjust the lens. You tell me when you can see inside one of the circles. Okay. The doctor twists a knob on the microscope until Twice sharply raises a hand. Stop. What do you see? A bunch of wiggly bits in the circles. The circles are cells, the doctor explains, and the stuff inside of them are the organelles. The biggest one is the nucleus. Can you see small bits of string in the nucleus? Yeah. Good. That's the DNA. It's a spiral wound tight and packed into the cell. See if you can clone it. I have to be able to touch it, though. The stuff is tiny. That's not an issue, All for One says, stepping in and pulling the slide off of the microscope. Give me your hand. Twice takes off his gloves and holds his arm up. All for One gently wills the sample from the subject's heart off the glass and onto Twice's bare skin. Do I just go for it? You saw how the cells looked under the microscope, all for one 𝐭𝐽𝐽. We'll teach you more about cells and quirks later so your clones will be more powerful. Right now, we just want to see if you can clone cells. Twice shrugs. Okay. Here I go. All for one watches as the sample tremors on Twice's hand. It grows, and like a cell undergoing mitosis, it splits. Firmly grasping Twice's wrist, All for One uses a telekinetic quirk to move the samples onto 2 fresh slides. The doctor takes both and examines them one by one. They are indistinguishable on the surface level, the doctor says, trying to hide his excitement. He eagerly picks up another syringe and squeezes some liquid on the slide. The cone is much less durable, however. That's to be expected, All for One says with a shrug. It's simply a facet of Twice's quirk. But the clones will become more resistant the more he learns about the human body. This is cool and all, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 says, setting her tray of equipment down on the examination table, but how does it help? You cloned heart cells. Are you going to start giving out organ transplants? Perhaps. All for One grins, tapping his helmet. It would come in handy. But no. We're thinking bigger. Much, much bigger than just organ transplants. Like what? We're going to clone quirks. That gets her attention. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 takes another look at the subject on the table and at the microscope. Yeah, okay. That's really cool. Good. All for One pats her head and shakes Twice's hand. Should everything go well, you both will be test subjects. Not the first, but perhaps the first to hold multiple powers without being unthinking monsters. What about that boy you banished? 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 asks right as All for One prepares to warp out. Ah, 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫. All for One spreads his hands. He's hungry for power and thirsts for destruction. It's not an awful combination for our goal, but he has some rather unattractive qualities. He will be back, and when he does return, he'll have to prove himself. If he does, I'll let him become one of my enforcers. If he doesn't, I'll kill him. My lord, the doctor says, are you sure? All for One shrugs. We have plenty of resources. If he's not worth the time or expenses, I won't take him back. He knows too much as well, and I don't like loose ends. Everyone in the room freezes, uncomfortable with being reminded that All for One can and will dump them if they stop being loyal. But he can't let them think that. It'll breed rebellion. So instead of doubling down, All for One laughs. You are all fine. Doctor, your work is invaluable and I trust you with my life. Should you decide to retire, I will let you. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫, you will continue to work for me, even if I don't need you. Twice, you are perhaps the most important person in this entire operation. And if I have to, I'll steal your quirk goes unsaid. Cool. Nice. Thank you, Lord. Yes, yes, All for One says, checking his watch. You are all appreciated. I have things to take care of elsewhere, however, so I will bid you goodbye. He warps away without waiting for a reply. Appearing in his private chambers, All for One sits down in front of a large computer. Pulling up a program of his own creation, he skims through a list of search queries that he has alarms on. Oh, what's this? Shimura Hisoshi has one search, something that hasn't happened in years. Whoever looked for it knows how to hide, or at least has some strong cybersecurity. But they are in Japan. Which means that someone is poking around where they shouldn't be. Oh well. The only person who would know the significance of those 2 names is already towards the top of his kill list. Midoriya Izuku will get his turn, right after his MSTR. Yeah, you got this. And so does Tamaki. And Mirio. And me. Let's do it. We don't even know what's going to happen, Mirio says. I mean, they wouldn't throw something we couldn't handle at us, but we're completely blind here. Maybe we should be careful. Boo. Caution is for the boring. Nejaya spins in midair, continuing to make lazy circles a meter or so off the ground. She stops right beside Izuku for a moment. I wanna have fun today. Work has been getting kinda serious lately. It's been the same for me, too, Mirio agrees. Sir, he's not the same. He hasn't been for a week or so. Fat Gum's nervous about All Might's vacation, Tamaki mumbles. I am too, but seeing him worry is just. He purses his lips. I hate it. Which is why we should try to relax a little. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 lands on her feet and leans against Izuku's side. Things are only going to get more and more dark and difficult, but we shouldn't let that get to us. We're heroes, yeah. We're supposed to smile and be reassuring. No angst while in costume. Izuku cracks a smile and wraps an arm around 𝐂𝐻𝐻's shoulders. Fine by me. Being confident in and enjoying the same thing sounds great. When's the countdown going to start? Silence. Thick and tense. No one moves a muscle. Somehow, they keep straight faces for 10 whole seconds. Then Izuku catches Tamaki's eye and it's all over. They all start to laugh at once, clutching at their sides and leaning against each other for support. It's impossible to get it together, not when Mirio's snorting like a pig and 𝐂𝐻𝐻's giggling right in his ear. Oh God, you had me for a second. I didn't think you guys would believe me. It's just a countdown. Us. Getting one. Like we would ever. I needed this. Yeah. To the surprise of no one, the stadium starts to rumble. The ground they are standing on is all concrete, but the grass around them slides away, revealing a massive hole in the ground. Their platform starts to descend, and glowing red eyes greet them. Mechanical whirring fills their ears, hydraulics start to flow, and pistons fire. Izuku looks into the eyes of a zero-pointer as he sinks. But just one would be too easy. On his own, he could probably take one or two. But there are 4 of them fighting today. So by Nezu or Aizawa's logic, that means that there should be 9, all with varying heights, widths, and armaments. The platform stops at the bottom, and the robots begin to move. They shake the earth with each step, each crash of a foot on dirt making Izuku's heart jump. Plan, he says, exchanging glances with his friends. Go for the joints, 𝐂𝐻𝐻 says, almost uncaring in spite of the massive machines bearing down on them. Good idea, Mirio agrees. I'll go right for their knees and knock 'em off balance. You and Tamaki can be distractions, Izuku says. Just try to keep them moving. If they don't settle, there'll be points where they are off balance. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 and I can take care of it from there. Tamaki nods. Sounds good. Perfect. Let's go. Izuku kicks off the ground in the nick of time. A massive metal fist comes down, blocking out the sun and stirring up wind. Izuku flies to the side, trailing tentacles that pierce and grip the metal. Spinning midair, he grabs his WHPS with his hands, pulling back with his legs and stressing his muscles. His whole body goes into the pull, and the first veers off course. The robot stumbles, off balance and vulnerable. A blast of golden light slams into the back of the machine's head. Grinning, Izuku dives, pushes off the arm, and spins. He builds up momentum, somersaulting until he's almost dizzy. Then, he explodes. His upper body extends, fists pulled back and elbows tucked into his ribs. Double California smash. The wind rips through the air, screaming as it spins. The backlash shoots Izuku upward, all the way to the top seats of the stadium. From above, he watches as metal crumples and snaps. Shrapnel flies, and the machine MMMMS. It goes down, crashing into one of its fellows as it faceplants. 1 down, 8 to go. Or so he thinks. The machine rises, slow and deliberate. 𝐂𝐻𝐻 attacks it again, redoubling her efforts. But attacks from other robots force her away, and Izuku realizes that the things have some kind of AI. Diving down again, Izuku stomps on the fallen robot's head. It buckles, joints locking up. He keeps the pressure up, casting Black Whip to grab the ground below and pulling. It starts to sink, and Izuku prepares to target the thing's neck. But he hears a whoosh from behind, and backflips over a swipe from a different enemy. The robots are staying spread apart. A few are paired up, but the space between them makes it impossible to start a domino chain. Izuku weaves around under the robot that forced him off the first one to go down, kicking and punching at the metal in an attempt to start wearing it down. He's surprised at the amount of damage he can do with simple attacks, and is left stunned when he breaks a finger off of one of the hands with a basic axe kick. Deciding that it won't hurt, Izuku picks a robot and lines up with its chest. He pushes off the one closest to him as hard as he can and angles his body. His shoulder rams into the robot, parting the metal and wires. Sparks fly, his own and the machine's. Instead of hitting a brick wall, 𝐒𝐿 pierces the robot. He's buried in the heart of the beast, the engine dying around him and oil slicking his clothes. He comes out the other side dazed and scratched. Wiping the motor oil from his face, 𝐒𝐿 watches the machine collapse. It hits the ground with a massive crash. It does not rise. Millions, billions, maybe, of yen worth of technology and LBR are reduced to nothing but scrap. The world freezes for a moment. 𝐒𝐿 stares at the destruction he caused, awed. Hey! A half-second later, one of the remaining robots bends down, grabs the arm of the dead one, and rips it from its socket. And all of a sudden, 𝐒𝐿 has a couple thousand kilos of steel hurling at him at 50 miles an hour. He dodges easily, but the metal arches, slows to a stop, peaks, and rockets back down to Earth in just a few seconds. 𝐒𝐿 dodges again, but he grabs at the metal, creating a net with Black Whip. He doesn't JRK to a stop. Instead, he slows the fall as best he can. Even with all of his strength, he feels the weight. Yet it's not as bad as he thought it would be. Closer to a struggle to succeed than a fight to live. Hard, but doable. 𝐒𝐿 stops with the arm 10 or so meters off the ground. Around him, robots move. Mirio and Tamaki prove to be the perfect ants, annoying, small, and impossible to stamp out. From above, 𝐒𝐲 rains down hellfire, unleashing full power blasts every second, denting metal and burning exposed wires. 𝐒𝐿 hefts the weight. It's not awful, but he still feels like he's holding up a few hundred whales. Briefly, he considers his options. He could rip through the rest of the robots like he did before. It would be efficient and end the fight quickly. Or he could push it and have some fun, like he said he wanted. And like 𝐒𝐲 wanted to. He pushes. 45% swells to 55, enough to make his bones creak but not break. The weight feels lighter below him, and he pulls. The force causes the arm to bounce, testing his grip. 𝐒𝐿 holds form and starts to rock his body back and forth. Like a pendulum, the hunk of metal begins to sway. The living robots seem to know what's up because a few try to close in. But it's too late. His friends cover him, and if the robots get close, they could be knocked off balance and he'll get away anyways. The weight climbs higher and higher, and 𝐒𝐿 starts to fly back and forth. Every change in direction causes the arm to whistle through the air. Momentum builds and builds, all the way until 𝐒𝐿's sure he can't add any more or stop the arm if he had to. On the last swing, he watches carefully. The arm rises, slowing as it approaches the heavens. Right before it's about to stop moving, 𝐒𝐿 heaves. The arm JRKs towards him, the line going slack before completely disappearing. It starts to fall again. The angle is almost perfect. The arm crashes into two robots, beheading one and knocking the other to its knees. 𝐒𝐿 bursts towards the ground, driving his feet into the top of the robot's boxy head. He pierces it, digging a few meters into the mechanical guts, before pushing out the side. The robot is still moving, however. It tries to bat 𝐒𝐿 to the side, but is much too fast. Diving under the arm and dashing towards the feet, 𝐒𝐿 pulls himself upward. He punches through the chest of the machine in one fluid motion, taking pride in the sound the bot makes as it hits the ground. Trying to show off, here. 𝐒𝐲 whizzes to his side, practically vibrating with excitement even though she's covered in sweat. You said you wanted some fun, 𝐒𝐿 says, gesturing to the carnage below them. There you go. 𝐒𝐲 laughs. You killed 3 giant robots all for me. How romantic. 𝐒𝐿 smiles. Yeah. All of that was totally for you. MK. Well, I guess I better start knocking down a few, just so we're even. 𝐒𝐿 raises an eyebrow. You think you can match the 3 I've already gotten? You think I can't? I think I wanna find out. You're on. They dive down together, spinning back to back. A helix forms, half lightning, half golden spirals. The robot they hit is utterly pulverized, its armor and gears weak in the face of 100% of 𝐒𝐲's power and 45% of 𝐒𝐿's. There's so much shrapnel that 𝐒𝐿 has to grab some of it with Black Whip, or else run the risk of getting one of his friends impaled. He chucks the shards of metal into another robot, and they dig deep into its armor. 𝐒𝐿 then rushes it head-on, ping his leg back like he's going to try and kick its head right off. The robot's hands start to move up, looking to block. 𝐒𝐿 sharply tucks into a dive, and the robot jrks as though surprised. He dashes between its legs, landing on the ground feet first before pushing off with his fist raised. He spins like a drill, cutting through the underside of the massive machine. He continues to push even when he feels it start to fall, ignoring the way metal scratches at his skin and rips his clothes. The sky greets him as he rips through the final layers of metal. 𝐒𝐿 flips, letting float take him. He smiles, finds a new target, and zips to it. Black Whip easily wraps around the machine's neck. Like an anaconda, it constricts, crushing the robot's non-existent windpipe. The head starts to lean to one side, and 𝐒𝐿 kicks it. It falls off, crashing into the ground beside other bits of robot. The body continues to move, almost hobbling on its feet. 𝐒𝐿 dives through its chest cavity and watches it collapse, keeping an eye out to make sure his friends don't get caught up in the damage. 𝐒𝐿 takes down 7 by the time everything is over. It's technically 6.5, but 𝐂𝐻𝐼A insists that the one they hit together fell exclusively to her, and 𝐒𝐿 can't bring her to a compromise. So he claimed he got the full 7 and that she got 2. It leads to petty bickering but also a kiss on the cheek, so he can't complain. The bottom of the arena starts to rise once they've finished. Hundreds of thousands of kilos are pushed up, shaking and shifting the whole way. Everything locks into place once they reach the top. From 𝐒�l's point of view, everything looks like the aftermath of a robotic gladiatorial match. You may fly up to the press box, 𝐒𝐿's voice echoes through the stadium. In the stark emptiness, it ricochets off the walls and amplifies due to the shake of the stands. 𝐒�l, you've got us? Mirio asks, slipping into a pair of gym breathes. Sure. 𝐒�l snatches Tamaki and Mirio up with Black Whip and looks to 𝐂𝐻𝐼A. You might want to put on some breathes. 𝐒�l looks down and realizes that his gym uniform is gone, leaving just his compressions. Even his shoes are gone. Where am I going to get breathes? Oh, you poor fool, Mirio says. Please don't, Tamaki mumbles. It's too late. You should really learn to keep a spare pair with you at all times, that way you can change on the fly. 𝐒�l blinks. I don't get it. Good, 𝐂𝐻𝐼A says, smiling like she's trying not to laugh, because it's really stupid. Oh, come on, that was a good one. No, it wasn't. 𝐒�l ends up having to fly without actual clothes. It's not bad or painful, just embarrassing and weird. One for all keeps him plenty warm, which is good. But Mirio cracks awful puns the whole way up, which is bad. They all get there in less than a minute, and somehow 𝐒�l hears 6 different jokes about missing breaths. Good work, young man, all, Toshinori greets. It's Toshinori from now until he puts his costume back on, even if his surgery is scheduled for next week. 𝐒�l catches 𝐒𝐿's eye and nods, and then tries not to look at Aizawa because he's not hiding his suspicion at all. Of course the rest of you did amazing as well. And, 𝐒�l, you should find some clothes. Yeah, 𝐒�l says, and suddenly the room feels 10 times more awkward. Thank you, sir, Mirio says, trying to cut the tension. I hope we didn't scare you away from working at UA. Toshinori laughs from his seat between 𝐒𝐿 and Aizawa. That could never happen. This is my old school, you know. I'd be happy to give back. So you're hired, then? 𝐒�l asks hopefully. Toshinori smiles. Well, not technically. I still have to deliver my critique. I've already received it, 𝐒𝐿 says. It will be evaluated over the coming week, and the board will make their call. But I'm sure he'll get approved. He's one of the best in the business, after all. Cool. Can we hear your thoughts? 𝐂𝐻𝐼A asks. No, Aizawa answers before anyone else can. He's not employed by UA and, while he has experience training heroes, we are unsure of the quality of his analysis at this time. Should he be accepted as a teacher here, then you will be allowed to hear from him. For now, however, you'll have to wait. 𝐒�l and his friends seem to slump at that. Partly because getting a new insight on their fighting styles would be beneficial, but mostly because talking about beating up giant robots is almost as fun as beating up giant robots. There's no need to be so harsh, Aizawa, Nezu chuckles. You all did wonderful today, though I'll admit our little challenge favored calling you brutes is rude, but that was what you were today. Izuku feels his cheeks redden. It was the easiest and simplest option. And the funnest, Nejiya adds. Indeed. There's no shame in playing to your strengths. Nezu checks his watch. You're all free for the day. You may pick up work if you longing, but most assignments for today will be waived because you were helping us with this. Bye. The four of them walk out of the press box, waving to Nezu and the teachers as they start down the stairs. You'll talk to that blonde guy about how we did, right? Nejiya asks, lacing her fingers in Izuku's. Definitely, Izuku says. I fully expected you to ask, actually, but I would have talked to him and gotten his thoughts even if you hadn't. He's got you figured out, there, yeah. Mirio teases. He's practically a mind reader. Pretty soon, you'll be finishing each other's. He looks at Tamaki, who blinks and stares back blankly. Here. Nejiya snickers. Swing and a miss. Maybe the childhood friends bond doesn't count if you meet after preschool. Shush, you, Mirio says, holding out a hand with finger raised. No teasing before noon on weekdays. That's not a rule. It really isn't, Izuku agrees. I mean, you broke the rule you just made up, like, 20 seconds ago. Yeah, Mirio says, but that was before I made the rule. That's not how it works. Sure it is. Whatever, bicker another time, Nejiya interrupts. What are you guys gonna do with the time off? Spa, maybe put in a few more hours at the agency, Mirio says. Actually, Tamaki, do you wanna go a few rounds? Just so we actually get to fight instead of playing tag with real-life mecha-anime robots. Fine with me, Tamaki says. I'll probably go into work a little early, too. Nice. Dinner after we get off. Sure. I'm gonna hit up the support lab, probably, Izuku thinks out loud. My costume is fine, I think, but I have a feeling it'll change once I start going on patrol again. Actually, I'll see if I can get a version that's more fireproof, just because. You know. Yeah, you're a big shot now, Nejiya says, shifting closer to Izuku and grabbing the crook of his arm with her hands. Learning from number 3 and number 2 in the same year. No need to act humble in front of us, here. You're with Ryukyu. She's going to crack the top 10 next year, Izuku points out. Also, Tamaki spent some time with Best Jeanist. It was awful. But you made it through and learned a lot, Mirio says, wrapping an arm around his boyfriend's shoulders. Not all bad, right? I guess. Anyways, we all fought All Might, too, Izuku says. We're all amazing. Just because I get to work for who's probably the strongest person in Japan right now and fight a bunch of his sidekicks doesn't make any of you guys worse than me. We know, dummy, Nejiya says, gently poking Izuku on the cheek. I'm just really happy for you. It's gonna be great. Yeah. They reach the bottom of the steps and walk out the doors of the press box. They wind up outside in the cool fall air. Mirio and Tamaki walk off towards the school to spa, but Izuku slips back inside. Nejiya follows. Not going to make for the lockers and change? She asks. No. I'll let them have some time and then I'll hunt down something. I should have just worn my uniform, Izuku admits, but I didn't feel like putting on the tie. You're such a delinquent sometimes. Nejiya steps in front of him, grabs his right hand with her left, and spins. She takes a half step back, pushing her back into his chest and taking his hands. It's kinda cute. Midoriya Izuku, troublemaker. I'm not that bad, Izuku says, resting his chin on her head. Look, I don't want to break the rules. I just happen to run into a lot of situations where I kinda have to. I know, Nejiya says, pushing back a little to playfully try and knock him off balance. Izuku, however, is much too strong to budge. Still cute, though, the little stuff I mean. Not the... I understand. Thanks. It's just, you're so nice and sweet, and then you rip out a robot's heart and we all kinda go, oh. That's right, he can do that stuff. I like it. Izuku smiles. Yeah, I surprise myself a lot. It's weird being so strong, you know. But I'm happy I've got this power. It means I can save more people. 𝐒𝐲 nods, her long, blue hair brushing against her skin. She shifts, leaning to one side and twisting to look up. Izuku keeps hold of her, looking down. I love you, she says. Love you, too. She juts her chin out and Izuku leans down. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Izuku nearly throws 𝐒𝐲 away, jumping up half a foot, pulling her up with him a little. Toshinori. Hi. All Might chuckles into his fist, holding out a stack of neatly folded clothes. Sorry, my boy. But you should probably get dressed. I would also like to talk with you. Sure, Izuku says, taking the gym uniform from All Might. He can tell it's a little loose, but it's better than nothing. What about private matters? All Might says, looking right at 𝐒𝐲. He doesn't do so unkindly, but he makes sure that they both know that she shouldn't be here. I'll get going, 𝐒𝐲 says, watching Izuku get dressed before glancing at the door. Yeah. Izuku straightens his jacket and zips it up. Do you want to find a sparring room? I don't think our conversation will take long, and we're free all day. 𝐒𝐲 shakes her head. Sorry. I gotta go into the agency early today. I've got therapy tonight. How about a date Friday night? Not Friday, but Saturday would be great. I've gotta go in for Endeavor after school at the end of the week, and I don't know how long I'll be there for or how tired I'll be when I'm done. Saturday, then, 𝐒𝐲 says. She leans in and stands on her toes to kiss him on the lips. I'll text you about it later. See you tomorrow. Bye. He watches her go, smiling warmly at the door. After a moment he turns to All Might, who looks contemplative. I'm glad to see that you're still happy, even if he's still out there. I told you before that letting him rule my life with fear would be letting him win, Izuku says. The last thing I want is for him to claim victory in any way. So I'll keep smiling and finding joy, even if I'm scared. If you can bear it, you're not afraid, All Might says. Nana told me that, once. I'm so proud of you and how far you've come. You tell me all the time, Izuku says with a smile. I don't think I could ever forget, either. Good. All Might slips his hands into the pockets of his well-fitted suit. In the previous week or so, he's been dressing and eating better, putting on a few pounds as he rests. His cheeks are fuller, though he still has that skeletal look. He's making moves. I thought that was obvious. All Might shakes his head. Not like we knew before. He's alive, yes, and no doubt crawling around like a scavenger, trying to reclaim bits of his empire. But we have concrete evidence that he has people, and he has some kind of plan. What happened? There was a raid on a prison transport. One person, working solo. They kidnapped that villain you fought on the highway, getting away from police and heroes alike. No deaths, but heavy casualties. How do we know it's him? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has ears in the underground. Not many, or ones that are reliable, but enough to pick up on who makes a grab for what. With transport raids, it's usually gangs and yakuza getting their members back, or a family member freeing their kin. That villain was unaffiliated with any gang, had no living family, and his quirk was of high interest. He's trying to improve those things. Like the one that got into my head, but big and strong. Not an assassin or torture specialist, a super soldier. Indeed. But that's a good thing, sort of. Izuku slumps against the wall and thinks. If he's trying to replicate himself with other multi-quirked monsters, then he's not confident in his own abilities. If I had to guess, he's wary of taking you in a head-on fight again. Maybe it's the same with me, even though I'm much weaker than you are right now. He's trying to spread his resources out. It makes him easier to fight, but it makes his supporters more dangerous. Killing the man himself is the most important. Mopping up his subordinates will be easier once they are without a leader. Yeah. Should we be worried about an attack? Since you're taking time off. Not as much as you think. All for One is a SDST when it comes to the people he hates, and I am perhaps the one he hates most. If I had to guess, he would try and make a mockery of me. Wait until I'm fully healed to strike and then break me for all the world to see. There'd be mind games, disgusting tactics, and more than one villainous monologue. That's grim, scary, nightmare-inducing. All Might shrugs. I've dealt with it before, you know, back then. It was hard, and I am older now. But he is weaker, and I have you. When the time comes, we'll do it together. Izuku smiles. Together. They eat lunch together in the cafeteria, talking about school stories. They don't once consider that a rather tired man heard every word they said. Friday comes more quickly than Izuku expected. It feels like he blinks and appears at the doors of the agency, ready to walk in. It's just as tall and imposing as the last time he was there, but when he steps through the door, he finds that the lobby is completely empty. The secretary at the front desk is an actual secretary this time, not a hero. They recognize Izuku immediately and send him upstairs. The elevator ride up is quick, and Izuku knocks on the doors to Endeavor's office. Enter. Izuku does, dipping his head in a slight bow to Endeavor, who's in full costume. Thank you for having me, he says. The man huffs in return and picks up a package on his desk. Put these on when you change, he orders, tossing the package to Izuku. He studies the items inside, finding that they look like band-aids, but not quite. What are they? Energy monitors, Endeavor says, stepping out from behind his desk. Follow the instructions on the paper inside. They'll measure your quirk and send data to one of my computers. Hurry. Izuku changes in the lockers again, but this time he has to stick the things in the package to his skin. One goes over his heart, another halfway down his spine, one on each arm, and one on each thigh. His costume goes on over, and he makes his way to a different section of the building. Unlike the last room he used for sparing, this one is boxed in completely. There's just one door and an air vent, no windows, though there's plenty of security cameras. Endeavor stands in the middle of the floor, solid like a statue. He stares as Izuku walks in, almost sizing him up even though he's seen him fight plenty of times. Limit yourself to 30% this time, Endeavor orders. That's how you keep track of your power output, correct? Yes, Izuku says, it's like an engine, almost. It has the fuel, I just regulate how much it pumps in. I read your description, Endeavor grunts, I understand how your power works. It's not that dissimilar to mine. Izuku ducks under a flaming fist, bending backwards to stand on his hands. He drives his legs into Endeavor's chest, forcing the man back even if the contact is brief. Izuku rights himself, lowering his stance. One for all pokes against his skin. It knows his loss to the man before him, and it doesn't like that one bit. Well, Endeavor says, throwing a wave of flames at the floor to punctuate his words. Are you going to stand there? I am a villain, strong and deadly. But this is an unstable building where your full power is a hindrance. Bring me down. Izuku slips his goggles on and charges. Float pushes him through the air, and he puts no pressure on the ground. Black Whip races in front of him, wrapping around Endeavor's limbs. Izuku dashes closer, aiming a punch right at the head but intending to flip over and kick the man in the back. A wall of flame stops him, a brilliant orange and white. It's far from solid, and Izuku and his suit are somewhat fireproof. But Endeavor's flames are hot. They burn the fabric of Izuku's goggles away, causing them to fall to the ground. His eyes are exposed to the raw heat, and he backs off. All of that in just 2 seconds. Izuku slides to a stop on the ground, flicking a few fireballs aside with air blasts. He has to be careful with his strength. If he misses and hits the walls, he'll lose before even getting a hit in. He rushes again, for WHPS poking from his back. Endeavor meets him in the middle, propelled by flame. Fire swells as they clash, Endeavor reading the feint and blasting Izuku in the chest. Izuku rolls out of the way, keeping the pressure up. He goes low, kicking at the man's knees. Another massive burst of flame forces his retreat, but Izuku doesn't let Endeavor drive him away for free. Wrapping one of Endeavor's angles in Black Whip, Izuku pulls. Endeavor throws a bolt of white-hot fire at him, but Izuku dodges. Endeavor's body moves with him, jerking and twisting mid-air. More fire spews. It scorches the floor and Izuku's costume. He creates some more distance, giving himself more time to react to attacks. Once he feels safe enough, Izuku throws both of his hands out. Strands shoot from his fingers and arms, wrapping Endeavor up from the neck down. Cautiously, Izuku lowers the man to the floor. He slowly approaches, keeping the grip tight. Fire roars. Izuku shields himself with Black Whip, but not before his face is thoroughly singed. He dives forward, tackling Endeavor before a second hit can come. This time, he fights blind. Lashing out as wildly as he dares, he snatches the man up. That's all for now. Izuku lets the WHPS dissipate, one for all. Shutting off in his skin. He looks at Endeavor, who stands tall despite a few bruises. What now? Evaluate yourself. I should have led with the suit of armor. I also should have tried to end it sooner. Good. You're not an idiot. Izuku feels a little bit of frustration build as Endeavor looks him over. You fight too fancily. What? Izuku asks. I've been told that before, but way early in the year. I don't anymore. I do my best to not waste movement, and I try to keep on the offensive. Yes. But you don't start with the best attack. Even in that All Might video or the fight from the highway, you didn't start off with a strong enough hit. Why? I have to feel them out first, Izuku says, feeling that he's explaining a really simple concept. I'm too strong to just hit someone with everything. They could die if I do. I have to be careful. That mindset will get people killed, Endeavor says. Do you have any idea what causes the most deaths in villain attacks every year? I don't think I do. It's showboaters and flashy idiots trying to look good for the camera, Endeavor spits. Most schools pump out borderline narcissistic teenagers with licenses to use their powers to get popular. Those idiots end up dragging out fights. Why? More screen time, Izuku answers. All Might ends most of his battles in one hit, but that's because he's All Might. Other heroes have to work to get popular. Yes. But do you give a DMN about that? No. Good. You belong here. Endeavor starts to walk out of the room, his long strides forcing Izuku to half-jog to keep up. Do you know the story of the First World War? Vaguely, Izuku says. In the early 20th century, everything was really unstable and stuff. There were a lot of big countries who wanted more and smaller countries that didn't want to be controlled. Someone killed a duke, and it spiraled out of control. Good enough. In the early stages of that war, every general thought they'd be home before Christmas. But Christmas came and they were still fighting, dying in the mud by the thousands. That war dragged on for 4 years. The Second World War lasted 6. They both claimed millions of lives. And yet, do you know how many died in the early months of both? No. Fractions of what was to come. Endeavor pushes through the locker room door and gets on an already open elevator. A quick fight is ideal. Everyone wants one. Do you know why? Because fighting isn't good. Izuku tries. No. Because the longer you fight, the bloodier it will get. The elevator starts to descend, the city street rapidly approaching. Statistically speaking, the longer a villain fight lasts, the more damage will be done. It's been proven time and time again. Do you want to risk the lives and livelihoods of innocents? No, Izuku says firmly. Then you will learn to end every fight in a single hit. The flames of Endeavor's beard swell, warming the elevator car. Efficiency is the key to everything. The faster you can end a fight, the faster people are safe. Nothing else matters. Understand? Yeah, but I can't just start knocking villains down with 45%. Izuku exclaims as the elevator stops. The doors open and Endeavor walks out to a floor of cubicles and computers. The human body can't take that level of power. I need to be careful and figure out what needs to be done. That is what those monitors were for. Endeavor turns around a corner and snatches a stack of papers off a nearby printer. Office workers around them cower at the sight of the man in full gear. The papers are moved into Izuku's hands, and they start to walk again. You will be drilling for 3 hours a day. I already have school combat training. Yes. Combat training, not drilling. How often do you practice your super moves? I get them down as good as I can and then do dry runs a few times a month, Izuku says. That is unacceptable. Follow that plan to the letter and maybe I'll consider you up to snuff. You want me to practice my simplest moves for hours, Izuku says, flipping through the papers. And then you want me to meditate for 40 minutes. I'm not against more training, but this seems a little condescending. Wipe that idea from your brain, boy, Endeavor says, opening a door to an office. Practicing the basics is fundamental for people like us. Each and every movement you make must be like breathing. Instinctual. Easy. Mindless. It's like learning to drive a car or play a sport. First, you get one aspect down, and then add another. You continue until the entire complex exercise feels like you've been doing it for years. That still doesn't explain how I'll be able to end every fight in one hit without risking injury. That's what those monitors are going to tell you. They kept track of you during our brief fight. They'll give you exact readings on what's safe to use on who. Everything else will come from in-field experience. Fine, Izuku agrees, I'll do this. When's my first patrol? Next week, when you've improved greatly. You're already good enough, Endeavor interrupts. Amazing, even. But you don't want to be just good enough or just amazing. You want to be perfect. Right now, you could walk out and get hired by any agency, even some of the top 10 ones. But you're here. With me. Because you want to be like me. This is what I did, starting 3rd year at UA and continuing to today. You will do the same, and you will improve. Izuku nods stiffly. Yes, sir. Endeavor's eyes gleam, but Izuku can't catch exactly how the man feels. He watches as his new teacher takes a half step into the office and yells, Shoto. Out. You have a new companion. Make sure he doesn't get lost on the way to his practice room. Izuku stands there, lost as Endeavor marches to a window, opens it with one hand, and jumps out. He looks into the office, where a stoic boy with split-colored hair sits in a chair, feet on the desk. A bowl of cold noodles sits in his lap. My father's a BSc, he says, lifting the bowl to his lips and slurping up some noodles. Izuku, who has no clue what to do in a situation like this, tries to be as friendly and relatable as possible. Yeah, same. So, Endeavor, here. Izuku taps his foot on the floor, tense as a brick. The boy, Shoto, he reminds himself, calmly eats his soba and stares at him blankly. The boy's mismatched hair covers part of his face, the shadow just barely obscuring his left eye. But Izuku can still make out the splotchy red of an angry burn scar there, and he finds himself thinking that it's a miracle that the guy can still see with it. His mind starts to wander, but before it goes too far, he reins himself back in. He's not the nicest guy to talk to, I guess. Shoto doesn't reply. Instead, he sets his bowl down and stands. He's dressed like an athlete, with fitted sweats and a tight yet comfy-looking shirt. It's something Izuku would wear when he lifts or goes on a run. Shoto's probably training with his father, or at least training at the agency. It makes sense that Endeavor would want to help his son grow, though maybe Shoto isn't on the same page. The boy's emotionless expression and overall muted demeanor gives it away. How long have you been training? Izuku asks, trying to be casual. Shoto starts to walk out of the room, navigating the floor of office people with practiced ease. Since I got my quirk. Yeah, I've wanted to be a hero for forever too, Izuku says, hurrying to follow. You must be really dedicated. No. Not sure about what you want. Izuku asks, following Shoto around a corner and to a different set of elevators. Yes. Oh. Okay. I guess it's kinda usual to have second thoughts, Izuku says, stepping into an elevator beside Shoto. But I'm sure your dad wants you to follow in his footsteps. No. No. Izuku tries to catch Shoto's eye. The other boy looks away, giving him the cold shoulder. No. Izuku shuts his mouth, unsure and uncomfortable. I hope you get what you want. Shoto hums and continues to ignore him. Izuku tries to distract himself with the view of the city below, but the lack of elevator music makes it impossible. The silence is too strong, too stiflingly in his face that he can't help but feel jumpy. Would it kill the guy to not act so standoffish? He's not blaming Shoto for being quiet. Tamaki's quiet. Izuku likes Tamaki. Shoto just feels off. Like he's separate from the world as a whole, and in a pretty bad way. My father's a BS, Shoto says as the elevator stops and opens. You said that already. Izuku follows him out and into a long, broad hallway made of concrete. Shoto grunts in affirmation, and Izuku is left scratching his head. Oh. He says after a moment, Yeah, my dad's not the best either. Actually, he's not around. Actually, he might be dead. I'm going to stop talking now. Okay. They walk down the hallway in silence. Izuku keeps track of all the doors they pass, each one made of steel and clearly a few centimeters thick. At the end of the hall, there are 2 doors. One reads Endeavor and the other reads Shoto. I'm going to train. Just pick a room and keep busy until he comes to get us. When will that be? Izuku asks. Shoto shrugs and opens the latch on his door, leaving Izuku in the hallway alone. Thanks for the help, he sighs, taking a few strides over to a different door. He picks the latch up and pushes it open, finding that it's surprisingly light. Inside the door is a largish room with nothing in it. Everything is a matte gray, lacking the sheen the rest of the building seems to have. There are no lights, but there also isn't an ounce of darkness in the room. Everything seems to just glow uncannily. Izuku sets his stack of papers on the floor and walks around. The floors aren't metallic or stone. They almost feel like plastic, which doesn't make sense. This is a fire-based agency. Why would plastic be the material of choice? Carefully, he pours one for all into his leg. Izuku stomps on the ground, and his foot nearly bounces back. The floor holds strong. He stomps again with 40 perfect. It cracks a little, but the line doesn't spread too far. Satisfied, Izuku snatches his papers back up, sits against a wall, and reads. He concludes that Endeavor is a madman. He knew that it would help a lot from his brief skim. He expected to spend a lot of time on the basics, but is supposed to spend upwards of 4 hours alone, just turning his quirk off and on for a good chunk of it. The plan has a few exercises, but they are all boring. Jump at a low power level, turn it off mid-air, land without it, 1 details. No contact should be made with the ceiling, alternating between vertical and lateral jumps. The meditation is also pretty boring, and it isn't even technically meditation. He's supposed to just hold his quirk steady. First, the plan tells him to start at the lowest output he can and work up in even increments, holding at each one until he's at his maximum. Then, he has to work back down before jumping up in bigger increments and going back down again. Each time, because he's supposed to do 5 sets, the jumps get bigger. And then he has to hold at 5%, 10%, 20%, 40%, 80%, and as high as he can go for as long as he can. Never mind the fact that Izuku's never tried to feel out power levels that high. Doesn't Endeavor know he can hold on to 5% indefinitely? Frustrated, Izuku puts the papers aside. He stands and stretches. One for all flares to life. He'll warm up a little before trying what Endeavor wants him to do, and if it gets too boring, he'll take a break. He won't make it through otherwise. He's decently good at focusing, sure, but that level of dullness and time is something different. Izuku's still plenty warm from his brief spar with Endeavor, though there's some lingering stiffness in his thighs. He jogs a little, just to get his BLD pumping, does a few quick stretches and runs through a few punches and kicks. Once he feels ready to go, he lights up the room and bounces. There's no pattern to it. He jumps from one wall to another, occasionally jerking around mid-air. He gradually ramps up the speed until he's at his max, and freezes to a stop. His BLD rushes, but his mind feels clear. Calm. Grudgingly, he looks over to the stack of papers. First up is the meditation that's not really meditation. Izuku sits on the floor, legs crossed and arms resting on his knees. He keeps his back straight, looking directly ahead. He closes his eyes and breathes. He reaches, and the power takes his body. It's there, floating around gleefully. But Izuku doesn't try to restrict or use it. He lets One for All do its thing, feeling the pushes and pulls of its consciousness. The vast ocean of power rises and falls inside of him, currents swirling about and tides shaping the water. It feels familiar, safe, no matter how massive. Tenderly, he reaches out and touches the ocean. Molding it with his hands, he takes just a tiny drop. 1% of the water. He lets it sit inside of him, spreading out aimlessly. After a moment, he takes some more. 2%. He lets that sit for a moment, feeling the power in his flesh and bones. He takes more and more, gradually working upward. He hits his safe limit after a while, 45% sitting comfortably in his gut. He reaches for more, adding power to his body. As he reaches 60%, his body starts to feel full. 80 makes him feel like he's bursting at the seams, the sheer scale of the energy too much for any normal being to handle. But he presses on, pouring the entire ocean into his body. He holds it, for just the barest moment. But he has to let it go or risk hurting himself. Izuku relaxes and opens his eyes. His body feels tired and sore. He looks around at the room. The walls, ceiling, and floor are cracked. Bits of the plastic material are scattered on the floor like glass, sharp and almost camouflaged against the stuff that still holds. Carefully, Izuku tests the floor with a kick. The pieces jump, but the room holds. The ceiling doesn't want to collapse in. Gingerly, Izuku relaxes. Danger sense flows through his mind, aware of the small bits of plastic that could cut him. It doesn't detect anything else. With nothing better to do, he starts the second round of jumps. He goes up by 5s. Then 10s. Then 15s, then 20s. He skips over 25s to go right to 50s. Each time, he gets a little more sore, but the ocean feels easier to contain. It's always been his, ever since he ate that hair. But after holding it all for just a few brief PRs, it doesn't feel as vast. It's not as impossibly powerful. It's just his, and his not anything too grand. The end result is almost scary, in a way. So much power, and he's looking at it like it's nothing special, even though it certainly is. Izuku decides to move on before he can think too hard about it. He lets a steady flow of 5% into his body and sits. For a while, everything is fine. One for All pulses happily, enjoying the small exercise it gets from being used. But sitting there doing nothing starts to chip at his focus. There's just so much he could be doing. Flying, fighting, practicing for real. But he's stuck here, holding a tiny ember in his hands. It's warm and interesting, but it pales in comparison to the majesty of the full power that he longs to feel. Mind wandering, he thinks of his friends and how they trained in the past. He thinks of everyone he's saved, and how their lives might be going. He doesn't realize that the power has crept up to 10% until his mind wanders back to what he's doing at the moment. He severs his connection to the power immediately, letting go of the warmth. He rests for a moment, regaining his bearings. One for All is like a fire almost as much as it's like an ocean, he supposes. There's the ebb and flow, and the crashing of waves. But water doesn't feed and grow. It doesn't really have a heart or life. Fire does, in a way. It needs fuel, like One for All needs his body to be activated. It's strange to feel a second heartbeat beside his own, but he's felt it for months now. It's a friend rather than a stranger. Bright and familiar like a campfire. He activates it again, feeling the power. He corrals it down to 10%, squeezes his eyes tight, and holds. It's a little easier to focus this time, since there's more volume to control. Even then, it's still boring to sit and hold. His mind itches to delve into the depths of One for All. The quirk is pure living energy, passed down to him. It's his and his alone. He doesn't want to sit around and do nothing with it. He doesn't need to feel out how 10% feels. The lower percentages are practically ingrained in his mind since he uses them so much. And One for All itself tugs at him, pulling him inward. It's bored too. It doesn't particularly hate being on and inactive, but it knows what Izuku wants to do. Again, he starts to slip out of focus. The power goes from rigidly defined to blurry. His mind dulls, and the steady movement of the quirk lulls him into a sort of trance. He feels less and less attached to his body, gradually letting the quirk take him. He sees light, even with his closed eyes. Green and red and yellow and purple swirl together. Oddly, he catches a whiff of old books and cinnamon. And then the voices start. He can't tell what's being said. Not in the slightest. But the voices are familiar. Friendly, too. He knows he can trust them, even if their words are warbled and unintelligible. He compares it to hearing a song in another language. The feeling, soul, and mood are all there, but the real meaning is lost entirely. He feels longing in the noise, sorrow, and grief close companions to it. There's an air of melancholy and a very present what-if. Yet there's hope. Joy, too. He can tell that whoever is speaking smiles as they do. Izuku pulls himself back when he feels a hand rake through his hair. He jumps, almost crashing into the ceiling. But he's alone. Danger sense confirms it, or at least that he's still safe. His heart thumps in his chest, stirring his blood up in a frenzy of adrenaline. Swallowing, he sits back down. He feels tired, mentally. There's soreness in his muscles, too, and there's weight behind his eyes, and he feels sluggish. His thoughts are a tangled mess, and the room spins around him. It feels like gravity's been flipped, or maybe tied in knots around the room. Nothing feels real. Nothing feels right. Izuku starts to feel himself slip back in, seeking the safety of the voices. But he holds, and forces himself to stand. His hands clutch at the necklace under his costume. He pulls off a glove and fishes it out, tracing the lines of the lightning bolt with his fingers. The metal is warm from contact with his skin, and the heat seems to alleviate the unevenness of the world. Things stop twisting and turning, settling at the right angles. Izuku blinks and takes a few deep breaths. His first instinct is to write everything down, but he can't. Not in a place like this. Endeavor takes security seriously, sure, but it's nothing like the bunkers under UE. So Izuku ignores the way his pencil and notepad burn in his pocket and grabs the papers detailing his training. He skips over the rest of the medication and takes a look at the first real exercise. He stands, puts his glove back on, and gets to work. Endeavor finds him down there hours later, sweaty and exhausted. Izuku didn't mean to start working harder than he was supposed to, it just sort of happened. He blames the fact that repeating the same moves over and over starts to grate against his mind after a while, and, well, when that happens, he needs to work the 𝐭 out. Endeavor seems to know this and doesn't act mad, though Izuku can't shake the feeling that the man is somewhat frustrated. Do you have any idea how strong this room is? No. The flames of Endeavor's beard swell, and the man raises a fist. Izuku watches a fire ignite and burn. He watches as it soars past red and orange, pausing on yellow before stopping at a cobalt blue. With a grunt of effort, Endeavor hurls the fire at the wall to his right. Izuku can feel the entire room heat up a few degrees, and the force of the fire hitting the wall creates a strong gust of wind. Yet the wall is barely scuffed, other than the damage Izuku did hours earlier, meditating. Ah! Endeavor scoffs. You're shocked at the level of your own strength. Disgusting. Izuku winces. I know it's bad that I don't know how strong I am, but I hold back all the time. It's safer that way. I'm here to correct that. Did you even read the report on your strength? Yes, but it wasn't anything I didn't know before. Approximately 15% is the rough limit for the average human body to handle. Listen to yourself. Approximately rough. That is no good for what we're doing here. Throw a punch at 10%, now. Izuku nods and PPS a fist back. One for all pours into his arm, and he punches. Again, but harder. What? Endeavor glares. What is UA teaching kids these days? From his tone, Izuku can tell the question is rhetorical. He doesn't answer, so Endeavor makes another flame in his hands, a appealing cherry red. This is currently burning at exactly 950 degrees Celsius. Watch. He effortlessly throws the flame at the wall. Nothing substantial happens. Endeavor lights another flame but throws it too quickly for Izuku to properly pick up on the color. There's a smack and a roar. Izuku feels a warm gust of wind. How hot was that? About 1500 degrees, he estimates. Wrong. They were the same temperature. How? Your quirk and mine are like gunpowder. Potential energy. How much power is put in the charge determines the yield of the blast. But the shape of the charge also matters. What makes things explode? It's in the name, Izuku says. Expansion, right? Yes. The heat makes the air expand outward, creating energy. But the same amount of power doesn't always yield the same amount of energy. How? Well, there's environmental conditions. If it's humid or cold, the blast won't be as powerful. Wrong answer. The shape of the charge is more important. Izuku pps his head. How? When you're laying in bed, how much do you want to move? Not a lot. What about if you were trapped inside of a 1-meter square box? I'd really want to get out. There you have it. What? The tighter an object is packed, the more force it will exert trying to expand, 𝐿 says, bringing his hands together. Gunpowder in a line or small pile doesn't do much more than fizzle out. But packed in barrels, it can bring down buildings and sink ships. Okay, Izuku says, understanding a little, but how does this relate to my quirk? 𝐿 holds out a palm. Punch, no quirk. Izuku does, making sure his form is as clean as possible. Harder. Izuku repeats the process, putting a little more force into the strike. Do the same thing again, but with 1% activated. Izuku obeys. On the first hit, 𝐿 doesn't budge. On the second, he stumbles back. Izuku watches him nearly fall, at a loss. How? Your percentages are like the kilos of gunpowder, 𝐿 says, and how much effort you put into your attacks is how tightly you pack it. Effort, Izuku says, still not quite grasping it. You hardly ever lift the maximum weight you can, 𝐿 says, but that doesn't mean you don't have the strength to do so. Oh, Izuku says. Okay, I think I get it. I might be using 15 or 20% full cowling, but the strength I put into the punches I throw determines the power. Yes. It's why you can pick up an egg without crushing it even if you could easily break the shell. This is a basic principle that you should have known from day one. I've only been able to use this much for a few months, Izuku defends. When I got into UA, I was stuck at 5. That's no excuse, 𝐿 says, glaring down. You have lightning in your veins, boy. Raw power the likes of which the world has only seen once before. And yet you have an elementary grasp on how to use it. Your focus is weak, and you treat it like some kind of dial for you to spin sloppily. Left unchecked, you could level a city. You already fried those energy readers. You demon near shattered this room just by sitting at your maximum. Those exercises I gave you weren't punishments. They are vitally important to your future as a hero. You must be able to balance on a knife's edge, perfectly in control. You must be ready to snap to full power in an instant, or let the power fizzle out. Most of all, you must know your own strength. Every half percentage must be ingrained in your mind, or else one lapse in judgment could get someone killed. Izuku looks up at the man, taking in the cold fury. The flames roar, scratching at his face. He pushes back with his lightning, feeling the power form in his gut, spread to his flesh, and leak out of his pores. He tastes copper, smells ozone, and feels his hair stand on end. The room brightens, and the green bolts scorch the floor. I understand. If 𝐿 is impressed, he doesn't show it. Instead, he takes a step back. Walk through those exercises again under my direction. Study up on your power yields and percentages on your own time. You've wasted enough of mine already. It stings a little to know that he's been doing something wrong for this long. But Izuku bears it. The sting is infinitely less painful than losing someone because of his own incompetence. It may be tedious and mind-numbing, but 𝐿 doesn't hide the fact that it's what he did to become so strong. Izuku knows his power cap is above that of 𝐿, or anyone, really. Realistically speaking, he could carry himself on raw power alone, except for one fight. Even if his with all might, Izuku doesn't want to bank on anything less than being as ready as possible for all for one. He's seen that scar. He's felt the pain it caused. He knows full well of All for One's callousness and horror. And if he's making more of those multi-quirked things with the power of the villain Izuku beat on the highway, he'll need to be able to take them down, too. So he'll train. He'll forge his mind, body, and instincts into the hardest steel he can. Precision, power, speed, and planning. Tossing an egg from hand to hand with full cowl on at 4 to 5% might not feel like combat training, but it is. And it's just as important as all the weights he lifts and the miles he runs. So he lets endeavor push him hard, and he completes every order to a T. By the end of it, he's exhausted, mind dull and muscles sore. But it's worth it. He can feel a closer connection with One for All, not emotional. He's been smiling with the quirk the entire time he's been training, but rather physical. He can shape the ocean and grab the flames. He's not directing the power anymore. He's molding it to his will. Izuku passes out that night without showering. He doesn't dream. He wakes up the next morning and reads the packet of information he got as he gets ready for school. He'll show Endeavor and everyone else how much he can improve. And when the time comes, he'll blow right past their expectations. For himself, and for One for All, but also for the people he'll protect when he's grown. For them, it's all or nothing. Izuku's fire lasts until he looks Aizawa in the eye. Stepping foot into class, he trips over his own feet upon seeing the man looking well-rested and clean-shaven. Morning. Morning. Izuku stares at his shoes for a moment, awkwardly chewing his lips. Well, I'll be going. All for one. Excuse me, Izuku says, forcing a smile. He tries to hold the man's gaze, but he has to look away. What was that? All for one. And one for all. Izuku tries. You know, like the Three Musketeers. Aizawa looks at him flatly. I've been working in the underground longer than you've been alive. I only found out towards the tail end of his reign, but I know of him. Knew, Izuku corrects, and realizes his mistake. So you do know about him. Aizawa leans against the wall, cool and impassive. Enough to know he's dead. Why yeah. You're an awful liar. Izuku winces. No one's supposed to know. That's logical. If the HPSC knew or, God forbid, the general public, there'd be chaos. Aizawa narrows his eyes. Nedzu knows. Yagi knows. I'm betting that Torino man knows, too. Tsukochi as well, Izuku admits. It's a very exclusive group, I guess. He laughs a little, nervous and on edge. Yes, Aizawa says, eyes drifting over to the door. Come in, you're part of this too. Izuku watches as a flushed All Might walks through the door. The man bows, straightening and keeping remarkably steady even though he's clearly nervous. His fitted suit hides his skinny limbs and makes him look just a little more full than he really is. Perhaps we should get some tea. How'd you sneak behind me? Izuku asks. It doesn't matter, Aizawa says. He's nosing around in his own business, anyways. Right, All Might. All Might coughs up BLD, covering his mouth with a hand. Izuku fishes a towel out of his backpack and hands it to him. How? I'm not an idiot, Aizawa says, managing to make it sound like the only reason he needs. Your hair, for one. Really, a toddler could figure it out. The fact that Nedzu hired you so easily, and the fact that you're 2 meters tall. But I'm so skinny. Transformative quirks exist. Yes, well. All Might trails off. SHT, okay. I'm All Might. But this mustn't leave this room. Aizawa shrugs. Fine. But back to All for One. You killed him, years ago. Thought I killed him. I was very thorough, and yet. He's alive, Aizawa says. Alive and unwell, but alive. You're trying to recover so you can battle him again, banking on the villain's pride and longing for a symbolic victory. Yes. But why Midoriya? Well. He wants me to take his place, Izuku says. He'll be gone, eventually. All for One, too. But there are other evils. He wants someone he can trust to carry on his legacy. Aizawa stares, long and hard. You have his quirk. Izuku feels the color drain from his face. It's not what you think. Is it? Aizawa looks at All Might. You let him take it. Yes, All Might admits. Hold on, what? You let him take your quirk. I don't follow, All Might says, resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder, offering some comfort. Don't play dumb with me, Aizawa says, clearly peeved. Multiple quirks even though he has the extra pinky toe joint. No father on record. A meek and apologetic personality, which often stems from abuse. His all-for-one son. Izuku's heart stops. He can almost see how one would think that. But Hisoshi? No. You don't have to lie to me. I won't judge you by your BLD. You've already proven to be a good person, dedicated to saving people. He's not my father. Izuku cries, feeling the urge to vomit. Aizawa recoils like he's been burned. He's a BSC. He's killed so many people, he's hurt people that care for me. He is not my father. There's no proof. I'm sorry, Aizawa says, rough and low. That was out of line. Yes. All Might pulls Izuku closer, letting him rest his head against the silk of his suit. I think it's best if we have a break and reconvene later. All right. I have a few questions. Make it quick. Did you find him or? I saw him rush in to save a life at the cost of his own. I couldn't ignore him after that. So you didn't raise him on your own. Neither did All for One. Yet, never mind. You're not using him to get back at the man who ended your career, at least. I thought he was dead until a few weeks ago. And I would never use Izuku like that. Aizawa nods and then hesitates, chewing on a new piece of info but hungering for more. Satisfied but curious, he asks, how many? 8. He can't use them all, they're locked. I understand. How? How what? You've both used the power at once, yet it's the same. How does that work? Izuku feels All Might shrug. Quirks are weird. There are vestiges of the past holders, memories and connections of those long past. What's to say he can't have one with someone who's still living? I understand, Aizawa says. Thank you for explaining. Don't thank me. Thank him. It's his secret now. I'm just an old man. He calls all the shots. Not really, Izuku mumbles, pulling away and steadying himself. You're still in charge. I just train and prepare to face him. It's brave of you to do that, Aizawa says. I'm sorry for springing this on you. I should have thought ahead. Yeah, a little preparation time would have been nice, Izuku says, flashing a smile. It's not every day that you, well, my life's already so weird that it's not completely out of left field. If you need help, I know you're there. Just ease up on the ambushes. I trust you, I just wasn't ready to share. I'm still not completely. If you want to know something, ask. I'll tell you if I can't answer. Fine. Aizawa stands up straight and rakes his hands through his hair. You said Detective Tsukochi knows. Yeah. The man nods. I'm going to mess with him for this later. Nedzu, too. All Might chuckles. Good luck with that. The man is, how should I say, borderline omnipotent. Worth a shot, though, Izuku says. Yeah. Aizawa starts to leave, waving lazily as he does. Don't die or do anything stupid. It's not exactly safe for you to be out and about, but I can't really stop you. Remember your training. Bye. Izuku watches him leave and sits on a desk once he's gone. He looks All Might in the eye. How traumatic was telling the truth. All Might blinks. Considering I first had to convince people that my quirk really was given to me and I wasn't some offshoot of All for One's line, who had a thing for stealing strength quirks. Very. Wait. You don't mean? This is far from the first time people have made the connection, even if it is incorrect in its details. Izuku lets his shoulders slump. At least what we told him wasn't total bullshit. All Might's lips twitch up. One day, Izuku, one day. For now. Enjoy the fact that he's not breathing down our necks anymore. I know I will. Again. Izuku backflips over a jet of compressed air, twisting around a ball of steel. His feet hit the ceiling and he pushes downwards. He catches another projectile, letting its momentum cause his trajectory to veer slightly to the right. He spins, landing on one hand and using the other to throw the projectile back where it came from. Black Whip pulls him backwards, avoiding a burst of bullets. A million variables run through his mind at once, some cool and calm, others white-hot and volatile. He sorts through them, keeping the most dangerous at the front of his mind while keeping the rest on the back burner. His pulse quickens, and he catches a whisper of something from his right. Eyes blinded, Izuku ducks and dives to the ground. Whatever was launched at him hits the ground and rolls. Izuku dodges a few more attacks and kicks off towards the corner, feeling the danger rise with each passing second. He fends off more and more attacks, brushing wind aside with his own and catching physical items with Black Whip. Each time he does, the pressure from the thing soars, swelling until the room grows. Until it explodes. Izuku flares his quirk, letting Black Whip cocoon him in a thick layer of protection. Fire and shrapnel hit with enough force to knock the wind from his lungs, even at 40% with his armor. Izuku lets himself drop to the floor, ready for a follow-up. Cannons roar around him, their ammo a mix of solid ball and grape shot. He tanks the smaller ball, batting the big ones aside so he doesn't lose his ribs. By now, he's getting pretty annoyed with all the curveballs. There are flamethrowers, air cannons, real cannons, spears, caltrops, and net guns. It feels like he's in the middle of a war zone, one he can't see because of the blndfld. He's thankful for his hearing, though. It helps a little, sometimes picking up on things he's forgotten about in the tangled mess of danger sense. But it also hinders him, like when a literal flashbang grenade is launched at his face at 100 miles an hour, giving him a split second to pick between deflecting it or running. He picks something in between, knocking it aside with his heel before bursting away. But he's a hair too slow. The flash permeates through his blndfld, making black spots dance across his eyes. The bang is deafening, and his ears ring. But he keeps moving, jumping over a wave of fire and tucking into a ball. He spins, controlling his descent and making his trajectory hard to predict with float. He outpaces the attacks, letting gravity take him down as he lets the power fade, but he keeps everything coiled like a spring, ready to snap in any direction. The opportunity comes right as he hits the ground, danger sense flaring the hardest it has all day. Izuku pops up and takes a solid stance, hands out in front of him with his feet rooted. Something massive charges him, but Izuku meets it in the middle. He pushes with his shoulder, driving forward with his legs as his arms fend off more and more attacks. Something wraps around his leg, but it snaps from the sheer amount of energy he's producing. The floor beneath him feels warm from the friction of the object scraping as he pushes. Black Whip flails about, under his control for the sake of the exercise. Izuku is caught managing the strands, danger sense, and pushing the object back. It's hard, but he grits his teeth and keeps moving. He knows the room is large, even if he only got a brief look at it before entering. He's only so far from the opposite side. He'll keep pushing until he hits a wall and then, stop. Izuku crashes through the object he was pushing, tumbling head over heels a few times. He pulls off his blndfld, gagging a little when he feels that it's soaked with sweat. He throws it aside, but it sticks to the inside of his in a solid metal object. There's literally a hole shaped like his body, and the opening would fit him like a glove. It's a little funny, like those old cartoons with the coyote ramming into a cliff face, but he has to get out when the metal glows a faint red and he's still recovering from an intense training session. With a grunt, he pushes the sides of the metal with his hands and feet. It bends, but only at a full-powered 45%. He starts to crawl out feet first, ignoring the way his clothes smolder and how his skin steams. He hops out of the hole and looks around. The room looks like the aftermath of a very mean-spirited prank war. Oil, water, hunks of scrap, and things he can't even recognize steam on the ground, and instruments of torture jut from the walls. Izuku sniffs and shrugs off his jacket. He's much too hot to just stand there, and while activating one for all would negate the danger, it would only prolong the warmth. Maybe he'll take a walk outside later, without a coat or scarf. The support students are going to be giddy. One of the walls slides open and Aizawa walks out. He casually kicks at a metal spear and studies the massive block of metal Izuku was struggling against. Were those all prototypes? More or less, Aizawa admits. We told them what you were capable of and told them whoever got you to yield automatically gets top marks for the next 2 semesters. Izuku looks at a patch of caltrips, which are barbed and pointed at just the right angle so that the only way to avoid being impaled by them is to land directly on top of them. That's a little extreme. Aizawa shrugs. You won, sort of. Next time, we'll probably have to implement a power cap. You're outgrowing what we can reasonably produce here. That's what Endeavor says, too. Izuku looks back at the smoldering block of metal. I'm almost untouchable in terms of brute strength now, aren't I? Yes. But there's so much more room for me to grow. How am I going to train when I can't attack without destroying everything I touch? We'll figure something out. Aizawa turns and starts to walk towards the gap in the wall. He waves for Izuku to follow. In the meantime, you're doing the right things. Focusing on precision and managing your power is key. Working with people who also have strong quirks with high potential for collateral damage will allow you to learn from people who've been in the same position as you, even if they are not as strong. Keep going. It'll work out eventually. I'd rather figure everything out now, before it gets hectic, Izuku says, turning around a corner and following Aizawa towards a different training room. The day's getting closer. We still have time. You should be thinking about it, but don't let it cloud your focus on your current training. It's just as important. Anyways, Aizawa says, opening a door and walking in, someone's been bugging me about you, and I finally caved. Who? Hey there, kiddo. Present MIC waves a hand in the air, smiling brightly with his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. He's in his hero uniform, but it's more casual than usual. He's missing the heavy-duty speaker around his neck, and his jacket is different. He still feels cheerful and confident, even though he's clearly tired. MIC's obviously bearing the weight of Kurogiri's true nature, even if he doesn't have a clue about all for one and one for all. Hello, sir. Izuku greets, stopping short of the man. Behind him, Aizawa rifles through his pockets and pulls out a pair of earmuffs. Why are you here? Didn't tell him, here. MIC asks Aizawa, who shrugs. You're here, you're the expert. Go. MIC rolls his eyes. Typical. Anyways, your quirk enhances the body, right? Yeah. Internally and externally. I'd be dead if it didn't. Glossing over that, MIC says, a flash of worry in his eyes, you're missing out on a really cool aspect of your power. Doesn't it enhance the efficiency of your organs? Kinda. Izuku chews his lip, trying to think of a way to describe it. I'm like a machine. Or maybe a computer. My quirk changes the building material, say, from aluminum to steel. It's stronger and more durable, faster too. But I'm not changing the complicated bits at all. I'm still operating on the same hardware. I get a little bit better reflexes, but that's it. I can't think faster, my heart doesn't pump more BLD, and my eyes aren't able to see further away. Enhanced durability and strength, here. MIC taps his throat with 2 fingers. Ever try screaming with it? Don't think that would work. It's the same principle as my eyes and brain. But you use muscles to speak, and you make sound by pushing air through your vocal cords. With your extra durable innards and stronger muscles, you'd be able to get a lot more sound out. Izuku thinks for a moment. Alright. How? Activate your quirk, MIC coaches, and focus on the muscles you use to breathe. One for all sparks to life, and Izuku takes a few deep, even breaths. Good. Now, make sure you keep the power low. We don't want you to blow out your vocal cords. Oh, don't talk just yet. I need to give you a few more instructions first. MIC rests a hand on his stomach. Breathe downward, if that makes sense. Picture yourself filling up your gut with air. You should look kinda fat when you do this. Izuku relaxes and inhales for a few seconds. His abdomen expands, stretching like a RBB band as it pulls taut. Good. Hold for a second. You gotta get used to feeling full, you know. Anyways, 1, 2, 3, let it go. 𝐒𝐿 relaxes, pushing the air out without trying to speak. He feels a little lightheaded, and he blinks rapidly to try and regain his balance. Weird, here. You've been breathing all your life but not like this. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 agrees, I knew singers and stuff had to have good breath support, but, wait, are you going to have me sing? Well, yeah, 𝐼𝐸 says, smiling. Do you ever talk so much that your throat hurts the next day? Yeah. That's because you use your vocal cords to talk and stuff. Singing does too, but there's ways around it. 𝐼𝐸 pats the part of his stomach directly below his sternum. You can use your diaphragm to push the air out. I'm not an expert by any means, but if you do that, it takes the strain off your vocal cords. I just know it works. So, sing, kiddo. No reason to be shy. I'm not so sure. I mean, how would this help me? Communication, distracting enemies, an extra attack in your arsenal. Yeah, but 𝐈𝐿 wearing earmuffs. Okay, fine. It takes 20 minutes to even figure out how to enhance his voice. 𝐒𝐿's just not used to using one for all to strengthen the muscles he uses to breathe, and because they're oftentimes working subconsciously, there's another level of difficulty. It's like he's trying to practice dialing on an old-fashioned phone. He has contacts in his current one, and dialing manually takes way more time. He supposes that if the analogy is to hold up, then dialing manually would result in a better connection. Because using one for all to make his voice louder works really well. It leaves his vocal cords sore and his lungs wheezing with every breath like he just ran 20 miles, but he can sing loud enough to give present 𝐼𝐸 a brief bout of tinnitus. But he can only sing for so long. He's not actually amplifying sound. Well, he is, but not like 𝐼𝐸 does. 𝐼𝐸's vocal cords are literally a few hundred times more powerful than the average human, and his entire oral system is practically designed for making loud noises. 𝐒𝐿, though, is basically pushing air out faster. It makes louder noise, yes, but there's only so much air he can hold, and the faster he pushes it, the faster it runs out. But even a short burst can do damage. Yeesh, I might have to steal 𝐈𝐿's earmuffs, 𝐼𝐸 says, moving his hands from his ears to pat 𝐒𝐿 on the back. In front of them, a pane of safety glass lays shattered on the floor. 𝐒𝐿 rubs his throat, not used to working that part of his body. Warm tea and honey, kiddo, 𝐼𝐸 suggests, it'll help. Also, don't whisper. That puts more strain on you, just like yelling. Talk normally. Oh, 𝐒𝐿 coughs, wincing as the back of his mouth throbs. Okay. We'll take it easy, 𝐼𝐸 assures. No reason to blow your pipes out. Better to take baby steps than crack your head open on the bottom rung of a ladder. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 agrees. This'll be useful. I can't imagine the impact clear communication could have. I mean, to be heard across a city with no technology is. I definitely get why. It's basically what I do when on rescue assignments. And, as cruel as it sounds, blowing people's ears out is a good way of apprehending them. 𝐼𝐸 gestures to the glass. Sound isn't just sound. It's vibrations, wiggly air, or water, or a solid. It travels through pretty much everything, even if it's just a little. My point is that it has weight, in a way. You stand next to an explosion and you'll go deaf just as you'll be blown away. So even if they're immune to your voice, they probably aren't immune to the shockwaves you stir up. I'm like an air cannon, then, 𝐒𝐿 muses out loud. It's almost like one of my air forces. The attacks will be, if you get good enough at it, 𝐼𝐸 agrees, but the voice projection won't be. You'll be more like a massive speaker, shaking the earth and blasting good music. Anything I sing won't be good music, 𝐒𝐿 chuckles, but thank you. Thank him, 𝐼𝐸 says, jerking his head to where 𝐈𝐿 lays, fast asleep. He arranged this. I didn't even consider how your quirk would work with your voice. I will later, 𝐒𝐿 promises. Good. Now get out of here. You've got friends to spend time with. And by friends, 𝐼𝐸 must mean an agency full of pro-heroes eager to fight him. Because that's what 𝐒𝐿 goes to. Granted, he does stop by and check on his friends while they eat, but he barely stays long enough to give 𝐒𝐻𝐼a a kiss before he has to grab his costume and hop on a train. He signs a few autographs because he forgot a mask, and ends up in Tokyo at about 2 o'clock. Like all of the other days he went in, Izuku heads right for the basement and gets a training room. He changes into his costume and gets to work. Izuku finishes his warm-ups in 3 hours. They're not as tiring today, in spite of the fact that he already went for some heavy training. Maybe it's because he worked on more complex moves instead of the basic stuff. He always feels better about working closer to his upper limit than holding back. He used to consider it a waste to not work on the big stuff, but now it's sort of like lifting heavy, hard and fun, but only truly fulfilling after a long bout of working on the easier stuff. Izuku heads back up to the main lobby, stopping by a locker room to store his clothes before ending up at the front desk. He fully expects to meet a few sidekicks to spar with, like usual. Endeavor really only checks up on him at the end of his time at the agency. But today, the man himself stands in the middle of the lobby, radiating heat. Let's go. On patrol. Yes. Don't make me regret this. Izuku expects to be treated like he was at all the other agencies he was working for before, a shadow, closely monitored and treated like a student. But Endeavor walks out the front doors, blasts off into the air, and doesn't even wait for Izuku to follow. You have an earpiece, correct? The man asks when Izuku catches up to him easily. Yes, sir. Good. Stay within 2 kilometers of me. I'll be working with the grid system in the HN from northeast to southwest. Your job is to catch as many as me in the allotted time. If either of us need backup, we provide assistance immediately. You're going to let me work alone? Endeavor glares at him as they fly. You're not a child, and I will not treat you as such. You're worthy of being a pro already, and tethering you to me would only slow both of us down. Now move. It's 5 in the evening. It's not quite rush hour, but it's getting there. Izuku loops around block after block, keeping high so he can see the flashes of Endeavor's fire. 2 kilometers sounds like a lot, but with a city as big as Tokyo and a top speed like Izuku's, it really isn't. But it doesn't matter, because crime is everywhere. Izuku stops 2 robberies and responds to a police unit requesting backup before the hour is up. He gets a few weird looks for being so young, but the results speak for themselves, and the fact that a kid was wearing a t-shirt with his face on it. Nothing big happens until around 7:30. Leading up to then, it's all pretty crime and basic villainy. But once Endeavor crosses over to one of the poorer areas, Izuku feels a tug in his gut. Danger sense doesn't often act up on its own. The only time Izuku can think of is when it first manifested, but when it does, it's always something big. Izuku climbs higher and higher, raising a finger towards the side of his face, ready to hit the button on his earpiece. He catches a flash of light from below, and his hair stands on end. He barrel rolls, catching whatever was thrown with Black Whip. It's an arrow. A metal arrow with a heart for a point. Izuku carefully continues to fly, circling around the area the arrow came from. Another flash of light catches his eye, and he catches a second arrow with 2 fingers. Now with a target, Izuku dives, landing on top of a rundown apartment building. What the hell? Izuku holds out the arrows to a tall, skinny male of about 18. He fixes his expression into something stern, and his hands itch with the temptation to use Black Whip. You dropped these. The boy stares, his pink hair flowing in the cool wind. He doesn't look villainous at first glance, but that hardly means anything. Izuku's just not sure if he can bring him in without a more solid reason. And he could be innocent of any malintent, somehow. I thought you were a bird, he says, dropping his bow, which matches his arrows with pink hearts, raising his hands in surrender. I wanted some target practice. Target practice, Izuku says, looking up at the sky where he was just flying. Danger sense covers him, and he stays on edge. You were shooting at a living target 5 kilometers up in the air. Yes. Izuku snatches the bow up with Black Whip and scans the area around the rooftop. He feels a danger to him, but not from the boy. Though strangely, he doesn't feel safe, either. You're lying to me, aren't you? The boy man. He's close enough to being an adult, but it feels weird calling someone so close to his age a man winces and looks down. Yep. I have to bring you in for illegal support item use and the assault of a hero. Please. The boy takes a big step forward, but Izuku shuffles back, flaring green in warning. There's no excuse. I just wanted to meet you. And, test out my invention a little. Izuku sighs, wondering if any other hero gets cases like this. Knowing his luck, probably not. It's still illegal. And, look, I get that meeting someone you like sounds great, but this. Izuku holds up the bow and arrows. It's too far. I can't go to jail. Izuku feels a pang of sympathy. Then you shouldn't have done that. Really, he says, watching the boy start to tear up. It's not that hard. I'm not worth going to prison for. Now please, come quietly. I know I shouldn't have, the boy says, hunching down, but, you? I thought you'd like my invention, that's all. Izuku hefts the bow. It's solid and heavy. Considering it shot a few kilometers accurately, then it has to have more than a few cool tricks. Or the boy used his quirk. It's pretty good, Izuku says, trying to make everything easier, but the way the boy cries tugs at his heart. How long ago did he long for the approval of his hero? I still have to bring you in. I could get in big trouble if I don't. And if that happens, then I won't be able to keep working. Please, the boy sniffs, making things is my whole life. I can't go. Not when you're right here to help me. Help, you. Izuku's grip on the bow slacks, but he quickly grips it tightly again. Something feels off. Fake. Foreign. Danger Sense is sure the boy doesn't want to attack him, but Izuku's gut doesn't feel right. He takes another step back. He likes his lips, already regretting what he's about to say. You need help. The boy nods, looking down at his shoes. I'm kinda on my own now. Since, well, I'm of age, technically. Technically, Izuku says, unsure if he should be sad that someone got screwed over so early in their adult life or on guard because he can't think of a single rational adult who'd shoot arrows at a hero as a cry for help. I'm still in school, I'm 18 and my folks kicked me out. The boy looks up, staring at the bow before looking into Izuku's eyes. That's probably my ticket to a good life. If I can get it to a proper company, they'll want to make it and I'll have enough money to get started. You make support items. Yeah. How? Would I even help with that? Izuku asks. I dabble in support items too, but I don't have any connections. Your Deku, the boy says like it explains everything. You go to UA. Surely you'd be able to get it on the desk of someone important. Izuku bites his lip and looks away. He counts to 10, and then 20 because his mind and heart are in a battle of will. I'm not going to arrest you, he says, trying to sound tough and begrudging even though he's a mushy pile of pity and sympathy. Really? The boy lunges, and Izuku barely keeps himself from instinctively throwing him away. He latches around his neck, pressing his body against Izuku's. It's not uncomfortable, but Izuku doesn't feel safe. Not with how the back of his mind warns of something predatory. Thank you so much, he cries into Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, Izuku says, awkwardly holding his arms up. Look, I have to take the bow, at least. It's gonna be obvious that I responded to a disturbance, and if I come back empty-handed, you'll be punished, the boy says, pulling away. He keeps hold of Izuku's shoulders, but not a firm one. He looks down, clearly understanding. That's fine. I have the plans for it. But money for parts. Izuku shrugs off the boy's hands and reaches for his wallet. He pulls out a fistful of bills. Here, he says, handing them over. I have more than enough. It probably won't pay for this, he holds up the bow, but it's better than nothing. Thank you, the boy says, taking a step forward before backing off nervously. Sorry, A hug's fine. Just make it chew. Izuku's ribs are promptly crushed. The boy's strong despite his slim build. Probably from working in a shop all day. He reeks of motor oil and smoke. Thanks Aga. An explosion goes off 10 blocks away, the shockwave enough to shatter the glass of the building below them. Izuku hears his earpiece go off. I gotta go. He looks down at the bow and arrows and then at the boy. Stay right here unless you're about to die. What's your name, so I can find you after if I need to? The boy smiles, but it doesn't match his face. It's too wide, and his canines are like fangs, clashing with his, well, average-looking features. Hatsume Harley. 𝐒𝐿 makes it to the scene of the explosion in a flash. An entire city block burns, but a fire brigade is already working on it. 𝐒𝐿 perches on top of a water tower, making sure there aren't any buildings in danger of collapse. The sound of jets of fire and something big plowing through a city street fills his ears. He hits his earpiece. Deku here. Back me up. Now. Do not try to go on cleanup duty. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't respond. He kicks off the second the line goes dead, spinning through the supports of another water tower and pulling himself towards Endeavor's position with Black Whip. He catches up in a matter of seconds, and despite Endeavor's orders, he puts out a fire before it can burn down a store. But that's only because he's not sure where to join in. Endeavor clashes with a monster right out of a children's novel. It's massive, hairy, and has claws sharp enough to shave with. And each time Endeavor burns it, the thing knits itself back together in a display of pink muscle fibers. Familiar pink muscle fibers. I'm here. Deku calls, soaring overhead to make himself known. Endeavor ducks under a swipe of claws and shoots a white-hot jet of flame in the thing's bear-like face. Grab it! 𝐒𝐿 acts without hesitation, slamming his feet into the beast's back. It stumbles, and 𝐒𝐿 wraps it from head to toe, pinning it to the ground. It struggles, and it's strong enough to make holding on somewhat difficult. 𝐒𝐿 can keep it down, but not indefinitely. Endeavor steps forward, kneeling in front of its covered head. Let it speak. 𝐒𝐿 carefully unravels the WHPS around the head, reinforcing the bindings on its legs with the extra energy he gains. The beast roars, shaking the earth and blowing back Endeavor's hair. Are you human? The hero asks, unfazed. He only gets another roar in response. He looks up at 𝐒𝐿. There's nothing here, bar you, that can hold this thing. Are you sure? 𝐒𝐿 asks. We're in Tokyo. The police station might. What % are you at? 50, 𝐒𝐿 says. 3/4 effort. Endeavor nods. That's nearing all might strength. The only place that can hold something that powerful is Tartarus, and the transport to that place left yesterday. It won't be back until tonight. I can't keep it until then. Maybe an hour, tops, but until nightfall. Endeavor stands, mind made up. Wrap the head again. 𝐒𝐿 does. We're going to kill it. Sir. You heard me. 𝐒𝐿 swallows. It could be human, he tries, but deep down, he has his doubts. If it's a project of all for ones, then it's long since lost its humanity. Maybe we could fly it to the prison ourselves. We'd be shot down, no questions asked. Endeavor reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He types something into it. The device buzzes and he puts it back in his pocket. All Might would be the only one who could deal with this in a clean way. He's out of action right now, leaving me as the top hero and you as one of the strongest people in the country. Neither of us can do what he can. So we're going to kill it. Could we knock it out? We can try, but I doubt that it will work. You saw its reconstructive capabilities. I fried its bones away before you showed up. Its arms are nothing but muscle tissue. What's to say it won't construct something around its head to keep it from absorbing the full impact? The monster bucks as though to prove Endeavor's point. 𝐒𝐿 forces it back down, feeling something budge against Black Whip. Probably muscle fibers, just like the villain on the highway. There has to be a place with something to contain this. That equipment is kept locked up tighter than UA, Endeavor says. The only way to get it is through the Hero Commission, who are known for taking eons to approve paperwork. 𝐒𝐿 looks down at the villain. His hands shake. Okay. Where? In the sky, where there are no people. Or buildings. 𝐒𝐿 climbs, keeping even with Endeavor. His stomach shoots in the opposite direction as he does, and the weight of the villain sways under him. He doesn't want to kill. Even if it's a villain or completely animalistic, it's alive. Surely it deserves to live a little. Cutting it short would be awful and wrong. But the damage the thing caused can be seen from the air, and it's not pretty. His seen worse. His caused worse at UA. But it's different. People were hurt, maybe killed, too, and the monster did it mindlessly, without remorse or regret, because it's probably impossible for it to feel anything. That's worse, in Izuku's mind. He starts to think as Endeavor orders him to open a section of the WHPS. If is okay with helping with the death of a mindless monster sent by All for One, then, should he be okay with killing All for One? It's only right. He thinks back to a few movies he saw as a kid where the good guy spends hours beating up on goons and minions mindlessly, only to spare the main villain, who's done much worse than any grunt could. It doesn't make sense, and neither do his opinions on taking life. Where does he draw the line? The monster takes 5 full-powered 50% smashes and a jet burn to the face. It stays awake, angry and violent. Izuku feels himself start to go numb. If we can't even damage it like this, how? Drowning. Izuku flinches. That would be an awful way to go. Isn't there? How are you holding up? Izuku stares, unsure if that was actual care in Endeavor's words. Report on how fatigued you are. Ah. Very, Izuku admits. I trained hard today, and it's still fighting back. I can't hold for longer than an hour. That's not enough time to wait for a hero with a better quirk, Endeavor says gruffly. You'll either have to knock it out with a full force hit, something you can't do sustainably until we get transport, or drown it in the sea. We could get recovery, you don't have enough energy. Izuku looks out at the Pacific Ocean to the south. Even if 100% could knock the monster out, it would wake up eventually and he'd have to fight it again. He'd be worn down before the materials needed to bind it got to them. And there definitely aren't enough tranquilizers or quirk suppressants nearby to knock it out that way either. Not for long, anyway. He'll have to kill it. I'd like to try knocking it out again. It won't work out how you want it to. It won't die in pain. Endeavor says nothing. He only stares, eyes cold and full of apathy. Izuku takes a deep breath and throws the monster up in the air. Its roar pierces the sky like a swan song. Izuku brings his leg back and kicks. There's a crunch, a crack of artificial lightning, and the boom of thunder. Clouds swirl, and it starts to rain. The beast hangs limp, but there's still a pulse. They don't drown it. It can't fight back, so there's no point. Endeavor has Izuku take it to a shipyard, where he burns it to a crisp. It doesn't regenerate or rebuild what the fire eats. It can't. It only lies there, turning to ash. Izuku won't ever forget the way Endeavor looks as he kills the thing. Like one would shovel filth or how a meat packer guts a cow, methodic, unfeeling. Like a machine. The smell of burning flesh refuses to wash out of Izuku's costume. XBP. A finger pokes Izuku's nose, small but calloused and strong. He wants to smile, but a cloud hangs over his mind, oppressive and dark, like smoke. I love you. Love you, too. He can feel 𝐒𝐲 pout from his spot on the ground. They're having a picnic, a sweet and romantic outing ruined by the fact that Izuku can't feel joy. You said it wrong. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. 𝐒𝐲 takes his hands, leaning over him. His eyes are in line with her lips, which twist into a soft smile. Her hair hangs down and tickles his neck, warm in the cool September air. It was a bad idea to do this today. What idiot has a picnic in the middle of fall? It's not your fault. It's not yours either. Izuku closes his eyes. It kinda is. Nope. 𝐒𝐲 leans in and kisses his forehead. She pulls away, and the cold air makes it sting against his skin. He feels her lay down next to him, wrapping around his arm like a monkey does to a tree. You did nothing wrong. I did. No, you didn't. You don't even know the full story. No one does. Yeah, but I know you. I know that you would never act in a way that you'd regret later. I'm regretting it right now. Are you? 𝐒𝐲 asks, placing a hand over his heart. Is it regret? Or is it grief for what had to happen? Izuku sighs. I regret that the situation played out that way. But... He cringes. I think that if I had to do it over, I'd do the same thing. There, it was the best option. Yeah. I still don't feel like a good person. Do you want to talk about it? I guess. Okay. Do you want me to listen or help? Listen. All right. Go ahead. Izuku opens his eyes and looks at the sky. Treetops ring his vision. I eat meat. I swat flies. I'm responsible for death already, just like everyone else. But I feel dirty. Dirty for helping to kill that thing, even if it had to die. I feel lost. Why am I okay with one thing but not the other? I know that if I really was an advocate of preserving all life, then I'd go vegan or something. I'd also start campaigning against the death penalty. But I don't want to do those things. As cruel as it seems, the people on death row deserve it. It only gets used for cases with indisputable evidence. Particularly heinous crimes caught on camera, I know, Nejiya coaches, stroking his hair. Yeah. But that thing felt different from a convicted serial killer or even a cow or a pig or a chicken. I just don't know why. Maybe because I saw it. Maybe because it was me actually there, helping, instead of being far away. I just don't know. But now. Izuku squeezes his fist, silently cursing all for one. I made the right choice. I know that. I feel guilt, but not regret. And well, I already said I'd do it again. I saved lives by killing the thing. And I didn't lose sleep after. What's it like? What? Killing. It's okay if you can't tell. My quirk's really powerful. Ryukyu thinks I could be as strong as Endeavor. And one day I might. I didn't actually kill it. But I helped. I knocked it out and made sure it didn't go anywhere while it was burned in its sleep. But it felt cold. Really, really cold. I wanted to shiver, despite the flames. I also felt kind of out of it, if that makes sense. Like I was watching a movie of it happening, except I could feel and hear and smell and taste. You can stop. Thanks. Nejiya squeezes his hand, pulling herself closer. Thank you. For trusting me. Izuku half smirks. Thanks for letting me unload. I love you. Of course I'd be willing to listen. Still, I love you. That's better. Izuku looks at her, taking in the way her hair scatters in the wind. This was a pretty bad way to spend the weekend before your birthday. And the cultural festival, Nejiya says, smiling thinly. But you have a lot on your plate, so. That's an understatement. Izuku chuckles humorlessly. New agency, a project for the festival, training, the fact that my father is dead and was a villain, Endeavor. What was that last one? Endeavor. The one before it. My dad. Izuku trails off, looking away. I'm not mad or scared. Just curious. Izuku nods. Yeah, I think he was involved with the Yakuza. Actually, I have proof that he was. And I've seen his grave. So, you're dating the son of some slimy organized crime boss. Nejiya giggles. Good to know. Yeah. Actually, the boss is pushing it. I'm pretty sure he was like a diplomat or something. Maybe a hitman, which is heavy. You're not your father. I know. Good. It took me forever to figure that out myself. Yeah, your dad is. He is, but I'm talking about my mom. I'm guessing she wasn't the best. No, she was. Nejiya chews her lip. I can listen. Dork, Nejiya says, softly kissing the corner of his mouth, but okay. Mom was abusive. Yeah. I don't remember her since she went away when I was 2 or 3. But Dad, he's the way he is because of her. And that's not a dig against him. Anyone who puts up with the likes of her has the right to be a little unstable. But yeah. When she left, it was just me and him, and he was a wreck. I kinda had to put him together, and I sorta had to replace her. How? Apparently, she was really happy all the time. Always smiling and stuff, even while she, never mind. Dad missed that, in a way. Had joy. Because he did love her. He loved how she smiled and stuff. And little me apparently thought that he needed that kind of stuff back in his life. It wasn't healthy, and it's why we're in therapy together. But it helped, at least a little. It made him less moody and stuff. But it wasn't good at all. So you forced myself to be happy. Yeah. Until middle school, where I realized that I was acting like an abuser who hurt my only family. And then, well, I became a shut-in. In the worst possible way. How did you get to be? Izuku gestures at the sky, at a loss. You're happy and bright, right? Just not. I watched a video online. Really? Yep. I was up at 2:31 a.m., watching random videos online. I stumbled across an interview from a pro who's not around anymore. Her name was Ria. Never heard of her, Izuku lies, feeling his heart stir up. She was amazing. Strong, appealing, and just perfect. She talked about how smiling changes everything, and how continuing to move when others can't is one of the bravest things you can do. I decided that day that I was acting like her and not my mother, and, well, I got into UA. Ria. Shimura Nana. 7. Izuku beams, warmth flooding his chest. He rolls over, holding himself up above Nejiya by his knees and forearms. He kisses her. You're awesome. You too. How dare All for One try to take his joy? How dare he try to dull his love? How dare Izuku let his greatest enemy pry his way into his mind? He said before that he's not going to let that bastard live in his mind or make him crumble, and he came so close to doing so today. But he can't waver, not even for a second. Doing so means he'll lose when it matters most. It's just a shame he forgot about the boy on the roof, and smiles unaware of how she giggles over pictures of his twisted leg and the warmth of his two hugs.